Everyone has a talent. A turtle crawled slowly across the ground. A man approached it, watching the turtle move beneath his feet. His talent was unlike others. He picked up the turtle in his hands. The turtle flailed its legs, confused by what was happening. He never got sick from overeating. The man stared at the turtle with wild eyes. He couldn't be poisoned, so he decided to eat it. He bit off its head, chewing the pieces with his teeth. He had tried many ways to make use of his unusual talent. Blood dripped onto the ground. His face was smeared with blood. In the end, thanks to his talent, he lowered his head and looked down. A short while later, he was sitting in his house, thinking about becoming a poacher in Africa. He held a hunting rifle in his hands. Another man entered the room, saying it was time to get to work. Edward leaned against the door, mentioning that the Lightning General wanted them to capture a gorilla. This man was his colleague, a poacher nicknamed the Spaniard. Kim looked up at his partner. Their Lightning General was a man who gave them jobs, claiming to be a military figure. He asked again if the body was needed. Edward pointed to the head, saying that only the head and hands were needed. The guy loaded cartridges into the gun, asking how many were needed. 2 or more. A few more cartridges were lying nearby. It turns out that their general wants to use the gorilla's head as a decoration and make ashtrays out of the hands. At least 2 pieces, no need for the body. Having finished squeezing, he picked up the gun. Having said that they are leaving tomorrow, the colleague smiled. And leaving, he waved his hand, agreeing. The sun was rising over the jungle. 2 guys were walking along a forest path. Kim bent a branch in his path. He imagined the animal. There are several dangers for poachers hunting gorillas. He imagined other armed men. There are competing firms pursuing the same goals, and he imagined other, better armed and equipped soldiers. But the most dangerous were the military combing the forest in search of easy money, and the rebel weapons opposing them. He held a gun in his hands. The military were different from the poachers, armed with a simple rifle. Both continued to move through the forest in search of a target. If a poacher met one of them, there was only one way out to escape. Kim frowned, thinking that there were a lot of military today. They were hiding from them all the time. It was difficult to get down to work. He turned to his partner. He asked, "Is the path really correct?" He answered that it was, and that they just needed to follow him. The hero was not satisfied with the answer and frowned. Thinking about whether they were going the right way, the forest ended. He was going to ask again, but Edward got angry and swore, saying that this was the right path. At that moment, they were surrounded by people in black uniforms with weapons in their hands. Edward turned to him and showed his ID. He is a representative of the Special International Police, calling the hero by his nickname, Pet Shop. Kim looked at him in surprise, and was amazed at the policeman's knowledge of Korean. He was already taking handcuffs out of his pocket. He replied that it was thanks to 10 years of chasing him. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He learned not only Korean, but also English, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, and Thai. Edward's hands began to shake. These were all the languages of the countries the guy had traveled to. He fastened the bracelet on Kim's hand. He said that his crimes included murder, poaching, smuggling, fraud, creating a criminal group, drug trafficking, and paused, surprised by the long list. He only added that he had been arrested. A police van was driving along the road. Kim and the policeman accompanying him were sitting inside. The hero asked about the poachers, the Lightning General. Was this all planned? Edward turned his head away, answering that it was a cunning plan. He remembered himself, following the criminal. 3 months to get close to him and another 3 months to gain his trust. He almost died pretending for those 6 months. He was supposed to receive the top prize at the awards ceremony this year. The phone rang next to the blonde. The policeman said that Kim would not run away this time. Edward took the phone and put it to his ear. Not understanding anything, he asked again, "What are the 2 moons?" During the conversation, the policeman felt something, like everyone else sitting in it. The policeman was trying to figure out what was wrong with the car. The reason Kim became a poacher. The veins on his face were showing. Whatever he ate, he would not be poisoned and would digest, gaining the ability to change his body. Many sharp teeth appeared in his mouth, shark teeth. The clothes began to tear on his body, like scaly games. International criminal Mr. Kim. Edward looked ahead in fear. Murder, poaching, smuggling, fraud. An international criminal of Korean origin, involved in all crimes involving a large sum of money. Steam was coming out of his mouth. Spent all this money on buying rare animals from all over the world. The chain of handcuffs flew apart. He became famous for eating all these animals. Pet shop. The man in the dark uniform paid attention to him. Kim increased in size. They asked him what he was doing and warned that if he did not stop, they would shoot. The command to fire sounded, and the fighters began to shoot, but long claws appeared on the hero's fingers. No one knew why he began to do this. Blood covered the walls of the van. However, at that moment, Edward learned the reason. Why he ate all the animals of different species. Kim stopped looking like a man. He became bigger, with the head of an animal. And even this was not enough for him, since he personally hunted them. The animal looked at the policeman with its red eyes, asking if he wanted to say something at the end. The policeman just froze looking at what was in front of him, answering that Kim was a monster. The driver heard a noise inside the van. A huge hand knocked out the grill separating them when he wanted to ask about what was happening. The car crashed into a tree. Someone's foot stepped on the ground. Kim was getting out of the van in human form. He raised his head to the sky and was surprised at what he saw. What was this? When he was at the North Pole to eat a polar bear, and when he was at the South Pole to eat a penguin. He had never seen anything like this anywhere on Earth. There were 2 moons in the sky. Kim thought about whether it was good that this happened. He remembered how he avoided capture, because as his former colleague noted, he had committed many crimes. You could say that it had become commonplace for him that the UN or the police were chasing him. The hero looked around. No one would definitely chase him here, but suddenly he noticed something. A pack of wolves surrounded him. They say that wild animals usually sense who to stay away from, but it seems not always. Kim looked at the largest one. Veins appeared on his face. He was probably the leader. The animals looked at him with red eyes. The leader had a red cross on his muzzle. They rushed at him with their mouths open. The hero had fangs instead of teeth. His clothes were torn. He became bigger. His head became a tiger's. The wolves quickly ran away from him, pushing off the ground with their paws. The leader of the pack noticed how the wolves began to die at the hands of Kim. He wanted to hide, but the hero in animal form caught up with him. With his huge hand, he grabbed him by the spine and slammed him to the ground. Blood flowed from the leader's party. The pack looked at what was happening in fear. The wolves ran away in fear from Kim. The head of the dead man hung dead to the ground. The hero thought that he had not eaten anything for a long time. So this will be his first delicacy here. He tried to sink his teeth into the wolf's body, but there was not even a trace left on its skin. Tiger teeth could not bite through it. The hero turned into a hippopotamus with many sharp teeth. A little later, he became himself again and wiped his mouth after eating, remembering how he became a large animal with sharp teeth. For a simple wolf skin, he needed the mouth of a hippopotamus and the teeth of a shark to bite through it. He remembered how he let out a roar at the wolves. It was strange that not only the skin had abnormal strength, they did not resist strength at all. The bear opened his mouth and roared. Of course, this can be explained scientifically. An animal roar can stop muscles and deprive strength. But even the leader was dumbfounded. He imagined the red eyes of the wolves attacking him. They were large enough animals, so this should have stopped them for just a few moments, at least according to the hero's logic. His eyes became bigger. Logic, he asked himself, and he raised his head to the sky where there were still 2 moons. Maybe logic doesn't work in this world, and he ate the rest of the meat from the bone and threw it away. Behind him in the cave lay a mountain of bones. A week had passed since his first meal. He remembered the bear, the snake, the deer. For this he had caught and eaten several different kinds of animals in this forest. A bear with disproportionately huge paws, A snake. It was unknown whether it had poison. A deer with horns as sharp as fangs. Kim left the cave and went outside. If you don't pay attention to some features, they look like animals on Earth. He walked through thick bushes. The logic of this pestle was different from Earth's, and therefore there was definitely some kind of system here. His body began to be covered with gray fur. In order to find out more about this place, today he too. But his thoughts were stopped by some noise. Another guy appeared from behind the bushes. Kim was standing behind him, a man. He looked closely with the animal's eye. There were people here too, surprisingly. Maybe he could even find out something from him. The hero put a large paw on his shoulder and called out to him. The blonde turned his head in fear. The hero's hand and the beast's paw were combined. He reasoned that the ability to add body parts of eaten animals to one's body was far from omnipotent. It had quite a few limitations. The condition for changing the body was that it had to be the same part. Simply put, hands could be turned into bare paws, but you couldn't put them in a crocodile's mouth. A crustacean and an insect were crawling below. In addition, you couldn't add almost anything from a lobster or a centipede to yourself because their structure was radically different. And lastly, you couldn't use inappropriate functions. The hero with the body of a wolf and the head of a bird held the stranger on his shoulders. For example, you couldn't speak humanly with a bird's head right now. The blonde froze in horror, but he managed to break free and began to run away from Kim. But then he was hit in the stomach by the beast. It was a deer with sharp antlers. The guy approached the bleeding blonde. He raised his red eyes and said something. Kim looked at him silently. He thought that the language was different. The blonde was lying in a pool of his own blood. The hero felt sorry for him, but he could not and did not want to help him. Of course, Kim needed information about this world, but even if he saved him, they would not be able to talk. Large, sharp teeth began to appear on his face. On the contrary, it would be easier to get information after death. The wolf had a large brain in his head. Thanks to his ability, the hero can read memories through the eaten brain. Later, he put on the clothes of the deceased, and, with the help of this man, he was able to learn the language of this world. The book with a purple cover was decorated with green stripes. The most important acquisition is the Encyclopedia of Monsters, the book that this man had. On the pages were photographs and descriptions of animals. Name, impenetrable wolf. Size, on average 200 centimeters. Weight, on average 120 kilograms. Abilities, bite, roar. Thanks to her, he was able to find out what kind of monsters there were and what kind of system this world had. And through this system, it seems, he will be able to realize his goal, which he abandoned on Earth. 2 months later, the monster with a green face opened its mouth wide with long, sharp fangs, but its hands and the rest of its body were not visible. Do trolls have the ability to restore? The troll's head stood on a stump in front of Kim. The brain was destroyed, but after a month it was restored. This was not in the book. It looked strange. The hero with the book in his hands approached the body and examined something. Hearing a roar behind his back, the troll's head made a sound. The hero was surprised by this. He turned around and smiled, saying that the monster woke up and that was great. Kim thought, standing with his back to the troll, thinking how long it needs to be held over the fire for the skin to peel off. At what temperature will he get burned? Is there resistance to poison? How many times can he be reborn? There were still so many things he wanted to test. The hero closed the book and looked at the head ominously. What experiments should he conduct? He would become the strongest creature in this world. A red monster in a hood sat in front of a man, asking him if he was brave. The man with a weapon on his back answered that there was a prophecy. Here in the endless forest, a monster will be born. He will devour everything in his path, gain skills, and improve them. Kim turned into a monster with a huge mouth and was going to eat the troll's head. A terrible monster. Endless forest, the habitat of trolls. One of them walked with a wide smile and a huge club on his back. Suddenly he noticed footprints on the ground. After looking closely, he decided that these were human footprints. Others, a couple more trolls, stood behind him, the security guys. The monster licked his long tongue. He kept wondering where they went. The troll got angry and hit the ground with his club. Someone had monopolized the tasty little people and turned to the others, telling them to find them quickly before only bones remained. They obeyed. The leader moved on while the others were choosing where to go. Kim was about to gnaw the head off, but suddenly he heard something. He left the head and rose from his knees. Thinking that he had just run out of test subjects, he wouldn't have to look. The trolls found the entrance to the cave. One of them sniffed, saying that a human smell was coming from it. One of the monsters behind him began to worry. He said that he had a strange premonition, but the leader didn't listen to him. He decided that the security guys had decided to eat the man alone and sprayed something. Sniffing harder, the troll noted that it was the smell of their blood. Sweat appeared on the monster's forehead from surprise. A hero in the body of a huge wolf came out of the cave. Someone shouted to the main troll about the danger ahead. The troll tried to swing his club in fear, but Kim's huge paw crushed it. He imagined the combination of the troll's strength with the limb of an animal. Troll muscles and a big bare paw. Splashes of blood flew past his wolf head. Not a bad combination. The other trolls looked at the body of their leader. Kim noted with annoyance that he was going to use him in experiments, but accidentally slapped him. One of them got very angry and cursed at the hero. Grabbing a club, he rushed at him, but a quick attack cut off his hand. He looked at the monster in confusion, his backwardness. Kim opened his mouth wide, getting ready to bite the monster. He changed his head to a snake's and grabbed the troll's skin. A fatal bite and poisonous teeth. The poison quickly spread through his body. They are reborn. So immobilization is the best way to neutralize them. He left traces of the bite on the monster's body. He said that he could not move, and losing consciousness, he fell to the ground. The remaining troll looked at Kim in panic. He was already changing his wolf form to a troll. The crushed leader somehow managed to tell him to run away, but he only froze in fear. The wolf's muzzle changed to a troll's head. Kim ironically asked him if he should meet his friends. The troll's eye became large, and the earth beneath it was stained with purple blood. The troll's head in the cave watched what was happening to the others. For several months, he did various tests with poison. The test subject asked to kill him. The book with a purple cover was open. The most interesting part of the monster encyclopedia for him is the part about abilities. Kim imagined himself in the game fighting an opponent. There was always something like this in them, so at first, he even suspected that he was reading the instructions for one of them. The hero imagined the roar of a wolf and the strength of a bear. He always used the abilities of all the animals he ate in this world. That's it. Abilities exist. Kim stood with his back to the ground with a bare chest. He also realized something important as a result of his experiments. He injected himself with poison while holding a snake by the head. For example, poisonous creatures, a fatal bite, can immobilize an enemy with poison. There was a mark of teeth on his hand. However, he only had a physical mark of the bite, and that's it. Secondly, if this is not an ability, but a character, then it will also apply to someone who has the ability. 2 snakes bit a bear's paw. When he tried to use the poison ability as well as the viper's teeth on the bear's paw, both poisoned and immobilized it. The hero remembered the fight with the wolves, and his roar must have affected the wolves because he did not belong to someone from this world, but to a tiger. The wolves ran at him with red eyes. Kim touched the dark liquid with his finger. He came here from Earth, so he was immune to local abilities, but his attacks, on the contrary, were deadly to the local inhabitants. The guy frowned and smiled. This meant that he could become the strongest creature here. He remembered the soldiers in uniform and with weapons, people on the Earth. The scientist in the lab was doing something in a test tube, so no matter what animal he absorbed, it was impossible to defeat people. Kim thought of firearms and tanks. Science and weapons are much higher than the capabilities of animals. But here, everything is different. Kim remembered standing surrounded by a pack of wolves, and how a stranger was killed by a deer. There are a lot of strong monsters here that threaten people, and he imagined a fiery mushroom from an explosion. And there is no technology like an atomic bomb that exceeds the abilities of animals. He remembered looking at a picture of a dinosaur. Since childhood, He dreamed of becoming the strongest creature. He imagined the face of a troll. Now, to make this dream come true, he just needed to eat. An image of an ogre appeared before him. Powerful ogres breathing fire that could even melt steel. Dragons. A large dragon was flying over the forest, casting a large shadow on the treetops. Something small was lying on the ground. It was surprised by the dragon. Something was looking at the flying monster. Said that this was a fantasy world that he had seen in fairy tales. Jelly-like, green and with eyes, it was as tall as a blade of grass. It was embodied as a slug that could eat everything in its path. A guy in glasses and a red sweatshirt mentally wrote above the slug, "This means that he must become the strongest here. This is a revelation from God." He narrowed his eyes and thought, will he succeed? After thinking, he opened a transparent window in front of him. Open ability status. 2 status windows appeared. Species name, slug. Strength 1, dexterity 1. Intelligence 0. Hunting. Using the skill you can absorb and make anything yours. It's just like in the anime. The slug noticed a snake crawling out of the grass. It crawled past, but suddenly noticed something. The slug became larger and hung over the snake. He fell on it, covering it. The snake immediately evaporated. The slug exhaled. System message, fatal bite received, +1 to dexterity. The ability immobilizing poison is ready for use. As a fee for hunting, the spirit decreased. The slug was surprised by this. He frowned, thinking about whether there was any difference at all. Surely he will find out later how to restore it. Then he quite absorbed other animals, saying that in this place he is the main character. When he left only bones from them. All this time he suffered in an unfortunate body and his parents pestered him. These were trials, all for this moment. He crawled further along the ground. A slug that will receive the features of all monsters and will be able to defeat everyone. Using his skills he improves and scares monsters. The goddess of the Elmwood continent invented him. The slug smiled widely. True, not the main character, but a disposable item. A warrior in a cloak stood holding a sword in his hand. A continent receiving the protection of the goddess, and also a brave man chosen by her. According to the laws of heroes, he protects humanity. And the more danger humanity is in, the stronger the goddess makes him. However, even this hero, he could not stop him. This terrifying monster. The monster was huge. It ran at the hero with its mouth open. He brought great trouble to the whole earth with his terrible power, and he was cruelly killed by him. The blonde kept his eyes closed, but later opened them when he did it again. The blonde found himself a child in the middle of a large hall. He went back 10 years into the past. This was definitely the last chance the goddess gave him. He must definitely stop this monster. Later he was equipped. There was a sword on his back. There was a prophecy, he said. But pain pierced his chest. The guy closed one eye and frowned. Was it because he lied? For a hero, this is a punishment. But if he simply directly stated that he came from the future, he would not be believed. Someone in a red leather cloak sat in front of him, asking if he could tell more details. The guy agreed. He imagined a huge horned monster behind his back. He said that in this place a monster would be born that would devour everyone and absorb all the abilities in this endless forest. He came to stop his tyranny. The other red-skinned warriors stood behind them, listening to them. The elder replied that if the prediction was true, then they were all in big trouble. He frowned. In fact, the number of trolls in the area had suddenly decreased dramatically. Almost invisible. He put his hand to his beard. If he wanted to master the ability to resurrect trolls, these words surprised the knight. He imagined with a club, basic troll resurrection, and a weakness to fire. He definitely had such skills. Standing in front of the elder, the hero said that this means if he finds a nest of trolls. The interlocutor looked from under his cloak, adding that this is how he will find the monster. The blonde clenched his hand into a fist. This time everything will be as he says. Kim flipped through the pages of the book with a bloody finger. He closed it, thinking that this would be enough. He turned around, saying that all the others died during the experiments. He stood among purple blood, a fire burning in front of him. There is only one left, right. An almost dead head stood on a stump, asking to be killed. A fire burned at the end of the torch. The guy agreed. Other bodies were burning in the fire. Now he would send him to the next world. Kim burned the corpses of other monsters. He had become attached to him over the past time, but there was nothing to be done. He needed to find new samples. Bringing the fire to the head, the troll was happy. Kim said that he would kill him as he wished. Finally, the troll thought. He closed his eyes. Death did not come and looked at what was happening. The hero opened the book again and read the contents. If you squeeze all the blood out of the troll, then you can get a restorative potion. These words upset the troll, and he began to cry. It seemed there was no need to get rid of him right now. Kim sat down in front of the fire looking at the book. The head cursed and once again asked for death. But the guy found something interesting. The book contained a note about another creature. Name: Lizard Man from the Endless Forest. Size: on average 180 centimeters. Weight: on average 85 kilograms. Abilities: immunity to poison, breathing underwater, fast swimming, weakening physical attacks, a lizard man living alone in the endless forest. He does not belong to monsters, but to people. But lizard men are very aggressive towards strangers, so they often attack those who invade their territory. For this reason, they are listed in the encyclopedia. Kim thought while reading this that this is a people between mammals and reptiles. The brunette smiled evilly, thinking that maybe this will be useful to him. The swamp of the endless forest. Several lizard men were passing through the swamp. One of them noticed something. They looked at the silhouette ahead. Is it a troll? They have not been seen lately. Where did it crawl out from? A large club flew at one of them. His comrade shouted how dare he intrude, but he was interrupted by something approaching from behind. Kim, with a huge body and a snake head, grabbed him by the neck. He squeezed him tighter and opened his mouth wide to swallow. The lizardman looked at the monster looming over him, only saying that he was a monster. Kim swallowed him whole. The lizard man standing next to him looked at this in confusion. He asked what kind of monster he was. He looked at the snake-headed monster that swallowed his comrade. Great disgust and horror far exceeding. He did not know what this was, but if they left him alive, they would all be in danger. The lizard man attacked the monster with a butt. The wound on his shoulder instantly healed. He only looked at this in shock. Basic resurrection. No way. Only trolls have this ability. Kim opened his mouth and released poison. It hit the lizard man in the eyes. Why did they turn red and burns appear around them? What is this? He tried to examine the monster. Could it be poison? It can't be. Kim was getting closer and closer to him. The lizard man should be immune to poison, but what is this? And he fell into the water. Tim began to drag him away. The swamps became quiet again. Inside the slug was an empty skull. He spat it out and crawled on. Inhaling discontentedly, he said that there was nothing special about orcs either. It was a pity that he had only increased by 1 level. But something caught his attention. He smelled some kind of smell coming from the cave. What was that smell of blood? Yellow circles appeared around his eyes. The impenetrable wolf's ability to search for life. The slug saw blue lights on the branches of the bushes. Is there a lot of something? He crawled to the entrance. You can't pass by such luck. But he was confused when he saw what was inside. The bloody corpses of lizard men lay all over the cave. Oh well. He opened his mouth and smiled widely. Wow. So many experience points here. The slug licked his lips, saying that he didn't know who they were. He wished himself a pleasant appetite. He moved from corpse to corpse, shouting hunt. Then he let out a loud burp and opened the system windows. Underwater breathing, poison immunity, and even basic resurrection. What kind of gold mine was this? Someone's shadow covered him. A knight in armor stood behind him. The slug turned around and looked at the blonde. What was he? The knight frowned, thinking that he was following in the footsteps of trolls and unclean energy. After examining it, the knight seemed even upset. But here is a slug. The slug grimaced. No, this is not an ordinary slug. "This is unclean energy," he asked. What did the blonde stare at and asked again, what was he? The green one opened his eyes wide, adding that warriors should not ignore him. His essence is pure evil, the guy decided. He leaned towards the slug, saying that he was a warrior. The blonde remembered the pain that struck him. The rule of a hero is not to hide his essence. The green one frowned and asked again. The slug was the size of a small stone. He asked if the blonde was one of those warriors who always lose to the main character of this world, or a victim that should be used to raise the level. He added that in anime, the dragon is usually defeated first. It was strange that they sent him a trash warrior. Warrior frowned. He didn't understand what he was talking about, but he was hardly praising him. The slug's next words angered the knight. He asked if he had been chosen by the goddess herself. After all, if so, then he was chosen by a trash can, and so he becomes trash. The guard of the sword glittered in the sun. The green one continued, saying that in this world, the goddess was just a bag of hairpins. He would have to make room for her in his future harem. Warrior silently grabbed the hilt of the weapon. He looked at the green one with crazy eyes. There were many who insulted him and many who cursed his parents, but he forgave everyone, as befits a warrior. With a trembling hand, he pulled the sword from its sheath. No one insulted the goddess who created the continent, and it shouldn't be that way. The slug looked askance at his interlocutor, offended by the truth. Having taken out the weapon, the warrior extended his hand holding it by the side. His face was furious. The slug looked nervously when the knight told him to shut his mouth. The green one looked at the guy with the sword in his hand in confusion. He clenched his teeth and frowned, answering that he was the main character. The green one smiled, looking at the blade. Having asked again whether he would fight him, and adding that he was curious what he would get for killing the warrior. Opening his mouth wide, he said that even if the reward was small, he would gladly absorb the abilities. The warrior was surprised by these words. "Is this possible?" The slug suddenly became larger than the guy, and pounced on him, screaming for him to die. But the warrior cut it with a swing of his sword. The green one was smeared on the ground. The knight put his free hand forward, around which a bright ring with inscriptions appeared. A charge of energy struck him. The guy looked away, thinking that, even though he was a slug, even a slime couldn't restore what was gone. The green one lost part of his head and cursed at the enemy. But still, the lost part began to restore. The previously lost part of his head was restored. Wow. Troll restoration. He's such a cheater. The red part of the sword brightly reflected the sun. The guy thought that he was the future disaster of this world. Warrior put the sword in front of him, shouting for the monster of destruction to disappear here. The slug looked at it strangely, and asked again what he was talking about. The knight raised his sword, uttering a great judgment. A bright column of light descended on the green one. The slug felt pain, shouting, "What is this?" Kim with the head of an eagle held the traveler by the shoulders. It is impossible to speak humanly with the head of an animal. Later he swallowed another creature. On his body was the head of a snake. However, after he ate the lizardmen, he could use human speech despite his reptile head. This is the connection between mammals and reptiles. To make it more interesting, the other reptiles were walking among the swamps. The hero approached them. A little more test samples were needed. The lizardmen noticed something and looked closely. The same reptile appeared in front of him, but much taller. A lizard man. They were scared when someone behind them shouted that it was not one of them, and that it needed to be attacked. The weapon pierced the hero. 2 lizardmen stuck their spears into him, but the monster spat on his palm and grabbed one of the attackers by the face. The lizardman screamed, smoke coming from his face. The others grabbed their weapons tightly and decided to attack at once. Such slime flew into the remaining lizard. He looked at it in confusion, only thinking about the scarlet light. Kim came out of the water holding a couple of them by their tails and grabbed the remaining lizard by the neck. His hand was shaking, but then hung down. He asked to save them. In place of the pillar of light there was a round mark on the ground. This is the end. Warrior turned around and started to leave. A drop of slime fell to the ground. The slug was badly injured. He went deeper into the cave, thinking that this is dangerous and he needs to recover. His eyes and mouth crawled. Recovery is too slow. He needs food. Behind him, Kim entered the cave. The slug kept thinking about how one day he will take on the goddess in front of the night. Kim threw the prey on the ground, asking where everyone went and who did this. Green looked at the guy with a smile, thinking about food, and rushed into his face. There was a pile of garbage and clothes on the floor. A man was sitting in front of the TV. He used to be a man. People around him judged him, pointed at him, calling him garbage. Well, he was just following his instinct. This is his life's duty. He chewed and thought that there was no need to go out of his way. He played the console, did not take on difficult tasks, how to do anything he did not like. His parents did not support this position. They abandoned their 40-year-old fat slacker. Mom yelled at the man. Actually, maybe he didn't want to have poor parents. He dropped the joystick. To hell with it. It will somehow heal itself. He opened his mouth. Something started to happen. Though everything somehow worked out, the man turned into an amoeba. Then one fine day, he found himself in this place. There were animals around, and also in the body of the strongest slime, and it dawned on him. He imagined a man in a mask, thought that the election, the main character of this world. He began to dissolve and thought that because of one damned upstart, now not in the best shape. But this is just a test that fell to the lot of the main character. To absorb all the skills of this world and commit his revenge. A man approached him. Just look. Is it all because he is the main character? The food itself came into his hands. The young man was surprised. Thought, what kind of bastard is this? Suddenly the slime approached him. Wished himself a bon appetit. The guy opened his mouth. The creature flew there and thought that it would start beating hearts right away. Something got stuck in the young man's throat. Everything around was connected. We need to figure out what happened in the last 2 weeks. I'll start with the bad news. His lab in the cave is no longer usable. While he was hunting for boxes, he tried it with the slime inside and got everything dirty. The guy covered his nose and said that it smelled really bad. Now for the good news. Slime started digging from his hands. He defeated this slime, or rather, absorbed it. He's already gotten used to it. I imagine the book. By the way, this slime had some pretty interesting skills. I remembered what the creature looked like. The reference book said that it can evolve into anything it absorbs. A mouse and a centipede ran up. Its diet is extensive, from mice and insects, and poisonous grass and soil, including ore. I started leafing through the reference book. This is what happens to the slimum, which eats mostly ore. Imagine a small stone with eyes, name, metal slime, height, varies, weight, varies, abilities, metallization, metal search. They can mainly be found in mines. Also imagine crystals. Initially could not eat ore, or rather, could, but because of his ability, it was completely digested. Crystals were destroyed, came out of the body only as excrement. But the slime is not limited in food. The young man looked at his hands, thought that since he absorbed it, he can now eat metals, and even become metal. There was a hollow in the forest, the land of the dragon of the endless forest. The dragon flew to the tree. He had no name. He stood on the edge. A noble dragon living alone for days does not need a name. He lowered his eyes and thought that his subjects gave him a nickname to worship. The baby was waiting for him everywhere. The dragon raised his head and looked at the baby. His nickname was a fiery spark dancing in the sky. She leaned down and kissed her baby. The lizard and approached. They worship her. Everything around was in gold. Sometimes she brings jewelry as a tribute to ensure her safety and prosperity. But with the birth of a child, she began to pay less attention to them. She looked at the baby and thought that this was her precious child. Nothing serious should happen, but she had not visited them for a long time. She flapped her wings. She flew to see how the situation was there. She flew over the burnt forest. She looked down and did not understand what was happening. After that, she landed on the ground. She frowned. She saw blood, traces of battle, and someone else's footprints. Someone invaded the possession. Her eyes lit up. Her fangs were bared. Who dared to violate the peace in her lands? This person will pay for it. After that, she began to roar loudly throughout the forest. The guy looked at his hands gradually. The hand turned into a lizard's paw. Its body was covered with non-piercing scales, inferior in protection to the skin of the wolves. But that's not important. He looked at his hand. A layer of mucus covering it with scales dripped from his hand, acts as an antibiotic and disinfectant, can also be used as an ointment. But even this is not the most important thing. It is the mucus that covers the scales, and the slime merged with it. The young man's body had a strange shell. Maybe if he absorbs hard metals, they change the mucus to a metal slime. It will undoubtedly become stronger. But there is one problem. Where to get these hard metals? He remembered the eagle. He looked ahead. The falcon's eye helped him. He sat on top of the hill. He looked far. He sat high. At the foot of the mountain. Orcs were working. It would be difficult to get there. He began to study the book again. The Orklands would do. He imagined this monster. Name, Orc. Height about 210 centimeters. Weight about 150 kilograms. Abilities: increased physical strength, increased vitality, all the skills of a fighter. One of the tribes of the strongest lessons of the continent, inhabiting the endless forest. He continued to read and thought that there were about 40 heads. It would be difficult to cope with him. He closed the book. Even for him, there were too many of them. He continued to watch. If they had left their minds for at least a week, a dragon flew over his head. The guy raised his head and did not understand what it was. He remembered the lizard according to his memories. He was now raising a child. He imagined his brain, thanks to his abilities, can convert the brain of prey and read his memories. But if you convert it completely, you can lose your mind. So using only part, he lowered his book. Reference book said that the dragon values at 100B, at 100B, its child. He smiled. He imagined the baby. He doesn't even need to glow. The dragon held the prey in his teeth. He threw it into the general pile. Someone ran up from behind and shouted at him. It was a cub. Mom ordered him to listen carefully, kissed him and said that he had to stay home until he returned. She went to the edge. The baby asked, "What about hunting lessons?" When he could go outside, she turned around and said that she shouldn't even think about it while she was gone. She looked ahead. She checked the protective barrier. Everything was fine. Then she took off from the ground and flew forward. The baby watched her. He went to the very edge and looked there. While he was looking, someone's hand grabbed the edge. Half an hour before this, a man came to their tree. He looked ahead and thought that a dragon really lived here. He imagined the brain of a lizard, learned about the habitat from memories. He imagined dragons. It turned out to be much easier to find. After that, he threw a protective barrier at the killed deer. Its face lit up. The guy looked and thought that it was predictable. Pro continued to look at him. It was also in the memories. A magical barrier. He raised his hand and thought that, however, he pushed it through the barrier. He frowned and thought that the barrier does not affect the creatures of the earth. While the deer was bleeding, the guy went on. And now he was already approaching the edge. He threw his hand there. The dragon was surprised. He looked at the man, did not understand what was happening. The guy climbed to the end. Then he stretched his neck. It was very high. Outwardly, he looked like a troll. He closed his eyes and thought that the lower troll's lips and impenetrable scales also added something from various small animals of the earth. He frowned. This is enough to bypass the barrier. The kid looked at him and asked who this man was. He hesitated a little. Then he saw a lot of gold behind the cub's back. An unexpected catch. He ordered to get out of the house. The guy went forward. He approached the treasures and began to examine them. I picked one up and couldn't believe it. The ore from these mines wasn't even close. A cub pounced on me from behind and told me to get lost. But the guy grabbed him by the throat. He held him in front of him and ordered him to shut up. Then he pushed back the wall. He was lying on the floor and thinking about his mother. A week passed. Everything was still hollow. An adult dragon flew up. He looked ahead. In the end, she didn't find out anything. Besides, 7 nights had passed. She got up wet. She came forward and saw nothing. She didn't understand what was happening. Usually they always met him. She called the child. She frowned and called again. She saw how the baby was lying unconscious. She started screaming. How could this be? Then she activated her magic. The baby began to glow. The healing and recovery process was underway, also healing. He began to give up sounds. He got up and jumped straight at his mother, while the baby was crying. She took him and said that finally everything was okay. Then she got very angry and asked what happened here. The baby started crying, and even harder. The red child with big fangs hurt him and took all her sparkles. Then he showed the lack of treasure and also took all his food. The mother dragon imagined a creature with red skin, big lower fangs. In the endless forest, only orcs fit the description. She got very angry and said that they dared to touch his child, send and grab. She screamed so that it was heard even in the vicinity of the forest. At that moment, the brunette was sitting below and thought that he had finally waited. Red flags fluttered in the wind. The orc entered the tent and said that during reconnaissance they had found a strange object. He picked up the dagger and said that a similar thing was in the forest near the village. The elder looked at it and asked how such a valuable relic ended up in the forest. He sniffed the smell of blood. He raised it up and realized that it was dragon blood. And at that moment, the mother dragon tore this tent apart. She looked at the elder and said that it was time to pay the bills. The forest. An explosion thundered in the distance. It was a dragon burning an orc village. She saw a dagger, realized that it was the smell of her child's blood. She frowned. She knew it was them. The elder stood up and said what kind of a rise it was, asked for help. Another looked at it and began to blow his horn. The dragon continued to scream. They called all the lessons of the endless forest. The battle lasted 4 days and nights. In the end, the orcs won. Well, countless numbers of them died. Only 15 of them survived, so they decided to leave the endless forest, leaving a luxurious feast for him. The guy was sitting on top of the dragon. He was already dead. The little child raised her head. She began to clench her fists, no longer felt her mother. She began to cry. Tears fell to the ground. His paws were shaking. The baby clenched his teeth. He imagined his mother. He flapped his wings. He took off from the ground. He flew forward, deciding that he needed to go there. The young man leafed through his book. If he recalled who he had already managed to eat, wild wolves, trolls, lizards, orcs, and finally, he introduced the dragon. However, the captured monsters. Besides these, he closed the book, defeated everyone mentioned in it. He sat on the cart. He had nothing else to do in this forest. The coachman turned to the guy and said that losing Pama in such dangerous places is a common thing. A rejuvenating healing herb, rare monsters, secrets of the ancient kingdom. He turned around and said that if he gets any of this, untold riches await him. Many go to the endless forest for this. Most of them die, but someone is lucky, like him, so it must be protected. The guy lowered his head and said that yes, it should be. They continued driving, pretending to be a fool who had lost his memory. He was able to find out everything from a merchant heading to the village. He managed to fish out almost all the known information, but some things still remain a mystery. A status window appeared. There was some kind of ID. In this world, it is a way to check the identity and status of the interested party. Something like that. He raised his hand, opened the status window. Then he fell silent. Only for some unknown reason he cannot use it. He looked ahead. Maybe because he is not from this world. They drove up to the village. The guy got off the cart. The man turned around and said that I have more on the way. Wished me health. The boy nodded in response and watched as someone drove away. Then he turned around and smiled. He approached the gate. This is the city of Santo Camargo. Huge. He began to look around. He studied the streets. It is much cleaner here than he thought. People walked and cleaned, did their business. The young man approached the announcement. To prevent infection, you need to wash your hands. Infection and personal hygiene. He was surprised. Apparently, civilization did not pass them by. He turned around and heard someone discussing that this city is surprisingly clean, don't you think? 2 guys were talking nearby. You won't find such cleanliness in the whole kingdom. The second prince spent his childhood in this city. He imagined the young man, the first to discover a disease associated with unsanitary conditions. And he was not even 10 years old. A child prodigy, no less. The young man leaned over and said as expected, "From the second prince." They walked forward. "Next month, he will hold a coming-of-age ceremony here. It will be necessary to come." The brunette listened attentively. He imagined how they washed their hands. On Earth, hygiene standards took root somewhere only in the 20th century. For the Middle Ages, this place is too advanced. He also imagined a man in a mask. Do even teenagers know about this? He put his hand to his chin. There was no way to know for sure. He stood there and thought, people were walking around? Maybe someone decides him? He imagined a whole city. Maybe someone had memories of the Earth. After some time, the main character met him. The prince was standing opposite and asking how he was. The young man smiled and said that, "Wow, glad to see him." He looked up and asked where this man was from. The blonde screamed, "Was this really a pet store?" Let's imagine the blonde. His real name? No. His name in his past life was Eddie Montoya, a second-generation Mexican-American. The young man looked up, an investigator for Interpol, part of the UN, and a secret agent for the CIA, as they understand. He was listed among the elite. He moved forward. However, he met a monster. A meeting with that very monster led to his defeat. Such a miserable death. But as soon as he died, he woke up in a new world. He closed his eyes. Then I opened my eyes, and I looked. The young man looked at his hands. Opening his eyes, he found that he had turned into a small child. His name was Edward. He was in a castle, the second prince of the kingdom of the Grand Continent. Edward. This life was much easier than the previous one. The man walked in a gas mask. Hygiene. Scientists were conducting research. Science. Stars and space. Astronomy. As if someone was pulling the strings. Other knowledge of the Earth gave him a huge advantage in the Middle Ages. Elite training in diplomacy and politics helped him get his hands on unlimited power. The guy sat on the throne. To be reborn as a commoner would not be a miracle, but to know her. Moreover, the first prince will not inherit the throne, or rather, will not be able to claim it. He smiled and thought that it was only a matter of time before he became king. His chariot drove through the city. People shouted enthusiastically. The guy waved his hand at them and thought that he would become the king of this world. Night fell. The Santo Canargo estate. The blonde was lying in bed. Finally it was over. Smiling all evening was pure torture. Then he looked to the side. Something surprised him. It was a lizard. It climbed into his room. The guy grabbed the sword and asked who it was. He gritted his teeth and thought, how did the lizard get here? How did he manage to get by the guard? He began to change. Said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He smiled and asked if he didn't remember him. The young man's eyes bulged. Where did this fucking monster come from? But he began to turn into a man. This is a pet store. The guy gritted his teeth. This was definitely a nightmare. He raised his head, like a nightmare. Then he fell to the ground. The brunette came closer and said that he did not expect such a violent reaction. Then he turned around. There was a knock on the door. The servant looked in and apologized for disturbing him so late. He went to the bed, asked if the man was sleeping. He looked at him and did not understand what was happening. There was a huge bear behind him. The servant thought it was a stuffed animal. I wonder if it had always been there. Then he turned around. It didn't matter. He tried to shout to the prince again. He took something out of his cloak, asked if he was sleeping, in which case, he raised a knife over his head and wished him death. But then the bear grabbed his hand. He stood and looked at him. The servant began to scream in horror, and the creature exhaled and said that it was too early for him to die, so the guy would die in his place. There was no one outside the chambers. The scream rang out throughout the corridor. The guards started running up. What was going on? They heard screams from the prince's room. They ran in. The bear turned around. He looked at them and said that everything was not going according to plan. People looked at what was happening. Could it really be a monster? If everything turned out this way, we need to move on to plan B. They rushed at him and ordered to kill them both. Then the guy looked at the servant. Were they really in cahoots? He took the prince and jumped straight out of the window, landed on the ground, and then the prince landed. Then the guy grabbed him by the clothes and said that this time he would save him. The man was writing a letter. Then he heard someone run into the room and say that trouble had happened. The old man turned around and asked why they were making noise. A servant entered the room and said that an unidentified object, some kind of monster, had kidnapped the prince. The lord slammed his hand on the table and asked again. He stood up, clenched his fist, and asked who dared about returning something like that here, in this city. He raised his hand and said that it was necessary to gather all the soldiers, save the prince at any cost. The knight smiled sarcastically and agreed. At dawn, the guy sat on a hill near the city, watched and thought how long he had been sitting on his tail. He should have already broken away from them. The blonde began to come to his senses. The guy looked at him and asked if he had woken up. The young man was surprised. He frowned. Was it really not a dream? He fainted again, foaming at the mouth. The brunette simply turned away. After some time, the guys were sitting opposite each other. The prince asked how he got here, but the brunette said that he wanted to ask him what happened. He frowned and asked why he was here. He clenched his teeth and thought that this bastard. What was he thinking? Was he going to kill him after he found out that he was resurrected, or? He frowned. The guy said that there was no need to shake. They were not going to kill him. Then the blonde looked at him and asked if it was true. He was giving a tooth. The answer was that he did not know what kind of tooth he needed. The guy raised his head and said that he had already paid in full for his betrayal. The prince was very surprised. He clenched his fist and said that this man was killing all the traitors, cooperating. The brunette interrupted him and said that it was unfair. He raised his head and said that he had only killed him and his team. The Lightning General and other participants in the operation must still be alive. The young man lowered his head and listened to him die. The other one was missing. I wonder who will get the laurels. You can be sure that everyone except him got promoted. The prince got angry. He remembered that situation. Padaloo measurements. In the end, the only one who was sent to this hole. Mutual assistance between colleagues, to hell with it. No longer that person. Now the prince of the continent, Edward. He extended his hand and said that it was great. Offered to cooperate. The brunette smiled. They shook hands. Edward looked at him and thought that this guy's goal was to return to Earth and kill everyone who betrayed him. He must find a way to send him, and it will be safer here and all these bastards will die. But for now, he will allow him to play a secondary role in his plan. Kim looked into his eyes and thought that this guy is a prince, an ally occupying a high position. It will not be superfluous. It is much easier for him to get important information. Besides, it would be nice to know a way to return to Earth. The guys looked into each other's eyes. They would definitely be useful to each other. The blonde asked to tell what happened first. The guy turned away and said that it was an assassination attempt. That broken glass. He looked away. But the blonde man was calm and surprised. He stood up and replied that he had already gotten used to it and suggested moving forward. He turned around and added that, first of all, to help him, he should monitor his positions, and first of all, he should sort out the coming-of-age ceremonies. He imagined a house 300 years ago, the first King Edward the Magnificent. Going hunting in the vicinity, stopped at an inn. He raised his hand and showed a thumbs up, and was so charmed by the service that he granted the owner of the yard the title of Baron. The city flourished, which laid the foundation for the hotel and became the source of the Baron's influence. And having secured the support of the royal family, he took incredible power into his hands. He built a castle. Wealth grew and flourished under the patronage of the royal family. But if he loses their blessing, inevitable caviar awaits him. He imagined a man, so the Baron will use all his military might for the sake of the throne. The knight smiled, and then, during the prince's enhanced defense, a mercenary suddenly sneaked into the army. A subordinate approached him and said that they had found the prince. The man turned around. Could it really be that fast? The old man came closer and said that they needed to bring him here quickly. The guy hesitated a little. He came closer and said that the prince had returned on his own. Indeed, the prince and his comrade were standing at the gate. The old man ran to the edge and asked if the young man was okay. He raised his head and asked if this man had arrived. Then he looked at them and said that there was no point in saving him. The Baron needed to recall the soldiers. The guy got angry and said that an attempt had been made on his life last night. He raised his hand and said that he had only survived thanks to his secret bodyguard. Then he looked up again and said that there were too many of them. So he had to run away. The Baron asked again in surprise. A mercenary. "Is that really true?" And the man next to him began to shout that he should not be deceived. He pointed his hand at the guardian and said that it was clear that the kidnapper had threatened the prince. Edward looked at him, asked again about the kidnapping and threats. Then he smiled and asked if this man was serious now. Did he want to say that he could not cope with the threats? He began to get so angry they were surprised. After that, the blonde shouted that his name was Edward. Then to the first king, Edward the Great, who inherited his name, he frowned and continued shouting that he thought that he did not have the courage to fight back. The mercenary was shocked. The guy asked if this was really a mutiny. He fell to the ground. The Baron looked at this. The prince's behavior and this guy. Below stood a bodyguard in armor, his shield, although it looks rough and uncouth. But this color, an alloy of mystium. He looked at his hands. And besides, under the armor you can see the scales of a red dragon. He can in no way be called an ordinary kidnapper. He tensed up and said that there was no need to even think about it. It was obvious who was lying. The guys were standing below and heard how they ordered to arrest this mercenary and his henchmen upstairs. The monster said that it was not bad, and the second agreed. And so the man sat bandaged. The young man looked at one of them and asked if he knew about it. Then he straightened his shoulder and said that his family is one of the 5 strongest royal families. He licked his lips. They possess knowledge that others have no idea about. He put his hand on his shoulder. He leaned over and said that he would provide him with one of the unforgettable tortures. He smiled and looked with wild eyes. There was no need to even hope for an easy death. He sat in fear and thought how this happened. The plan was perfect. Then he raised his head. A bodyguard stood in front of him. He leaned over. The mercenary said that this was all because of him. He asked who this was. The guy took off his helmet. Under it was the head of a bear. The man was very scared. He remembered what happened. And the bear frowned and wished good riddance. Then he put his helmet back on. The other knights took it and dragged it away. The armor lay on the ground, lying around in the cave. The slime looked at it. After processing it with slime, formed it into mystium, which he ate along with the dragon's treasures. He remembered the mountain of money, as expected. There is a lot of use from the slime. Thanks to this, he was able to fool the Baron. The old man stood in front of him. Then he gained strength and said that these people could not stand the torture and finally cracked. In fact, they are mutimesis. He looked at them and said that this is the messenger of death, and these bastards pretended to be the royal guard. Asked the knight if he knew anything. He looked at him and thought that it seemed like it was time to start his plan with the prince. He lowered his head and said that he had heard about them from a former knight. They say that the second queen of Evaros allegedly died of an illness. But the real cause of death was the Baron tensed up and said that it was really dispatched. A vile crime. The knight simply nodded. Then the man clenched his fist and said, "How is this possible?" He stood up, came closer and said that this would not just leave. A hand was placed on his shoulder. The knight was already standing behind and said, "Not to interfere with this." He thought when it happened. The bodyguard raised his head and said that these people kill influential people from high circles. They are not just mercenaries. The old man turned and asked if he was really being asked to sit back. The guy clenched his hand and said that the ram should calm down. Then he sat him down on the sofa, looked down and said that this was his job. The man looked at him and thought that this guy had colossal strength. The bodyguard added that besides, the principal had almost figured everything out. Everything would be decided soon. The Baron turned and asked if it was true. If His Highness was sure, he could only believe. Then the guy left and said that the ceremony was nearing completion. It was time for him to go back. He thought that he was subordinate to the prince. The man raised his head and asked him to protect the prince. He raised his hand and said that there was no need to worry. He would leave him alive as long as he needed him. Everything else did not concern him anymore. Day. The carriage was driving through the forest. There were guys inside. The brunette asked about the attackers. It seemed that they said that there was a lead. The blonde folded his arms and said that he lied about it. Then he shrugged. He already knew everything without any leads. The young man took his helmet and asked who they were. The prince smiled and replied that they would arrive in the capital soon anyway, and that he would be able to meet the leader in person. Wouldn't it be more interesting if he found out about it later? The guy listened attentively, said that he was burning with impatience. Edward smiled and added that the conversation was over. reminded him that the guy wanted to ask him something. He leaned over and said about the status window. The prince thought about it. It turns out that he can't call up a window. The young man asked if it could be because it wasn't from this world. The blonde was thinking, strange. He imagined a window. All living creatures on the continent have a status window, not just people. With the help of the recognition skill, you can see information about the status of others. He raised his hand and said that he had this skill, but when he used it on him last time, he definitely saw some of the information about him. Then he used magic and said that it would be faster to check it himself. He looked at him and was silent. He was a little surprised. The window did not appear. The young man thought about it. Suddenly it dawned on him. He looked at his comrade and said that he needed to transform into another creature. The brunette looked at his hand and decided that it would be a grizzly paw. He ate it in Alaska. The taste, of course, was so-so. Well, the prince was not satisfied with this. He needed to choose not from the earth. The guy looked at him. He smiled and said that he needed to choose someone from this world. Kim thought that, maybe so. He looked at his hand. An orc's hand would do. He began to transform. The blonde used recognition, and the status window appeared. He smiled and told the guy to look. He looked. Now everything was clear to him. The prince raised his hand and said that he was leaving, since recognition did not work, because he was from the earth. But as soon as he turned into a creature of this world, everything worked out. Now everything is in order. Kim answered that not quite, smiled and thought about the lizard's hand. The skin began to change. It was the skin of a troll. The neck turned red. They are impenetrable scales. Fangs appeared. Wolfish. The window began to change, and also summoned a red dragon. The blonde sat opposite and asked to slow down. The brunette studied the book, then transformed into different monsters that he managed to eat, conducted experiments, tried many times. As a result, the status window stopped changing. It was written on the window. Name, undefined race, undefined, level, undefined, skills, strength, 3, recovery 6, vision enhancement 2, regeneration 7, resistance to debuffs 3, roar 5, deadly poison 10, dragon scale 10, enhancement 10. He looked at his hand and thought, undefined. Could it be that such a thing does not exist? Apparently, the status system recognizes him as a god. A couple of days later, the chariot stopped, arrived in the city. The principals came out of there. He stood in front of the castle with his comrade. The knight looked at him. He said, "Be prepared. They will have a meeting with the main mercenary." He smiled and said, "Not to be surprised." The guys went forward and came to the main door. The blonde looked up and said that behind these doors is the leader of the organization of hired killers. It began to open, and the bodyguard thought that this can't be. How can he not be surprised? At the end of the hall, someone was sitting. This person was on the throne, and it was the king himself. The man looked at him and asked if his son had returned. Was the leader of the mercenaries the king of this country? They knelt down and reported that the prince had returned safe and sound. The man looked at them. The news had reached him. Glad that he was okay. He had returned alive. To his great surprise, the young man thought. He smiled and said that it was all thanks to his escorts. He thought that he had introduced mercenaries instead of security. At that moment they were burning each other with their eyes. The knight looked at him. A mental battle. Even he could feel it. Then the king looked at the knight and asked who it was. He looked at the guy, hearing this name for the first time, as well as the position of a secret bodyguard. He was a little embarrassed. He looked at him and thought that the king had a very oppressive aura. He exchanged glances with his comrade. Just childish babble. Then the king raised his hand to his chin and said that he wondered if the courage was worthy of a knight. Maybe he would give it to him. The blonde raised his head and asked for forgiveness. He had 2 reasons to refuse. The father raised his head and asked what reasons. The young man looked at him and said that firstly, he was his friend, not a thing, and did not own him, so he could not give it to him. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and said that secondly, he was the closest person to him, although he was the second prince. But could he get an older brother? He winked at the guy and said that that is why he and the knight had long been called brothers. Asked if it was true. The guy smiled at him in response. He raised his finger from above and said that he supported him. The guys began to laugh. The king looked at them and asked again about brothers. Then he hit him with his fist and said that the young man could get lost, if that was all. The prince sat at the table, laughing loudly. Then he picked up the bottle and said that he thanked the guy. He would never find a nobler one. He appeared out of nowhere. It was impossible to establish his identity, and he was also covered in mystium, which the old man considered a secret strategic reserve. He looked at the knight. He must have confused him and was already shaking with fear. Thanks to him, he fought back the glass. His return gift, special armor imbued with magic, he had never managed to win, the bodyguard asked. The young man drank and answered that about 10 years ago, this man began to collect orphans all over the country, providing them with a full education. He introduced a maid, in addition to the main duties of a servant, teaches her to obtain information and even kill. After which, he sends such a servant to members of the royal family and aristocrats. The main task of the servants is to eliminate interference. Blood flowed in different directions. He first imagined the young man, then the king. Using this method, he took the royal throne despite being only the 4th prince. The bottle fell to the floor and broke. The blonde began to get angry. The first thing he thought about. The protagonist stood up and thought that in the end, this was a feud. The prince smiled and said that it was okay. Now that he had become a brother with a guy of unknown origin, he could pretend to be calm as much as he wanted. But he knew that inside the king was shaking with fear. His face today was the best thing he had ever seen. A girl entered the room and turned to the young man. It was his sister. She ran up and said that she had heard the news, what had angered her father. Suddenly she was stopped. A knight stood in front of the girl and said that she should not move. The blonde raised her head and began to scream. How dare he? Does he really not know who she is? The guy looked at her and said that this was the prince's personal space, and the girl invaded without even knocking. She continued to scream as he would sweep away. Suddenly the young man swung the ball. Its blades were right next to her neck. The bodyguard looked at her again and said that he would not repeat it. After that, the princess fell back. The blonde stopped him. He ran to his sister and asked if she was okay. The girl gave him her hand. The guy apologized. The knight did it for protection. It was not out of malice. Then he put his hand on her shoulder. Leading her away, said that, first of all, it is worth returning to his place. They will talk next time. The door slammed shut. The young man stood at the door. He gritted his teeth and said that this is a stupid woman. Kim came up from behind and asked if she was his younger sister. The prince clenched his fist and said that he talked about it on the way. The goddess gave power to his younger sister, and she must be eliminated first as soon as he becomes king. The knight listened attentively, introduced the girl, Eleanor, the youngest of the 3 living children of the wise ruler Edward IV. For reference, 3 more did not pass the selection, and now rest in the royal tomb. Also introduced 2 white wings, barely born. The princess received rights from the goddess, allowing her to visit any land she wants. The girl loved her brother, madly in love with him. In a past life he was a hot Spaniard, although not blood relatives. But to love her own brother. Then the guy came up to him and said that she was clearly not all there. He would ask just in case, so you never know. Did not think to reciprocate her. The blonde turned and said that his pro-bro is a humorist. Then again looked at the door, already talking about the 2nd queen, who was poisoned. She was invited to tea and given tea by the 1st queen, the mother of this woman. He got angry and said, moreover, the 2nd queen was his mother. The woman stood over the corpse of her rival. After her death, the 1st queen received all the love and gave birth to a child. The bodyguard stood behind. The younger sister was born due to the death of his mother. Who would have thought? It turns out that the king did not kill the 2nd queen. He came closer and said, then why was there enmity between them? The young man answered that it was connected with the firstborn. He came closer, apologized. He could only tell about this in his presence or with his permission. He took his cloak. When asked if the young man had decided to keep a secret, he replied that nothing could be done. He swore to the goddess. He ruffled his hair a little. He smiled and said that he would finish standing on this. It was time to prepare for the first step. The guys walked along the corridor. "Should we take countermeasures against the mercenaries?" the knight asked. The prince answered anyway. "If he kills his son in his own house, he will anger the god. So the old man often sends him on the move." He remembered how he came to the city recently, but the coming-of-age ceremony was complete. It proved that he had the right to become the next king. He smiled and said that this meant that he could no longer push him around as he pleased. He raised his finger and added that the old man had a lot of supporters in the palace. First, he needed to sort this out. For example, lure the chancellor to his side. Then the prince bumped into someone, fell, and said that he did not know who this person was, but it was insulting. How dare he block the prince's path? A blond man stood in front of him, raised his hand and asked if he was okay or not. It was his older brother. The king sat on the throne and thought. He frowned. Just think, his eating skills are not amazing. Imagine a son. Every little thing fuels his suspicions more and more. Trapped all the brothers who claimed the throne, and killed them. Imagined a lot of blood, right? All his brothers were just obstacles standing in his way. I also remembered how the guy winked at the knight, but did this brat mention his so-called brother? The man was very angry, I can see it as day. He wanted to humiliate him. He sat on the throne and thought that his plan was successful, but at the same time he created one unpleasant precedent. But he had another plan for this case. He remembered his eldest son, the children who passed the selection. He raised his enemies, the firstborn in justice, so that he would become a wise ruler. He also introduced the youngest son, the second growth, and Tien. His task was to eliminate obstacles in the path of the first prince. And he introduced the daughter. The eldest daughter was smart and beautiful. They planned to use her for a political marriage. But the youngest turned out to be a snake. The talents of the first and second sons turned out to be much stronger than planned. Edward turned out to be unusually cunning and insidious, wanting to get rid of the people he hated. The elder, like an angel, was so fair that the goddesses on his brave face, so the firstborn disappeared from the kingdom. Only the cunning and insidious second son and the short eldest daughter remained. The man clenched his fist. It is better for the docile princess to become a queen than for the throne to be occupied by a cunning snake who will never allow him to become king. The elder brother stood and extended his hand to the younger. He was surprised. Then he stood up himself, bowed, and greeted the great brave man. The young man came closer and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. An important matter was on the agenda. They offered to go to the audience hall. Behind stood a knight, and thought the brave man, chosen by the goddess herself, he is called the kindest and fairest, not burdened with a title. He looked at the young man. So this is what the first prince is like. He studied his clothes, hair. It must be that the patronage of the goddess grants untold strength. All three walked along the corridor, so that this man would not become an obstacle on his way. The eldest son appeared before his father. The father and the middle son looked at each other. Why did he come again? The man did not want to see him, but the young man did not want to return either. After that, the father looked at the eldest, greeted him, sincerely glad to see him in their modest kingdom, thought that this man should be the king. The son thanked him for the warm welcome. Then the man raised his head and said that he heard. The guy came to them on a serious matter. What happened? Warrior came closer and said that he would immediately get to the point. Yesterday the goddess endowed him with the powers of holy life. Everyone around was very surprised. The father looked at him and asked again, and the young man answered, "The church has already announced that it will send her holiness, so within a week he will leave for an expedition. Hopes that his majesty will support the army." The king closed his eyes and said that of course he will allow his son to participate in the expedition. The prince punched and shouted a curse. It was gone. Everything was gone. The young man gritted his teeth, cursed everyone. He looked ahead. When he was about to act, the demon king appeared. Then the knight asked again who it was. What kind of demon king? The blonde turned around and noticed that the brunette did not know everything yet. What about this place? He imagined a demon. Since time immemorial there has been a race of demons, hostile to people, and at the head of all demons is the demon king. The scales were people and creatures. Through the efforts of the goddess, two races, despite the enmity, must exist in balance. If the balance of power shifts to one side, on the other the goddess chooses a brave warrior. He clenched his fist. Even if this does not restore equality, then endows the brave man with holy power, grants him a sword. It means that killing the king of the warring race will not be a sin. Initially, all were created by the goddess, and she could not leave the demon king without due attention. But the holy power will allow the brave to mercilessly deal with the king. Kim came closer and asked what the problem was. In response, he heard the question why he still does not understand. The youth of the new king introduced. At the moment when he received his power, humanity was driven into a dead end, since he held the coming-of-age ceremony. Then to stand up for the kingdom is his duty. The damned old man will send him to war, even if he returns alive, agree in advance on his exile. He screamed so that it was heard even on the street. The next day, the cat came to his father. He said that he orders him to join us, who is a great brave man, and crush the demon king. The blonde lowered his head and said that he listens and obeys, only dreams that his insignificant power will help the great brave man. Then he left. His father said to him in the back, "Who would have thought that honor and duty were so important to him?" The second prince was showing the makings of a king, and he smiled sarcastically. The carriage was brought. The princess was watching them from the window. She was crying and telling her brother to return quickly, safe and sound. The young man raised his shoulders and stopped. Then he turned to the knight and asked him to move faster. They had to leave this damned palace. The carriage started moving. The guy looked at the prince and said that he didn't think he would be so subdued. In response, he heard that there was nothing to be done. All that remained was to accomplish a great feat and return for the head of the crazy old man. He also added that something else was more important, like the situation outside. The knight looked around and said that everything was quiet for now. But something was definitely being prepared. He looked at their escort. One was slowly approaching the Korean. Damn day, of course. He didn't forget to arrange a meeting for him on the way. Then he turned and said that to the right and behind them, approaching the rear wheel. The blonde said that apparently they were aiming at the protective barriers. The bodyguard looked up and asked if he should stop him. The prince looked at this man and said that it was not worth it. It was better to leave him. If the barriers were destroyed, then the wall on the rider's side would also weaken. Then one of the escorts raised his sword. He struck. He shouted to the others that the barrier had been successfully destroyed. It was time to move on to the next stage. The others began to create fireballs using magic. And at that moment the coachman turned and said that now it was his turn. But a moment later he was grabbed by the head from behind, and the chariots were thrown down. Everyone around did not understand what was happening. The carriage began to slow down, was left without a wheel. They continued their magical rituals, but it seemed that it did not work. They decided to launch fireballs at them, shouting for them to stop. But in the end they only set each other on fire, and the chariot itself was left behind. There was complete darkness from inside. After that, one eye and a strange hand appeared from there. A creature, half dragon, came out of the cart. The prince looked at it and said that it surprised him every time, just the spitting image of a monster. He turned around and said that he had a monster as an ally. He should get used to it. They began to move forward. Their escort was already waiting. One of the men looked and asked in surprise, "What the hell? This is a monster!" And the dragon took a good breath and screamed loudly. People began to be thrown back by this sound. One of them tried to stop it with magic, connected the dominance of the mind. The horse began to obey. Another came up from behind and said that it was a spell. But the commander replied that the main thing now was to complete the task. The mind can be restored. Then he pulled out his sword and shouted that he was going to the front. He ran forward and ordered the horse to attack. The young man began to create fire in his mouth. After that, he released a huge column of fire, and nothing remained of the attacker except ashes. The guy frowned and thought, "So this is the dragon's flame. Amazing power. If you spend mana, it can be used again." Good thing he used the orc instead of a frontal attack. The others were also approaching, shouting that the young man was a bastard. How dare he kill their commander? They swung and wished him death. Then they struck him on the shoulder. But the man was surprised when only his sword was destroyed, and Kim grabbed the horse by the tail, and after that, he lifted it, throwing another horse with its body. The people decided to retreat. shouting that they had to run. They had to tell the battalion about this. They turned around angrily, said that they would definitely return for the commander. At that second, another column of fire appeared behind him. The man turned and asked what was happening, and they were suddenly pierced by quantum beams. The dragon turned, asked the prince what kind of magic it was. He replied that it was the magic of shooting light beams, raised his finger. Since birth he can control light. In response he heard who acts in pitch darkness, commands light. It does not suit him. Agreed with this. Day, city. The guys were sitting in a tavern and eating. The brunette raised his head and said that if they had left the palace together with the brave man, nothing would have happened. The blonde wiped his mouth and said that if he had been next to him, he would not have had a chance to kill him. The old man had chosen the right moment. Time passed. They agreed to meet after dinner. There was still time. Asked if he wanted to go somewhere. Or maybe he was interested in something. Then the guy put his hand on the table and said that speaking of the power of the monstrance, isn't the Demon King's camp in complete ass with it? If the brave man, chosen by the goddess, is wounded, will it be considered a crime against the respected especially? The prince presented the scales. A good question stands in order. A brave man endowed with the power of the monstrance gets the right to kill. The goddess is fair, and the power of the monstrance frees both parties from responsibility. Even if the Demon King kills the brave man, he will not be punished for it. He picked his teeth and added that, in all of history, this has never happened. Then he folded his hands and said that if the Demon King succeeds in killing the brave man, humanity will cease to exist. We'll lose the right to be a rival with the demon. Kim smiled and said that this battle is not for life, but for us. He thought that it is no different from his life. The blonde raised his head and said, "What kind of smile? It looks like it concerns him." The knight looked and asked, "Is this business?" The young man got angry. What a bastard. If he does not care, will he not hinder him? There were empty plates on the table. The guy answered that there would be no. They had an agreement. Then he said that fortunately, at least it was possible to come to an agreement with this monster. The brunette moved closer and asked if he knew many monsters. The prince raised his hand and said that yes, there was a monster. Holy, despite her name, I do not see the state has no equal. A woman stood behind and said that he had interesting thoughts. An ignorant monster. He was scared. The woman must have heard wrong. The redhead laughed and asked if her hearing was failing her. The young man said that he heard nothing. He said, "A monster with such hearing." The girl continued to smile and asked again, "A monster? Can those close to the goddess consider this an insult?" After that she began to tense up. The young man looked up and said that insulting people's faith is a chronic disease of the entire elite. He manages to maintain his sanity by keeping an eye on such people. He heard from her that usually these psychos consider themselves the pinnacle of creation. It is worth visiting a temple sometime. They treat mental illnesses there. The blonde replied that there are so many sick people in the temple that she had to learn this too. This made the woman very angry. A moment later, her fist was in his face. After that, she began to scream that she should go out. He can prepare for the funeral. The guy asked whose funeral the speech was about rather than both of hers. The brunette simply listened to it. Then he watched as they went outside and continued to quarrel. He hit them with his fist and silenced everyone. He raised his hand, told the others that they had not seen or heard anything. He scattered gold everywhere. People screamed. Kim went outside and was angry. People inside were fighting for money, said that the contract did not specify that he should clean up after him. The damn bastard. He remembered the woman in the morning, a saint. The same brave man, but created by a man. Then he imagined them together with his eldest son, just as the goddess created the brave man. Her followers, using blessing and magic, created a saint. The only difference is that the goddess created the brave man in one part. But to make a saint out of a man, it will take more than 10 years, the woman fought. Besides, this requires huge resources. So there is only one saint. But such a saint, who has undergone training, will prove her morality, muscles and bones. A skeleton covered with blessed magical metal. Muscles developed to the limit and superhuman power. The boy clenched his fist, thinking that he was the first. 6 years ago, a situation happened. I looked at her and thought that I was the first to notice her talent. She had to train in the guard. But the priest of the temple genius noticed her and took her with him, frowned and said that after all, I looked at the woman. Will he be able to defeat her? The knight was walking down the street. He heard some sounds behind him. He came to them, saw a guy and a girl. Then he came closer and asked if the fight was over. The guys looked at each other and said, "No, it's not over yet." The brunette looked at them and said that they should sort it out quickly, since a brave man would arrive soon. The redhead turned and said that she was asking for forgiveness. There were still things to do. She left. The young man said after her that she was a thorn. Next time. Then he turned around. The bodyguard grabbed him by the neck. He held him in front of him and said that he had nothing against the status of a bodyguard, but did not remember hiring himself as a nanny. He frowned and said that there was no point in giving him more work. Then he put the guy down and turned away. He looked at him and was angry. Said that he didn't even understand what he was saying. They came to the main square. The brave man was walking towards them. He was getting closer and closer. He didn't suddenly descend from the sky. He didn't gallop up on a white-maned unicorn. He came closer and said that he saw that people had already gathered. He was modestly dressed. His appearance resembled an ordinary knight. Then he turned to the girl. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She bowed down and asked how the great brave man was doing. In response, he did the same, said that everything was fine thanks to her prayers. He looked at his brother. He came closer and said that they met again. He was glad that they got there safe and sound. The blonde bowed down. The road turned out to be not so dangerous, although there was a small obstacle on the way. The brother replied that he was glad to hear it. After that, he approached the knight. He sees him for the first time, or rather, they met in the palace, but did not introduce themselves to each other. Brave warriors, chosen by the goddess. The men shook hands and introduced themselves. After that, the knight noticed his companion. He turned and thought that she was no longer a child. She was still offended. The elder brother came closer and said that was the same. The goddess still did not take her gift back. Undoubtedly, the current Demon King is the strongest in history. He raised his head and said that in the future he cannot guarantee that everyone will remain alive, and are they really ready to do this anyway? The girl and the guy nodded. Then the brave man approached Kim and asked, "What about him?" He raised his head and said that he would follow him, His Highness's bodyguard. The guy stuck his sword into the ground and said that in that case, he looked at them and shouted. From that moment on, the building of the punitive detachment is proclaimed. Someone stood near the bell and shouted that he was waiting for these words. It was some strange creature that smiled maliciously. The young man turned around and said that it was a demon. The demon stood above. The seventh demonic general, Pride Francis, said, "Well, I must say, right on the territory of demons, he declared war and you on me humanity." He spread his arms. "All that remains is to fight." Everyone around covered their ears. The young man looked at him and shouted what he was doing. "Why should innocent people suffer?" The demon smiled and repeated, "Innocent." Apparently, he can't hear him well. He already said that this village is demon territory. The people around began to transform, and they surrounded them. There was not a single person left in it, only those who swore allegiance to the Demon King. The monsters began to attack. They were ordered to kill them all. The brave man turned around and said that this was baseness. Imagined a wolf, a werewolf, a lower demon, increasing its numbers, infecting people. A person turned into a wolf, forever loses his humanity, and until death, like an obedient puppet, will carry out the orders of higher demons. The man smiled sarcastically. "I thought that werewolves are not their rivals. You can consider this a royal greeting. Then it is worth getting down to business." He reached into his pocket, decided that it was worth starting a sprint, but a werewolf pounced on him from behind. The young man pushed off the ground, and was already on top, flew from above on the werewolf and pierced him with laser beams. Everything around shone, a sword and a light shield. He was even able to attack with it. The demon wrote it all down, skillfully dodges using tricks. He looked at the woman, then the saint. The pelvis grouped. The whole body was fueled by magic. An opponent pounced from behind, a fighting style. The girl put him on the ground with one fist and stuck him in the asphalt. Swung, brute force, the demon wrote. Looked at the elder. Now a brave man. The guy cut the werewolves with one blow, swung, fighting like an ordinary knight, frowned and looked away. A werewolf girl was attacking him. Quite small. This surprised him. He looked at her. His hands were shaking. She was just a child. Mentally apologized and destroyed. Blood was everywhere. The demon wrote down what he thought. This is where his work is done. You can already go back. Frowned. It is worth stopping. Looked there and did not understand. Weren't there 4 of them? At that moment, a bodyguard was standing behind him. Francis realized this and thought about what happened. Who was behind him? It is impossible that he did not notice. How can this be? It cannot be. Frowned and thought that he was the 7th demonic general of the great demon kingdom. At that very second, the guy was covered in blood. Where mine was destroyed, his blood was everywhere. The king watched this and said that Francis was defeated. One of the 7 demon generals died. Another came up and said that he was so confident, it was worth sending despondency instead. The third looked at them. However, if they could kill one of the generals, this speaks of their strength. You can lose your life. The demon stepped forward and asked if he was joking. Another demon laughed. Of course it was a joke. This loser among them was a weakling. The king looked at them and said that in any case, these 7 generals were just a disguise to hide the existence of the 4 great kings. Even if he was brave. But in the end, he was just a puppet of the goddess. The end of humanity was already predetermined. They cannot win. They all came up to each other because they successfully went beyond the limits set by the goddess. There were werewolf corpses everywhere. The young man fell to one knee. He threw down the demon corpse and said that he figured it out. The brave man put away his sword and said that the wolf people were also destroyed. The prince covered his face with his hand and said that it was cruel, applied restoration. The face of the weirdo began to recover. It was very familiar. The elder came closer and said that this was one of the 7 demonic generals, Francis, responsible for collecting information. Pride among the people, but they had not met in person yet. The blonde tensed up. A demonic general and also an informant, an important person, and at the same time he covered himself with wolf people, too recklessly. He frowned. His brother noted that they were lucky to capture an influential figure. But he continued to think that maybe the demon had become useless, in which case their true enemy was a bird of a different feather. The knight walked forward. He approached the werewolf's corpse. He looked at it. It was just a lower demon. Although when he ate a lizard, his compatibility with reptiles increased, then if he ate a wolfman, his compatibility with mammals would increase. He licked his lips and thought that he was all in anticipation. The principal approached the demon, looked at him. A brunette came up from behind and asked if he could eat this one. The guy exhaled and said that they were not alone here. You have to choose your words. Francis's corpse lay on the ground. One of the demon king's confidants, a demon general, an informant of pride. Too easy a death for someone like him. The blonde raised his head. He was suddenly thrown out as unnecessary. Asked what his comrade thought, he answered that any information was important. He looked at the corpse. If the informant was really left behind, then the demon society was no longer what humanity knew it to be. The prince thought about it. He knew that he would agree with him. It was hard to imagine that the top leadership was useless, unless the social order had changed. What the hell was going on in the demon kingdom? The bodyguard came closer and said that he did not exclude the possibility that there was a third. The guy asked again. Then he pointed at the blonde and said that he was the first. He pointed at himself. The second. Edward was surprised. Someone from the earth. It can't be. There have already been precedents. The probability is high in that case. He looked at his brother and the saint. The brave man and saint were busy with corpses. They had no time for him now. He approached the tower. Told them to listen to him carefully. If the demon king turns out to be the third, he smiled and said that they would have a good chance to deal with the saint and the brave man. They dug a common grave. They began to bury the corpses. Together they decided to cover their tracks. After that, the saint held a funeral ceremony. She prayed and told the Great One that she was sending to her those who, by the will of evil fate, lost their lives today, even if their appearances had changed under the influence of vile intent. But in their souls they were sincerely devoted to her children. A chariot drove up to her. The elder looked at her and said that it was good that they still had the carriage sent by the church to the palace. The girl raised her head and asked who would drive her. The prince became the coachman. It was very simple. If you imagine everyone inside, Kim can only control what starts, the commandment of the brave. You cannot control the road on the way to your goal. Holy. She does not need a carriage, so she does not know how to drive. The blonde looked up and said that the prince was made a coachman, just like Dragon Quest, don't you think? The brunette looked at him and asked what it was. He asked if the guy really doesn't know this game. Didn't he live a couple of years in Japan? If you missed it, then consider life is not seen. The knight replied that since his life is insignificant, it would be easier to hang himself right away. The prince rolled his eyes and thought that the guy is an ulcer. No shame or conscience. Kim looked at him and thought, spoke in Russian, wants to say something, asked what the matter is. We must immediately get to the point. The brunette turned and agreed. A way to kill a brave man. The bodyguard looked at him and asked if it really exists. The eldest son sat in the carriage, having met many creatures on his way. He immediately felt it. It is not so easy to kill a brave man, no, or rather, he does not even know if it is possible to do it. He imagined the young man. He felt it when they met in the village, and when he does not use his skills. He dealt with the crowd of wolves faster than anyone, with a bare sword at the ready. He imagined the battle. On average, all his skills are at a high level. He frowned and thought about the brave man. For him, whose strength consists of small details collected together, this type of enemy is the most difficult. Suddenly he was called out. Everything is possible, the prince said. He rode and imagined the goddess, the right to become a brave man. Only the most honest, the fairest and the kindest are worthy of being brave. But if he loses the right, then heavenly punishment overtakes and takes away all the strength. In this case, you can cope with him. Kim lowered his head and asked if there was a plan. The coachman replied that no, it was not needed. Let everything take its course. Then she added that since they set foot on the land of demons, the girl got out of the carriage and shouted a question to the prince. And what did they talk to the knight with? The guy knocked on the head and asked if it was true that the saint could not understand what was encrypted in the message, and did not try to think. The woman smiled and asked if the prince was taught how to speak by the servants of the goddess. Kim rolled his eyes and thought that this happens every time, as soon as their gaze intersects. Kindergarten, asked to tie it up. Time to change. The brave man looked away. The brunette sat inside and he said that it was very good. He just wanted to ask him something. He folded his hands and said if it was not too much trouble. She looked straight into his eyes and asked to tell how Edward became a bodyguard. The young man frowned and asked what the question was for. The eldest son sat closer and said that he wanted to know about his younger brother's friend. Then he grabbed his chest. The brave commandment is to remain impartial to everything. The young man looked at him and thought that it must be. The prince spoke about these commandments. He looked at the exhausted blonde and said that he would not have asked. It would not have hurt. He looked up and said that he thought that it was worth enduring for this. The brunette sat opposite and thought, the elder is worried about the younger, and the younger is going to kill him. He smiled and thought how interesting. Then he rolled his eyes and said that they have a contract. He protects the prince. In return he looks for a way to fulfill his wish. That's all. The brave man listened attentively. Then he raised his hand and said that then he is looking for a reward for the extermination of the Demon King. It must be a very difficult wish to fulfill. The monster moved closer and asked about the reward for the extermination. Asked to tell about it in more detail. They were approaching the city of the Colosseum, the most remote city in the kingdom, and also a guard fortress. He presented a map. The Demon Kingdom was just a couple dozen kilometers away. They came to some bar, a drinking inn. The guys sat down at the table and said that they would spend the night here. The brave man came closer, said that he would go by, see if anyone needed his help. She stood up and said that she had to report to the order that she had arrived without incident. Asked the knight and the prince to mess around. It would be better to do surveillance. The blonde sent her in response. Then the two left. The bodyguard moved closer and said that there was information. The brave man told him about the reward for the Demon King's head. The prince raised his head and asked again. The first time they heard about it, Kim sat down at the table and said that the power of the monstrance can be considered a divine revelation, commanding to eliminate the Demon King. If the revelation comes true, the goddess will fulfill one wish of everyone who had a hand in this. The prince put the glass on the table, looked at him and asked if it was true. The young man answered that it was absolutely true. He heard it himself. The blonde went wild if it was true. Great, excellent. After that he drank his drink, put it on the table, and said that it went well. They would pay for dinner. He could drink as much as he wanted. Asked to bring another mug of beer here, and he drained it again. They were sitting at the table. The prince grabbed his chest and said that he seemed to be a quail. Something was making him sick. Then he grabbed his mouth, after which he threw up. The knight said that it was disgusting. She looked at him, did not understand what was happening. Then he frowned. Something was wrong. The blonde let his head go, suddenly opened his eyes. Veins bulged. The brave man walked down the street. Then he put the barrel on the ground. The man bowed and thanked him. Did not even know how to repay. He simply raised his hand and said that everything was fine. He smiled and said what he did and what he should. The man smiled and said that this was a real brave, exactly as they said. He raised his head. His eyes were crazy, simple as a cork. The guy was surprised. He took out his sword and asked who he was. The brown-haired man looked at him and said that he shouldn't be surprised. They already knew everything about them. The young man looked into his eyes and didn't understand who he meant. There were other guys standing behind him, asked him to introduce himself. The brave returned. People surrounded him from all sides. There were strange veins on their faces. They came up and said that one of the 7 generals of the Demon Kingdom, you need to remember this name, and laughed. The guy turned and said that this is an obsession, no control. He looked at the man who began to transform, smart, like a brave man, placed parasite eggs in the water that the inhabitants of this city drink. The young man imagined worms, growing in the body of the carrier. His parasites take control of his mind. Then the man standing behind added that the infected could not resist his order. People were getting closer. This monster had taken control of ordinary people. So only by killing these people could they get to him. The tentacle monster was watching him. Would he go against the commandment of a brave man of war? For this, she couldn't wait for his choice. The man gritted his teeth and thought, the commandment of a brave man is not to endanger the lives of innocents. He even knows the commandments. There is a way out. He turned around and thought that if he scouted out the situation from the looked up, it can't be. At that moment, his brother, a saint and a knight, was already standing above. The prince looked at him with wild eyes. Where was he going? All his comrades were here. As expected, he thought he left him a loophole because he gave him a choice. It was not good to ignore him. Then he put out his hand and said that he would show what it would cost, and a second later, the knight broke his brother's arm. The guy rushed forward. What cruelty! A knight should protect, not cripple. The blonde looked at him, first his arm, and then many. The bodyguard came up and broke both his arms and legs. The monster was surprised, did not show him. After that the guy grabbed the saint, put her on her knees. Really. He lifted her onto his shoulders and carried her away. After that, the bodyguard jumped off the roof, put his comrade on the ground. He came up and said that this way the monster would not be able to order them to kill him. Then he turned around and asked to look after them. He would deal with the rest himself. One of the guys from the garage came up and said that it looked like he was lucky to escape his parasites, but it didn't matter. They wouldn't become. But he didn't even have time to finish speaking. He was left without a head. Both were surprised, the brave man and the monster. The blonde came up from behind and shouted what this man was doing. These were innocent residents. People also started shouting that everything was right. They were just under his control, the bastard. He took the life of an innocent. The guy smiled and said that that's great. No one will remember the carnage he will arrange. He thought that he needs the troll's muscles. He transformed and rushed at them. He killed one after another. The monster screamed, asked him to stop. He is a knight. How can he kill civilians so cruelly? The brunette continued and answered why this hypocrisy now. If he feels sorry for them, he did not need to take control of them. He started everything himself. The man stretched out his hands. The monster said that he would remove control and return back to the kingdom of demons. He just needed to stop. The guy smashed his head and agreed. He stretched out his hand, tore out his heart. Blood was everywhere, crazy bastard. Did not understand what he said. The knight smiled and said that he understood perfectly. More and more people were blocking his path and not letting him go in this direction, because he already knew where this monster was. He stood on top of the tower and looked at him. The monster got scared and shouted that this man was a sick bastard. Then he jumped off the wall. To hell with the brave man, he needed to get away as far as possible. But he didn't have time to run away. The main character grabbed him. Then he hit the wall. The demon screamed that this man was a monster, asked him not to come up, not to get any closer. The young man came up, smiled and said, "No way, he needs this demon. Such a rare specimen. Or rather, all he needs is his abilities." He licked his lips and told him to be quiet while they were eating him. The demon was scared. In his entire life he had never met such an opponent. No one in this world can live without water. His parasites are able to take control of anyone. Imagine these guys. In case of resistance, parasites affect the minds of comrades. The outcome of the battle is known before it begins, so Paris the glutton no more thought. But this bastard remembered how the guy broke the legs of a comrade, cut off a man's head, being a knight, killed comrades without a shadow of sympathy. Without hesitation brutally dealt with compatriots. Is he even familiar with the concept of sympathy? He had no new way out. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that no matter how strong this man was, he would not be able to resist his power. But the young man was already eating him at that moment. The leaf monster flew straight at the knight, clutched him in the face. The guy raised his hands and began to do something. A moment later, he began to suck him into his mouth until the very last tentacles. Then he tensed up and was able to swallow. The monster bulged his eyes, decided that he himself would become a parasite and take control of him. His body began to disintegrate. Everyone would think it was suicide. But the young man exhaled and asked again about suicide. He imagined the demon, quickly got used to it, probably because of its delicate structure. Then he lowered his head. A parasite. He had eaten them on Earth. He remembered a huge praying mantis, which had a parasite. But it was impossible to get abilities from small parasites and fish or insects. Then he remembered this demon. He can control at least a person. He can definitely use his skill. He picked his teeth and thought it was time to test it. Well, he started coughing up blood. He spat something to the side. He raised his hand and said that it was easy to experiment with the troll's ability. His finger began to twitch strangely, and his spit on the ground began to turn into a fish, and a live fish. The guy lowered his head. He can control a separate part of the body, but there are limitations on the size of the object and the duration of the effect. However, the skill can be developed if you eat other synthesized organisms. First, you need to eliminate the consequences. People began to come to their senses. Evening. The Demon King's fortress. He folded his arms and said that he did not expect that gluttony would be defeated. The others sat around and said, "How could this old worm die? He definitely did not survive." The king replied that he was sure. All the samples of his parasites died in the lab, and the fourth added that despite gluttony's outdated views, he was a great match for the 4 heavenly kings. The fat man raised his head and asked how this demon met his end. The male one folded his arms and introduced the knight. Some psycho killed all the infected, found gluttony and killed him. We are talking about the prince's personal knight. And the woman raised her head and said the mind was frozen. Then, with the exception of the 4 kings, only anger remained. The demon frowned. It was a pity to send him to battle with a brave man. He specializes in large-scale battles, and it would be more effective to send him against the human army. A question was heard about what to do now. The king looked away. The fat man coughed and said that as soon as the bastards heard about the old man, he immediately disappeared. Everyone around fell silent. The cart moved through the forest. Below sat the brave and the brunette. The guy looked at him and thought that he understood that the knight's decision was the most effective. He remembered everything that happened, however. He frowned and said that people were just under control. He continued to look him in the eyes and added that with his abilities it was possible to reduce the number of victims to a minimum. The brunette raised his head and asked what the young man meant by this. Both control and victims. All this is the enemy's fault. The blonde continued to think that he did not feel a drop of remorse in his words. Such a knight accompanies the prince. This man himself is like a demon. The young man looked at the brunette. He picked his teeth. The prince screamed, "What kind of shit?" His brother tensed up. Thought that the guy had a disgusting character, but then got distracted. He climbed out of the window and asked what the matter was. The blonde looked up and asked what the hell was going on. In front of them was a huge monster. He looked like a dinosaur and shouted that his name was Dracus, the Wrath Lord. The monster looked at them with his eyes and said that he had come to avenge his comrade Paris. Then he realized his huge paw and stamped. The prince looked at him and repeated the name in fear. The knight jumped out of the cart. He went forward and said if the young man knew him. He frowned and said that he saw him for the first time. But he had read about him. He remembered the scripture. 50 years ago, a huge monster led an army of demons to attack. They said, was twice as big as a dragon. Chat looked forward and said that his height should be somewhere around 30 meters, but this one looks even bigger. Suddenly, everything around shook. The prince frowned and said that he must have grown in 50 years. Reptiles grow all their lives. The young man turned and said that this one looks like a mountain. What size can it reach? A huge tail swung above them. The saint turned and shouted that now was not the time to discuss this. They needed to figure out how to deal with this monster. There was a huge explosion, a blow next to them. He smashed several trees with his tail. He started running up and waving it. The knight tensed up. The brave man also looked away and got scared. And the prince and the saint were horrified. The monster had knocked down their chariot. It had shattered into pieces. Forest. The demon was knocking down trees with his body. He was spinning around his axis, creating a funnel, and tree fragments were everywhere. Suddenly something flew there. They were the guys who had fallen into the swamp. Dracus looked at them and called them pathetic bugs. He came closer and asked if they had killed his comrade. The brave man tried to answer something, but the monster came closer and said that he didn't care whether it was them or other people. Someday he would take revenge on everyone by crushing everyone like them. He came closer and looked at them, and after that he struck them with his tail again. The guys jumped on him and suggested running. The saint landed next to him and looked ahead. She turned and shouted to the prince that he specialized in defense. It was time to go to the front. The blonde raised his head and shouted that she had gone crazy. How could she stop such a colossus? Even for absolute defense there was a limit. Then he got up and shouted to his brother. What about his weapon skill? He started shaking his head and said that this skill was absolutely useless. He turned and asked if the saint could take a hit on herself and then use healing. The girl, without turning around, answered that a dead person would not be able to heal herself. This thing would smear her on the ground from that blow. The blonde added that there must be some demand against such a colossus. A knight approached them from behind. He simply remained silent. Everyone turned around. After that, he came even closer and asked if he looked like someone who could compete with a demon. The guys just kept quiet. Then the brunette laughed and said that there was one option. The monster stood aside and thought that he might look clumsy and stupid, but he was not stupid at all. Despite the death of his comrade, life taught him that it is dangerous to give in to blinding anger. There was a scar on his paw. Once, due to carelessness, he already allowed people to hurt him. Over time, he developed the perfect strategy. He stood in front of them. The first is to detect the enemy with the help of the awareness skill. The second is to destroy everything around so that they have nowhere to hide. He raised his tail. The third, after the approach, attack them. His shell was strong as armor. His strong skin and defense will be enough to put up against long-range attacks. I am sure that he will not lose to anyone, even if his opponent is a brave man. The girl gnashed Nula's teeth. She came closer and said that this was too reckless. The knight came up from behind and asked if she had a better suggestion. Tisveda could not think of anything. Then the brave man pulled out his sword and said that they could escape, but that would put other cities in danger. He took a stance. He had to fight, even if there was no chance of success, and he ran forward. His comrades watched him go. The guy began to transform and thought that it was time to prepare a little. While the guy was flying, he thought that the goddess's holy sword deals increased damage to the creature of darkness, filled with malice. He studied the handle, otherwise it was an ordinary blade. He looked at the young man. His anger was caused by the desire for revenge. Together, this is a wrong act, but it is hard to call it evil. The brave man continued to run forward. The goddess's sword will not be able to bear its full power. Next to the guy, the monster hit with its tail, and he was thrown aside. There were dents on the ground. The young man skillfully dodged. He ran straight to him. He looked into her eyes and thought that at such a distance it would be difficult for him to attack with his tail. After that, the monster got to its feet. In an instant, it rose to its front paws and struck again with its tail. The demon frowned and asked not to underestimate it, its flexible tail. She threw her eldest son. He was able to stop with the ball. He raised his head and thought that he had dodged a direct blow. He looked at the ground again. He was thrown back by only one shockwave. Then the demon approached. This is all that a brave man can do. He cannot believe that his comrade fell at the hands of such a weakling. The blonde looked up and said that he was right. He himself did not believe it, and the monster replied that he was also telling jokes before death, or decided to beg for mercy, no matter what he had in mind. At that moment the guy shouted that he did not believe that everything would go according to plan. If we go back 5 minutes earlier, the knight stood in front of his comrades, and the saint asked if this was too reckless. He raised his head and said that now they have no other choice. The brave man must distract the demon's attention to himself. He will need to get close to the demon underground. He remembered his scar on his stomach. He needs to aim there. The blonde frowned and asked if they were sure that this was possible. The knight came closer and said that yes, if he could hold his attention, his skills would not detect him, but he could feel sounds or vibrations while digging, so he needed bait. The brave man looked him in the eyes and asked how much time would be needed. The young man thought for a moment and said 3 minutes, 5 at the most. Then the eldest son turned around and said that he would act according to the plan. Kim asked after him why this guy believed him, did not allow the thought that a soldier could, and the young man turned around and answered with a smile that this would not happen. Among the personal skills of the brave man was the recognition of lies. The brunette smiled and thought that even though he hadn't lied to him, the abilities from this world didn't work on him. Perhaps the only one who could lie was a brave man. Who knows? Maybe it would still be useful to him. And then the young man ran forward and shouted that he was relying on him. And that was the very moment when he shouted that he didn't believe that everything would go according to plan. The knight transformed and jumped out of the ground. He flew straight up to the scar. If you look at him, he had the muscles of a troll, the body of a mole, and the claws of a dragon. He dug a tunnel right under the monster. With such a set, it was easy to dig through the ground. The demon paid attention to him, all this time using the skill of detecting signs of life. What happened? The guy pounced on him and asked if he had to answer, turned the man's hand into a dragon's. He approached the scar with such claws he could tear any skin, no matter how dense it was. The monster jerked and shouted that he would not let himself be touched anymore, and he began to fall on his side. He would crush him just like that. The knight was already approaching his belly. He stuck there. Blood poured out. The demon was defeated. He fell on his side and screamed. The young man found himself inside him. It worked. He touched the walls of muscles. His body is too big to wander around here. Boom. He needs to use the parasite's ability. And he began to transform into many worms. These parasites were distributed throughout the body. The guy widened his eyes, saw the monster from the side. Information from the parasites goes straight to his head. Heart, lungs, blood vessels, brain, it turns out. These are convenient abilities. He looked at his hand and thought, by the way, these two were friends, weren't they? He smiled and thought that they would die from each other's skills. What a shame. He received a signal, turned around, and looked at the parasites. There was something on this side. He began to tear out the flesh. He looked down. He needed to wait a little. He almost got there. The monsters had thick walls inside. The guy tore them apart, and he was very surprised. There was something strange underneath. He licked his lips and thought it was a miracle. It was just wonderful. The demon's body began to shake. The guys looked at him and did not understand what was happening. The blonde raised his head and said that now was a great chance to attack. But the monster began to cry and scream that everything in his stomach was burning. He made a mistake. He looked at them and asked them to do something with this guy inside, asked to save him. The girl shook her head and said that it was so terrible. It was crazy. The prince was horrified. The monster looked at them and with tears in his eyes said that he lost to some person. After that, he fell to the ground. His body was immobilized, and suddenly something burst out of his eye. A hand appeared. A brunette crawled out of there and looked at them. The guys looked at him in surprise and did not understand how this was even possible. After that, they continued to move. They walked through the forest and exchanged glances. Kim turned to his comrade and said that the atmosphere seemed to have changed. Something was wrong. The guy turned around and said that they were a little shocked by his appearance, although he didn't care. The guy continued walking and said that he didn't understand what the problem was. Okay, anyway. The most important thing is what he ate. He imagined the insides. An ancient dinosaur doesn't value how big it is. The muscles are just big and that's all. He stretched his arm out to the side. These muscles would be inferior in strength to the muscles of a troll of the same size. He already has dragon skin. It is much stronger. But not everything in him is mediocre. On the contrary, he received a lot of useful things. He imagined the lung, this organ of an ancient dinosaur, very powerful and covered in a dense clot of muscles. He imagined the monster itself, since a large amount of oxygen is needed to support such a huge body. Besides, the stronger it suddenly is, the stronger the exhalation. He began to spew flames. This will make his dragon's breath even more powerful. He imagined the veins, the circulatory system, naturally. With such a large body, it is difficult for one heart to pump. The muscle was pulsating. Perhaps that was why small organs were located on the arteries and veins at certain intervals, similar to additional hearts. Now, even with a damaged heart, its blood flow would not be disrupted. He remembered how he tore the organ, the most important trophy. Here it is. He smiled and thought that if he swallowed this, he would be able to rise to the heavens. The kings were sitting at the table. One of them looked forward and said that even anger was defeated. Now only 4 kings remained. The fat one raised his head and said that in the end, what they assumed happened. They agreed with him. The main king raised his hand and said that everything was as the great king planned. The 4th intervened. Very soon the brave man would attack the demon king's fortress. He lowered his head, imagined the people, since they slaughtered the entire village. The guy will try to destroy the source of troubles before the number of victims increases. He smiled and said that without much effort, they were able to get rid of the remnants of the past, made the brave man believe that he had eliminated the demon king's confidants. A wonderful scheme, the rest are not found. He also introduced the young man. Since this part of the plan had come to an end, he slammed his hand on the table. Then he stood up and said that it was time to destroy all the humans. Then he introduced the guy again. Humanity would win the war if they cut the demon king's throat. On the other hand, the demons must either destroy humans or make them eject. He thought about the guy and said that, however, as long as the brave man was alive, humanity would never retreat. Besides, he was the strongest creature patronized by the goddess. Ultimately, in order to win, the demons could only destroy humanity. The king flexed his fists and added that it meant they only needed to kill all the humans before the brave man reached the fortress. So said their new great king. Glory to the incomparable demon king. And the rest stood up and bowed. Someone was sitting on the throne. You have to bow your head before the king who came from another world. The team stopped at the root. Kim turned around, wondering if the monster he had just killed did this. Demons began to appear from behind the rocks. The guy froze when warriors shouted that it was an army of demons. The monsters jumped on him. The mace was flying towards his face. The brunette cut the monsters with his sword while the others continued to fight. He heard the monster say that he hoped that the wall would not fall. The protagonist's eyes widened. He saw a scroll on the ground. Kim unrolled it. After a while, the entire squad looked at him. Looking down, The boy explained that it was a map of the Demon Kingdom and that he had taken it from one of the warriors. Warrior rubbed his chin and said that they were quite skilled at making maps. Edward pointed his stick at the map and asked him to look at it, saying that there was something more interesting. Pointing to the center, he said that all the paths converged at the center, where the main road to the capital stretched from, and since all the paths leading to the battlefields were transmitted at this point. Looking at it, Saintis noted that this map reflected the supply route. Warrior began to stand up and said that with the map in his hands, they would get to the Demon King faster. Edward gritted his teeth and asked him to wait. He frowned, saying that this place, pointing to the map, he said that this place looked suspicious. The blonde looked at the village, saying that the village in the mountainous area, even if it was not strategically advantageous, was directly connected to the main road and was its final destination. Saintis asked with an indignant look if he meant that this village was of special importance to the Demon King's army. Warrior's eyes widened when his brother said that he could not say for sure, but he thought that they should visit there. Staring at the village on the map, he thought that his intuition told him that this place was indeed a valuable object. He said that if the village was so important, then the Demon King's army could wait. A week later, smoke was visible behind the mountain. A man's foot stepped onto the mountain. Edward, holding a map in his hands, said that they were there. The squad looked at the village. Demons were working inside. Children were shoveling coal, looking at the many carriages. The prince said that, as expected, weapons were produced here. Warrior froze with a shocked face. Asking what to do now, the boy held a sword and shield, saying that there was no need to waste time doubting, but just do what they came here for. His brother grabbed him by the shoulder and asked if he was really going to kill innocent villagers. The blonde turned around and asked who he was calling innocent. Turning his head, he said that the entire village was involved in creating weapons. Warrior frowned, asking what he was thinking. Electric shocks shot through him as he got up from the ground. The boy told him to calm down because he was breaking the commandments, and later noted that he would only ask him 2 questions. Looking at his brother, he asked if killing the villagers was a crime. The blonde gritted his teeth and exclaimed in agreement, noting that slaughter could never be a virtue. Edward stood in front of him and asked if it was then right to infiltrate the enemy's rear, destroy their arsenal and kill the blacksmiths. Warrior confirmed and said that they needed to cut off the enemy's supplies because this was the only way they could reduce the number of victims. His eyes widened as he remembered that Warrior must always act wisely and fairly. Kim turned around and said that while they were wasting their time on idle chatter, he would go ahead. The blonde stood behind, wondering if they should be left or killed, and what was a crime and what was a virtue. Drops of blood flew at the guy. The brunette's helmet began to disappear, and he asked if this was the last one. He began to massage his neck, muttering that he did all the work alone again. The main Geronte turned around, looking at his comrades. He noted that Warrior said that he would only fight those who attacked first, and Saintess went into hysterics over killing demons. He also noted that Edward was busy comforting her. He reached for his gun. The blonde, looking at the weapon, said that now it was clear to him what kind of weapon they were collecting. He smirked and asked if the customer was a fan of Germany. Kim turned around when he asked if he knew what that meant. The guy wiped his face with his hand and translated, saying that the third of them was on the Demon King's side. Edward smiled widely. Warrior asked with a frustrated look if they had managed to find out anything. The blonde turned around and told him that the Demon Kingdom was planning to drag the inhabitants into a war. Pulling the trigger, he began to tell him that with such a weapon, even from the common people, one could make an army, just explaining how to use it. He noted that it was created for this very purpose. The guy clenched his fists, asking how was this possible. He walked away. Edward turned to the knight and said that he had done a great job. He handed him a scroll, saying that he deserved a weekend. The brunette began to unfold the map, listening to the words that he should return after he had eaten his fill, and that he had answered priority places. The protagonist smiled grimly and asked if this was a weekend or a task. Okay, said that he had a great opportunity to try it out. The blonde looked away, hearing a loud scream. He said with a sly smile that everything was going according to plan. There was a dense forest near the village. The sounds of blows and screams could be heard inside. Warrior was smashing a tree, gritting his teeth. He asked what he should do. The Demon Kingdo. The port city of Spukbit. A boy named Midden, born from the union of a demon and a human, carried bags on his shoulder. The men behind him began to hurry him. Someone put a small bag on the table, saying that the boy had carried 20 bags of gunpowder and 10 boxes of coal, and this was his share. He bowed and thanked him. As he left with the bag in his hands, Midden thought that this would be enough for him and his sister to eat and pay for their room. And with the remaining money, he poured the remaining few coins onto the table. The brunette closed his eyes and thought that this job was not permanent, and therefore he did not know if he would have enough money for food. He looked at his sister and thought that he should try for her sake. The girl offered him a very tasty lollipop. The brother stroked her head and said that he had already eaten after work. Milan was lifting the bag, Shakarov slightly on his shoulder. He thought that today they seemed a little lighter than yesterday, which meant that he would stop a little stronger. He walked down the street and thought that even though he was now a laborer at the port, when death, he would definitely become one of the 7 generals. Not noticing the dragon above his head, the child thought that then his name would be famous throughout the world. The triune brain is an organ that was supposedly found in extinct giant reptiles. It was noted that the transmission of a nerve impulse in a huge body takes a very long time, so some scientists put forward a theory about the presence of an auxiliary brain in the lumbar region of dinosaurs. This was the same triune brain. Remembering how he tore the inner flesh, the Parquet mentally noted that he found something similar in the body of the killed dinosaur. Thinking about the wings and the long tail, he reasoned that he could recreate the central nervous system of any of the creatures he absorbed, including their brains, which would allow him to safely use the unique particles of these creatures. Imagining the brain in his head, the brunette thought that of all the listed organs, he had never had to replace his own moss, and there was a danger that he would lose control of his own body and lose his self. The protagonist thought that now, having acquired the triune brain system, he could safely use the brain of another creature as his second brain. In other words, now, the wing flapped widely. Kim mentally noted that he could fly. The red dragon fluttered above the city, looking down. The password thought that having completely transformed into a dragon, he was able to retain his consciousness. His lizardman scales were combined with dragon scales and covered in mystium slime. He had the huge lungs and circulatory system of a giant dinosaur, the bone marrow and blood of a troll for quick regeneration, and also the powerful muscles of an orc. The dragon opened its mouth. It was flying right above Midden. The boy perked up. He raised his head when balls of fire began to fall from the sky. A second later, there was an explosion behind him. The child turned around. He saw a huge dragon and heard people screaming. The man stood with a shocked face asking how this was possible. A moment later, the dragon covered him with its mouth. Midden tried to escape from the scene. Wondering where the dragon came from, Trouble quickly ran down the street. He thought about how he needed to quickly take his sister and run away from here. He ran to the dorm. The dragon slammed its paws against the building while the boy thought that it was lucky that he had chosen a place to live near his work. He and another monk sheltered themselves from the wind. The child opened his eyes. Everything ahead was covered in dust. Then he saw ruins. His eyes widened. Among the stones, he saw a child's hand. A scream burst from his mouth. Midden grabbed his sword and ran. With tearful, angry eyes, he screamed curses. He pointed the sword at the dragon, wishing for its death. The blade broke from the blow. The boy fell over. A second later, he disappeared. Kim spat out the rest of the sword, remembering the map. He thought that the production sites and ammunition depots were marked there. Looking at the destruction inside him, he thought that their destruction would undermine the strength of the Demon King's army. But he cared much less about this than how many creatures he ate on the way here. The dragon closed its mouth, remembering the man he had eaten earlier. He thought he was especially curious about what that fish-like thing was capable of now. It had started spitting fire. 10 hours after the collapse of the port city, the purple-skinned man asked if they had heard what had happened in Stuckbit. He clenched his fist and said that it had hit the supply chain hard. The red-haired girl sat next to him as he said that it was rumored to be a dragon, and then asked what she thought. Sloth gritted her teeth as he pointed out that she was the same species. As they sat at the round table, the girl said that it couldn't be, and that it was said that from dusk to dawn, for nearly 9 hours, the dragon had spit fire at least 5 times, something only the legendary Dragon Lord could do. The three-eyed man glanced sideways and noted that the only Dragon Lord was in this room. The red-haired girl frowned and asked what he meant. She stood up and began to indignantly ask if he meant her. The man shook the glass of wine in his hand and said that the legendary Dragon Lord was here now, and then asked about the possible existence of another. The person in the cloak bowed his head and said that this was not important now, but their further actions. The man with purple skin replied that he spoke the truth and asked what thought came to him. Jealousy waved his hand and said that rumors about Stuckbit spread throughout the kingdom, and in just one night, this dragon became a nightmare for others. And if the 7 generals personally got rid of it, it would raise the morale of the subjects. The girl with glowing eyes replied that it made sense. Flapping her wings, she said that she had to go. Sloth, with an evil look, said that even if he was the same dragon, she would show him that they were on different levels. The dragon's scales began to partially cover with a turquoise crust. He thought that since joining Warrior, the attack on the port city was the most fruitful mission. His veins turned green, and green patches began to cover his body. Kim mentally noted that he had internalized various types of demons, such as the fish demon and the insect demon, and adapted their abilities to himself, and thought that his body was well compatible with mammalian bodies. But this was only the minimum. The dragon flew down, thinking that the last mission helped him learn his ability, and at this rate, he would definitely achieve his intended goal someday, to rise above all living things, which means, looking at the dragon flying in the sky, the demons asked if this was one of the generals. The man narrowed his eyes and said that it was not. He and the others began to run away, realizing that it was the dragon from the port city. A paw hung over the man. Kim crushed it, thinking that he should become a super predator. He sucked in air, then fire poured out of its mouth. Sloth flew through the sky. She clenched her teeth, mentally noting that according to the report, a dragon was spotted in the 6th garrison an hour ago, and whoever it was, it would have to pay. She saw the wreckage. Frowning, she noted that such a devastation had happened in just an hour. She saw a body rising. Kim ate the dead one. The red-haired girl landed nearby. Raising a dark gaze, she thought that eating the dead was savagery. Looking at the dragon on its hind legs, she mentally noted that earlier it was definitely a red dragon, but this one looked different. Sloth drew a skill, about to activate her special skill that could instill terror in the target and subjugate it to the will of the dragon. She screamed, ordering him to freeze. Kim's eyes frowned. He turned a puzzled look to the unknown to him. The girl bared her teeth, indignantly asking why her ability didn't work if it worked even on her fellow tribesmen. The dragon narrowed his eyes and said that although she was quite strong, he didn't know who she was, and she'd better think twice because her authority wasn't unlimited. Turning away, he said that if she tried to subjugate him again, he wouldn't let it go that easily. The red-haired girl's face darkened at such insolence. The skin on her hands turned into sharp scales, and she said that she would make him answer for those words. Kim turned around. Lenya's eyes flashed. She turned into a large red dragon. Swinging her paw, she exclaimed that now he knew how strong she was. Then she struck. The dragon covered himself with his paw from her attacks. Lenya frowned, loudly telling him to die. 10 minutes later, she was still hitting. Removing her paw, the girl thought that this simply couldn't be happening. She looked at her opponent and thought about how he had withstood all her blows, and she had never met such a resilient dragon. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Looking at his limb, he realized that even a dragon could not break through the mystium and muscles of the mountain. And although ordinary monsters would hardly be able to injure him, this dragon looked incredibly powerful. He closed his eyes and filled it, and then decided to check something else. His skin brightened, deciding to deactivate the mystium slime. Sloth shuddered. The dragon shuddered when she screamed that she could clearly see that he had weakened his defense. She grabbed his head and limbs. Her mouth opened. The girl bit her opponent in the shoulder area. She ate the gnawed-off flesh. Then she threw the monster away with her legs. Tim flew back. Sloth asked him with a smug look how he liked that. The protagonist, without a piece of flesh on his shoulder, listened to the words that her fangs would let anything through. His wound began to heal. The girl's eyes widened when she realized that he was regenerating. The dragon rose to his feet and said that he had finally mastered it, and therefore he could finish testing the new body. Turning away, he said that he would spare her in gratitude for participating in the experiment, and then told her to go, adding that he would not catch up with her. Len trembled with anger. She shook herself and screamed, asking if he really had the courage to hurt her pride. Opening her mouth, she told him to see the true power of the Dragon Lord. A ball appeared above her mouth, and the girl said that she would put all her strength into this flame and burn it to ashes. Kim looked at the sphere and said that in this case, nothing could be done. He gave the order to create. Blood gushed out of the dragon's mouth. Along with her, maggots fell to the ground. Then she vomited blood. The girl froze and asked what was this. Her eyes turned white. She fell to the ground. The protagonist squinted and said that it was all his flesh that she swallowed during the battle. Introducing the small creatures, he said that he turned her into parasites that devoured the body from the inside. Looking at the lying corpse, he added that you can't eat everything. A round yellow seal appeared. Kim glanced at it, and a voice from it asked him to return, adding that they were in danger. He realized that this was a telepathic memory. They continued to call him desperately. Warrior stood with a sword in his hands. He was the apostle of the goddess and travelers, who moved into the past for 10 years. A huge monster was approaching him. He noted that in the future, in 10 years, this world will face the monster of destruction, and humanity will join forces with the frame of demons. He saw the hand of the dead demoness on the ground, thinking that even the Silnilon of them, and the Demon King, and the 7 generals and 4 emperors were absorbed by the monster. A broken sword lay on the ground, and the blonde noted that he also died then. Remembering the battle with the slime, he noted that when he returned to the past, he went straight to the endless forest and destroyed the slime, which in the future would evolve into a monster. Thanks to this, Kim returned from the endless forest and was able to save the day. The guy saw a bright road ahead, but it faded. He thought that the future had changed, and those who were supposed to die survived. But at the same time, it was impossible to predict what will happen next. He clenched his fist and thought that he didn't regret giving up the future he knew and killing the destruction monster. But if he had scouted the Demon King more in his future. Watching Edward sleep on the gaming table during the game, Warrior thought that he wouldn't be so helpless now. Seeing the 3-eyed demon's face, the boy thought that he could have learned about his abilities back then. Half an hour ago, the 3 of them were walking along the road. The blonde glanced back and asked where Edward had sent Kim. The prince glanced at him and noted that he had asked him to take care of another important area, and he had gone there alone. Looking at the swordsman in front of him, he noted that they had almost reached their next destination. The 3 of them froze. The 3-eyed demon smiled and greeted Warrior and his companions. Waving his hand, he introduced himself as one of the 7 demonic generals, Bassanio the Greedlord, nicknamed Greed, and this city, Grand Vegas, was under his rule. Looking at the guests, the demon asked, how about stopping the countless bloodshed and resolving everything peacefully? Edward asked what he had in mind. Bassanio smiled and said that he proposed to determine the winner through a game. The boys looked at him in surprise, and the prince said that it looked like a trick, and Warrior immediately agreed. He closed his eyes and thought that by going this far he had spilled an unacceptable amount of blood, and if it were possible to resolve everything peacefully. Greed smiled slyly, laughing at his naivety. Having moved into a spacious room, the demon exclaimed that today they were in for a grand event. Trinity and Bassanio listened to his words about the competition between them. Spectators watched from the balcony, noting that they hoped that Warrior and humanity would die. Edward sat down on a chair and said that he would be the first. Greed also sat down and said that they would play poker, and if the prince won, he would let them go. The blonde frowned and mentally noted that he had mastered poker masterfully while under the cover of a poaching gang. The demon smiled and said that if he lost, he would take the soul. The guy hit the table, exclaiming that this simply couldn't be, and that it was cheating. While he was grinning, Bassanio asked him again. Having laid out the combination on the table, he asked if he hadn't said earlier that the one who wasn't caught was a thief. Edward shouted that this round didn't count, because if he had known, Greed smiled, saying that everything would be as promised. Putting his hands on the table, he said that he would take his soul. White steam began to rise from the knife on the table. The same steam appeared around the frightened guy. He moved to the chip. A drawing of his face appeared on it. Freezing for a moment, the prince quickly transmitted a signal for help. He collapsed on the table. The demon, with a sly grin, said that this is a skill that fulfills promises made in advance, no matter what happens. Saintess raised her fist, asking how he dared to touch her. The fist gently fell on the wizard's head. The girl's hand fell off. Bassanio lowered his head and said that in this place, brute force is not a matter of showdown as long as he uses his second unique ability, Absolute Peace Zone. With a grim smile on his face, he thought that with these two skills, no one can beat him in gambling. The brown-haired girl's cheeks turned red when he added that, apparently, the prince is very dear to her. She exclaimed that this is not so. Greed narrowed his eyes, thinking that all her feelings are like the palm of her hand, and this type of people are called simpletons. Saintess gritted her teeth when he said that if she wants to return his soul, then let her play with him. She looked away when they offered to bet souls on this round. She slammed the table and agreed. Warrior tried to stop the gloomy girl. Throwing a glance at him, she said that she was not called the nunnery card player for nothing. Looking at the cards, Bassanio asked what she wanted to compete in. The brunette swept them off the table. Frowning, she told them to put the cards away because they were going to play dice. Greed created 3 dice and agreed. White smoke burst out of the chip. Saintess collapsed onto the table. Her face appeared on the chip. The demon savored the sweat and said that he had not met such strong opponents for a long time. Warrior looked towards the table in fear. While his comrades lay unconscious, Bassanio asked what they would do, noting that he had to bet his soul and win if he wanted to get his comrades back. The guy gritted his teeth, realizing that he had never gambled. He looked away when the sound was heard, inhaled, his face lit up with joy. Having broken the wall, Kim came to them. The blonde frowned tensely, thinking that the outcome was obvious, because he had never gambled. While he was clenching his teeth and fist, thinking that he couldn't leave his comrades, a loud scream was heard behind the door, ordering him to stop. The guy turned around, puzzled. The noise was coming from behind the door. A second later, it was broken by a body. The demon fell to the floor. Warrior looked to the side. A wide smile appeared on his face. He happily greeted Kim, who had appeared. Noticing him, Bassanio said that their new guest was bursting with energy. The guy raised his head, hearing the words of other demons that using violence was rude and Bassanio's collection would be replenished today. He looked to the side. Seeing his comrades unconscious, the brunette mentally noted that they were of no help. He tensed his hand, thinking that he would quickly sort this out and return to his business. Greed smiled and asked if he was really going to solve everything by force. He noted that it was useless to use violence in his territory, since his unique skill was the absolute calm zone. Warrior pursed his lips when his comrade asked if it was true. He frowned and confirmed, starting to tell that his skill suppressed physical force inside the building. The protagonist grinned slyly, noting that he understood everything. The demon, with a smile on his lips, said that the prince and Saintess had already lost and given him their souls. He was asked if there was a way to get them back. He put a chip on the table and replied that only in case of victory. But the bets should be equal. Imagining the core in a person's chest, Bassanio said that in order to return someone's soul, he would have to bet his own in return. Looking at him, Kim asked if it turned out that he just had to bet his soul and make him admit defeat. He answered that everything was correct. The guy kicked the brown-haired girl off the chair. He sat on it and said that he was betting his soul and Warrior's soul. The blonde perplexedly shook himself, and the demon laughed. There was a noise from the balconies. The swordsman extended his hand and asked the knight what he was doing. The brunette noted that 2 souls were taken away, and if they wanted to return both, then there was no other way out. Greed began to laugh, saying that everything was said correctly. The protagonist crossed his arms, asking his comrade not to worry, because he would definitely be able to win. Warrior replied that the prince had told him the same thing. The knight looked back and said that in any case, he had a better chance of success in this matter. The blonde closed his eyes and nervously muttered that he trusted him. Kim crossed his arms and repeated the attack. Bassanio began to ask him with what they would use to determine the winner. The guy raised his fist and said that with this. The demon, with a puzzled look, asked if he meant rock, paper, scissors. The protagonist punched him in the face, saying the word rock. The demon was thrown back by the blow. Remembering the snakebite, the brunette noted that according to the current experimental results, aliens would not work on him forever. Or rather, he would not fall under the influence of those skills that acted on him directly. Imagining a fireball, he noted that it would deal damage to him, since it would be done with a skill. Then, imagining arrows accelerated with a skill, he knew that it would be the same. Then he thought that, however, the skill-directed shot, which designates a target, or incinerate, which sets this target on fire, would not work on him. He asked what about this idiot's unique skill. Looking at how the demon lay on the floor, Kim mentally noted that this skill would not work on him either, because it was aimed at a person using violence within the skill's range. Bassanio tried to understand what was happening. The brunette swung his leg. He dealt a critical blow with it. Reed's hand trembled, and the protagonist thought that Bassanio could not understand what kind of feeling it was that he was experiencing for the first time in his life. And the parties experienced physical pain, realizing that this skill had crumbled to dust. 2 chips on the table began to move. It was noted that in the back of the demon's consciousness, an awareness of loss was born, and for his other skill, unconditional fulfillment, this was enough. Souls flew to their owners. The guy and the girl suddenly woke up. Bassanio was lying on the floor and muttering that he was a cheater. Kim grinned and asked if he really liked the game, after which he offered to start the second round, where he would bet his life, and he would bet everything he had left. With a grim smile on his face, he offered him to guess whether he would hit him with his right or left hand now, and the bet would be over as soon as he answered. With a sideways glance, Greed answered that he would hit him with his left. Raising his leg, transformed into an orc limb, the brunette answered that he had guessed wrong. He had delivered the fatal blow. The demons from the balconies began to ask puzzledly what had happened, and had one of the 4 emperors really lost. They began to run away quickly. The protagonist raised his hand and said that none of them should hope to survive. The bars began to fall on the warrior, frowned and exclaimed that there was no need for such senseless sacrifices. Kim, throwing a glance at him, replied that they were just trash who enjoyed watching souls being taken, and punishing trash was a good deed. The blonde, with a puzzled face, exclaimed that this was wrong. The brunette took out his sword and said that their conversation was not going well. Watching him put it to his neck, the guy asked what he was doing. The knight, stretching out his hand, reminded him that the prince had already asked him whether he wanted to do the right thing or out of kindness. Sweat trickled down Warrior's tense face while he was asked whether he would choose justice or righteousness. The protagonist began to pull the blade away. Turning around, he said that if he was not going to help, then let him take these 2 and get lost, because idiots who did not even know what they wanted would only get in the way. The blonde took Edward and Saintus away. Disassembling the door closed on them. Demons knocked on the doors and bars, loudly asking to be let out. Kim began to draw a lot of air into his lungs. He held his breath, and his neck turned red, after which he mentally noted that it was time to start cleaning. Flames enveloped the room. Bars appeared on the windows after the order to close and not let anyone out. The demon grabbed them, indignantly asking what was happening. He screamed with a frightened face that there was a killer inside. While Bassanio lay dead on the floor, Kim thought about how he won the bet with him, and Endure, according to the contract, took possession of his abilities. Approaching him, he mentally noted that it was only worth getting them. A flood of information rushed into his head, and among other things, the right to own the casino was transferred to him. Looking around the room, the guy thought that this place was the fortress of the demon Greed, and he could control everything here as he pleased, and since he was now the full owner, he could control everything. He glanced to the side, noting that he would like to test his new abilities. But there was not enough time for this. The stairs stood with an angry look. The brunette ordered the house to deactivate the fire system. The men tried to break through the bars while he ordered to fill everything with oxygen. The protagonist spat out the SQ, thinking that only one would be enough. Warrior stopped when an explosion was heard behind him. He turned around. He began to remember the question of the prince and the knight about what he would choose. The guy closed his eyes. 2 demon emperors were sitting at the table. The man narrowed his eyes and said that in the end there were 2 of them left. They were approached. The shadow behind asked how this happened. The demon saw the white-haired girl, who was his king. The emperors stood up and folded their hands. The man, looking down, said that the connection with Sloth had been severed. Standing at the round table, he also reported that a city under Greed's jurisdiction had also been attacked, and that he had disappeared without a trace. The girl asked with a surprised face what was the probability that he was still alive. The demon, with a nervous look in his eyes, answered that it was difficult to hope for anything. The white-haired girl closed her eyes and said that they had lost 2 of their valuable comrades. Jealous, he spoke up and said that His Majesty's plan would be realized without the participation of the 4 kings, so there was no need to be sad. The Demon King frowned and asked if he was really forbidding her to mourn her comrades, who were with them just yesterday. Jealous, he peeked out from under his hood and noted that they had decided to stop Warrior on their own. And while the situation was unfortunate, if they failed, mourning their loss would only dishonor their deaths. The girl stood near the table and said that he was probably right, because thanks to their actions, they were able to get closer to the final stage. She turned away and said that she needed to rest. The white-haired girl began to disappear, while the demon said that the 2 of them were enough to finish the rest. Jealous, he looked at him and asked if he should go console her. Lust glanced back and asked if he didn't know that was not the reason he was called that. The demon leaned on his cane, noting that these nicknames did not suit either of them at all. But it could not be helped, because the Demon King's plan was the main thing. The demon stood with his back to him, saying that even their deaths would not lead to failure. Jealous, he looked at him and said that they just needed to buy themselves some more time, and then asked which of the 2 would die first. Lust opened his mouth and began to mumble. Jealous, he bowed his head and said that it would be him. When the man turned to him, he asked him not to make such a face. Turning away, he noted that old people enter this world first and are the first to leave. Black smoke rose from the remains of the house. Kim was in the ruins, thinking about how the fire in the casino had put even him in danger, and that troll regeneration was noticeably weaker and slower in fire. He felt his shoulder, mentally noting that he had covered his body in dragon scales and lizard slime. But if the regenerating areas were to come under fire, it would cause great damage. The guy remembered the wound in his shoulder and thought that he must have been too overconfident in the fight with that dragon, and now he would be in danger if he hit his regenerating shoulder with fire. He dodged. An orange lizard lay out from under the rubble. The brunette asked with a gloomy look if the demons really had a pet like that. When the huge reptile loomed over him, he said that considering that it could survive the dragon's flame, it was a very unusual lizard. Looking at it, the protagonist said that it would grow to be about 3 meters long. He pulled his cheek, showing sharp teeth. He said that he needed to find out what it tasted like. The lizard tensed up. She quickly turned to the side. Kim grabbed her tail, asking where she was going. The reptile perked up. The guy brought his teeth closer to her skin. He sank them into living flesh. After a while, the whole team gathered together. Edward grabbed his head and said that he still hadn't recovered. Looking at Kim licking his lips, he asked if something good had happened, because he looked pleased. The brunette looked at him and noted that he had not told him something. He extended his hand, saying that he had learned to withstand fire. It was noted that the salamander is an unusual lizard with immunity to fire, capable of withstanding even the flames of a dragon. The protagonist thought that it was ashamed for him to stumble upon it there, because the salamander's body is not only covered in fireproof mucus, but every cell in its body secretes it. Imagining a green hand in flames, He thought that this feature could be used in combination with the troll's skin, which is incapable of secreting mucus by its nature. Edward shook his head and cursed. The brunette asked him what kind of reaction he was having, and they began to conduct a dialogue in English. The blonde began to imagine their miniatures, asking him to imagine that there was a person who was seriously injured after a bear attack. The prince gritted his teeth and added that over time the wounds healed, the memories developed, as a friend of the threemost bear appears in his yard. Imagining the hovering bear in the form of Kim, he noted that later he learned to fly, and later asked how he thought this person would feel. Looking askance at him, the protagonist replied that the bear would calmly return to his world as soon as he found a way, so he had nothing to worry about. Edward said that he understood everything, that he could not do anything with himself. Remembering him with foam at the mouth, the brunette thought about the fact that first of all, they were partners, and if he only viewed him as a hostile object, then this could have negative consequences. Looking away, he asked if he would be less afraid if he knew that even a ferocious bear could be useful. The blonde frowned and asked what he was doing. Kim, with a gloomy look, replied that while he was lying down, he took care of his business. Edward turned his head in surprise and loudly asked if this was true. Thinking of Warrior's face, the boy said that he had closed his eyes to justice and decided to act in favor of righteousness. The prince smiled madly, noting that this was the second time. He said that if he failed to fulfill the condition again, looking at the back of the blonde in front, he thought that he could kill him. Warrior is the strongest on the Elmwood continent. The boy perked up. It was not only about his strength, because his very existence is protected by a powerful energy called fate. The demon on horseback swung his sword, rushing to attack. The blade cut through the air. A couple of the blonde's hairs were cut off. It was noted that being only a human, he had overcome many deadly adversities. A huge OK rushed with an axe. The left side of his body exploded. Saintess, clenching her fist, said to be careful. It was said that in a hopeless situation, someone will definitely come to his aid. The protagonist watched them. It was noted that the slightest accident becomes a decisive factor in a battle with a superior enemy. Warrior deflected the sword. In the event that only a miracle could help him, it would definitely happen. He ran to attack. It was prepared that because to kill him, a power capable of resisting fate itself was needed. The red stones on his sword glittered in the sun. It was said that until now there was no one who possessed it, so the warrior of the human race was able to cut the throat of the demon king, and the demonic warrior was able to break the neck of people. But fate protects the warrior only as long as he observes all the commandments. The squad approached the carriage. If suddenly the blonde loses the right to wear his title. The guy looked at his comrade and said that it was a long way to go, and they were lucky that they managed to get a horse. Edward turned around and said that it was probably thanks to him and his patronage. He smirked because he knew that fate would no longer protect the warrior. Kim sat on the roof of the carriage and listened to the prince's words about the warrior's commandments being the most righteous, the most just, the most merciful, and that in the village he had already broken the commandment of mercy and in the casino of righteousness. He added that it remained to force him to abandon justice, and he would cease to be one. The blonde looked up and said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. The brunette looked down at him and asked where such a desire to kill him came from. Looking ahead, Edward said that this was not his plan at first, but later, after thinking about it, he decided to finalize the old king's plan. Imagining the old man in his head, he said that the king intended to make the first prince the ruler. In his thoughts, he stood back to back with his brother, noting that he wanted to make him his mentor. The red stone on the sword cracked slightly. The blonde said that the king once let it slip about, a way deprived the warrior of his title. He smirked, noting that if he was forced to make the inevitable set contrary to the commandments, then he would lose his patronage. Introducing the castles, the prince said that it so happened that he spied on his notes, which had taken a long time to remove the seals. He glanced back and added that now they acted according to the plan, which he only slightly adjusted. Looking back, Kim said that he understood, but he did not ask who started it. He repeated the question about why he wanted to do this, because he did not harbor such a strong dislike for him that he wanted to die. The guy clenched his teeth. He began to remember how he left, simultaneously saying that he would kill him. The blonde squeezed the reins and said that his sadness would fade against the background of despair, that he would grab the old man. Flat field plains. A carriage appeared on the horizon. The protagonist looked up. Seeing a tower in the purple mist ahead, he said that it looked like the Demon King's fortress. Edward narrowed his eyes and said that it was suspicious. Sitting on the roof of the carriage, the knight asked if he meant that its creators were in the middle of a plain without a single hint of experience. The prince replied that he was not talking about death. Imagining volcanoes, dragons, and lava, he began to say that usually, such fortresses that he had encountered in games were surrounded by magma or poisonous vapors, but for some reason this fortress was built in an ordinary steppe. Kim closed his eyes and asked what other country in the world would dare to build a capital in such a hole. He said that he would like to take a look at this abnormal person. Looking ahead, he noted that he agreed that it was all strange. As the carriage continued to move on, the brunette said that there was not a single living thing in the entire area. He looked away and said that there was not a single insect in the grass. And before that, when they passed a hole, as if dug by a rabbit, but it was as if abandoned. The blonde gritted his teeth and asked what happened. The protagonist crossed his arms and replied that he himself did not know. The horse shuddered. It suddenly began to jump and scream. Frowning, Edward asked what was happening to it. The horse began to tremble. The guy began to pet it, wondering why it was scared. Warrior got out of the carriage and asked what happened. The prince looked at him and said that their horse was not moving from the spot. The blonde brought his eyebrows together and noted that perhaps she was overtired. His face frowned, experiencing an unusual feeling. Looking at the tower, he wondered if this was because of the Demon King's fortress. Edward looked at him and asked if he noticed something. The swordsman said that he just had a strange premonition, but he couldn't say more for now. Standing by the cart, he said that he might understand when they got closer, but if the horse was standing still. The blonde tried to feed the horse, hoping that it would move, but it was all in vain. Then Saintess tried her healing magic on it, but it was healthy. The horse was shaking, but stood still when Kim tried to instill fear in it. Then Warrior approached it and gave a final fiery speech about the importance of defeating the Demon King, but as expected, that also had an effect. While everyone was just standing by the cart, he said that there was nothing to be done, and they would just have to spend the night there. The blonde approached the horse and said that it was also tired and needed to rest. He began to detach the mount. The animal jumped up, its eyes shining. It kicked the guy. Watching the horse run away, Edward asked what it meant. Warrior's eyes widened. He quickly pulled out his sword. When the prince asked him in confusion, he replied that they were already surrounded. The two of them froze when a voice in the darkness said that he was disappointed in the sight of Warrior's group. In the shadows, the unknown said that they were stupid and reckless. A wooden hand appeared, accompanied by the words that even the skill of reconnaissance was noticeably inferior to the feelings of a primitive animal. Jealousy, holding a cane, said that he had no idea how they had not been killed on the way here. The squad stood in front of the demon. The blonde frowned and began to ask who he was. Jealousy hit the ground with his cane, saying that he had nothing to hide. The ground began to shake. Touching it, the prince asked what was wrong with it. The ground continued to shake. A hand crawled out of it. Many rotten hands began to crawl out. Then zombie skeletons with skin left on them started to appear. Seeing them approaching, the team perked up. Saintess asked with fear in her eyes if they were the living dead. The bone man said that he was Lichman. He looked gloomy and said that he was one of the 4 heavenly kings and the one who would stop him. Lichman the Underlord, nicknamed Jealousy, has been the leader of the Demon Kingdom for over 200 years, which is much longer than anyone else. He served 3 demon kings and twice met Warrior. It was noted that Jealousy spent half of his 200 years of service as an advisor to the Demon King, deciding matters of domestic and foreign policy. It was also said that even among demons, who live twice as long as humans, such a thing happens extremely rarely. However, Lichman was immortal. He was not a lesser undead, like skeletons or zombies, and not a higher immortal, like blood-sucking vampires. It was noted that he was a Lich, And a Lich is the most ancient of immortals who will never die until the reliquary storing his soul and powers is destroyed. Once Lichman knew what death was, he only became stronger, and his arrogance pierced the heavens. And no one in the Demon King's fortress, not even the king himself, dared to act rashly with him until this happened. The past warrior invaded the Demon King's domain. Lichman blocked his path by summoning hordes of the living dead. The swordsman cut down the monsters, and the demon army fell under the power of warrior's light magic. In the end, he himself was defeated. He opened his eyes when the reliquary restored the Lich's physical body. The man stood alone on a mountain of corpses, learning that the Demon King had already fallen to warrior's hand. Demons began to come to him. Standing on the mountain, he listened to their questions about whether this was the one who only cared about his own well-being, and if his majesty was dead, then why was he alive? Lichman's pride, which had reached the heavens, sank to the very bottom. His hands trembled. Others in such a situation would have forced the evil lips to shut up by force in order to calm their wounded pride. But jealousy, unlike these plebeians, was a genius magician, and he did not shamefully shift his blame to another. It was noted that instead, like a true researcher, the Lich began to search for the reason for his defeat. He reached for his body. Lichman took the broken horn. The main reason was warrior's light magic, and the fact that the army of the living dead had nothing to oppose it with. He ground the horn into powder. It was said that the demon had worked hard to develop resistance to light in himself and his army, and as a result, the army was approaching the guys. Saintis looked around, asking how this could happen, and why they could not find the dead. The blonde clenched his teeth, and said that he himself did not understand, because the dead should exude hatred and malice towards the living. But he did not feel anything. The girl frowned, saying that even with her holy magic she did not feel evil energy. The swordsman glanced to the side and said to use holy magic on the dead man. The girl clenched her fist tightly. She released a white beam. A decrepit skeleton stood to the side. Light enveloped it. Afterwards, Aelin renewed his bones. Everyone froze with puzzled faces, and Saintess loudly asked why her magic was not working. Lichman clutched his staff, asking if they were confused. A golden seal formed on the ground around him. It began to envelop the dead. One of them stood on it. The skeleton held a sword in his hands. Warrior, with horror on his face, loudly asked how it was possible that he was using holy magic. The face of the one who made it darkened. Jealousy created a seal on his hand and said that he would tell them now. A book appeared from the seal. Saintess clenched her teeth and loudly asked if this was really a sacred tradition of the Divine Church. Looking at the book, she asked how it got into his hands. Looking with a gloomy look, Lichman said that he was now a follower of the goddess. While the army stood around them, he said that all these dead people were also devoted believers, so they had no hatred or resentment. Saintess frowned, asking what nonsense. Looking at her, the demon asked her not to make fun of him, and then asked if it was true that 10 years had passed since she dedicated herself to serving the church. Veins bulged in his eyes when he said that he had been a follower long before she was born, and only for 50 years he reread sacred traditions to develop immunity to holy power, and then lived according to the biographies of saints and ministers of the church. Lichman jerked forward and told her not to dare look down on him, because his faith was only getting stronger. Looking at the book, he said that among them, the believers, she was the youngest. He pointed to the side, saying that someone like her was on the same level as that guy. The girl dodged. There stood a half-decomposed zombie. Saintess blushed and asked again. Holding the book in his hands, the demon said that the anger and resentment of the dead are born of Isis's envy of the living. Hiding under the hood, he noted that he was able to direct this depends in another direction and tamed it. White veins glowed on his horn. He said that he was the true king of envy. Lichman the Underlord smiled bloodthirstily. The protagonist had been sleeping on the cart all this time. The girl took off her fist, saying that this could not be possible because the living dead are far from the righteous life determined by the goddess, and they cannot have faith. Jealousy opposite her began to quote that there is nothing in this world that the hand of the goddess has not touched, be it an insect or a grain of sand in the desert. Everything in this world is filled with faith in her. He noted that the dead were living beings once created by the goddess, who were subject to her spell, which meant that nothing prevented them from having faith. Saintess's mouth dropped open in surprise. She clenched her teeth and said that no matter how strong the faith, the goddess did not show favor to the unclean creature. Lichman, with a smile on his lips, quoted that one who can overcome the impossible will be rewarded more than the one who copes with the obvious. Holding the book in his hands, he asked if the unclean creature deserved the attention of the goddess when he gained holy and righteous faith. The girl clenched her fist, saying that he was a vile dead man who used necromancy, forbidden by the Holy Church. He bit her lip, mentally noting that there was not a drop of deceit in his eyes, and he was truly a follower of the goddess. Looking at him, Saintess asked why in that case he stood in their way, because they also follow the instructions of the goddess herself. She clenched her teeth when jealousy objected that as the laws of paradise operate in heaven, so on earth there are laws of the earth, so one cannot renounce earthly laws, following the breath of heaven. The demon held the book to his face, and quoted that they will be able to follow heavenly laws only after their days on earth are numbered, and they join her ranks. Lich, drilling the girl with a look, said that even if the goddess does not consider it right, he swore allegiance to his king, and it is clear to him who to follow. The girl grinned and spoke about paragraph 15 of chapter 1 of the secret notes of the goddess. Dissolving the book, Lichman suggested ending their conversation here. Looking at his dead, he said that they were already tired of waiting, and then ordered to kill. The skeletons rushed to attack. Saintess created 2 seals near her palms. She activated the sacred barrier. A large light dome appeared. One of the dead men approached it. He passed through it. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that she hoped that it would work, but sacred magic could not stop them. The skeleton grabbed his hand. He was crawling out of the ground. Saintess closed her eyes. A light shield appeared near the dead man. The prince's light shield pushed him aside. Edward, with his hand outstretched, told Angela to look around. He stepped forward and asked her to pull herself together. The guy was cutting down monsters. Watching him, the girl became embarrassed. She remembered how he protected her from a wolf as a child. She closed her eyes and told herself that she should not give in to her emotions. The prince continued to fight the skeletons. One of them exploded right behind his back. Saintess, clenching her fist, apologized for being stupefied for a split second by what was happening. The blonde said he was glad she was awake. Kim was sleeping on the roof of the carriage. The corpse was approaching him. The corpse punched him. The boy crouched down, saying they were making too much noise. The warrior approached him and said he didn't know he was okay. The knight landed on the ground. The swordsman looked at the battlefield, saying he was glad he was okay. He gritted his teeth and said magic didn't work on them. The brunette walked forward while the knight tried to stop him. The blonde said with a worried face that light magic was useless against them, and he shouldn't be rash. The protagonist turned around and asked what the difference was. The boy perked up. A monster was running at Kim. He held his sword out in front of him. The knight grabbed his hand. He twisted the corpse's arm many times. Then he tore it off. The brunette finished him off with his sword. The body fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at Warrior and said that their bodies would not be able to withstand a strong blow. The blonde looked down. Looking at his sword, he thought that he had driven himself into the framework of stereotypes. Putting the weapon forward, the guy said that if sacred magic was useless, it did not mean that he could not fight, and he would just have to swing the sword harder. He frowned and said that with or without holy magic, the living dead were the Demon King's subordinates. Running to attack, Warrior exclaimed that the sacred sword had brought down enormous power on them. He clasped the sword with both hands, thinking that if it did not cut, it would split. He swung his sword, mentally noting that without light magic, the dead would still rise even if they were cut, and a normal sword would not withstand such a load. But a sacred one would definitely stand. Saint as punched, a beam of light flew at the monster. The girl swung, mentally quoting that if they took up iron weapons for self-defense, then there would be nothing left for the people and for a simple priest. The best defense would be his fists. She mentally noted that 1,000 years ago, these words were said by the high priestess of the goddess of the church. Looking at the prince's back, Saint as thought that it was a shame that light magic was useless here, but this was not the only way to use it. Kim looked at the battlefield, saying that they were holding up better than he thought, but there were too many enemies. His neck began to redden when he said that they needed to speed up. Jealous, he smiled, saying that a couple of thousand defeated undead would not make up even 1% of the army's weight, and soon they would join his troops. The demon looked at his army. Suddenly, a pillar of fire flared up in the distance. Lichman froze in shock. A huge dragon was flying in the sky. The demon and his comrades, who were flying on its back, were puzzled. Kim was heading towards the enemy. Warrior, sitting on the monster's back, said that he already thought that they were now surrounded by a crowd of living dead. Frowning, the dragon said that they were now heading to the Demon King's castle. The blonde threw a tense look. Looking at the prince, he mentally noted that he was not surprised, and apparently knew that the knight could do this. A drop of sweat ran down the swordsman's face, and he muttered. Looking at Edward, he asked if Kim was a dragon from the very beginning. He noted that everything was completely different. The warrior stood up and asked what such an appearance meant then. The blonde closed his eyes and said that according to the oath he had given to him, he could not reveal his true nature. As they continued to fly, he said that the protagonist's birth was special, not like ordinary people. And his birth was so dangerous in the village that it almost turned everyone in this world into his enemy, but he could not say more. The boy looked with tension, mentally noting that he would turn into a dragon, and was marked by a special birth, which meant. The prince closed his eyes when he shouted that he was a transformer. He replied that perhaps it was so. Sitting on the dragon, the swordsman began to think about the fact that transformation of a transformer is a skill with which a demon twin is born, and Kim is either a traitor, or there is both human and demonic blood in his veins. And in this case, it becomes clear what Edward meant by a special birth. He gritted his teeth, thinking that, however, if we assume that this guess is not true, then there is only. The blonde closed his eyes, thinking that this cannot be. Putting his hand on the red scales, he began to think that thanks to the guy they were able to defeat the demonic generals, and now he had just saved them from the living dead. Remembering the slime, he also noted that he had already destroyed the demon of destruction. The guy closed his eyes, wondering how after all this he could still doubt the brunette. He thought that the knight could not be the demon of destruction. The dead looked at the flying dragon. The lick gritted his teeth and cursed. The protagonist flew up to the tower. Warrior, looking down, said that he did not think that they would be able to cover such a huge distance in 30 minutes. Seeing a separate small tower on the roof, he said that this place is the Demon King's castle, and it looks very simple. The dragon looked at him and said that they don't have time to admire the castle, then asked the fortune teller to take a look. The undead were racing behind them in the distance, and the guy indignantly asked if they weren't tired at all. Saintess turned around and said that judging by the distance separating them, they would catch up with them in a few hours. Warrior also turned around. Turning away, he thought that they had less than 2 hours to kill the Demon King and get out of here. He wondered if it would be possible to escape on Wall Kim again. The blonde gritted his teeth, thinking that they had too little time, and if they didn't get rid of the Demon King before the undead arrived, the situation would just repeat itself. He knelt down, thinking that they needed someone who could buy them time, and then said that he had one request. The dragon would land. The guys jumped off him. They ran on, shouting that they were relying on him. The protagonist watched them run. He took off again. Demons began to run towards the people. The man in the helmet bared his teeth, shouting that they were being invaded. He and the others were racing after the filled guests, noting that their paths needed to be blocked immediately. The demon ran forward and shouted curses. A purple liquid splashed on him. He looked at his dirty palm and asked what it was. The man turned around. The protagonist looked down on the fiery explosions. He grinned and mentally noted that this was flammable fuel accumulated throughout the body, and if he added a little fire, everything would fly apart. He thought that now no soldier would open the gates until he swallowed all the fuel, and no one would be able to enter the castle. Lichman looked at the flames from afar. He clenched his teeth sharply. He moved along with the army of the dead. The demon with glowing eyes asked if he could be the dragon from the port city that could breathe fire 10 times a day. Jealousy gripped the cane, and it grabbed the dead man's shoulder louder. He said that his identity did not matter now. What mattered was that he was a dragon. Red lightning flashed in his eyes. It was noted that the living dead had 3 weaknesses: sensitivity to light magic, sunlight, and irritation of the body as time passed. It was noted that the first weakness was overcome by sincere faith. In order to avoid the second, they ceased all actions when the sun rose. As for the third problem, they dried up the moisture in their flesh to stop decay. But as a result, they became like dry firewood and acquired a new weakness called fire. It was said that they could block fire to some extent with resistance magic, but it was completely impossible to resist the breath of a dragon. Standing on the dead, Lichman thought that even if they went there to help the Demon King, they would be of no use. He gritted his teeth, thinking that it was more likely that they would become firewood to burn the castle, so he would leave the protection of the Demon King to Lust and do what he could. He and Kim frowned. The demon thought that he would catch this dragon. The boys ran along the road. They were met by a new group of demons. Someone slipped past. The warrior rushed past them. Having destroyed the opponents, he ran on, calling the others to follow him. A huge pillar was flying at him. It was right in front of his face. Dust rose from the impact and stones flew. Saintess and the prince called out to him in fear. A demon appeared nearby. Lust held a piece of a huge pillar in his hand, saying that they would not go any further. Veins bulged on the demons' backs. The guy thought that it was a male demon, with an exceptionally muscular body, and his appearance belonged to. He imagined a skinny demon with a chain around his neck, and finished the thought by saying that he belonged to the incubi species. Then an image of Julius hugging a girl appeared in his imagination. He thought that incubi were middle-class magical demons who seduced girls and sucked out their life force. And being artificial and magic, they did not need a strong body. Because initially in the tribe, all the beautiful girls' young men thought that strong, pumped-up muscles were ugly. The blonde remembered how the demon was kneeling, and thought that he thought exactly the same. After which he wondered when the demon managed to become so big and seasoned. Tears were running down Julius's cheeks. The guy wondered why he was pumping up the power of his own body instead of the power of magic. And then he answered himself, thinking that the reason was in the memories of the breakup and loss that happened to him 10 years ago. He interrupted his thoughts about the demon, dashing forward. The blonde swung his sword, where he raised a giant boulder over his head and insulted the guy. The man threw a boulder and said that the guy attacked when he was indulging in memories. A giant fragment of a column flew towards the young man. The blonde cut it with many blows. The fragments of the stone flew in different directions. The demon clenched his fist, engulfed in dark energy. The opponents swung blows at each other. Suddenly a small explosion formed. The demon was thrown back. Julius crashed into the wall with great force. The man lay in a pile of rocks. Warrior thought that this was a miserable end for the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, but quite expected if you go into detail. The youth imagined the images of various demons, and thought that he did not take civilians hostage like pride or gluttony did not have the strength of a huge monster like anger or despondency, and did not enter into a battle to his advantage like greed. The blond man presented an image of envy, and added that Julius did not have such a huge army as he did. So in a simple one-on-one battle, the brave man could definitely be called almost the strongest. The young man turned to his allies, addressed them, and said that they needed to hurry forward. The demon lay face up, thinking that he knew that he could not defeat the warrior with strength alone. The warrior hurried forward. The demon spat out blood and apologized to the king, deciding that his end was near. The demon's hand instantly went limp. The knight put his hand to the giant door. He frowned, and thought that the Demon King was in this place. The doors opened slightly. A demon with snow-white hair stood in the middle of the hall. He turned around, thinking that Julius had arrived. The blond man frowned tensely, noticing the enemy. A giant dragon hung in the sky above the opponents. The monster closed its mouth and puffed out its cheeks. It turned its attention to the demon standing below. Envy opened its mouth and wondered why the dragon was not breathing fire, and if it had something else in mind. Narrowing its eyes, The demon thought that it was just trying to buy time. The demon's paws dug into the shoulder of an ally. Envy thought about whether it was worth sending at least part of the army to the fortress now. The dragon puffed out its cheeks even more. The demon decided that a small part should be enough. Suddenly, the monster headed downwards at high speed. The demon opened its eyes and shouted that the enemy was approaching. Standing on a hill, he activated fire resistance and strengthened it. The dragon headed downwards at high speed. Suddenly, at the last moment, it stopped and fluttered up. The monster opened its mouth and released a dark liquid. The liquid fell on the heads of the opponents. A giant clot of liquid headed towards the main demon. Envy put out his hand and scattered the liquid around. The demon frowned slightly and wondered what it was. Small drops fell on his face. The demon thought it was poison. Envy opened his mouth. Looking at the dragon, he laughed and asked if he really hoped to poison the dead, and said that the dragon was stupider than he thought, so he worried in vain. The dragon lowered his muzzle and said that it was true, because poison was useless. Suddenly, a bright light began to come out of his mouth. The demon frowned, noticing the dragon's breath. The dragon opened his mouth and released a small flame. Envy looked at what was happening, confused. He closed his eyes, laughed, and said that it was a cute flame, and no matter how vulnerable the dead were to flame, they would definitely put out such a fire. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed a powerful explosion. The demon opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what was going on. A hot bone flew towards the surprised undead. It hit a drop of poison on the shoulder of one of them. The next second, the liquid burst into a bright flame. Another powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The dragon frowned and said that although the substance was toxic, but above all, it was a highly flammable fuel, so 30 passes would be enough for him. Powerful explosions spread throughout the enemy army. The demon looked up in confusion, denying what was happening. The explosions were approaching him. He tried to realize that everything was not so bad. The next second, his face was struck by a powerful flame. The entire army of the undead was destroyed in the flames. Deep underground, there was a jug covered in shining patterns. Suddenly, a crack appeared on its surface. The jug split, releasing a bright light. A red-hot shard flew out of the raging flames. The reliquary was irretrievably destroyed, and out of the 7 demonic generals, 0 remained. After the destruction of the reliquary, the fire in the eyes of the dead went out. They all froze in their places. Soon their bodies were overtaken by the fire. The dragon flew over them, saying that the dead had stopped, which meant that the summoner had already died. Frowning, the dragon said that it was even a shame to call it a battle. One of the dead, and thought whether he should devour those who had not yet burned, because the salamander's abilities allow him to eat even in the fiery pit. The fire quickly approached the surviving opponents. The dragon thought that on the other hand, these were just corpses without any skills. He flew towards the tower, thinking that he would rather eat those who remained in the Demon King's fortress. Warrior stepped onto the stone floor. The demons lying on the ground cursed him and turned to the king. A dark figure was visible at the end of the long corridor. Kim licked his lips contentedly. Suddenly, he noticed something. The guy looked at the demon lying in the rubble and said that the blonde had tried. The young man touched the stone door. He opened it slightly and looked inside, and suddenly he heard a familiar voice, perplexedly asking about what Warrior had said. The brunette noticed the allies standing opposite each other. Edward frowned angrily, and asked Warrior then what he had said. The interlocutor looked him in the eyes and repeated his words about not killing her, because they should coexist together. Angela looked at them in confusion, saying that they should cool down and lower their weapons. The brunette went inside and asked what was going on. The blondes turned to him. The prince said that he was late. The boy came closer to them and asked about what happened to the Demon King. The little girl closed her eyes. Standing behind the knight, Kim asked who she was. The blonde covered her with his hand, frowning tensely. He remembered how the boy killed the enemy in cold blood, and decided that he should not tell the truth if possible. Edward looked at him and said that the girl hiding behind him is the Demon King. He gritted his teeth and added that Warrior renounced the mission to kill the Demon King. Warrior looked at his ally and asked to listen to him. The brunette looked into his eyes and asked if the prince lied. The knight answered that it was true, but he looked tensely at the girl and said that she is not the Demon King, after which he corrected himself and said that she is. But the guy again turned to his allies and said that she is no longer one. The brunette looked at him in confusion and asked what this means. The blonde looked him in the eyes and said that this is the body of the Demon King, but the soul came from another world. Kim said that this is nonsense. The blonde hit his chest and said that he was not lying, and that his brave skill of recognizing lies can prove the truth. The brunette quickly turned his gaze to the girl. She closed her eyes in fear. The guy thought that the Demon King is the third person on Earth, so Warrior is telling the truth, which means he imagined the image of Edward, and thought that after death, he received a body from this world and was born again. Or, to put it simply, he was reborn or reborn. Then he imagined the image of Kim and thought that he moved to the continent in the same state he was in, so he can be called a transmigrant. But then he imagined the image of the Demon King and wondered who he became, because the soul of the earth occupied the body of the Demon King from this world. So the Demon King became possessed. He imagined the image of the girl from the office and decided that she was an ordinary employee. Then he imagined the girl standing at the shelf with toy tanks, and thought that instead of getting along with people, she preferred to spend time in the company of war novels. The Demon King looked at her hands in surprise. The guy thought that when she became the Demon King, she was unable to accept the situation she found herself in seriously. He again imagined war novels, thinking that this was all because the soul transmigrating to another body was a frequent occurrence in her favorite Earth novels. The image of the map and Edward popped into his imagination. The guy thought that she decided that this was all a dream, and introduced earthly knowledge and order into this world. He imagined the scales of demons and humans, thinking that the power of the demon kingdom had increased enormously, and because of the imbalance between humans and demons, the goddess chose Warrior. He turned his attention to his opponent and thought that the girl could not correct her train of thought, because she knew that the Demon King would have to face Warrior anyway, just like the protagonist from the novel. The girl continued to stand behind his hand. The guy thought that she was not the protagonist, and all the subordinates she believed in left this world without having time to show their strength. He remembered the demon lying in the stones, and thought that when even Julius, in whom she had the most confidence, was defeated, realization finally came, and she was again enveloped in forgotten fear. The girl clenched her teeth. The guy thought that now all that was left was to beg for leniency, and so she revealed the whole truth to Warrior. The brunette frowned in irritation and said that she ordered her subordinates to hinder them in every possible way, and now she suddenly became the road to life and decided to give up. The blonde took a step forward and said that this was not about that. They exchanged tense glances. The brunette asked if he had bought into the tales about another world. Warrior said that he understood that it was hard to believe. The hero looked at him angrily and decided that he believed him, but now it didn't matter. The blonde frowned and said that he had no doubt that she was telling the truth. Gritting his teeth, he said there was another reason. Bitter tears began to flow down his cheeks. He closed his eyes and said that so many innocents had died, so he didn't want to. The saint looked at him in confusion. The brunette lowered his head and said that he was right. Kim looked at the prince. Edward exchanged glances with him. The blonde took the sword, hearing the words that the time had come. Warrior frowned. A shining sword was aimed at his chest. The guy asked the guys what they were talking about, suddenly blocked the attack with his blade. The next second, his blade crumbled into pieces. The prince pierced him, and the Demon King with one blow. Kim imagined the knight's sword and thought that the warrior's actions should always be righteous, fair, and merciful. And it would seem that these three concepts are similar, but sometimes one contradicts the other. But the knight must overcome this moral dilemma and come to the perfect solution, and after all, up until now, he did so. Kim and Edward smiled maliciously, standing back to back. The guy thought that their evil thoughts interfered with his good intentions. He remembered how Warrior stood next to the crying saint in irritation, and thought that he turned a blind eye to the murder of peaceful villagers who produced weapons, because it was a fair decision, but not merciful. Then he remembered how the blonde helped the allies escape from the casino, and thought that there he punished the villains, and instead chose to save his comrades, because it was merciful, but unrighteous. Then he remembered how the warrior protected the Demon King, and thought that he had forgotten his mission and stood up for the enemy, eventually abandoning even his own justice. So he was no longer righteous, fair, and merciful, so he had ceased to be a warrior. The tip of the blade was blood. The blonde raised his eyebrows in confusion and called his brother by name. The prince frowned and said that after deciding to save the Demon King, he had ceased to be a warrior. Drops of blood fell next to the fragments of the ball. The youth added that even the sacred indestructible sword had become ordinary, since the goddess no longer protected it. The blonde gritted his teeth and called his brother by name again. The shining sword began to disappear in the prince's hands. He said that he knew very well what the warrior wanted to say, and that he must be condemning him. The blonde staggered and bowed. The prince looked at him sternly and said that he had no other choice. Warrior spat out blood particles and said that it was not so at all. Suddenly he fell face down on the floor, saying his brother's name. The saint looked at what had happened in fear and asked what it all meant. Warrior lay motionless on the ground. The girl asked why they killed him. She quickly ran forward, saying that she would heal him. Kim grabbed her hand and asked her to stop. The girl turned around. The guy looked down. The girl said that they needed to hurry, because if she didn't start now, he would die. The young man looked at her silently, veins bulging on his neck. The saint looked at him in fear and addressed him by name. The knight's head took on the appearance of a giant snake. A few days ago, the prince said with an evil smile that they had to break the last commandment, after which they would be able to kill Warrior. He frowned deeply and said that before killing him, it was necessary to eliminate the saint. The brunette looked at him and said that this was unexpected. Frowning slightly, he added that he thought he liked this woman. The blonde smiled slightly and said that his ally was perceptive, because that was true, however. He raised his hand and added that they couldn't leave alive someone who could heal their enemy, because once he stopped being a warrior, he would become the first prince again and take away his right to the throne, and then he wouldn't be able to fulfill the terms of the contract. The guys headed forward. The prince added that as far as he knew, the saint's healing abilities were simply incredible, and that the saints of the past generation could restore even body parts torn into small pieces. He closed his eyes and added that their healing skills were a real miracle. He turned his attention to the allies walking ahead and said that she was practically invulnerable, and in order to kill her, all that was left was to destroy her, leaving not a piece of flesh behind. The brunette turned to him and asked how they could achieve this. The blonde put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile that they had a monster that could turn into a dragon and devour people. The knight closed his eyes and said that his ally seemed to have misunderstood something. He bared his teeth angrily and said that he didn't have to turn into a dragon to do that. Edward smiled in confusion and said that he was indeed a reliable ally. The guy raised his fist to his mouth and said that he was concerned that she wouldn't start raging in his stomach. The brunette said that wouldn't happen. He touched his chest, in which a scarlet ball was burning, and said that from experience, everything he ate didn't accumulate in his stomach. It disappeared somewhere. He imagined the energy raging inside and added that he himself didn't know where it all disappeared to, but since it wasn't connected to the physical body, it was impossible to get out of there. Kim wiped his lips after eating the saint. The blonde looked down tensely. The Demon King lay motionless on the floor. Edward looked at his ally and asked if he would eat her, because he was uneasy, so he wanted to make sure of her death. The brunette shook his head and said that his ally needed to figure it out for himself, because there was no point in eating if he did not receive any abilities. After which he reminded him that the goddess would grant the wish of those who contributed to the destruction of the Demon King, and when she appeared, they needed strong evidence. The blonde touched his chin and agreed with this. A bright glow appeared in front of him. He calmly asked how she would hear their wish. A bright source of light appeared in the room. Kim found himself in a snow-white space, standing on the surface of the water. He stood with his eyes closed. The young man opened his eyelids. A cube with several faces was hovering in the air in front of him. The young man calmly asked if the creature was a goddess. The cube turned to him and confirmed it. The guy looked at the interlocutor and asked if this was his real appearance, because it didn't look much like a statue of a goddess. The creature replied that it was both true and untrue, because initially the interface embodies the ideal image that the subconscious of the contactor generates. But since the current contactor goes beyond the control area of the system, it is not possible to generate the corresponding avatar. The brunette frowned slightly and asked what, in the end, is a goddess. Various images from the past appeared behind the cube. The creature said that the goddess is a complex system responsible for the creation and maintenance of the world, and its main task is to manage skills and statuses. An image appeared in the air. The creature added that it also controls the generation of monsters, the management of the cycle of souls, and much more. The guy touched his chin and decided that it was not a goddess, but a control system, and this was its true essence. He looked at the interlocutor and said that he had a few questions, then asked why he moved to this world. The cube answered that this world and the earth are in close proximity. Sometimes there is a failure that moves people. And this is what happened with the prince and the demon king. The guy introduced various animals and asked why the monsters look like earthly animals or monsters from legends. The cube spread its hands, created 2 planets, and said that it was because they were made in their image and likeness. The brunette frowned and asked if there were problems associated with killing warrior. The creature replied that there were no problems. Looking at the interlocutor, the young man asked if his presence in this place meant that he could receive a reward for eliminating the demon king. The cube confirmed this. The guy added that he and the prince killed the saint and warrior. The cube replied that he already knew this. The creature looked at the boy with a serious expression. The boy said that for the one who lost her messenger, the goddess does not impose anger. The cube replied that the system cannot have emotions. From the point of view of game functions like loading and saving, favoritism is not provided. The brunette frowned slightly, hearing the words that if he had a personal opinion, he would say that this is an excellent job. The guy asked why he thinks so. The goddess closed her eyes and said that the warrior system was implemented in order to ensure the development of the world through competition between the human and demon races without excessive bloodshed. But the result was completely disappointing, because after the implementation of the system, neither human society nor demon society underwent much change. The interlocutors looked at each other. The goddess added that, however, thanks to what happened, it became possible to eliminate the warrior system, so that they will no longer appear in either the human race or the demon race. Kim asked whether it could be said that now both races can destroy each other, and what will happen with the competition. Various representatives of the races appeared on the sides of the cube. The goddess said that humanity is not limited to one race, because it is a complex group that includes humans, elves, dwarves, lizardmen, and others. The guy frowned slightly. The goddess added that until now, humanity was a number of unions, but with the disappearance of the demon race, internal strife will begin. The hero said that he had no more questions. He looked at the interlocutor and said that they needed to get back to the point, because he heard that for the murder of the demon king, she would fulfill any wish of the warrior companions. The guy looked at her ominously and asked if she could return him to Earth. The cube looked at the guy in confusion. The goddess opened her mouth to start a conversation. Her expression changed. She said that this was impossible, because she could not send a creature to another world that had already had a huge impact on this world. The guy raised his head and decided that his mere existence was already changing the foundations of this world, and apparently he would never return to Earth. He looked at his interlocutor and said that, to put it another way, it was impossible to return directly through the goddess's system. Without taking his eyes off the cube, he asked if she would tell him about another way to return to Earth, if it was even available to him. The cube calmly replied that Edward was currently studying the relevant information, so it would take some time. The guy asked to cancel it. He smiled slightly and decided that what he knew was enough, and he had no chance of breaking their agreement anyway. The brunette with a calm expression decided that he had already figured out the way to return to Earth, and in that case, he had to stand on top of all living things, because the dragon he ate was just one in an innumerable number of creatures. The hero imagined a giant dragon being attacked by monsters, and thought that no matter how strong he was, he would have a hard time standing up to a large group of people and monsters. And if time was not a limit, he could eat many more monsters like the dragon, because he wanted abilities that went beyond the usual. The young man frowned slightly and asked if there was a creature that surpassed the laws of physics with one body structure and was beyond reach. The goddess answered in the affirmative. The cube sent a stream of information straight into the guy's head, and images of various mythical creatures from the earth began to appear in the young man's imagination. The guy was shocked but opened his eyes, touching his face, and thought that this was a huge stream of information. The goddess said that these creatures were created in the image and likeness of the earthly Cthulhu and monsters from legends. But so far they are all at the development stage, since the uncultured, medical technical level of the continent does not allow them to be implemented. The boy lowered his hand slightly. The goddess added that it was possible to create one specimen as an exception, if he used the privilege of being a demon king's exterminator, and then asked what the boy wanted to do. The boy closed his eyes and thought about what he should choose. He imagined all those images flashing through his head, and thought that he had a choice between the ability to fly at a speed 400 times faster than this, the ability to move instantly, the ability to create a body that surpasses super regeneration. He touched his chin and decided that all the abilities of these creatures were beyond the permissible, so he did not know what to choose so as not to miscalculate in the future. He opened his eyes and chose to postpone the choice. The goddess asked if she understood correctly that he did not like anyone. The boy replied that it was not that. He looked at his companion and thought that these creatures were still in development, since no one in this world could stand up to them yet, and if we went the other way, it would mean that someday the people of the continent would be able to reach their level. He imagined people climbing to the top, and thought that if he quickly reached the top, he would become too careless, start to be lazy, and then all the rabble would eventually be able to catch up with him. He imagined himself stretching out his hand to the ground, and thought that being at the top meant being invincible, so that no race or ability could ever even come close to him. He imagined a green forest, and thought that, in addition, there were still many creatures in this world that he had not eaten, and that he would always have time to obtain the abilities of new creatures after finishing off the existing ones. With a calm expression, he said that he wanted to collect his reward for defeating the king later, after which he added that the goddess did not say that such things were not allowed. The cube smiled and said that there would be no problem with that, and then announced that the object was suspending the process of issuing the reward for defeating the demon king, and if the object requested it again, the process would be resumed. The young man looked at the goddess, agreed, and asked when he could return to the world. The cube replied that he could return at any time, but at the moment his companion's wish was being fulfilled, so it would take a long time. The guy frowned slightly, and hearing the question of whether he would leave first or wait for his companion, replied that he would leave first. The goddess agreed, and said that the audience process had been completed, and that she hoped that the actions he had taken could awaken this world to change. Edward began to form in space again. A couple of drops fell on the floor in front of him. The brunette asked if he had returned. The prince rubbed his eyes and said that he did not expect this, and that he could not even imagine that the goddess looked exactly like this. The brunette looked at him, thinking about these words. He suddenly imagined the image of the saint, and thought that the goddess said that she takes the form of the ideal of the person she contacts, and his ideal was Angela. He looked at his ally and asked if he regretted it. The blonde clenched his fist and said that he thinks about it every moment. Smiling slightly, the guy added that what was done cannot be undone anyway, after which he asked if he was not interested in what he wished for. The brunette stood up and asked what he decided to choose. The guy answered that he chose knowledge that would be useful to him in the future. Kim smiled slightly and said that he was sure that he had the necessary information on how to send him to Earth. The blonde crossed his arms, confirmed this, and said that he did not want to leave a nuclear time bomb in the world he was going to rule, and since it had become almost impossible to kill him. The boys exchanged glances. The brunette asked how he could return to Earth. The blonde replied that he would tell him on the way back, because soon the demonic army would knock on the door of a certain crazy old man. The dead body of the Demon King was lying on the floor. The guy thought that the plan of the Demon King, which the 4 heavenly kings had spoken about, a complete reorganization of the demonic army, the unification of the administrative management and the military forces, the revision of military ranks, the distribution of management positions, the introduction of new weapons and strategies, training and the peculiarities of supplies. He introduced the girl reading the novel and added that the abolition of the tradition of duels, implying that in the event of the death of the leader, power was transferred to a lower one, and that the sources of inspiration were military books that she indulged in her spare time. As a result of such grandiose reforms, the fighting power of the demonic army had increased incredibly. The young man imagined a hail of arrows heading towards the demons with firearms, and thought that the rush was so strong that even without the king and the commanders-in-chief, they still put humanity in danger of extinction. The archers on the roof of the bustling were loading their hands. Suddenly, a pistol bullet pierced his head. He fell motionless to the floor. The soldier standing next to him looked at him tensely. He closed his eyes, hearing a bullet hit the wall, and thought that the enemy had superior numbers, weapons that humans had never seen before. He turned around in fear and wondered what was happening. A hail of bullets flew past him. The boy thought that this was the end for humanity. The man squeezed his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly he opened his eyes slightly, hearing words that reinforcements had arrived. A pistol bullet flew at high speed towards the wall. The ice crystal was aimed right at this projectile. Fire arrows and ice projectiles continued to rain down on the demons. The commander looked down in surprise, frowning slightly. He smiled happily and said that they could hold out for another week like this, and by that time, support would arrive from another fortress. Suddenly, he noticed the gates opening. He was scared but frowned and asked who had opened the fortress gates. One of the soldiers approached him and said that these were the knights of the 3rd Battalion. In the gap that appeared, the silhouette of soldiers appeared. Knights in shining armor were going into battle. The commander said that this was the same battalion that had gathered only useless nobility. The warriors on horseback rushed into battle. A bullet pierced the head of one of the knights, interrupting his speech about how this was his chance to advance in the service. The commander turned to the soldier and ordered to quickly close the gate. The knight tried to object, saying that their soldiers were there. The man frowned angrily and again ordered to quickly close the gate. The fortress gates began to close after receiving the order. The knights grabbed the chains, trying to close them. A bullet hit one of them in the shoulder. The commander smiled in despair. The demons below were screaming that the gates were open and that people would be killed. The commander decided that this was the end of humanity. One of the soldiers pointed his finger to the sky and drew the commander's attention. The man frowned and asked what it was. A giant dragon with a knight on its shoulders landed in the enemy army. The prince raised the lesser above his head and said that now everyone was safe. He introduced himself with a wide smile. The king touched his temple and asked if what he had been told was true. The commander was kneeling before him. They say that the prince who went to defeat the Demon King repelled the attack of the demon army. Those present responded to this with smiles, saying that they expected this from the second prince. The king frowned and asked how he could stand up to a huge army alone. The commander imagined the dragon with his eyes closed and said that the prince arrived on a dragon that burned the entire army. The king looked at him and said that this could not be true. The soldier smiled widely, remembered the battle and said that everything was true and that it was simply incredible. His Majesty of Tension clenched his teeth and asked if the knight wanted him to believe these tales. The commander said that it was true and that he had seen everything with his own eyes. The man clenched his jaw and decided that since he had seen everything, he would have to believe it. He looked away in irritation. One of the people present said that he thought that the prince had inherited his Majesty's character, but he was truly incredible, and he was the hero of humanity. The king looked at the commander, thought that if he continued to deny it, they would doubt his insight, then agreed and said that the principal had done a great deed and sent the knight away. The king silently watched the soldier leave. He frowned angrily and thought that the words about the hero of humanity were complete nonsense, because this boy was exactly the same as himself. The king looked towards the window and thought that the prince had dealt a crushing blow to the demon king. And this could be true after all. His talent and ability were not fiction. His Majesty then presented the images of the saint and the warrior, wondering if they wanted to tell him that they died in this battle. He looked angrily ahead and decided that it was impossible, because they had not died in battle, but were killed by the prince when it was all over. The man clenched his fist and decided that if he were in the prince's place, he would have done the same. His Majesty presented the sealed package and thought that, on top of everything else, the plan to return Warrior to the position of the first prince was lost, if this was Edward's doing. The king imagined how the second prince killed his brother, and decided that it was not surprising that he had put the plan into action and killed him, because it seemed more likely to be true. He added with a calm expression that something was bothering him, and then wondered how he had not received heavenly punishment for putting this plan into action. The man looked at the statue of the goddess and thought that the authority of the royal family was the price for faith and devotion to the goddess, and to kill her subordinate, who was a member of the royal family, was nothing less than an unforgivable sin. The white-haired man stood before the king. His Majesty thought that the prince had no trace of the heavenly crust, and that he had heard the oracle of the Church of the Goddess. The believer spread his arms out to the sides. The man thought that this was just praise that the warrior had contributed more to the world than all those who had existed up to that point, and for this reason the priests of the church who supported the princess sided with the prince. The man clenched his palm and thought that no matter how much he thought about it, it did not fit in his head. He relaxed his hand and decided that it had to be acknowledged. The king looked up and said that the prince had changed, and all the rumors were true. He placed his hands on the throne and said that even this boy could change, and maybe he had rejected him too persistently. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the palace. His Majesty said that he should reconsider his opinion. Kim remembered the appearance of the prince and thought that he did not return to Santo Almaruj, and instead of settling in a safe kingdom, he stayed in the kingdom of Gran Cantina and defeated the remnants of the demonic army. He then imagined the silhouette of a flying dragon, and thought that the grandeur with which he pierced the skies riding on a huge dragon left a lasting impression on everyone, and even the nobles who were once his enemies proclaimed the prince a hero. People lined up in a small corridor in front of the arch. A few days after the incident, the prince rode into the city on horseback. He looked at the townspeople with a smile. The people greeted him joyfully. The townspeople shouted with wide smiles that this was a great prince. The boy passed by them silently riding a horse. He smiled slightly, thinking that he had finally returned. The people continued to praise him. Edward and Kim stopped at the fountain. Someone announced that the audience would soon begin. Kim said that he was stuck in armor. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest. People around were looking for the butler and knights. The prince looked ahead and said that everyone was busy preparing for the audience, and they alone were the embodiment of calm. He looked at his ally and said that the old man was avoiding him, because when he brought him last time, there was a very good chance to disrupt the honors. Kim looked ahead and said that he did not care, then asked if the placement scheme was correct. The blonde closed his eyes and said that it was true, and that the goddess personally shared the information. He looked at his ally and asked him if it was time for them to start acting. The knight replied that he knew it. He walked away from the prince. The blonde said that he would rely on him. The large bell announced the beginning of the audience. The prince approached the large gates. They opened before him. The young man walked onto the red carpet, after which they began to announce those present. The blonde walked on serenely. He was named the first warrior of the Order of the Sacred Ball, the owner of the Staff of Light, and the heir to the 7 crowns. The young man stopped and stood before the king. The man looked at him warily. The young man smiled contentedly. The king gritted his teeth and wondered if he had done the right thing by bringing the boy back, and if he had really changed during his journey. The knight in golden armor approached the prince and asked him to put his sword on the pillow. He remembered how the king had ordered that the prince be killed if he drew his sword. The young man took up his weapon. The king frowned tensely. Edward smiled contentedly. The knight watched what was happening tensely. The prince put the sword on the pillow with a smile. He knelt down and closed his eyes. Standing before the king, He asked if his father had chewed well. The man answered in the affirmative, and said that he was glad to see him in good health. The prince smiled, and said that it was all thanks to his care. The king frowned and asked if he had received anything during his travels. The blond man serenely replied that it was true, for he realized how much the king sacrificed for the sake of the people, and how great the weight of the crown he wore. He rose to his feet and said that he had something more to say. The king grabbed the throne and asked who allowed him to rise. A sword began to form in the prince's hands. He said that he understood how to act. After that, the weapon on the pillow dissolved into thin air. The sword was transferred to the hands of its owner. The prince grabbed it by the hilt and said that the king would no longer have to sacrifice anything and carry the weight of the crown on his head. The king looked at him in fear and asked what he was doing and what he was going to do. The boy unsheathed his blade and said that he was going to inherit the throne. Edward held his sword in his hands and stood in front of the king. His father angrily shouted about how dare he do this. All the guards immediately surrounded the blonde. The prince looked away from the sharpened weapons. He immediately swung his blade of truth. Then a bright light irradiated his armor of truth. Then a shield of truth appeared on his hand. A sharp blade was pointed at one of the guards, and he tried to ask the prince what he was doing with his actions, because he would only make things worse. Edward held his hand outstretched with the blade, causing blood to splatter. He tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, then he chopped off the heads of all the guards. The king began to grin furiously and called his son a traitor, because he thought that he had changed, but in fact, this was not so. Then the king smiled maliciously in the sweat of his brow, and realized that this could have happened in advance. The king gripped the arm of his throne tightly and knew that his army of mercenaries was already ready. He sat on his throne and watched as the guards tried to resist the prince. He gripped his throne tightly with his hand as he watched the battle. Then he looked around in confusion and did not understand why no one responded. The king looked back at the boys and did not understand why these scoundrels were standing, and should have called for fighters faster. The three boys stood with bulging eyes and laughed as if hypnotized. The king was stunned in sweat and did not understand what was happening. It was a monster with an octopus face and one eye. He knew that of all the living creatures he had swallowed, Pallas the Gluttony Lord was the most amazing and bizarre life form. He remembered the dumbfounded looks of the residents, as it was a parasite that did not need a host body, and it formed a group of several individuals, uniting them with a single consciousness. These people, being infected with parasites, bulged their eyes with veins on their faces. This parasite could also individually control the separated individuals, who still obeyed him, and of course, he did not manage to use this skill the first time. The warrior in the form of a dragon flew over the burning city with monsters, having swallowed countless demons in the port city and improved a number of his abilities. He was able to master it to some extent. A bunch of small fish monsters swam in space, and almost not ideally. But the main character learned to move the parts separated from him to spread the infection, so he could not suppress the will of the host. But now he could control their emotions and erase memories. Kim remembered when he told the prince about all this, and the blonde used this in his plan. The blonde grinned maliciously, looking around, and offered to brainwash the guys. He crossed his arms when Kim was about to leave, and added that he didn't care, but asked the prince to prepare for them to be noticed right away. Edward added that Kim shouldn't worry about it, because they wouldn't be doing a full brainwash. He stared ahead, then grinned maliciously against the black silhouettes. He asked the protagonists to stimulate their frontal lobe and increase their empathy, because he would be the target. Then every time his wish would come true with him, they would begin to feel incredible satisfaction. Kim, in armor, was reaching into the water at that moment because in this way he wanted to infect the courtiers and release larvae into the canal with drinking water. He remembered how a huge octopus monster appeared in front of him, who just used the same method and helped him in many ways. Edward stood with a sword near the bloody path. He stepped on a pool of blood. Then he started walking towards the king and said that he killed his mother and sent mercenaries to him. He started walking quickly towards his father, and added that he also sent Angela to the church. The king sat with a dejected look in the sweat of his brow, when the prince had a lot of questions left. But now it was no longer important to him. Edward immediately swung his blade, wishing death to the king. It was clear from the shadow that he pierced the king's body. The sword completely passed the king's body along the cast shadow. The king spat blood through his mustache. He held the blade piercing his body and said the prince's name. The bloody king convulsively stretched out his hand and sincerely wished the prince that they would prepare a special place for him in hell. The blonde swung the blade and said that they would see each other there, and said goodbye to the old man. Finishing him off, the king plopped down on the floor. Edward stared ahead holding the blade. Behind him, a black silhouette was falling from the ceiling. He saw a mercenary in black fall onto the path. The mercenary was lying on the ground, and his face was twisted. The protagonist suddenly jumped up to finish him off, and blood splashed to the side. The brunette stretched out his hand with blood and said that the deed was done. Edward reached for the bloody crown and was glad that they got rid of all the unnecessary scoundrels. Then the prince put this crown on his head. He sat on the throne and declared that no one would stand in his way anymore. People began to clap their hands. A whole crowd of people clapped their hands, or kolo. They all stood behind the throne. Edward sat with lead on the bloody throne. It was already night, and he continued to sit on the throne. Edward, with a gloomy look, heard his brother. He looked at the shadow of his brother with a hole in his chest and said that he knew what he wanted to tell him. The new king stared ahead and asked the goddess to grant him knowledge. He remembered the image of Kim in armor, and wanted to use this knowledge, because he could easily show Kim the location of the target that needed to be eliminated. Then he looked with a dark gaze at his wheezing brother in blood. Among other things, he saw the words that his brother was going to tell him before he died. He grabbed his face with a mocking grin and asked his brother not to cross the line, because only a warrior could say something like that to his killer instead of a curse. Edward immediately stood up from the throne and said that it was too late. He stood in front of the shadow. Warrior, trying to find out what he cared about these words now, because Warrior had to say them before he fought the monster. The blonde raised his hand with the glowing sphere and asked his brother to disappear, because he wanted to erase his old image and present him to this world in a completely new light. Then he directed the energy beam at his brother's shadow. Edward stretched his hand towards the smoldering sparks, and explained that there was no greater fool in the world who had attached his whole soul to the insignificant humanity. And now that the common enemy in the face of the demonic race had disappeared, humanity should be prepared for internal strife. The blonde looked forward and said that since he had already come so far thanks to the power of this monster, he must repay him in order to send him to Earth. He imagined a black room with blue lights and altars, and began to list the king of the elves, the beastmen, the lizardmen, and he must sacrifice the kings of the 4 races in life and lay them on the altar sealed in the dungeon of the cathedral. He imagined the dark clouds floating above the cathedral, and realized that if he did this, an era of wars would come. These were the notes of the protagonist, where he reported that His Highness the Prince took the throne, eliminating the negligent king, and ruled the country for a long time as a great ruler. These were the notes of a gourmet traveling through a fantasy world. The end of part 1. He entered the notes in his book, then Kim slammed it shut. Edward looked at the protagonist and was about to ask him a question, slightly blushing. He leaned his head on his hand and did not understand what kind of gourmet notes he was keeping. The brunette looked back at him and said that when he returned to Earth, he would kill his former comrades and clear his name, trying to start a completely new life. He touched his book with his hand and said that in another world he could not earn as much as he did now, so he came up with the idea of writing and selling his book. The guy added that since it was a story about him eating different fantasy creatures, it was called Notes of a Gourmet, Traveling in a Fantasy World. Edward smirked slightly and said that with such a title the book would definitely not sell, and asked him to come up with a simpler title if he was the main character. The new king introduced Kim, greedily eating a piece of meat, and suggested a title for him. He became stronger by devouring everything in his path. The main character was sitting far from the king, and noted that he did not care about the title because he was going to use a ghostwriter, because he was talented in eating, but not in such things. Edward asked him what he would do if the book did not sell. The brunette grinned mockingly in response, and noted that this would hardly be possible, because he personally experienced everything that would be written in it. And it would be cool, because it was all different from the gray everyday life. And of course the book would become a bestseller and maybe even a movie in 3 parts. The new king got slightly angry and blushed. He looked closely through his bangs and said that he understood what Kim was saying. but asked him a question. Would it be after he returned to Earth, because he offered to discuss how he would return there? And first of all, the main condition was the one that the goddess said. The brunette looked at him with bewilderment, and remembered that he had to kill the kings of each race and bring them to the altar. So he asked Edward if he could do it. The king opened the cabinet with papers and replied that he could not do it now. He gathered a stack of papers and stated that this was completely different from the campaign against the Demon King, as they were able to eliminate the king of one race with their own strength. Just like then, the blond man sat at the table and imagined the black silhouettes of monsters, explaining that after the successor ascended to the throne and called for revenge against the arrogant humans, the other races could unite and go against them. He imagined the elf girl shooting a bow and explained that they were strong in magic and archery. He then introduced a muscular blacksmith forging a sword and said that the dwarves' skills were good at metalworking and made them equal to wizards. He then introduced a duel between monsters, a lizard and a lion, saying that the physical abilities of beastmen and lizardmen were many times greater than humans. Edward tensed slightly, looking forward, and said that despite their superior numbers, humans would have nothing to oppose to representatives of each race, and humans were not their opponents. The king added that he would not sit on the throne for long if they united. He stood behind the table, holding a stack of papers, and explained that the first priority was to ensure internal stability here. He began to walk towards Kim, and said that abrupt centralization of power and the unification of other kingdoms could lead to war with kingdoms of other races. He put a stack of papers for the night to begin with. The brunette began to peer closely at the papers. He saw photographs of people and their descriptions, thinking that it was a list of victims. Then he looked back in the shadows, thinking that it was an order. The blonde relaxed in his chair and said that it was a proposal, so he asked to turn it over. The brunette began to turn the pages. Suddenly his eyes widened in bewilderment. He saw on the paper a map and an explanation of where the griffins lived, a port closed due to the Kraken attack, and also information about the location of the Manticore from eyewitnesses. He began to carefully turn the pages, listing various places and explanations for them. He smiled enthusiastically, realizing that it was a treasure map. The king, with a satisfied smile, said that he was glad to see that Kim liked it. Edward put his hand in his pocket, wanting to proceed to the next stage. The blonde showed him a round token with a coat of arms, and said that is a fair heir to the throne. With the power given to him, he named him Royal Secret Investigator. The brunette looked at him from under his brows, asking if there was such a title in this country. They sat opposite each other at the table, and the new king said that this status was now there because the title of Knight Bodyguard originally did not exist either. But the main difference from the bodyguards was that this new title could freely move around the royal lands while remaining close to the king. The brunette held a stack of papers and looked ahead, realizing that he would not be under the power of public opinion, would be able to move freely, and in exchange he would have to eliminate the prince's enemies, and understood that he liked it. The blonde was going to hand the token over to the warrior and formed a contract. Kim and Armor stood opposite the king and said that he saw no point in postponing this matter. Edward looked at him closely and said that next year around these same days, his coronation would take place, and asked him to return before that moment. He added that it would be difficult if rumors spread that the two main characters who killed the Demon King were not getting along. The protagonist immediately ran out the door and told the blonde not to worry. The brunette stood behind the door with a stack of papers, trying to figure out which path to take now and where to go. He looked down and thought about what he should do first and what could be postponed. He realized that there were many details to consider in order to use the information effectively. He clutched the stack of papers and his book in his hand. He began to walk along the path, casting a shadow. One thing was clear to him, that he would become much stronger after making this journey. The blonde was sitting on the couch, crossing his legs. He was looking ahead with a frown when someone addressed him from the side. Would everything be okay? Edward looked up and tried to understand what exactly the guy meant. A mercenary looked down at him from the black ceiling and realized that Knight Kim was a strong warrior, and it seemed to him that with his departure, there would be a hole in his security. Edward looked up from under his brows and said that the mercenary was worrying in vain, because it was precisely to solve this problem that he left him near him. Edward began to yawn when the mercenary apologized for his ignorance. The king added that if the guy felt guilty, then just let him do his job properly. The red-haired mercenary in the black cape sat on the ceiling and took the order. He was the leader of the royal assassins, the head of a group of hired killers who were directly subordinate to the king himself. No one understood how it happened that Prince Edward, who killed the previous ruler, kept the royal assassins under his command. He recalled the image of the previous king scratching his head, because originally, Edward IV was going to bequeath the royal assassins to Edward, and the first prince was supposed to ascend the throne, fulfilling the duty of the heir to the royal family, and the second prince was supposed to become the chancellor and leader of the mercenaries, eliminating the enemies of the crown from the shadows, and that was his plan. The blonde looked at the black shadow of the angel. And be brave. The just and righteous first prince did not let his father's plan come true. A bunch of mercenaries stood in a row. In the end, the plan was only half completed, and the psychologically processed royal assassins had to swear allegiance not only to the crown, but also to Prince Edward, when certain circumstances occurred. The hand with the ring was clasped to the leg, and if Prince Edward inherited what belonged to the king, it would be either the ring with the coat of arms, the distinctive sign of the leader of the assassins, which the king was going to give to Prince Edward, or the crown, which the prince took possession of himself after killing the king. He remembered reaching for the bloody crown, because in the end, power over it passed to Edward. The young ruler sat on his bloody throne with a sword, and the royal assassins recognized the new master, and thus the prince completely subjugated one of the two most important military forces close to the king. An army in golden armor stood in a row. The second significant force was the royal guard, infected with parasites and meekly obeying the orders of the master. The blonde sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and realized that since this monster would soon leave the palace, he would not be able to control the guards, and in the next year, he would have to lure them to his side. He smiled mockingly, and thought about what could subdue a person, thinking about gratitude, pleasure, and also feelings of guilt, and decided that he could try. The protagonist examined himself in armor, and realized that this was the iron armor that he received from the Spaniard, and there was no particular use for it, and in the future, it would attract attention to him. In it, he was known as the Knight Kim, the prince's bodyguard, and this would be quite problematic. His black silhouette stared to thee, and he understood that this armor was not very suitable for the role of a royal secret investigator who must act secretly. The protagonist was already in lighter armor, examining himself, because he ordered other ones which looked rather mediocre, but they, like the previous ones, were enchanted with magic, and would be great for both mercenaries and a traveler. The brunette stared at his hand and realized that this armor was forged in just 2 days, thinking that this power was definitely better than nothing. His blade was hanging on his back, and he understood that in any case, the affairs of the kingdom did not concern him in any way. He stood at the exit of the kingdom at the gate, wanting to embrace this time of adventure. The protagonist stared ahead, and realized that now he was a hero who defeated the Demon King, and he had a reputation as a loyal servant of the prince. He remembered how he sat in handcuffs, and on the ground he was an ordinary criminal, and a criminal on the international wanted list at that. He remembered how he and his friend were surrounded by the police in a clearing, because he was being pursued not only by the police, but also by a spy and criminal organization. He remembered various sports balls and game consoles. In an attempt to avoid their attention, he could not diversify his hobbies, and the most important was sports, which was a taboo for him, since contact with others would cause information leakage, and games were also not suitable. However, he could not give them up, and eventually made mistakes that twice allowed the bloodhounds to get on his trail. He imagined an open book, and realized that the most ideal option was reading. Of the books, he was most attracted to novels, because multi-volume short stories were overloaded with details, so he liked single-volume books. He stared at the book, and at first reading as a hobby was a forced choice, but later he really loved reading. He imagined a huge, busy city, and to his regret, compared to the Earth, this world was significantly behind in education and culture. Books were a privilege of the aristocracy, and of course he could get them through the prince, but unlike earthly books, they were nothing more than low-grade boring trash. He did not want to despair too early, because even if there are no interesting books written by contemporaries, there are interesting stories told in other ways. He imagined a girl playing the balalaika. A whole crowd of people listened to their leader on the platform. She said that before writing appeared, mankind passed on knowledge to descendants with the help of words and songs. These were countless pieces of wisdom that had passed through the centuries, and old legends passed from parents to children. The woman said that these were old songs that a wise old man taught to village children. The blonde in the hat smiled and wondered who would volunteer to preserve all the valuable stories that should not disappear. A whole crowd of people stood in front of the platform and the leader. She shouted that if anyone wanted to become this hero, then let them come to their school, and then they will become the keepers of all these stories. The girl in the hat looked ahead with a wide smile and admiration, being Felena Greensmith, wanting to become a student. This girl walked angry with a guitar on her shoulder, being a wandering minstrel named Felena. She was very angry that she had fallen for these conversations. She walked ahead with her body jutting out and realized that people only wanted to hear bright and exciting stories, and they were not interested in the petty exploits of newly minted heroes. The girl walked with a thoughtful look and realized that in the end, a wandering poet should only sing exciting stories to dispel people's boredom. The girl was going to enter the building, realizing that this was not why she became a minstrel. It was a building with a brown roof. Febro County Capital, Santo Febro. The girl went inside and saw a man in a cape. Felena walked ahead timidly. She began to look around. The girl saw a noisy company and realized that it was a small group of mercenaries. Then she saw the main character, who was carefully studying the map, and assumed that he was a traveler. Felena saw a man in a cloak in the distance. This man was sitting with empty mugs and thought that this guy was a drunkard. But her eyes were not deceived. Her gaze caught on the sleeve and armor of the guy, and she realized that he was wearing good armor and must have had something to tell. But she realized that it was better not to mess with him again, because it would definitely not end well. She immediately sat down on the table and began to play the balalaika, realizing that the mercenary was fighting people, and the traveler was fighting monsters, and usually they ignored each other. But she did not want to check, singing the praises of one in the presence of the other, and she would not be able to tell about the heroic feat of the mercenary or the great battle of the traveler with the Hydra. She looked at him with a smirk from under her brows and knew that if she chose the wrong song, it could lead to a fight. And fortunately, she had an ace up her sleeve. She excitedly imagined a blonde and a brunette with flowers in their teeth, thus wanting to start a song about a prince who defeated the Demon King and a knight who controlled a dragon. The group of mercenaries looked away intently when they heard the beginning of the song. They immediately turned around and began to listen attentively to the girl. Felena opened her mouth and hummed the song. The group of mercenaries began to laugh at this, because they realized that this girl knew something, although everyone had already heard about it. They began to throw gold coins into her hat. The girl opened one eye and realized that the song had definitely worked. Everyone inside listened attentively to the song of the singer, who realized that the reaction was still positive. But she had sung this song many times before. She closed her eyes and played the balalaika, knowing that the climax was near and that her profit today depended on it. She played the balalaika with her fingers and realized that when the prince saw his brave brother die, he felt not despair but deep melancholy, and he turned it against the cruel Demon King. With an ardent heart, he called upon the goddess, and for a moment received the strength of a brave man. She deftly plucked the strings of the instrument with her fingers, and said that with her, he pierced the king's chest with his sword. She saw one of the mercenaries approach another guy with a negative. A bald, healthy man grabbed Kim, who began to laugh. The mercenary was indignant that the guy laughed about the story about the prince and considered him a traitor. His comrades looked away mockingly and realized that their comrade was a scoundrel, because as soon as he drank, he immediately began to swear at the impudent guy. His blonde friend noted that this was true, and did not understand why he should spoil everyone's mood. Fiolina opened her mouth in horror, and realized that this way the whole mood would be ruined. She saw how a group of mercenaries looked at the showdown, and understood that it was unfair, because the mercenaries were against the traveler. 4-1. She immediately closed her eyes and continued playing, because of course, the mercenaries would win, and the next song could be sung about the heroic feat of the mercenaries. She opened one eye with a grin and realized that then these mercenaries would perk up and shake out their wallet. She saw the crushed hand of a mercenary. The bald man looked at his crushed hand with tension. The bald man immediately began to scream convulsively in pain. The protagonist grabbed the guy by the face. He immediately threw him into the ground. The group of mercenaries looked away in amazement. They immediately rushed to run to attack to protect their comrade. The guys immediately started getting hit in the face. Kim threw the guy aside, breaking the bar. The blonde swung his dagger and rushed to run to attack. He broke his blade on the protagonist's face. Kim looked at him maliciously from under the hood. From this building, cries for help were heard on the street. Frightened, Fiolina tried to run out of the building. She tried to run away from the screams in horror. She ran through the streets with people and had a bad feeling that this situation would turn into serious trouble. So she wanted to run away from here before she was dragged into it. This girl acted more sensibly than anyone who was in Santo Febro. The main character smirked, holding out his hand, thinking about the lyrics, because he couldn't help but smile. He peered through his bangs and noticed that he hadn't been so amused in a long time, and he noted that he shouldn't have said that someone had ruined the mood. He was tightly squeezing the neck of the mercenary who was crying and sighing. The man in the cloak saw what was happening and went to the showdown, shouting for it to stop. The girl in the cloak walked towards the main character and said that she didn't know what was going on, but such actions were cruel. The blonde took off her hood and introduced herself as the paladin Fiocred. The girl looked ahead angrily and said that she would no longer allow the weak to be tormented. The main character looked closely at the blonde. He peered intently from under the hood and realized that she was a paladin. He saw the armor on her body and realized that it was impossible to tell by looking at her. But she was definitely from a state based in the Church of the Goddess. He understood that paladins were one of the most asymmetrical forces of the Church, and if he thought about it, among the information that the prince had conveyed, there was something about a church state. He imagined a huge church under a clear sky, realizing that it was a church state, a place modeled after the Vatican on Earth. He imagined a blonde in armor and other warriors, realizing that it was a small city-state, mostly inhabited by superhumans, superior to ordinary humans. Also representing one of the asymmetrical forces of the state was a who took part in the previous campaign. He remembered the red-haired girl angrily beating the ground, and he realized that the skeleton was an alloy of blessed magical metal and an extremely developed muscular system. Her vision and reflexes were beyond humanity, like the embodiment of human weapons. He imagined the girl in the liquid in the capsule. The problem was that it took a huge amount of time and resources to create such a saint. Even a church state that received huge gifts and donations could only raise one saint every 10 years. He imagined a blonde man in a cloak and an angry red-haired girl, and he realized that in order to mold a weapon comparable to a brave man with his own hands, he had to pay an equivalent price. Therefore, the church state invented a way to create superhumans that would be less resource-intensive, and they became those same paladins. Fiocred held her hand in front of her face as a paladin, and just like a saint, she was an upgraded human created through magic and blessings. He imagined an entire army in armor, and believed that creating one unit required 1/200th of a saint's resources, and the service life was 2/5 of a saint. In addition, by setting up the system, about 15 paladins can be mass-produced in the same amount of time, and of course, their efficiency cannot be compared with the saint. He imagined a tank in a cloud of dust, and compared the saint as the latest model of tank, when paladins could be called an old-style conveyor tank. Kim imagined a naked man under a huge tank, and in this case, no matter the old or new model, a common man would not be able to resist in a battle with a tank. Fiocred looked at the protagonist with malice. Kim looked at her carefully and realized that he had to say that compared to the brave man and the saint, the paladin was incredibly weak, because it would be easy to deform her body and kill her. He immediately released the man from the grip and realized that such an early conflict with the church state would not end well. The knight noticed how the mercenary began to quickly run away. Kim looked back at the blonde and asked if she was satisfied. The girl timidly scratched the back of her head, and Kim did not understand what was the matter. The girl looked at him intently, scratching the back of her head, because to her surprise, the guy agreed so easily, although usually those who mock the weak did not listen to her words. The main character looked out through his bangs to the side and explained that most likely there was a misunderstanding, and he was just reacting to their threats and intimidation. The blonde indignantly touched the back of her head, realizing that her recent actions were incompatible. The protagonist waved his hand, closing his eyes, and said that it was somehow weak for a performance, and he was not going to money to watch it. The blonde blushed in shock and was amazed. She immediately bashfully covered herself with a hood. Then she sat down at the bar and asked for a mug of beer. While she was sweating and worried, the main character turned away from her. He began to leave, realizing that, most likely, he had already had enough rest. He realized that it was time to go to the meeting and left the building. It was a huge port town, the county of Febro, one of the few possessions that suffered almost no losses from the invasion of the demon army since it was not a strategically important object. A whole barrage of arrows flew at the army of monsters, and at that time the strategy of the demon army was to focus on important strongholds for humanity and paralyze their activities. The county of Febro, lagging behind in technology and production with a small population, did not pose any threat to the demons. It was a huge, lively town, because after the war these lands were transformed and first of all refugees from nearby lands that suffered significant losses flocked here, supplying the county with labor. Refugees with backpacks. Things went forward to the city. Also, a group of mercenaries with a weapon in Febro, which escaped destruction, gathered. A pile of gold jewelry fell into a pile. With the sudden increase in demand, the number of snack bars and inns increased, which contributed to the rapid growth of the economy. This county was bathed in luxury that it had never known. It was a block pyramid, and this, however, also led to a side effect. And due to the huge influx of foreigners, the class system underwent a strange change. The lowest layer of the population were refugees, who had lost everything except their own bodies. The middle layer was formed by the citizens of the county. The mercenaries looked around with a grin, because they had risen above all of them, and it was they who became the biggest problem, because after occupying the dominant layer, the mercenaries straightened their shoulders and walked the streets with their heads held high. At the same time, the bald mercenary grabbed the protagonist in a bar, and the mercenaries were well aware that they were the main reason for the current prosperity of the county, and therefore they solved all problems with money and brute force. The blond man from the aristocracy smiled mockingly, and there was a question about the power structure that was supposed to prevent the tyranny of the mercenaries. These structures, of course, did not exist, and Count Febro himself pursued only personal gain, because he was not interested in the safety of the population. Kim stood opposite the mercenary in the shadows around the corner of the building. He stood opposite the mercenary, who stated that the current situation in the county was not very good. The blonde in the cape looked intently through his bangs and asked when Kim would take decisive action. The brunette stood opposite, crossed his arms, and said that he could do it right now. The mercenary offered to do it in 30 minutes. They immediately began to disperse, and Kim said that he would send a signal when the time came. The main character stood near the building. He looked back when he heard a disgruntled cry. A group of angry armed mercenaries were in the city. A bald, healthy mercenary shouted about what kind of insignificance dared to touch their mercenary group of Firestorm. The big guy was holding his comrade from the group by the head, so that he would also say something. The brunette was looking intently through his bangs. He remembered how he held the mercenary by the neck. Kim was hiding around the corner of the building, realizing how things were now when they were looking for him. The protagonist hid behind the building in the shadows and realized that the plan would have to be implemented earlier. The bald, embittered mercenary realized that he did not want to strain himself once again. He bared his teeth angrily, realizing that his subordinates had suffered an inaction would damage his reputation. The leader of the mercenaries looked at his protege with anger and understood that the guy was quite dangerous, since in a fight of 4 against 1 only one person survived, and he crawled back all beaten up. A group of mercenaries with torches and a leader moved forward. The mercenary leader understood that if he scared the guy with a numerical advantage, he would hardly want to stick his nose in once again, in which case he could call him a coward, and after a mental victory he would buy all his subordinates a drink, so they could end it there. He wanted to shout one last time and leave. He immediately opened his mouth wide and began to take a breath. He immediately began to shout tensely for the last time, warning that if the guy did not show up, he would be in trouble when suddenly he was abruptly shut up. He saw a black silhouette of a man in the distance. The blonde with a dagger looked angrily forward and shouted that they were in their county, they lived here, and declared that strangers like them had no place here. The mercenary leader put his hand to his chest and thought that it was some kind of impudent drunk upstart. He grinned maliciously and knew that it would be for the best, since they could beat him up as a warning to others. The leader clenched his fists when people with torches stood behind him, because he gave them the order to teach the guy a lesson. People began to go after this upstart, saying that he would not dare open his mouth again. The curly blonde began to laugh maliciously. An arrow immediately flew into his body. He immediately began to fall backwards, while everyone was perplexed. The leader of the mercenaries looked back angrily and said that he did not order the guy to be killed. The bald giant looked at the building when they shouted that the mercenaries killed a man, as if they wanted to take away their Santo Febro. The leader of the mercenaries looked around in bewilderment, his eyes bulging, hearing when they wanted to start a riot against them, and did not want to allow them to forgive such tricks. A group of mercenaries stood in the center of the city when they wanted to drive them away. The leader of the mercenaries convulsively bulged his eyes, realizing that they were in an awkward situation. The curly blonde began to pull an arrow out of his chest. The blonde, being the Count of Febro, smiled mockingly. As Prince Edward, then only the Crown Prince, and not the King of the Great Kingdom of Grand Cantine, assessed this count. Edward closed his eyes and blushed, holding a bottle in his hands, and declared him a sick scoundrel. He imagined a huge, bustling city and an empty village in the field. Even under his grandfather, counties more prosperous than Febro could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and it was hard to believe that in just 2 generations it had turned into an empty area. Edward squinted, drunk, and realized that due to the death of his parents, he became a lord at a fairly young age, when usually after such a thing one grows up quickly. But this scoundrel was already 50 years old, and his abilities and intelligence were like those of children. He looked at Count Febro in his notes, because in several decades of rule he did nothing but grow old, and that was why he should be eliminated first. This was said drunk, and it seemed to him that the prince was simply exaggerating, but it was worth visiting the land in person once to make sure that the assessment was appropriate. The main character looked out from behind a bush. Suddenly he exclaimed, his eyes bulging. He saw an empty village from the hill. Only the center of the county, Santo Febro, was rapidly developing, and the nearby settlements were still poor villages. The boy was roasting a mouse on a fire and looked to the side. They were without the protection of an army of a fortress wall, because they looked more like hunting grounds for wild animals and monsters. A black goblin was looking out from behind the bushes with glee. The boy immediately began to scream in horror. He began to run away, screaming that there was a goblin here. Kim held the beaten goblin in his hands. In other words, for him it was a wonderful place. It was a village of poor people in the field. During the day, Kim scoured the rivers, forests, lakes, and caught monsters in them, and at night, he pushed the trophies from the eaten monsters to the travelers' guilds. It was the night city of the county. With this money, he listened to the songs of wandering musicians in taverns. Thus, 2 weeks of his life flew by, and he killed monsters one after another. He ate the limbs of monsters in the bushes, and these were days of pastoral slaughter, filled with tranquility. He looked at his hand in bewilderment, turning into a goblin. He could be asked about why he wasted time when there was no more than a year left until returning to the palace, but he would answer that it was a necessary process. He remembered how he hovered over the monsters in the form of a dragon and stretched out his hand. After leaving the endless forest, he had already received many abilities. He remembered the frightened look of the octopus monster, and later, having obtained beautiful samples, He still remembered those two guys with nobility in his soul. He also remembered the monster with spikes and horns, because thanks to them his abilities had diversified significantly. But at the same time, a problem had arisen that could not be solved by eating trolls or a dragon. He sat naked with a notebook by the fire, and received too many abilities in a short period of time, and could not know for sure what he was capable of and what he was not. He walked with a book behind the bushes, killing monsters, because he was very ashamed in front of these two, who themselves brought him their skills on a silver platter. And therefore for 2 weeks he wandered around the cities and tested his abilities. He stuck monsters into the ground, and finally today, after a skirmish in the tavern, he appeared at a pre-arranged place. He stood with a mercenary around the corner of the building in the shadows. The prince's deputy, the royal assassin, stood opposite the protagonist and finished his report. Kim crossed his arms in confusion and thought that he could eliminate the lord as he liked, because with the change of lord, the lands would fall into chaos and the threat of monsters would increase. But in his case, it was a wonderful outcome. The blonde mercenary peeked out from under the hood and asked about when they would take decisive action. The brunette looked at him intently through his bangs and said that it would not be that difficult to raise a rebellion throughout the city, and they could do it right now. 30 minutes later, an arrow flew into the blonde. He looked up angrily. He saw an archer shooting at him from the window. It was the royal assassin with a bow. The curly blonde fell to the ground. He lay with his eyes closed and realized that the support of the majority was needed to provoke. He immediately began to tense up, since he was infected with parasites, and he already had many allies. So he needed to change his vocal cords a little. The blonde began to scream loudly that the mercenaries had killed a man. He remembered the frightened red-haired girl, and he screamed in the voice of a saint that the mercenaries wanted to take their city. At the same time, the scientist saw how the protagonist was squeezing the man, because he could say it with the voice of a grown man from his world, who had seen what he should not have. Then he remembered standing in the black shadow behind the policeman and screaming that it was no longer possible to turn a blind eye to the atrocities of the mercenaries. It was the voice of a young cop from Los Angeles, tirelessly following him on his heels. Then he imagined the image of a dragon behind the blonde, wanting to shout the roar of a dragon. The whole street was screaming for the people to rise up and drive the mercenaries out of their county. The leader of the mercenaries, sweating, his eyes bulging. They were standing in the center of a bustling city that was beginning to rise. Light began to leak out of all the buildings, and the blonde man didn't know what exactly Kim had come up with, but the production was simply superb. This curly blonde man was looking around. One of the blonde residents was baring his teeth in anger, opening a window. He was looking forward furiously, his mouth wide open. And Kim knew that if the residents infected through drinking water were to increase their tendency to violence, it would be even worse. A bunch of infected residents were running towards a group of mercenaries. A black silhouette was watching the ongoing duel from the roof as the residents tried to drive away the mercenaries. The protagonist watched with a smile and thought it was a masterpiece. Edward looked at the letter in his hands, reading about the madness in Santo Febro. A group of people stood in front of the prince, who reported that the madness of the residents who had rebelled against the mercenaries had spread throughout the city, and the people had rebelled against the newcomers and began to drive out not only the mercenaries, but also the refugees from the city. The blonde looked at the letter and said that in the end, the inhabitants, mercenaries, refugees, all mixed up, and general madness ensued. During the riots, Count Febro lost his life. He realized that it was done perfectly cleanly. He crumpled the letter and did not understand how it was possible to allow such a thing. The prince hid his hand on the throne and said that additional points should be added to the law. The new king looked at the frightened courtiers and declared that even in the case of direct inheritance of the lord's title, if the archbishop of the Church of the Goddess and the king decide that the lord does not meet the requirements, he can lose the right to inherit the lands. Edward also added that the number of mercenaries allowed to stay on the lands for more than a month should be half that of the army on the ground. He looked ahead with a slight grin and understood that everything was going exactly according to plan. Kim watched the burning city from the hill. The brunette stared through his bangs and realized that the more deaths there were, the fewer people would remember him. because it was the same on Earth. The royal assassin approached the protagonist from behind, who asked if he was done with the job. The blonde closed his eyes under the hood and said that he had done everything, but he still had not fulfilled the order to find out where Kim would go next. The protagonist began to leave, saying that his goal was Cavalabas. He imagined a black silhouette of a griffin, which was a cross between an eagle and a lion, being a creature that combined the features of several creatures that he liked the most. The assassin's silhouette began to evaporate behind the protagonist, and told him that he would find him again when the time came, and wished him a pleasant journey. Kim stared at his notes, realizing that he needed to move on. He looked to the side, and did not think that the assassin was still there. Suddenly he saw a frightened Fjorkrid in front of him. The blonde's eyes widened in horror, covering her mouth when she saw the knight. It was a huge eagle with its wings spread, which was called a griffin, or griffin. It was a top-level monster, and on average 2 to 3 meters in size, with the head and front paws of an eagle, and the body and hind legs of a lion. Looking at this monster, one could feel how amazing this world was and how imperfect it was, because this creature had a very inefficient body structure. It was a black silhouette of an eagle with the body of a lion. Its upper half, or front, was an eagle's, and did not match the lower part of the body at all. This griffin hovered in space with the body of a lion. Because of the lower half, it had to fly half-sitting, and because of the upper half, it could not freely walk on the ground, moving in small checkers. This griffin walked forward, stepping on its paws, because it was considered a creature stuck in the middle between the air and the surface. But even such imperfect monsters drove people into fear, so they were called the kings of the skies and awarded them the highest rank. These monsters stole animals and attacked people, and even despite all the shortcomings, the griffins had incredible power because they adapted to fly and led a predatory lifestyle inherent in lions, gathering in small packs. In addition, their favorite snack was horses, so the griffins often attacked people. This was the place Cavalives, a mountainous area, a rock of griffins. Kim told the girl that people often came through this place on horses, so he took on the guild's assignment, because their duty was to eliminate the threat of griffins. The blonde looked at the knight with a shining gaze, hearing his order. The guy looked at his map and said since they were gathering in packs, their numbers were large and a frontal attack would not work, so their goal was to catch the leader and reduce their activity. He looked at the blonde, who continued to scream. Fjorkrid looked at the knight with enthusiasm and said that a knight is one whose gaze followed high ideals, even if he enters on the ground, and they must bravely confront mortal dangers if the peace and tranquility of the people depended on it. Assume the meaning of Fjorkrid's words. The brunette closed his eyes and was indignant, answering with irony as if he meant it. He turned away from the smiling blonde and did not understand how it happened that a paladin from the church state clung to him. The people of the city wanted to drive the mercenaries from their land. A few days ago, the night of the riot in Santo Febro, 2 black silhouettes were visible in the window, and the count did not understand how they recognized him. It was visible through the window that the assassin had cut the count. His bloody body lay on the floor. The mercenary in the cape looked ahead and knew that the task was completed. He immediately began to leave the kingdom. Fjorkrid walked nearby in the bushes and noticed the assassin. The blonde saw a black silhouette and understood that he had left the lord's palace. She looked at him warily and understood that it was suspicious. Then she followed the royal assassin, wanting to follow him. She peeked from behind the bushes as the protagonist stood with the assassin. She frowned through the bushes and understood that it was the guy from the tavern. The blonde noticed at that moment how the assassin disappeared and wished him a pleasant journey. She widened her eyes from what she saw and understood that the guy had just called him Knight Kim. She saw how the brunette closed his eyes and looked ahead, wanting to set out on a journey. The girl immediately rushed to run towards him. The guy looked back at the stunned blonde. The knight immediately swung his mutated fist and understood that it was worth destroying all the witnesses. The girl immediately looked at him with admiration and pretended to recognize him as a traveler with a brave man who was the best of the knights and a living legend. The brunette looked at the girl with bewilderment. The protagonist took out his token and realized that it would be better if he could resolve everything quietly. So he said that he was now on a secret mission, and in any case, asked to keep what she saw a secret. The blonde happily opened her mouth and asked in return to take her as his student. The knight immediately wilted and was stunned by such an offer. He understood that nothing could be done and saw how the blonde entered the cave. The protagonist frowned through his bangs, remembering the image of an assassin. Paladins are an asymmetrical force of the church state, and unlike the saint who could not be wounded, each paladin was tracked using magic to minimize losses in the army. Moreover, in case of murder, the tracking magic automatically puts a mark on the killer, and Fjorkrud told him this part herself. The knight crossed his arms and watched the flying pieces of earth. Simply put, by eliminating just one witness, he could have the entire church state as pursuers. In the end, he had no choice because he was going to wear her out with difficult tasks to force her to escape. The girl pulled her hand out of the ground. She looked out of the cave with enthusiasm and said that she was able to break through the cave with her bare hands without a single sound. The main character grimaced, realizing that this girl was absurdly responsible. The griffin eggs lay on the hay, on the hills. The main character and the girl looked out of the cave in shock. Kim realized that the griffins were returning to the nests with prey, and all that was left was to fight them. He stated that instead of following them mindlessly, it would be more useful to attack from an ambush. The knight looked back intently and realized that it was quite difficult to destroy such a cave with his fists alone, and he greatly underestimated the paladins' bodies. The girl immediately rushed forward, drawing the attention of her teacher. They saw how the griffins were carrying the prey to their nests. The protagonist and the girl's eyes bulged, realizing that the monsters had returned and something had to be done. Fjorkrud looked at the protagonist with a sly grin, who suggested that she deal with them alone. The girl realized that they just wanted to test her. She immediately grabbed her gun and angrily walked forward. The girl ran down the hill screaming. The main character looked at her in bewilderment, listening to the screams. He saw her grab a huge griffin, which grabbed her back, and she wanted to break free from its clutches. He grabbed his face indignantly, then he opened his mouth to sigh. He was sitting in a cave when the girl came to him and said that she was done. The knight looked at her through his bangs and said that he appreciated her abilities. Fjorkrud stood there with a puzzled look when the guy said that her abilities were a complete mess. At that moment, she bared her teeth furiously from the airflow, because due to the fear that the sword could break when attacking with full force, she weakened her grip and then lost it in the attack. At the same time, the blonde looked at the sword in sweat, and he explained that after the blow, she fussily checked whether the sword was intact, which significantly reduced her ability to assess the situation. Worrying about these 2 points reduced her magic speed and accuracy. She aimed her glowing hand at the griffin, missing the attack. She squeezed her eyes shut, realizing that her mentor in the church state always said the same thing. She clenched her fists convulsively, because hearing it personally from the teacher she aspired to made her heart sad. The main character under the hood said that the girl should forget about the sword. Fjorkrud became all gloomy and wilted, because she thought that she would have to lose her knight's rights, thinking that she was so terrible and trying to calm herself down. The brunette brought his hand to his face and explained that she should be like him. The girl, sweating, goggled her eyes, hearing such news. She looked at the main character who was sitting by the wall and added that she should not use the sword, because he said simple things. The blonde frowned in confusion, realizing that forgetting about the sword was not a hint to leave the knights, but he only said to put the sword down and use her fists. The paladin watched as the protagonist was about to get up and told her that there was another pack on the opposite side of the ridge. He stood at the entrance to the cave and looked back, telling the girl to follow them, because he would show her how it should be done. He held the griffin tightly by the neck. The blonde's mouth opened in horror at such an action. The knight was pressing the winged monster to the ground. The girl watched the splashes of blood flying from the monster. She, in shock, widened her eyes, trying to understand what kind of fighting style it was. The protagonist looked at her from under his bangs, realizing that there was nothing interesting in the paladin's fighting abilities. The girl was baring her teeth angrily at that moment of the fight, because despite her mastery of the sword, her skills were far from the highest level of mastery. Like the brave man, she directed a stream of light at the monster and missed. Even with light magic, she could not create the same bright flame as the prince, much less use techniques. The girl fought fiercely with the griffin in battle, and as an improved human, she had outstanding physical data, but of course, they were no match for the saint. The saint and the blonde were behind the prince. The girl combined the features of the brave man's team, but none of them gave her an advantage in battle. The killed griffin was bleeding, because it was just like this monster, which absorbed the features of the eagle and the lion, useful separately, but mutually interfering with each other when combined. The main character looked back at the girl and realized that the human army could not defeat her, but if she had participated in the brave man's campaign, she would have exhausted her strength at the beginning, not living to see the arrival of the Demon King at the fortress. Fjorkrid watched as the remaining griffins flew away from the hills. The knight understood that there was still a point in training the girl, even though he reluctantly accepted her as a student. He recalled the battle between the girl and the monster with a grin, because he changed his mind while watching her recent fight, and he sincerely wanted to educate her. The girl stood in the rain with a lively look, because the paladin Fjorkrid was a monster of the same type as him. The brunette looked at the flock of monsters and tried to count them. He looked through his bangs, realizing that there were more than 100 monsters somewhere. Then he reached into his pocket and realized that it would be easier to destroy them all at once, and he should tease them, so he was going to find something for them. He pulled out a small pouch. In this pouch, a purple aura was hidden. It was a magic pouch, created by the sweat and blood of the great spatial mage of the Grand Canteen Kingdom. It seemed small on the outside, but the interior was quite spacious, and it was designed so that the user could always get the desired item. The knight pulled out a huge piece of meat from the pouch. He held the piece of meat in front of him, and once heard that the griffins cannot resist horse meat, and those that the paladin eliminated just flew in with the prey, and it was good that he took it. The griffins looked at the piece of meat with great appetite and drooling. The main character asked the monsters from under the hood if they wanted to taste it. He immediately dropped the piece of meat and began to trample on it. He pressed the meat to the ground and said, "If they wanted to try it, then let them try to take it away." The griffins began to look animatedly. They began to fly towards the protagonist in a flock. The protagonist looked at them animatedly through his bangs. He imagined a fighter against a tiger. It was such a thing as an imitation fist, being a Chinese hand-to-hand combat technique that, as the name suggests, imitates the attack style of different animals. He remembered how he was pumped up in studying this technique, because he had learned it a long time ago while he was in China. At that time, he thought that with his ability to use the bodies of animals, this technique would make him much stronger, but he abandoned it rather quickly. At that moment, he was studying the technique, and another fighter was watching him closely. In the end, even if he imitated animals, he still used a human body, and for him, who uses animal bodies for real, it was not a pleasant addition. Then he grabbed this fighter by the neck, and he understood that this was the most useless and wasted time in his life. A metal ball on a chain lay on the ground. Originally, martial arts were created to increase the effectiveness of strength limited by the usual. However, for him, who had unlimited strength, it became akin to shackles. So he simply trampled his opponents into the ground without any techniques or martial arts, adopting this style of fighting. The griffin reached out with its claws to the guy. The knight swung his mutated fist. The eagle flew down with its beak. It pierced the mutated hand through and through. The main character was squeezing the beak of the monster. Then the second mutated hand, he reached out again and took the monster to rejoice, as it was the first large animal he tested it on. The protagonist delivered a powerful blow to the griffin's head. The griffin fell dead to the ground. The protagonist looked at the pool of blood. He noted that among the demonic beasts eaten in Stuckbit, there was not only a merman, but also a creature close to arthropods. The protagonist looked at his mutated hand, imagining the image of a praying mantis. He noted that by swallowing it, he was able to synchronize with these forelimbs of the praying mantis, and that arthropod had a powerful blow, capable of causing damage 250 times greater than its weight, adding that this is a killing power capable of laying down even large monsters, noting what luck it is. The protagonist looked at his opponents. He smiled bloodthirstily, asking about who was ready to become the next test subject. The protagonist smiled madly, imagining the image of a lizard and a pufferfish. He noted that, if he thought about it, horned lizards had the ability to shoot blood from their eyes, wondering what would happen if it were replaced with pufferfish blood. Fjorkrid watched in bewilderment. The protagonist was cutting off the heads of the griffins. Blood began to squirt from the protagonist's eyes. Fjorkrid noted that this was too rough and sloppy a fight. Smoke began to come out of the griffin's mouth. Fjorkrid noted that there was no skill, no technique, no strategy, only unbridled violence. The paladin widened her eyes. She thought that this was a fight that was completely opposite to the paladin's fighting style. Not understanding where she got this feeling from, noting that her heart was pounding like crazy, the paladin clutched her sword in her hand. She thought that everything she had learned in the church state was wrong. The protagonist swung his mutated arm. Fjorkrid wondered why there was a need for any martial art when he could tear steel apart with his bare hands. The protagonist looked up with a cold gaze. Fjorkrid wondered why there was a need to dodge when there was a supernatural ability to regenerate. The protagonist cut off the griffin's head. Fjorkrid noted that if the enemy was skilled in defense, then he should be flattened from all sides along with his defense. The girl watched the teachers fight intently. She thought that if she fought like that too, throwing away the fragile sword, she would obey the inner impulse, using strength. Then Fjorkrid suddenly widened her eyes. She began to shake her head from side to side. Fjorkrid noted that she was a paladin, a humble servant of the great goddess and the face of the church state. As a knight and as a paladin, she should not give in to this impulse. The protagonist wiped the blood from his eyes, looking at the blonde, asking her if she was watching the fight carefully. The blonde suddenly trembled, saying that she was watching. The blonde looked down in confusion. Kim asked how she liked this fight. The protagonist frowned. He noted that he saw that she was hesitating and it was not necessary to make a decision right now. The blonde raised her index finger up, saying about the quote of the knight Kim, "The more balanced the decision, the better. But they must be made quickly." Kim said that it was exactly like that. 3 days later, there were dead bodies of griffins behind the guys. The protagonist pointed his finger at a piece of paper. He said that they destroyed everyone in the marked area and it was time to go down. The blonde followed her teacher. She turned around, clenching her fists. White clouds floated above the building. Santo Cavaleves, an adventurer's guild. The protagonist asked what she said. There was a piece of paper with a sign on the table. The C-rank adventurer's ID, Jack. The brunette opened one eye, telling the protagonist that she understood that he was outraged. But no matter how much he protested, she could not cancel the request. The protagonist looked at the girl in bewilderment. The brunette said that an order had been received from above to give the credit for eliminating the griffins to another team. The protagonist looked ahead with a cold gaze. He noted that Jack, 27 years old, a C-rank adventurer, a branch of Santo Almaruch, was his new ID, allowing him to move freely. Kim asked the girl why on earth he should refuse the credit for exterminating the griffins. The brunette covered her eyes, saying that it was an order. Kim asked whose order it was. The brunette frowned, noting that she couldn't tell him that. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying that he understood everything perfectly. He crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist noted what it meant in the Santo Cavaleves Adventurers Guild that some sick bastard was arbitrarily appropriating the merits of other adventurers. And what's more, the guild employees were in cahoots with him. The brunette raised his fist to his mouth. He said that it would be funny if such rumors spread to other areas, adding that of course he wouldn't do it on purpose, but as soon as he drank, his tongue would loosen. The girl took off her glasses, sighing heavily. She looked menacingly at the guy, telling him to know his place, asking how he could think that some street scumbag had the right to threaten the guildmaster. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, asking what this guildmaster meant. The brunette put her glasses back on. She noted that he was a very strong and influential person, but he had no way to contact him. The girl closed her eyes again, saying that a person who was considered a hero had no need to meet with hereditary adventurers. The protagonist pulled his hand, noting that naturally he had no intention of looking for a meeting with them. He grabbed the girl's hand, noting that he would show up there himself anyway. The brunette covered her eyes in embarrassment and asked what he was doing, noting that she already had a fiancé. The protagonist squeezed the girl's hand tightly. The brunette's eyes widened. White clouds were floating above the establishment when a loud scream was heard from it. The man nervously closed his eyes. The protagonist noted that Julio Aventuras, a legendary adventurer, the only one who managed to reach the SSS rank, was the leader of the Cavalovas Guild. Kim introduced the red-haired man. He noted that Julio was one of those who accompanied the previous brave man. The red-haired guy cut down the enemy with his weapon. Kim noted that the brave man's squad from 25 years ago left behind countless heroic stories and, of course, successfully defeated the Demon King. Kim presented a white cube. He noted that just like their gangs of monster and man, they were all granted one wish. The adventurer imagined a man coming down to the man. The man asked him to grant him the power that would allow him to fight equally with the hitherto invincible enemy. The adventurer presented a flag with the emblem of the lion. He noted that upon returning from the campaign, Julio became the head of the guild, and in 20 years of working as an adventurer, he acquired a high status and colossal influence. Noting that through his efforts, the adventurer is now not just a mercenary for eliminating monsters, but a real symbol of freedom. The protagonist added that all these things became possible only thanks to the power he received through desire, and this was political power. Julio bared his teeth in displeasure. He thought that if an adventurer is a symbol of freedom, then the one who controls adventurers controls freedom, and such power over the masses became possible thanks to the enormous influence of the Adventurers Guild. The brown-haired man looked ahead with displeasure. He thought that, however, the adventurer did not get into the current brave man's squad, and the damned king took action before he had time to intervene. The man imagined the image of the prince, thinking that in the end, the second prince became the hero, and people began to praise not the symbol of freedom, but the symbol of royal power. The man slammed his hand on the table. He thought that before it was too late, he should become a hero among adventurers, a hero who could once again raise the prestige of the profession. Noting that he meant an adventurer who showed great promise, the young man looked ahead in bewilderment. Julio noted that this was his son Jorge Aventuras. Jorge asked his father why he was being credited with someone else's achievements. The boy looked at his father in bewilderment. He said that even if he becomes a hero, asking what the point is. The father looked at his son with displeasure, telling him not to be mistaken, asking what he thought, that he was doing this out of love for him. Julio furrowed his brows, saying that heroes are not made, they are created. Jorge closed his eyes. Julio said that he was his son. The son of an adventurer who, 25 years ago, side by side with a brave man, defeated the Demon King and his so-called support. Necessary for the birth of a hero, adding that he should remember that whether he becomes a hero or not depends on the future of adventurers. Jorge clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he understood. The father and son widened their eyes, hearing a loud scream. Jorge opened the door, asking what was wrong. Jorge watched as the protagonist overwhelmed the boys in the room. The guy widened his eyes in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. A brunette with a broken arm was lying on the floor. Jorge called out to Angela. The guy looked at the brunette furiously, asking if this was his doing. The protagonist turned his attention to the guy. Jorge took out his weapon and rushed to the side. He swung his sword at the protagonist, asking how dare he touch Angela. The protagonist grabbed the sword with his hand. He squeezed it, breaking it into pieces. Jorge looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. The brunette grabbed the guy by the throat. The sword flew into the air. The brunette caught it with his hand. Kim swung the sword at the guy. A dark silhouette of a man was visible in the passage. Julio opened his mouth wide, shouting for him not to do it. The protagonist looked ahead with a mad look, saying that he would do it. Kim plunged part of the weapon into Jorge's forehead. The guy fell dead on the floor. Julio watched in horror. The protagonist looked at the man, asking if he was the guildmaster. The guildmaster glared at Kim, saying that he was, asking who he was. Kim looked at the man, saying that he was Jack, a C-rank adventurer. The man glared at the brunette. He asked if he was the one who killed the Griffins, then apologized for trying to take away his credit. The protagonist stared at the guildmaster. He turned his back on Julio, saying that since he understood, he was leaving. Julio glared at the guy. He asked what all this was, noting that he had destroyed the adventurers. His guild crushed the hand of his future daughter-in-law and taken the life of his son. Kim glanced sideways at the guildmaster. Kim pointed his bloody hand to the side. There was a brunette lying on the floor. Kim said that she wasn't going to call anyone, and he made her do it. The protagonist pointed at the guy, saying that he was going to hit him, and he defended himself. Kim pointed at the dead Jorge, noting that he tried to kill him, but he killed him first. The brunette pointed at the guildmaster, saying that he apologized, so he was retreating. A shadow hung over Julio's face. The guildmaster asked what he said. The guildmaster opened his mouth wide, asking what only for this, noting that such a thing simply couldn't be, asking what other demands there were, and that he had figured it out on his own, and who had sent him. The protagonist noted that he didn't understand then. The brunette looked menacingly at the man. He said that he was not at all interested in any feats and merits, and he did not care whether they were his or not, but he did care about one thing. If something belonged to him, he would not allow anyone to take it without his permission. The brunette turned his back to the guildmaster. He asked what, or he should have warned him about this in advance, noting that then the matter would not have taken such a nasty turn. The protagonist slammed the door behind him. Julio widened his eyes. The man stood with his back. He wondered what this was. What goes around, comes around. Noting that he did this not only for himself, but for all adventurers, and chose a completely wrong method, adding that he demanded a sacrifice for a good cause, and brought trouble on himself, noting that it was his greed. Julio clenched his hand into a fist. Blood flowed from his fist. He slammed his fist on the floor. The guildmaster wondered why everything turned out this way. His red eyes were shining. Julio thought that the protagonist had destroyed his family and taken away his future. White clouds were floating above the building. Julio summoned the feather of the bird of paradise, the three-hilted sword, the youth organization Verdiaball, and the whirlwind axe for emergency collection. Julio noted that in return, he would also take away his future. Fjorkrid was sitting on the bed. She noted that when she was training in the church state before becoming a paladin, the mentor in charge of her always blamed her for something. The blonde closed her eyes, remembering the silhouette scolding her. She remembered how she was told how many swords she had already broken, and that she had extraordinary physical abilities, but she was completely unable to cope with them. And if she were a predator, she would become a king in nature, but for a paladin, this is no good. The girl remembered her teacher. She noted that the teacher's instruction for her to use her power as she pleased was completely different from the teachings of her mentor, wondering who she should listen to. Behind Fjorkrid, black silhouettes were visible in the window. There were guys gathered near the building. The fighters said that this was where the C-rank adventurer Jack was staying. The protagonist was walking down the street. A man stood in front of him. The protagonist looked at the angry Julio, asking what was wrong, since he had already accepted his apology. Julio narrowed his eyes, asking if he remembered the boy he killed half an hour ago. The protagonist frowned, saying that of course he remembered him. The guildmaster recalled the image of his son, noting that the boy was his son. The guildmaster reached for his weapon. He asked the protagonist how he could know what the heart of a father who lost his son felt. The brunette pressed his lips together, recalling the image of the man, saying that he was familiar with it. Julio looked at the brunette in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He looked at the old man with a mad look, noting that he had left many orphans and widows, and all of them were talking about revenge. The old man bared his teeth in anger. The protagonist looked at the man shaking with anger. The old man asked what had happened to them all. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, spreading his arms to the side, and asked what he thought if he was alive. The guild leader widened his eyes, thinking that he had revealed himself. The man swung his weapon in anger, saying that he was a fool. A golden aura emanated from the sword. Julio noted that this aura had been honed over decades, and this power was capable of cutting even dragon scales like a piece of paper. The old man furrowed his brows. He thought that he was Julio Aventuras, although old, but a companion of the past brave man and the only adventurer of the SSS rank. adding that he should see his strength. A sword of golden aura appeared near the protagonist's head. Why did he think about him dying? Blood gushed from the old man. The protagonist looked at the dead guildmaster. Kim continued on his way. He looked back to the side. Frightened fighters ran past him, saying that there was a monster and they needed to run. Kim watched the events with bewilderment, wondering what was happening. Fjorkrid was standing on the ground. A pool of blood flowed to her feet. Kim looked at Fjorkrid among the corpses. The blonde gritted her teeth, letting tears flow from her eyes. She looked at her teacher with tearful eyes. The protagonist stared at the girl. The protagonist passed by with his hands lying down. The blonde looked at the protagonist, who plopped down near the wall. The protagonist began to take a furry leg out of the bag. The brunette brought the leg to his face. The blonde wiped tears from her eyes. She approached the protagonist, leaning against the wall. The protagonist extended the leg to the girl, asking if she would like to eat it. Fjorkrid greedily began to bite the furry leg. She widened her eyes. The protagonist watched as the blonde vomited. He looked away with a cold gaze. Kim noted that, frankly speaking, griffin meat tasted disgusting, and that this was expected because griffins are disgusting and it tastes disgusting. The guys were sitting near the building. Fjorkrid noted that, frankly speaking, this was a secret. She closed her eyes, remembering the nights. Fjorkrid said that although everyone knows that the paladins received a blessing from the goddess, which gave them superhuman strength, but in fact, it is just a modernized human created using simplified technology for producing saints. The protagonist looked away. He thought that there was no secret in this, and in high circles it was known for a long time, adding that he had also heard about it from the prince. The blonde placed her green hand on her knee. She said that they are also experimented on to check the functions that are planned to be implemented in the next saint. The brunette looked at the girl with bewilderment, asking what experiments she was talking about. The blonde looked at her hand, noting that, most likely, this is the result of an experiment. She clenched her hand into a fist, apologizing to the protagonist, noting that she was overcome by a strange impulse. Kim looked sideways at the girl. He noted that when he first met her, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship, and this was the reason. The protagonist presented the image of a fat man. He noted that he had never allowed the thought that even his parents were the same living beings as he was. The same with his disgusting older brother who looked like a pig. And for this reason, he treated everyone around him with caution and hid his ability. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He noted that he showed his power to her without any embarrassment, because she was a fellow tribesman, a monster of the same type as him. The protagonist remembered how he killed the guildmaster. He thought that they had made a noise with her, noting that they had torn the adventurer guild Cavalevas and their leader to shreds. The protagonist stood up, saying that it was no longer possible to stay there, and she should go ahead and get a ticket for the carriage. Fjorkrid asked what about him. The brunette closed his eyes, saying that he had one more thing left to do, and it wouldn't take long, so she should go first. The blonde ran ahead down the street. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, asking if he was supposed to be there. He heard everything. A guy in a dark cloak appeared from behind the wall. He looked at Kim and said that he heard everything. The protagonist stood with his back to the mercenary, asking about the payment. Kim looked away. He thought that the higher-ups only suspected that the paladins were test subjects for the saint, and there was no direct evidence. But, however, taking into account what had just been said, it was true, and he was the one who obtained this information, noting that in the world you have to pay for everything. The mercenary held out a bag, saying that he had prepared it in advance. The protagonist took out a gold coin, noting that it was money for travel. The brunette pulled out a tablet with hieroglyphs from the bag, noting that it was a new ID plate. Kim, studying, looked at the plate. The mercenary said that he was now Jack, 26 years old, a fourth-rank mercenary, and belonged to the mercenary group Alma Rouge, and this was his new identity. Kim asked that he was now a mercenary. The guy in the black cape looked at the protagonist, asking where he planned to go next. The protagonist moved forward, saying that it would be Santo Canargo. The protagonist remembered the image of Edward. He noted that, come to think of it, he and the brat first met there. The protagonist grinned wickedly, imagining the images of people, thinking that he was about to meet old friends. Fialina was riding in the carriage. She closed her eyes, wondering how this happened. Bard opened her eye. In front of her sat the protagonist and Fjorkrit. Fialina wondered why them. The protagonist studied the piece of paper. Fialina noted that this adventurer, a dangerous man, had caused a pogrom in the tavern. The bard remembered how the protagonist had beaten a man and smiled madly when she entered the establishment. She thought that this was also the madness of Febro, which soon engulfed the city, adding that she had a feeling that he was involved in it too. Fialina turned her attention to the side. She looked at the sleeping girl, thinking about Fjorkrit sitting next to him. The bard was packing her backpack, looking at the window. She lowered her gaze, asking what those sounds were. The bard watched from the window as Fjorkrit killed the fighters. Fialina widened her eyes in horror, saying that they needed to get out. The pink-haired girl gritted her teeth. She thought that it was the one who had massacred the guest house, and because of these two, she had cancelled all her plans and immediately fled the city only to end up in the same carriage with them. The girl glanced at the boys. She thought that as soon as they arrived in Santo Canargo, she would immediately transfer to another one, and it was better not to mess with such people. Otherwise you won't collect your bones. The bard closed her eyes, thinking that they were almost there, and there was still a little left. The man shouted that a dungeon had opened there. The girl sat motionless, with her eyes closed. In front of the carriage was an open dungeon with a red aura. The man was holding his face with his hand. The Baron of Canargo, a young man, stood in front of the Baron. The old man asked what was already known for sure about the dungeon. The guy said that this was accurate information, and from the dungeon to the reservoir itself in the south, everything within a radius of 500 meters was subject to erosion. The old man bared his teeth in displeasure, wondering why the dungeon. The Baron clenched his fist, saying that only the damn adventurers would be happy, adding that these worthless people don't even pay half the taxes and enjoy all the privileges, and when their help is needed, they won't lift a finger, caring only about their own benefit, and all because of this abnormal. The Baron recalled the image of Julio with displeasure, saying that this is all because of him. The old man recalled the flag with the emblem of a lion. He said that that bastard raised the authority of trash adventurers and created his damn adventurers guild, and the law that the dungeon is the property of the adventurer. The old man added that a gang of parasites extolling their freedom and doing whatever they want. This entire adventurers guild does nothing but protect the rights of slackers. The old man furrowed his brows, thinking that it was all because of that bastard. The Baron glanced at the boy with one eye, asking what about the request to destroy the dungeon. The old man bared his teeth, looking at the boy. The blonde said that no one had responded yet, and it was a risky business, and adventurers most likely only cared about safe earnings. The Baron said that they were of no use, asking what about permission to invade the dungeon with troops. The Baron frowned in displeasure. The blonde noted that they said that they would only consider their application. A boy burst into the office, calling out to His Excellency. The old man looked at the boy with displeasure, asking what was the matter, since he had an important conversation. The boy, looking out of breath, showed the emblem, noting that he was told to convey this to him under any circumstances. The Baron jumped up from his seat. He smiled nervously. The old man closed his eyes, smiling widely. The Baron said that Julio was finally dead, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. The Baron sat on the couch, opposite the protagonist. He told Kim that he had done a great job, noting that he was the best of the best, on a completely different level. Fjorkrit closed her eyes, saying that the teacher was using a different name. The old man looked at the girl with a slight smirk. He said that then they should pretend that they hadn't heard his words, and then he would be the Nightjack. Kim said that he shouldn't add a knight to a mercenary. The old man extended his hand, noting that he thought there was no need to tell him what was happening in their Santo Canargo. A red aura emanated from the dungeon. The Baron said that the dungeon was a huge creature that could be called the most mysterious life form in the entire Elmwood continent. The old man presented a shell. He said that just like the terrestrial nautilids, they evolve underground, eating their way up, and form a labyrinth of spiral shells. The Baron imagined monsters walking towards the dungeon. He said that when the dungeon becomes large enough, it opens up a labyrinth on the surface, which attracts monsters with pheromones. The monster bared its fangs angrily. The Baron said that the monsters that enter change under the influence of the dungeon's mana, turning into the most ferocious predators, and they become a shield protecting the core of the dungeon, which is located in its very depths. The old man imagined monsters breaking out of the dungeon. He said that at some point the dungeon becomes overflowing with them, and the changed monsters burst out, attacking all creatures in their field of vision, and this phenomenon is said to be the dungeon overflowing its banks. The Baron imagined various crystals. He said that, however, their existence not only causes losses to humans, but also eats up the earth during development. The dungeon separately stores foreign bodies, which are mainly ore and minerals. Grass was visible in the dungeon. The Baron said that rare plants with special powers also grow in the dungeon. Due to the fact that they are filled with mana, so many adventurers themselves look for the opening dungeons, and it rarely gets to the point that they are overflowing. The Baron added that conflicts began to arise on this basis. The monster was chasing the guy. The Baron said that the Lord and the inhabitants of the lands, not knowing exactly when the dungeon will overflow its banks, want to finish it off as soon as possible. The fighter with the weapon held a stone in his hand. The old man noted that, however, adventurers were holding off on killing the dungeon until the very end, so that it could accumulate more goods. And in this regard, the Lord and adventurer could only confront each other. The protagonist crossed his arms. The old man noted that this was the current situation in Santo Camargo. Kim said that he understood. The Baron frowned, saying that he had one task for them. There was a guard standing near the dungeon, the entrance to Santo Camargo. The protagonist walked towards the dungeon. The guard extended his hand, telling him to show his adventurer's ID. Kim said that he was a mercenary. The guard looked at Kim in bewilderment. The guard covered his eyes, saying that the mercenary cannot enter the dungeon, and that he should get lost. The protagonist kicked the guard with his foot. The protagonist looked ahead with a mad look, asking who said that his goal was the dungeon. The protagonist hit the guard in the forehead. The guard asked what he thought he was doing. Kim told her not to make noise, since he was doing his job. The man fell to the ground, stopping the protagonist. Kim looked back at the other guards. The knight asked what was going on. The protagonist rushed into the dungeon. The man grabbed the knight by the hand, asking for help, noting that the mad mercenary had attacked the guild members. The guard looked at his comrade, who was going into the dungeon. The knight told him not to worry, and they would arrest him. The protagonist walked inside the dungeon. The knight followed the brunette. The protagonist turned around. The knight grabbed his helmet. Fjorkrid was under the helmet. The protagonist looked at the girl with a grin, saying that she had arrived. Fjorkrid noted that the entrance would be blocked by Boron himself. The blonde looked ahead with a smile, noting that this was what the dungeon looked like, and that she only knew about them from stories. Kim asked what she was interested in. The girl looked at her teacher with a wide smile. She said that this was not true, but she was interested in finding herself on one of the teacher's heroic story. The guys walked along the ground. Fjorkrid said that it was so deep. Kim noted that it was getting darker. The protagonist's eyes changed. Kim noted that with the eyes of a dragon, he continued to see clearly using his mana. The blonde's eyes changed. Kim noted that of course her eyes had changed too. The girl ran up to the teacher. The monster opened its mouth. Scary monsters appeared in front of the guys. The protagonist grinned slightly, saying that it was beginning. The Baron's order? The liquidation of the dungeon. A little earlier, the protagonist was sitting opposite the Baron. The old man asked the protagonist to take care of it. Fjorkrid looked at the old man with a serious look. She noted that such actions were illegal, and according to territorial law, the Lord was prohibited from using mercenaries for violence. The old man closed his eyes, noting that she was well aware. But adventurers were not citizens, but merely strangers who took away privileges from local residents. The Baron looked at the blonde, asking her to follow the plan, and he would also temporarily assign her to serve in the garrison. The old man peered out from under his bangs. He said that expanding the dungeon could affect the reservoir, which would leave the population without water, asking them to hurry. The guys stood in the dungeon opposite the monsters. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. thinking that he would only benefit from eliminating the dungeon, because he would be able to absorb the creatures in the dungeon. Fjorkrid stepped forward, stretching her shoulder. Kim said that she should try first. The blonde bared her teeth. She leaned her palm on the ground. Her hand began to mutate. Fjorkrid began to transform into a monster. Paladin changed her appearance. The protagonist watched closely, noting that she had the same transformation, but the method was different from his. Kim remembered how the girl vomited. He noted that, unlike him, she did not change through the absorption of food, and if this was the result of her aforementioned experience, then there was a high probability of a surgical transplant. The blonde opened her mouth wide. She rushed with an attack on the monsters. Fjorkrid pierced the body with her horns. The monster began to attack the girl from above. The blonde planted her foot on the ground. She jumped up, plunging her horns into the monsters' bodies. The girl pulled out her horns and blood gushed out. She looked back at her opponents. The monster opened its mouth wide. Fjorkrid stuck her tail into the monster's mouth. The blonde looked at her prey with a bloodthirsty look. The monsters lined up around her. The monster's flesh began to tear. Fjorkrid tore the monster in half with her bare hands. The protagonist watched from afar. Kim watched as they began to transform back. The blonde fell to her knees. Fjorkrid looked back at Kim. The protagonist asked if the other paladins could do the same. Fjorkrid looked at her hand, saying that this was only happening to her, and her brothers and sisters only had individual muscles and bone tissue transplanted. The protagonist approached the girl, saying that it must have cost a lot of money. Fjorkrid noted that it was especially difficult to get a whole mimic, and thanks to him, she was able to maintain her human form. But there was an uproar due to budget issues. Brunette remembered how he read the book, noting that he was definitely mentioned in it. Brunette imagined an image of a black monster with a box. He thought that its characteristic feature was turning into other living beings or objects, and most often they take the form of a treasure chest and attack adventurers. Brunette looked down at the girl, saying that he was sure that it was not easy for her to endure everything. The blonde closed her eyes. She said that not at all, since her memory was erased, and for her, these are nothing more than dry facts. The protagonist walked next to the blonde, saying that, okay then. He stopped near the corpse of the monster, after which he picked it up with his hand, noting that it was quite unusual, and he had not seen anything like it in the reference book, asking that it had changed because of the dungeon's mana. The protagonist reached out with his teeth to the flesh, saying that he should taste it. The hero bit the dead monster's flesh. He tore off a piece of it with his teeth. The protagonist chewed the monster's meat. The protagonist's eyes widened. Red stripes were visible on the walls of the dungeon. The protagonist vomited, after which he squatted with his head down. Kim's eyes widened, not understanding what it was. He looked at the body of the dead monster. He thought that this was not just monster meat, and this was all because of the dungeon's mana. The brunette rested his hands on the ground. He thought that they were not alive and were just bioweapons, driven by energy called mana. The protagonist imagined threads of mana running through the monster's body. He noted that since they moved solely by mana, without sending impulses to the muscles, he could not help but copy and absorb them. The protagonist opened his mouth, thinking that it was like chewing on a metal brush. The protagonist left fingerprints on the ground. He noted that such foreign objects were incompatible with his ability, and because of this, he threw up for the second time in his life. The protagonist remembered how he was going to eat the red-haired girl. He noted that a similar feeling arose when he absorbed the saint, who had mana flowing through her veins instead of blood, but at least the saint was a human before the transformation, and the transplanted muscles and bone tissue belonged to a living being, and the mana in her veins repeated the role of blood, so there was no such strong rejection. The protagonist rose to his feet, thinking about those monsters. He said that it won't do. The blonde looked at the protagonist, turning to her teacher. The protagonist held his face with his hand, saying that he needed to hurry. Fjorkrid smiled slightly. She noted that it was from a quote from Knight Kim. A knight does not raise his sword for fun, but to shed fewer tears, adding that the less time the people of Santa Canargo suffer from the dungeon, the better. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that it was the same. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. He wondered that compared to the monsters on the surface, the monsters of the dungeon had more different abilities. Kim clenched his hand into a fist. He wondered if there was a monster stronger than a dragon. The protagonist viciously kicked the dead monster. He searched for his teeth, thinking what an idiot he was. The boys continued on through the dungeon. The protagonist noted that he should quickly destroy the dungeon and go in search of areas where he could profit normally. The book hovered in the dark space. It was an encyclopedia of monsters, authored by the SSS-ranked adventurer Julio Aventuras. And this was how the famous adventurer described the dungeon. Purple streams of mana ran along the walls. It was a bizarre landscape, and a dense flow of mana circulated throughout the space. The monsters sparkled with their red eyes. These were monsters evolving in an unusual environment. The human hand was clutching gold coins and jewelry. These were treasures hidden everywhere, and if the adventurer was confident in his abilities, he would be able to obtain unimaginable fame and wealth. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that this was nonsense. He gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that this was just ridiculous, and this was not evolution, but a posthumous acquired mutation. Kim clenched his fist, thinking that all he wanted to do was beat the author of that book to death, and that it was a shame that he couldn't bring back to life and kill again someone who had already been torn to shreds. The protagonist extended his mutated hand, thinking that at least the only thing he could do was vent his anger there. The protagonist tore apart all the monsters in his path. On the way, the protagonist met a man who asked for help and said that his comrades were inside. The protagonist cut off the guy's head, telling him to die too. The blonde looked behind him, asking why he killed that man. The protagonist looked ahead with a displeased look, telling her to be more careful, since he was a living dead man. The man lay with a hole in his chest. Fjorkrud noted that this was true, since he had a hole punched in his chest. The protagonist said that he was still fresh, so she was mistaken. The brunette put his palm to the wall. He stared at his hand, noting that it looked like a cave. But in the end, the dungeon was a living creature. The brunette looked behind him, thinking that in this case, he would use his ability to find the central part. The protagonist looked straight ahead, saying that they were almost there. The brunette looked back at Fjorkrud. The blonde said that they had arrived quite quickly, and that she had heard that no matter how quickly one conquered a dungeon, it usually took at least 12 hours to complete a 500-meter-long road. The protagonist closed his eyes, asking why he would waste half a day on such a trifle, noting that adventurers were simply incompetent losers. The blonde smiled widely. She said that it was rather him who was incredible, since he had gone straight down without getting lost, and an ordinary adventurer, even avoiding combat, would have spent much more time searching for the path. The girl looked at her teacher in surprise when he addressed her. The protagonist glanced sideways at the blonde. He said that he understood that she wanted to praise him by any means, but comparing him to incompetent idiots did not sound like praise. Kim looked at his mutated arm, saying that it would also be an insult to the boy who gave him this ability. Fjorkrud awkwardly looked at her teacher, asking for his forgiveness. She said that she had no such intentions, asking that the master who taught him this ability was his friend. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He noted that they were not close at all and fought longer than they talked. The protagonist remembered the knight in armor saying that, however, he did not tolerate when innocents suffered from violence. The knight knocked off the head with his hand. An eye appeared out of nowhere, asking him to stop. The monster pulled out its eye, saying that it would suppress him with such force that he would not be able to stand. The tentacle monster advanced on the fighter. The protagonist noted that even if the fight was doomed to failure, he was so brave that he was willing to sacrifice his body. The protagonist stood with his back to the monster, recalling the image of a tentacled monster. The blonde closed her eyes, turning to the teacher. She looked at the teacher's back, asking for forgiveness for the fact that if it sounds tactless, but that gentleman is already dead. Kim said that everything is correct. The protagonist closed his eyes, pressing his palm to his chest, saying that, however, what he left behind is now inside him. The guys were standing near the huge doors. The girl raised her head, saying that judging by the style, the building is very old and looks like it is more than 150 years old, adding that the dungeon must have swallowed the ancient settlement whole. Fjorkrud looked away, remembering the man. She asked that perhaps the man they recently encountered was from there. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He said that it was not so, and that the dead man was so fresh that he had not even realized his death yet, and most likely it was a member of the Adventurers Guild who had entered there from the outside, and a hole had been nailed into his chest. The girl looked at the brunette in confusion. She asked what it meant that there was a monster waiting for them ahead that inflicted through. The brunette said that it was true. He touched the door with his hand. The door opened slightly. The protagonist's eyes widened. There was a huge monster inside. The protagonist raised his head, asking if it was a dragon. The monster raised its paws. The protagonist closely examined the monster, noting that this creature looked more like a wyvern. Fjorkrid looked at the monster in bewilderment, asking why it was so huge and not a dragon. The protagonist told her to take a closer look, and its forelimbs were connected to its wings. So it was a wyvern and not a dragon. Or more accurately, it looked like a wyvern, but it wasn't a normal creature like the other inhabitants of the dungeon. The girl looked at the monster in shock. The monster looked at the boys. It had the body of a snake, the wings of a bat, the head of a horned lizard, and the legs of a frog. Fjorkrid said that it seemed like one, but at the same time, there were several of them. The protagonist stared at the monster. He said that she was right, and the dungeon had combined several creatures into one, and this was its essence. The protagonist bared his teeth. He wondered if some crazy mage had created a chimera and it had slipped into the dungeon and taken root there, or if other creatures had been changed by the dungeon's mana and then merged together and accidentally acquired this appearance. The protagonist looked at the monster. He thought that it was not his job to look for reasons, or rather to think about what the truth was. But one thought stuck in his head. The protagonist widened his eyes, thinking that it was annoying. The monster and the protagonist stood opposite each other. Kim thought that he was looking at a reflection in a crooked mirror, and to some extent, he could call it a relative, because of the body assembled from parts of other creatures, wondering if magical transformation could only give such a pathetic result. The monster looked at the protagonist with its red eyes. Kim thought that such a funny-looking monster played the role of a dungeon boss. Disgusting. The protagonist remembered himself as a child, and his brother. He thought that he felt the same disgust when he looked at the guy he called his older brother, and after returning from the army, he gathered the local elementary school students around him to show off the console he bought with his parents' money. And if you think about it, that idiot didn't even serve because of his weight. The blonde looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking what they were going to do. Kim moved his hand to the side, telling her to step back, since he was going to fight him. The protagonist's face began to mutate. Kim thought that the size was what he needed to let off steam, and he would be his punching bag, adding that he would provide him with an opponent of the same size. The protagonist bared his teeth. Kim noted that he had the lungs and circulatory system of a giant dragon. The protagonist's body began to mutate, after which he squeezed his hand. Kim noted that with the bone marrow of a troll, the muscles of an ogre, the epidermis of a salamander, and the mucus of a mystium slime, he would become a dragon. The protagonist mutated into a dragon. The dragon opened its mouth wide. A guard with a man stood near the dungeon. The man with glasses gritted his teeth. He said that they made fools of themselves because of that damned mercenary. The man looked ahead with displeasure when the ground shook. He said that he should just come out and become an Adventurers Guild member when he suddenly fell silent. The ground beneath his feet began to shake. The man asked what an earthquake was and what was happening. The protagonist, in the form of a dragon, stood opposite the monster. The monster looked at his opponent in bewilderment. His eyes widened. The monster stared at the dragon. The monster opened its mouth wide. The monster swung its paw. It hit the dragon on the head. The monster opened its mouth wide. The dragon blocked the monster with its paw. It squeezed the monster's paw. The protagonist said that he was weak, easy with many flaws, asking what he could do. The monster attacked the protagonist with its tail. Kim tilted his head to the side, dodging the blow. The tail rose behind the protagonist. It grabbed the protagonist's neck. The monster bared its fangs. The monster rushed at the protagonist while liquid was dripping down its fangs. The dragon narrowed his gaze, wondering if these were the poisonous fangs of a fatal bite. The protagonist flashed his gaze. He looked away, thinking that his head was working properly, but it was useless. The fangs of the monster broke. Kim thought that it would have worked if he had the skin of an ordinary dragon. But if the dragon's skin was covered in mystium, then it was a different matter. The protagonist's hand began to turn. He grabbed the monster, saying that it was annoying him and that he should fall already. The veins around the monster's eyes bulged. The monster's eyes exploded. Blood gushed onto the dragon's face. The hero looked away. That the blood contained the poison of the fatal bite. Kim noted that since the teeth did not work, it meant that he decided to penetrate the skin. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a serious look. He said that this poison was originally the basis of the skill and the very first poison that he had the opportunity to study. The protagonist flashed his gaze. Kim said that if he had nothing more to show, then it was time to end it, since he had no hobby in bullying others. The dragon raised his paw. Holes appeared in the monster's body from the dragon's attack. The monster's eyes widened, not understanding what had happened. The monster remembered how he looked at the black sphere. He thought that he remembered being in a dungeon with a monster boss. He did not understand why he entered that dungeon. The monster looked at the protagonist in front of him. His body began to fall to the ground. He thought that now he understood, and was sure that it was him then. Kim looked at the dead body of the monster. He looked at it with confusion, frowning. Fjorkrid looked at the teacher in confusion, asking if something was wrong. Kim said that nothing. The brunette remembered the image of the smiling monster. He wondered if he was imagining it, noting that he laughed before he died. The protagonist frowned. He did not understand what this meant, wondering what the point of wasting time thinking, adding that there were more and more useless thoughts in his head, and it must be because he was accompanied by a fellow tribesman for the first time. The guys headed towards the exit. The teacher said that it was time to go. Hieroglyphs were visible in the open book. The famous adventurer Julio wrote the following about the dungeon. A small ball in the form of monster was floating in space. The true essence of the dungeon, this is a spherical creature, 2 meters in diameter, called the core of the dungeon, and that these are 2 huge round eyes on the front part, and the whole body is covered with soft fur, noting that it is cowardly, but obedient, and if it gets attached, it will humbly follow a person. A round monster with multiple eyes was hanging in space. The guys looked at the monster in bewilderment. Fjorkrid threw back in disgust. She noted that this was very different from what she had heard. The protagonist kicked the monster, saying that it fully supported her. The boys continued to look at the unknown creature. The protagonist said that it was possible that it was luring creatures with pheromones, and that it was impossible to say that what they saw was its true form. The protagonist, studying, looked at the monster. He noted that he thought that if there was no immunity to chemical and mental effects, then the true form could not be seen due to the effect of pheromones, and what the adventurers saw was the dungeon core's last resort to defend itself, adding that it was an image change to make it appear harmless. Fjorkrid looked at the teacher with a smirk, saying that she knew. She said a quote from Knight Kim, that evil is like poison, and it always takes on a luxurious appearance to lure people. Fjorkrid imagined Francis, noting that he said this during the fight with Francis the Pride Lord. The brunette closed his eyes, saying that this is it. The protagonist reached for his cloak. He noted that he wanted to ask who wrote these damn quotes, but it was too late to ask, adding that something else was more important. The protagonist took a cleaver in his hand. Fjorkrid stood behind the protagonist, asking that he own such a weapon. The blonde looked at her teacher's back. Kim said that he was not going to kill him, but eat him. The girl looked at the monster with bulging eyes, asking that he was going to eat this. The brunette cut the monster in half, saying that of course he would eat it. The brunette swung his cleaver, saying that he would first cut it up, so that it would be easier. He thought that the mana of the dungeon core was of no use to him. The blonde watched as Kim cut up the monster. Kim thought that, but he was interested in his skills, turning the ground into a solid shell and mind control with pheromones. The blonde watched them fondly. The blonde pressed her lips, puffing out her cheeks. The girl threw up on the ground. Mana streams were visible on the walls. The dungeon is the core's shell. In other words, it is part of its body, and if the core loses its skills, then the circulation of mana will be interrupted in the entire dungeon. Then it and its monsters will no longer be able to function, after which everything will begin to collapse. Mana streams moved further into the dungeon. The average duration of destruction, indicated in the encyclopedia, is 48 hours, and anyone who cannot get out during this time will be buried alive in the dungeon. The guys were heading towards the exit of the dungeon. The protagonist noted that, however, in his case, it was out of the question to spend 48 hours to exit the dungeon without monsters. The exit from the dungeon appeared in front of the guys. Fjorkrid smiled broadly, saying that this was the exit. She leaned her hand on the wall, noting that it took them no more than 3 hours, and they spent even less time than when they went down. At the exit, the guys were met by knights who pointed their weapons at them. The formidable fighter looked at the protagonist, asking that he was the mercenary Jack. The man behind the knight adjusted his glasses. The knight said that he was arrested for violent actions against a member of the Adventurers Guild. The man in glasses said that he had jumped too much. The guys stood motionless in place. The fighter said that it was useless to resist. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He extended his hand, saying that it was him. The protagonist's hand was handcuffed. The knights led the protagonist to the carriage. The brunette was sitting in the carriage. His hands were in shackles. Kim remembered how he was handcuffed in his past life. He remembered how he sat among other arrested people. Kim closed his eyes and smiled, saying that this had happened in the past. The sun was high, the ship was sailing on the water, music was playing on the deck. The man was standing with the guy and saying that it was good to have freedom. The guy replied that it was all thanks to Prince Edward. After all, it was he who put an end to the war with the damned demons. He smiled and added that only peace and rebirth awaited this country. He looked at his comrade and asked if their main threat would now be sea pirates. Although this is a river, they should be called river pirates. The man turned and laughed. What a joke he had. They had nothing to rob. What a fool would attack a passenger ship. Suddenly the ship began to shake. A pirate ship crashed into them. They were pirates. The crew was ordered to prepare for battle. The guys turned around, surprised, and asked, "Really?" Hooks began to fall on board. The man jumped in and shouted that they needed to attack and not miss a single one. They were pirates in straw hats. They would steal all their dishes. They started fighting with people. They tried to kill the crew members. The captain smiled and said that it should be done without serious damage. They are not worth a dime if they cannot do the job. The young man fell and asked again about the work. Did he mean slavery? Then he raised his head and said that these pirates are bastards. Slavery is prohibited in the country. He answered that he is right. Such are the laws here. He frowned and said, "What about other countries?" The old man was surprised. A bastard, this suit and methods. How was it connected with Captain Philippe? The man came closer and said that he did not think that among the fresh water there would be someone who knew his father. Had he ever sailed the seas in the past? The man lowered his head and said that this man is a non-entity Philippe, although he was a pirate, but adhered to moral principles. Before getting the club, he managed to say that his son traded slaves. The man looked at him and said with a smile that his father had been caught because of his damn morals. Money and life were more important than all this nonsense. Then she ordered the rest of the team to tie everyone up and throw them in jail. They agreed. The door slowly opened. Someone came out and said that he would earn less from selling slaves than from ransoming hostages. But he would get money without any risks, considering the meager weapons, inferior to a sea vessel. This was the safest choice. The brunette came closer, chewed someone and said that it was reasonable. The man thought, "This person is quite smart, but I wonder what he eats." And the young man looked up and looked at him. This guy looks like a mercenary, but he has an aura and a tough villain, undoubtedly the same as him. He put on his hat and smiled and said that he liked this man. He extended his hand and offered to become his comrade. The man stood opposite the guy. No one understood what was happening. Kim also stretched his hand towards him. The blonde was surprised and asked again what was going on. While the boy wanted to shake the man's hand, she shouted what her teacher was doing. This man in the oral pirate. The man's face was enveloped in light from the fire, and a moment later, The young man burned him to ashes. He smiled and asked why he should obey a creature inferior to him in development. He imagined the core with his eyes. A little earlier, having eaten it, he received a new ability, namely, the ability to freely control pheromones. The body emitted some gases. The core of the dungeon rebuilds the liver of captured organisms, launching chemical synthesis of pheromones in them. Pheromones cycle through blood vessels and accumulate in sweat glands on the surface of the skin, after which they can be dispersed through spores. This led him to an interesting thought. He remembered the creatures he had eaten. The dragon synthesizes flammable chemicals in his body. But since they are created in the lungs, he can only anger them through the mouth. The mucus that the lizards secrete is highly viscous, so their flow glands eject mucus under high pressure. Many additional hearts of a huge dinosaur allow the whole body to maintain the rate of blood exchange. If you combine all these abilities, you can synthesize flammable substances of the dragon in the living chemical plant of the dungeon core, sending them directly into the blood. Then, thanks to the dinosaur hearts, supply fuel to all parts of the body directly to the sweat glands. He pointed his hand forward, and you can release fuel from them under high pressure, which creates friction with the air and will cause the fuel to ignite right in flight. The man smiled. In other words, he could release the flame in his hands. He remembered the handcuffs. Wasn't he pushed into the carriage right after they left the dungeon? There was also a guard. Alas, the soldiers who had grabbed him then served the Baron. The guy looked at them and was able to get out. The arrest of the mercenary Jack was just a small show for the Adventurers Guild. He grinned and thought, would he have allowed himself to be so easily buried in shackles otherwise? Opposite him stood a man made of quail. Surprisingly practical. The other pirates were surprised and began to shout that this was fire magic. Rather, a protective barrier against fire was needed. A car. One of them tried to create a barrier, but he was pierced by it. The girl walked forward, killed him with her sword. Then she looked at him. A bright light appeared. Other pirates began to run up from behind, shouting that she was a bad girl. But in an instant, the girl was able to kill 3 robbers. She turned around, wondering where this feeling came from. The sword in her hand felt different than before. She looked at her hand. She raised her hand and thought how it was. Such an unfamiliar feeling. A brunette stood nearby and stretched his arms forward. He was doing some manipulations with the ship. The pirates who remained on that ship were suffocating. They did not understand what kind of poison it was. The man ran forward and shouted that they had to move to the next ship. He was left alone in the smoke. He said that there was no poison here, but he did not understand what was happening. And he looked around. There was fog around. Then he turned around. Before he could do anything, a hand grabbed his face. The brunette brought him to the water and held him at the edge. After that, he let go and threw him straight into the water. The man's body was as if paralyzed. He could not do anything. Kim looked at his hand and said that paralyzing gas can be obtained from other chemicals. It is also possible to steam the poison or create a smoke screen. A huge man crept up on him from behind. He hit his dagger right on the deck, and the brunette was his head in a moment. A fire broke out. With one hand he smashed his head. He looked at him with wild eyes. Then he stood up and said that they could go up, spraying flames from their legs. For such a jump, even the muscles of their legs did not have to change. He turned and asked with a smile who would be the next test subject. The girl in the background looked at him in surprise. Why was he here again? People were standing on the deck of the ship. The sailor ran up to the hero and thanked him for saving them. The guy told them to clean up here and leave. Name looked at her palms and turned to the teacher. She remembered how she held the hilt of the sword. Looking at it, she thought that this feeling was different from the past. Squeezing the sword, the girl thought that it was as if it were an extension of her body. Fjorkrid turned tensely and thought that this was the first time this happened to her. Turning her head, she looked at the body, thinking that the cut on it was clean, and before her blows were inaccurate. Looking at her palms, she told the guy that it was not a dream, but she did not understand anything, no matter how much she thought about it. Maybe he was familiar with this feeling. Kim chewed the core of the dungeon and said that most likely she realized how to move. The blonde said that she had already undergone training in systematizing body movements. Looking at her, the brunette said that these trainings are designed for people. And who is she? The paladin remembered herself in the form of a monster. Kim closed his eyes and said that in the dungeon, she pulled 1% of the saint, and in this battle rose to 3%. The approach to combat is changing. Her abilities are developing. The girl happily looked at the guy and asked, "Is it true?" Smiling, Fjorkrid asked the teacher how he released flames from his hand. "Can she learn this too?" Kim silently looked at her. He remembered how the enemy burned, thinking that he burned a man alive. He remembered the pink fog that surrounded everything, and thought that he had covered people's eyes with poison. He remembered the drowning man, and thought that he had paralyzed their limbs and left them to drown. And now she was saying that she wanted to learn this. Looking at the girl, he thought that the stronger she became, the more she lost her humanity. And at the peak of her development, she might become like him. Several ships were moored in the port, the harbor and fishing port of the kingdom name. Fjorkrid walked and looked around happily, saying that this was her first time in such a place, and had the teacher been to port cities before. She was surprised to see a guy swimming with a fin and a tail. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, she exclaimed, "Mermaid! What is a demon doing here?" Kim turned his gaze to her and told her to take a closer look. "This is not a demon, but a beastman." The guy with the tail was holding a bag. The hero said that his skin is not scales, but cuticle, and the tail fin grows horizontally. This is a characteristic feature of dolphins. The girl turned around and saw that the people in the port had the bodies of sea animals. The hero told her to look around. "This is the city of sea mammals beastmen." The heroes approached the building. The blonde said that she was a little tired, maybe because she looked at too many wonders. The guy looked away, hearing that their accommodation was booked here. He turned away, telling the girl to go first. Kim pushed the door open, entering. On the slammed door was a sign for staff only. A gray-haired guy in a mask greeted him in Heniel Dazilto. What is the purpose of his visit? Kim answered that it was tourism. The guy handed him a card, saying that in that case, he would need this. The brunette held the card in his hand, and heard that he was now Clark, a 31-year-old knight of min rank. Although the rank is low, with a knight's certificate, it will be easier for him to move around. Looking at the ID, Kim said that since he was a knight, it meant he needed to change his clothes. He was standing in armor with a blue cloak. The hero was walking along the street of the key trading harbor of the kingdom of Heniel Dazilto. The rapid development of this port city is directly related to the rescue of the first king who fell into the water, so he heard. He remembered the paper with the description and map, thinking that the port was closed due to the attacks of the Kraken. And this is the reason for its appearance here. He imagined the silhouette of a monster with red eyes, thought that the Kraken, a huge squid from legends. It is not surprising to meet a Kraken in this world teeming with monsters. The guy turned around, thinking that huge legendary beasts cannot be tasteless, of course. This will also benefit his ability. The brunette looked to the side and thought that one fire was strange. He looked in another direction, thinking that despite the news about the Kraken, the city is quiet and calm. Moreover, there was a poster on the building saying a special menu in honor of the Kraken. The hero repeated in surprise. The waiter with the plates turned around, seeing the guy who came in. He turned around and greeted him with a smile and asked for a table for one. The brunette answered that it was true about the sign outside. What was there? The waiter answered that yes, with his 5 pieces of silver, 1 set lunch of the Kraken. There were empty plates on the table. The waiter with a tablet stood next to the guy and asked how he liked the dish. The guest's opinions about the new menu were very important to him. If he took part in the survey, he would receive a glass of fruit juice or a cup of coffee for free. The brunette winced and asked to put "very good" everywhere, because it was much more important. However, the waiter interrupted him, saying that their establishment had entered into a franchise agreement. Kim looked at him with displeasure and said that no, he was more interested in the Kraken. At this time, the waiter continued that with a famous restaurant, so they provide top-notch service. They award points for repeat visits. The hero closed his eyes, not wanting to hear that their chefs specialize in cooking squid, even famous gourmets for 5 years of existence. Kim winced, thinking that he could eat not a Kraken, but this boy who repeated that they insisted on a pattern in the form of squid. They have 3 Michelin stars. The hero thought that he could confidently say that this worker was the toughest opponent he had ever met, because only half an hour later, he managed to hear what interested him. Large tentacles were floating in the water. The water surface was calm. A huge natural disaster from one deep sea. Suddenly, the water began to swirl, shattering hopes, destroying all life. The man with the head of a fish said that the majestic death of the endless seas. People stood by the water, which began to swirl into a spiral. The killer whale man waved his hand, showing the silhouette of the kraken, saying that it was himself. The tentacle caught the thrown fish. The silhouette of the kraken threw the fish into its mouth. A large pink squid with shining eyes made a sound similar to a meow. It emerged from the water, and people shouted in admiration at how big and cute it was. While the others were happy, the guy was discontentedly silent. Kim looked at the monster and said that the kraken was a local tourist attraction. Besides, it was not as big as he thought, and its roar was more like a kitten's meow. The host with the fish head patted the monster and said that he was a good boy. The hero crossed his arms discontentedly and thought, he dragged himself here for this thing. If he knew that it would be like this, it would be better not to do it. Suddenly, the brunette noticed an approaching ship. The ship with a white and blue sail was rapidly approaching. It stopped not far from the kraken. Silhouettes appeared on the deck. A trace was left from a rapid jump. A beast man with a lion's body landed on the ground. He was frowning. Steam was coming out of his mouth. The lion growled and said that he came from the Adventurers Guild and hoped that this time he would hear the answer of the water beasts. The monster with the fish head was tensely silent. The predator people stood opposite the fish people. The spectators were chatting. What business does the Adventurers Guild have here? The killer whale man scratched his ear and said that his ears were curled up into a tube. Can you turn down the volume? The lion with an angry look said that they swam here for an answer. Stop talking and let him answer the question. His eyes lit up with fire. He asked what he would do. The kraken made a frightened sound. The worried fishman said that he had already said many times that he refused. Why did they come here again and bother them? The lion man bared his teeth and said that talking does not work. This is not the answer they want. The fishman stood opposite and said that because they only hear what they want to hear, if they had no intention of negotiating in the first place, then why did they pretend to be kind? The lion reached for the sword behind his back and said that okay, they would solve everything not by talking, but by force, and heard that he had completely lost his mind. The human beasts took out their weapons. The lion shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. The fishman said that they were not deaf. Why shout like that? He darkened, saying that the battle would not change anything. They had better be more careful. The tip touched the floor. Words were heard that if they wanted their ship to remain intact. On the deck of the enemy ship, there were sea mammals. They had already taken the sailors prisoner. One of them asked the commander, should they smash this ship to pieces? The lion frowned with displeasure and asked when they managed to get here. The killer whale crossed his arms and said that the land animals had invaded their domain on the ship. Had they really lost their fear? He advised stopping by the hospital on the way back to check if their brains were still there. Veins bulged on the lion's face with anger. He said that he would not forget this humiliation. The sea beastmen watched the ship sail away, and shouts could be heard from there that they would show them more. The killer whale man said that they were real pains. He took a fish from the bucket, saying that they were actually feeding, and apologized to the cutie. He threw the fish to the kraken. It caught it with a tentacle in surprise. The fish was held by an armored hand. Kim bit off the fish's head and said that it was fresh. The killer whale man asked in surprise, who was he? Continuing to chew, the brunette asked if he could ask one question. There were ships moored in the port. The kraken's tourist show quickly came to an end, and he followed the beastman. The hero stood next to the table where the sea beast sat and said that they had arrived. The boy turned around and asked if this was a study unusual, and heard a question. What did he want to ask? Looking down, the brunette wondered what that lion meant when he said he came for an answer. The beastman at the table said that anyway, they had seen their cutie, hadn't they? The boy asked again, and the killer whale said, a baby kraken. The boy remembered the image of a squid. The beastman continued that the scum from the Adventurers Guild was going to kill that cute child. The boy standing in front of him heard that a few months ago, when the demon race attacked the kingdom, the navy of the demon kingdom invaded Heniel Dazilto, releasing a kraken in front of them. He remembered the huge monster swimming in front of the ships towards the city, and said that fortunately they retreated immediately after the news that the demon king had been defeated and the city had been saved. The killer whale man remembered swimming underwater, saying that later, while exploring the seabed, he found eggs that looked like they were left by a kraken. He looked at a small squid in surprise and said that this little one had hatched from one of those. The baby kraken looked at him, and the hero said that he mistook it for its parent, which is why they were still together. Clenching his fist, the killer whale angrily said that they were getting them, hiding behind the fact that the cutie was supposedly a dangerous monster. But this was just a cover for their nefarious plan. Kim recalled the image of the blonde man and said that, didn't the Beastmen Allied Power talk about a united society where all the Beastmen live in peace? She said that there is no discrimination between them like humans or elves, and that they stop the rights and freedoms of everyone. He thought that these were common facts about Elmwood that the Spaniard told him. The beast sitting at the table said that the landlubbers are not their comrades. He looked down tensely, saying that the history of the Allied Beastman state was only 50 years old. Before its creation, the land dwellers mocked them, humiliated the sea mammals. To get rid of their terror, they settled in Heniel Dazilto and joined the Grand Continent. The killer whale angrily clenched his fingers, saying that soon, through their efforts, Heniel Dazilto became the best trading harbor in the kingdom. Only then did they start babbling nonsense about all beastmen being brothers, and then the land dwellers sent a messenger to his grandfather. He remembered how the lion stood in front of the killer whale man and asked why they did not return to the kingdom. He answered that they had worked so hard to settle here, and they were telling them to go back. He thought that he did not understand that they coveted the trading harbor. Shameless ones. The lion man with the scar said that they could only take them back by force, and told the boys to teach them a lesson. The hand grabbed the green cloth. The surprised lion made a startled sound. The killer whale man threw him to the floor with force, shouting to leave them alone and get lost. The defeated lion opened his mouth wide, interlacing his fingers. The beastmen said that since then they began to act within the law, using the status of the Adventurers Guild, even took the position of the guild leader in the Heniel Dazilto branch of the city. Just now, the grandson of that same lion from the Allied Power was here. They have been pestering them for half a century, and they have not yet tired. Kim closed his eyes, thinking that this beastman was the grandson of the messenger from 50 years ago. Do they always send lions? The beast sitting at the table said that this was the case. Did he satisfy his curiosity? Looking carefully, he addressed Sir Clark, a knight of the middle rank. The guy widened his eyes in amazement. Squinting one eye, he said, he thought, why did he tell everything? What did he need? The killer whale man said that it was good when the conversation went well. Then they would immediately get down to business. The brunette looked at him carefully and asked what he wanted and what he was ready to give in return. The guy walked away. The killer whale man, wet with excitement, was sitting at the table, and then he fell off his chair. The subordinates ran up to him, asking if everything was okay with the boss. They were lifting the trembling beast man, who said that this night had just come. The subordinate frowned and said that he understood. They would hurry and catch up with him, but he heard, no. With a gloomy look, the boss said, no way. Let them not even dare to think about it. His gaze was a little wild. He said that if someone suggested something stupid like murder, let them kill him first. This was not a knight of average rank. This was a monster. There was a black haze around the guy leaving. At the same time, the paladin girl was holding her stomach, walking through the city, and said that she was hungry. She frowned, saying that she and the teacher did not have the same tastes, and getting food can be difficult. Where did he go this time? She noticed a figure behind her, asking if she was a paladin by any chance. The blonde turned around and noticed the red-haired girl, asking if that was right. What happened? The nun grabbed her by the shoulders and screamed that she really was a half. Meeting her in a place like this was definitely a blessing from the goddess. A cat ear appeared from under her hood. She said that something bad happened. Now here. The hood fell off the girl's head, and she screamed that a terrible battle weapon of the demon race was hidden. The red-haired girl frowned and said that she saw everything with her own eyes. A terrible battle weapon of the demons was hidden here. Fjorkrid took her wrist and said that they would talk somewhere else. There was a plate of food on the table. The waiter closed his eyes and said that their order was a Kraken set meal. Enjoy your meal. The blonde looked at the food and thought, a Kraken. Looking down, she asked if it was possible that this was somehow connected with military weapons. The stranger stuck a fork in her mouth and said that it was true, that villainous Kraken had left it somewhere here. It had already been decided that they would live peacefully now, but there would be a big trouble. The blonde looked at her and thought that the teacher had said that the purpose of his visit here was the Kraken, and it was definitely here. Her hand lay next to the plate. The paladin thought that the atmosphere in the city was somehow too calm. Even the dishes on the menu were named after the Kraken. Looking at the beast girl, she asked, "Did she try to tell the church about this? Are you sure there is a church of the goddess here too?" She answered that she did, but no matter how much she said, they did not take her words seriously. Fjorkrid thought gloomily that the church was ignoring the missionary's request for help. Her gaze suddenly became tense. The cat girl looked at the blonde and asked, "Is something wrong?" She answered that nothing. Suddenly, the paladin pointed her hand back and said that she was behind. She turned around. The blow left a mark. The red-haired girl leaned back, shocked by the blow. The waiter brought a drink, but the girl carried the red-haired girl out of the room. The waiter asked, "What about the survey?" The guy walked towards the white wall. "The kingdom is adjacent to the lands of demons. For this reason, the royal mites enjoy significant influence as the personification of power, recognized by the state itself." He remembered the killer whale and thought that knowing this, Orca de Fissel gave him the task, of course, not on a voluntary basis, and he received the reward in advance. Kim looked straight ahead seriously and thought that he would tell them later. There were marks on the guy's face. He thought that now they would remember the cheetah. The cheetah, the fastest animal on Earth. But for him, it was completely useless. The cloak fluttered, due to zero stamina and overheating, overwork. But now, everything is different. The guy's body turned into the body of a cheetah. He thought that, taking the skeleton of a cheetah as a basis, he increased stamina with the help of the lungs and circulatory system of a dinosaur. The animal's leg walked on the grass. The slime of the lizardmen changed by the chemicals. The core of the dungeon evaporated on the skin, lowering the body temperature. The muscles in his legs bulged from the strain. The orc muscles and dragon bones allowed him to increase his speed even more. The cheetah's eyes looked forward. As a result, a very strong cheetah stood on the grass. In 1 second, he was far ahead, leaving traces of his run. Dards stood on the wall above the gate in Santo and Chimeria. The guy with the axe noticed something ahead. He looked at the approaching figure, asked what was that. A trace remained from the jump. The cheetah was on top in one movement. The paw landed on the ground, and then it turned into a human leg. The surprise guard looked at the street and asked what was that. Kim calmly walked through the city, hearing his words that even a demon would be amazed. He remembered how Orca sat at the table and said that she agreed with the amendment to the adventurer laws. It was impossible to enter their guild without permission from the guild itself, but investigating a crime was another matter. Handing over the envelope, he said that a mid-rank knight had such a right. Using these forged documents, he should expose the guildmaster as a spy for the allied superhuman power. Once their reputation is destroyed, they will lose all their influence here. The guy standing opposite said that he did not understand, only if there was a reason why he should do it. The beast nodded and said that he was the only mid-rank knight. Interlacing his fingers, he seriously continued that he who had arrived in Heniel de Zilto, now, when the work to eliminate the consequences of the war with demons, the exam for a high-rank knight, and the renewal of the license of mid-rank knights are simultaneously underway. The hero walked, recalling the image of the killer whale, and thought that the Adventurers Guild was still in turmoil after the death of Julio Aventuraz. This moment cannot be missed. But even having accepted the task, he will still carry it out in his own way. The branch of the Santo and Chimeria Adventurers Guild, the lion sat at the table and remembered Orca. He angrily slapped the table and cursed. The Tiger Man standing next to him crossed his arms and said, "Calm down. They will have to come to terms with this soon." At this time, the silhouette of the hero appeared behind him. The beast's paw pierced the tiger's body. The lion looked at it in amazement. He turned around and did not have time to ask who it was. Kim, in the form of a monster, lifted him up by the throat and then threw the lion to the floor. The green paw released the lion's throat. Blood spurted. Kim, in the form of a monster, greedily looked at the piece in his hand. The monster jumped out of the palace window. A bright explosion was seen. The guards were making seals, trying to put out the fire. The guy shouted that there was a fire in the guild leader's office. The fire must be put out immediately. The White Castle was covered in soot. The adventurers stood looking at the lion's body and exclaimed, "Who did this?" They turned to the brunette, who would ask about the murder. He would take up the investigation. The blonde excitedly asked who he was to declare an investigation. Kim touched his shoulder and said that the middle-ranked knight, Clark, from the road. The guys looked at the walking brunette and discussed what a middle-ranked knight was doing here. The hero touched the green ball with his finger. He held it in his hand. Behind him, they heard that it was a sound-recording crystal. A conversation began to come from the crystal. What did all this mean? The master ordered to tell him that he did a good job, and they no longer need him. And then a cry that, "No, it's impossible. There's so much of it." The guild members winced, excitedly saying that these were the voices of the leader and his secretary. Kim looked at the green ball and said that the evidence was too obvious. Even an investigation was not required, and thought to himself that he had eaten their vocal cords and faked the voices. The guy touched the carpet with his hand, saying, "Everything is here. There's something else," and thought that he had smeared them with salamander slime so that they would survive. An envelope was sticking out from under the carpet. A question was heard. "Are these documents?" The guys looked at the documents. The brown-haired man read it. "Suspicion of tax evasion. Is the leader a spy?" The guy thought that at the end, he needed to create a motive for murder. He closed his eyes, grinning, and thought that in the end, the lion who was the messenger became a dead man. Perfect. The red-haired girl's eyes were closed. She opened them slightly and asked what happened. The cat was tied up and asked where she was. Fjorkrid adjusted her glove and said that she had woken up. The girl asked the paladin what all this meant. The girl put in a tool, a bucket of ice, and said that she had been to the church. She had been told that no one like her had approached them, so she rummaged through her personal belongings. And this fell out. A card fell to the floor next to the tied-up girl. She exclaimed that it was her adventurer's ID. Fjorkrid touched the sharp tool with a smile and said that you need to love your neighbor and love your enemy, and if you are hit on the cheek, turn the other. If someone makes a mistake, forgive you again and again, but do not forgive the one who presumptuously impersonates another. This is the secret decree of the first bishop. The cat girl looked fearfully at the weapon in the hand of the blonde, who said that she did not know what she was thinking about and what goals she was pursuing when she approached her. But she would soon tell everything. The heroine's silhouette appeared in the window. A scream was heard. "Stop!" The girl begged the paladin to listen to her. Drops of blood were visible in the window. A man with glasses was writing something on the papers. "This is the chief reporter of the Daily Elmwood, Matteo Frenza. This is what the middle-ranking knight Clark, who investigated the case of the murder of the head of the Adventurers Guild, said." He dipped his pen in the inkwell, saying that this was a cutting off of tails. The head of the guild was a spy for the allied superhuman power, but there was a threat of information leakage, and so that the truth would not come out. The head was killed. The criminal is the missing secretary. The man wrote with a pen and thought that it sounded convincing, but there are some inconsistencies. To cover his tracks, the criminal started a fire, but it is confusing that the material evidence in it survived, and that part of the body of the dead head of the guild disappeared without a trace. A black shadow appeared behind the recording man. He thought that even the fact that the window was broken from the outside, there were too many suspicious moments in this case. A figure of a blond guy in a mask appeared behind him, reaching out his hands to him. The man wrote that although the guards and troops had finished their investigation with this report, he would get to the truth at all costs, put the reputation of the press on the line. Kim stood leaning against the wall and heard that the man in the cloak could not understand at all. The guy in the hood looked at him and said that even knowing that the organization he created was infiltrated by a foreign spy, Julio, he still hid it. The brunette said that he must have cared more about the guild than the country. The gray-haired man looked at him and said that he spoke very convincingly. Maybe he knew something. Looking at him, Kim said no, he only agreed. He imagined the image of a man and thought that just as he was pursuing the goal of reaching the top of the living world, ignoring moral ethics, so he put above all not some country, but the development of the guild. The hero closed his eyes and said that he did not care, and thought to himself, why is he wasting time, energy on such a trifle? The interlocutor closed his eyes, imagining the image of a reporter, and said that it was good. In any case, he also conveyed this point of view to His Highness, and another journalist was spreading unacceptable rumors, so he quietly dealt with him. The blonde nodded when he heard that he had saved him some of the trouble and said that yes, then they would see each other next time. Kim stood by the wall, crossing his arms. Looking ahead, it became clear to him that he had also finished his business here. It was time to go back. A bright trace remained from the jump. The beast quickly ran forward. As the cheetah ran away, he thought that by eating the tiger man, he had come to understand the cat family much better. The wolfman he had eaten last time belonged to the canine family, and in his cheetah form, he had helped him only by running on all fours. Suddenly, the beast's eyes widened, struck by a guess. The cheetah stumbled. Having stumbled, he began to fall, turning over as he ran. As a result, the beast collided with a huge stone. From the impact with it, a large crack appeared in the stone. Closing his eyes, Kim, in the form of a beast, thought that the wolfman he had eaten was similar to the beastman, but was a lower demon who could turn into a man. Beastmen belong to the same race as humans, but the wolfman belongs to the race of demons. He imagined a wolf monster and a tiger monster, and thought that they were different, but the influence they had on his abilities was the same. How the wolfman increased compatibility with the canine family, and how the beastman tiger affected compatibility with the feline family were completely identical. Cheetah touched his chin, imagining monsters, and thought that with the other demons it was different, figuratively speaking. He imagined a banana and a flower, and thought that fishmen were bananas, and insect people were geraniums. Both were plants, but completely different. He imagined different peppers, and thought that on the other hand, the wolfman was green pepper, and beastmen were paprika. You could even say that there was practically no difference in their races, so beastmen and demons were somehow related. Kim jumped off the wall and said that all that was left was to eat them himself and test them in practice. He ran forward again quickly. The hero stood in front of the white building of the hotel in the name. He opened the door, entering Heniel de Salto's room. The blood-stained girl turned around and told him that he was back. The brunette frowned at her and thought, blood. A hand in a blood-stained glove touched the door. In the bathroom, a tied girl was bleeding and begging to be saved. The paladin pointed her palm at her and said that the adventurer who pretended to be a missionary said that she approached her in order to destroy the Kraken using the power of the church. Clenching her fist, the blonde said that in the past she could not control her strength and would have definitely broken her skull. But thanks to his instructions, she now has better self-control. Fjorkrud smiled widely and said that first she knocked her out without a single scratch, and then tortured her, and asked the teacher if she did well. In a clearing in a dense forest, a fire was burning. This is the southeast of Heniel de Salto, the forest of no return. Kim sat by the fire, and thought that initially they had the opportunity to freely deviate from the schedule, but they had to urgently run here. Fjorkrud carried firewood in one hand, a beast in the other, and said that she brought firewood. The guy thought that it was all because of her. He remembered how he stood at the table of Orca, who said that they were indebted to him. But wasn't it too much? The killer whale man was trembling, saying that cutting down in broad daylight and kidnapping, and also torture in the walls of the hotel with thin glass walls, moreover. This is a member of the Adventurers Guild, which still has influence here. Kim gloomily closed his eyes and, apologizing, asked how long it will take for everything to calm down. The beastman anxiously touched his head and said that it was sad to say this, but they needed to wait 6 months. The incident was too shocking. For starters, He would try to delay the investigation, and they should quickly leave here. The heroes sat by the fire, Kim thought. Who would have thought that they would have to run away from pursuit? He glanced at the bag on his hip and thought that he would at least check the reward for the quest. Scales appeared from the bag. Next to the guy lay a giant green snake. He thought it was a huge snake that lived in the sea. A sea serpent. The mouth was open. The hero thought that he would have to fiddle around for a couple of weeks to get it from the depths of the sea, but thanks to the quest, he did not have to strain himself. He bit off a piece of the scaly body, chewing. He said that it was terribly tough. It looked like it was poisonous, although it would not affect him. Kim chewed the snake and thought that the sea serpent was no different in anything except its enormous size. But even so, it would not hurt to eat it. It would be useful to him, since he did not have any skills in fighting underwater. He looked at the girl who called him and said that if you think about it, why doesn't he touch cooked meat, but always eats raw? The answer was heard from the fire flames, that cooking takes a long time, and besides, the smoke from the fire can make them an easy target, and he can eat anything, so there is no need for cooking. Fjorkrud closed her eyes and said that he is not picky about taste. The hero closed his eyes while chewing, and thought that, actually, if the meat is cooked, the ability absorption percentage will decrease. 5 minutes later, the blonde was sleeping with her mouth open. While finishing the snake tail, Kim looked at her and thought that she started snoring right after she ate. So simple. The guy swallowed the snake, and then looked to the side. He saw the figure of a man in a cloak, and asked who was here. The gray-haired guy in a mask answered that it was him. Looking at him, the brunette asked what he was doing here. Weren't they going to meet as soon as he left the forest? The guy said that the situation had changed. Frowning, he continued that an elf had infiltrated this forest. The carriage was entangled in purple thorns. The fair-haired elf in armor walked forward. His eyes glowed with a bright blue light. And here, on the Elmwood continent, elves have the characteristic features we are accustomed to. However, due to their lifespan, which exceeds other races, and their innate ability to use magic, they are too ambitious and have an inflated sense of self-importance. That is why they say, "A good elf is a dead elf." The hero said this phrase. He looked at his interlocutor. He replied that this was true, but the problem was the elf status, which did not allow him to be turned into a good one. The young man asked again. The guy in the hood explained that he was one of the contenders for the throne of the Elf Kingdom. Him frowned and clarified that, in a word, he was a prince or an important person at the level of a princess. He remembered that if the lives of 4 kings of 4 races were sacrificed on the altar in the dungeon of the cathedral of the church-state, a door to another world would open. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin and thought that, of course, elves were also considered one of the 4 races. And who knows? Maybe this guy would become a useful life in the future. The brunette turned his gaze to his interlocutor and asked why the precious pretender to the throne had come to this forest. The guy replied that it seemed that his goal was the Hydra one way or another. 2 elves were walking through the forest. The young man frowned and thought that the deeper they went into the forest, the more powerful the poisoned energy. A man with a cane kept up with him. He turned to Prince Luxian and asked him to think again, because it was too dangerous to go to the Hydra alone. The escort frowned and said that all the animals in the area had become more aggressive under the influence of the Hydra's poison and were just waiting to attack. In addition, the Hydra itself had colossal combat power. In the last 100 years, there has been only one example of a successful expedition. The Chamberlain said that only the Adventurers Guild led by Julio Aventures had managed to do this. But even of them, no one survived except the leader. The elf frowned irritably and looked at his companion. He muttered that he should stop repeating what he already knew, like a little child. The man began to sweat and exclaimed that it was too dangerous. The boy glanced at him and noted that he apparently did not realize the seriousness of the situation around the prince. The Chamberlain quickly objected. Luxian suggested that he give in now and go back, but what would happen then? The man looked at him seriously and said that he was as much a contender for the throne as His Highness Ressus and Her Highness Alemia. The prince turned around in anger and exclaimed that this was nonsense. Ressus was the owner of rare time magic, and Alemia was not even 200 years old yet. but in her young years she had already achieved great success in the field of diplomacy. The boy gritted his teeth and said that he himself had nothing in him except royal blood, and although it was still unknown who would become king, it was perfectly clear to everyone who would definitely not. The chamberlain clenched his fists and exclaimed that the young man was acting recklessly, and that he needed to return immediately, since he had already reached the limit of using Mama. The elf frowned and replied that if he returned empty-handed, he would be a loser. The man closed his eyes and demanded that the boy be reasonable. If he had never won in his life, then such was his fate. The prince silently glanced sideways at his companion. The man came closer. Lakshan said that he understood everything. He turned around. His eyes flashed and said that he understood perfectly well that he was no longer going to follow him. The man shuddered in surprise. The boy put his hand forward. A magic circle lit up in the air. Water was approaching the chamberlain's feet. Dark vines with thorns wrapped around the man's limbs. He frowned and said that such behavior could not be attributed to a joke. The prince turned and walked on, throwing and parting, that the man also said words to him that could no longer be regarded as a joke. The elf tried to shout to the young gentleman. A poisonous branch pierced his mouth. A scream was heard. The book said that not only animals are subject to aggression after being poisoned by the hydra's venom, even plants use their branches like clubs, opening a hunt for prey. The hero looked closely at the pages and read that without water, such plants soon lose the ability to move. If a person with water magic takes control of all the water on the surface of the earth, then he will create a safe zone. Kim slammed the book shut and said that because of this problem, he was going to fly through the air. But the plants did not attack. The companions walked on the water. Thorns dozed around. The guy noted that they seemed to be giving them way. The brunette touched the branch and concentrated. He squinted and said that the plant was saying that there was an intruder from the outside on the opposite side of the forest. The blonde looked at the teacher in surprise and asked if he was really talking to the plant. The interlocutor answered that he had rather expressed his thoughts. Kim looked at his hand. Trees infected with poison acquire the ability to move, and they also form a collective mind. The hero can just use the skills of a creature with a collective mind. Pallas, the gluttony lord. Worms appeared on his palm. The guy thought that this octopus-like friend was always helping him out. These trees emit waves similar to magnetic field oscillations, with which the brunette controls his parasites. Perhaps that is why he was taken for a fellow here. He heard scraps of information coming from the plants. The young man thoughtfully touched his chin and said that in that direction, an intruder with long ears was drying up their roots with the help of magic. The guy closed his eyes and told his companion that this was Prince Lakshan from the kingdom of Epirus, and was discussing how to get closer to him. The blonde was enthusiastically writing something down. She wrote down the biography of Nightkim in her notebook, and noted that even the trees poisoned by the cursed hydra venom felt the beneficial influence of Nightkim's heroic spirit, and happily showed them the way. The elven prince walked through the forest, and the water parted before him. He frowned and thought that his life was an endless series of losses. Lakshan was born a high elf, and his family towered over all other elves, and soon, outstanding abilities and water magic awakened in him. However, after the birth of the twins, his life went downhill. The younger brother Raysus showed a very rare ability, time magic, and his sister Alemia dealt with the problems that caused headaches for the entire kingdom in an extraordinary way. The guy was inferior to them both in abilities and achievements. Soon, there was no one left by his side. The blonde gritted his teeth and thought that the only one who was nearby was that incompetent sycophant. The water was approaching him. A thorny branch wrapped around the prince's leg. He fell to the ground. Even the chamberlain could only be missed. Lakshan was going to slay the hydra to get some recognition. The boy leaned on his elbows. Poisonous plants were approaching him. The prince had exhausted all his mana maintaining water magic, and seemed to have reached his limit. His hands were in the water. He muttered that a life mired in feelings of inferiority had brought him here to fix everything. The branches were reaching out to him. The elf remembered the chamberlain's words about how he should get used to defeat. The plants wrapped around his arms and legs. The boy thought that instead of fighting for the remaining hours of life, it would be better to just accept his death. Tears were streaming from his eyes. In such a situation, he could think of nothing but his useless life. 2 moons shone above his head. A silhouette flashed against them. A man landed in front of the elf. He asked if he needed help. Lukshin looked at him in shock and asked who he was. There was a document on the table, a project to reduce government funding for the Adventurers Guild and revise the Adventurers' laws. The man put a seal on it. Edward frowned and muttered that the stupid aristocrats had started protesting why he hadn't imposed harsher sanctions. But if you corner a mouse, it will bite a man too. The guy added that it would be unpleasant if experienced adventurers started a mutiny. The blonde exhaled and said that the noose needed to be tightened slowly, and then it could be shackles. A guy in a mask entered the office and brought tea. Edward took the cup, thanked him, and asked how things were going. The interlocutor looked at him and said that Kim had safely met Prince Lukshin and had donned the royal knight's armor as the blonde had requested. The king took a sip and said that it was good. The man asked him if he thought the elf prince could defeat the Hydra and become the next king of Epturus. The blonde closed his eyes and said that it would not happen. He put down his cup and explained that no matter what the outcome, he would never take the throne. It was impossible, even if he caught a dragon instead of a Hydra. The king looked at the interlocutor and added that in some cases, his interest and power over the kingdom would be useful to them. The spy asked what he meant by that. The blonde frowned and said that it could be called a political preparation for the future. But the main thing was for survival. He closed his eyes and thought that if his plan failed, this monster would tear him to pieces. The hero stood over Lukshin. The brunette extended his hand, and the plants let go of the prince. The elf narrowed his eyes and noted that the man was controlling plants poisoned by the Hydra's venom. He stood up and looked at his interlocutor. The hero introduced himself as the commander of the Knights of the Grand Canteen Kingdom and asked if the guy was injured. Lukshin nodded and thanked him for saving him. Kim looked at him carefully and asked if he was really an elf. The prince narrowed his eyes and wondered if something was wrong. The brunette looked at the guy and replied that he was simply surprised, because he had been told that elves despised other races. The lifespan of an elf is 1,000 years. This is unusually long compared to all other races. For elves, they are like kindergartners. The hero remembered the spy's words. Moreover, only a dead elf could not be proud of his innate talent for magic. Such creatures would never express gratitude to other races. The prince smiled and replied that this was true. He thought that he was no different from the elves he had mentioned, but 200 years of endless comparisons had undermined his self-confidence. So he had inevitably changed. The blonde looked at the hero and said that he knew perfectly well what he had told him about his race, but he was, one might say, special. The rest of his tribesmen were exactly as the hero had heard, although there were quite a few exceptions. The brunette nodded. A student ran up to him. She started to say something, but the plants covered her mouth. The blonde tried to free herself. Kim frowned and wondered what this fool was doing. He glanced sideways at her and ordered the plants to retreat. The girl fell into the water and muttered that she thought she would die like that. Fjorkrid noticed the elf. She stood up, introduced herself and asked who he was. The guy nodded and said his name. The paladin looked at him in surprise and asked what an elven prince was doing here. The elf bowed and thanked them again for saving him. The girl stared at him, dumbfounded. It was incredible that the prince himself would show such courtesy. Luxian looked at them with hope and asked for their help in exterminating the Hydra. The hero's apprentice frowned and mentally noted that the impudence was definitely elven. The brunette stepped forward and said that he was looking for someone who could help deal with the Hydra. He looked at the prince and asked for more details about his abilities or special skills. The blonde raised his hand and demonstrated his strength. Luxian said that he was a water magic user, but specialized more in reconnaissance than attack, and was strong in support and defense against attacks. This would be especially effective in a battle with a water creature. The elf looked at his interlocutor. The hero modified his hand and said that he owned brute force and transformation. The prince narrowed his eyes and said that he knew that he was a master of transformation and could even turn into a dragon. However, he added that the Hydra was a demonic beast that controlled water, so the hero would be at a disadvantage. The brunette calmly said that he could also turn into a sea serpent, and poison did not affect him. They stood opposite each other. The elf reasoned that the sea serpent lived in the waters of the sea, although everything would work out if he turned the lake into seawater. Kim said that the prince would only need to take care of this, and the main attack would be carried out by the hero himself. The blonde noted that this would be even more convenient than forcing teamwork. The girl approached the teacher and asked how she was. The guy glanced at her sideways, and his eyes sparkled. The knight said that for her, of course, there would be an important task: clearing out trash mobs. All three went on. The blonde looked at the backs of her companions and thought that this was not what she expected. Heroic stories had a more dramatic component. She clenched her fist and thought that, for example, a knight who renounced his own life for the lord to whom he swore allegiance. Or there must be a prince of a fallen kingdom who swore vengeance. The girl looked at her companions and shook her head. There was nothing like that there. The knight stopped and announced that they had arrived. The three of them looked ahead and around tensely. A lake stretched out before them. In the depths, the water was darker. A hydra lived somewhere around here. The hero looked at the elf and asked how long it would take to prepare. The blonde put his hands out and used magic. He said that it was useless for such a trifle. The prince raised his hands and exclaimed that he should look, admire, and praise the brilliant Luxin Rashits. His eyes were shining. A magic circle appeared above them. The girl watched in surprise. The water stirred and changed color. Snake heads emerged from the depths. A huge monster appeared in front of the heroes. The three-headed hydra hissed fiercely. The blonde noticed other monsters sneaking up behind her. She frowned and declared that she would take on those enemies. But the teacher was no longer there. The hydra turned and looked at the approaching man in surprise. One of the heads was cut off and fell into the water. Against the background of the moon, a red snake soared into the sky. Its eyes glowed, and in its mouth remained the scales of a hydra. The hero thought that one head was for warming up. Kim hung in the air, the body of a sea serpent, to act in an aquatic environment, and fangs and jaws from a dragon. Some soft hydra is not able to resist him. The elf looked up in shock and muttered that this is what a master of disguise is like. The hero looked at the bitten-off part of the monster and thought, why not eat the rest of the neck? He noticed that new flesh began to grow on the bitten-off area. 2 new heads grew in that place. Kim looked at the enemy and noted that this ability was just like from the movie. The snake heads turned towards him. The hero wondered how it was possible to regenerate such a complex organ as the brain so quickly. Its ability to regenerate was superior even to trolls. The guy wondered if this applied to the whole body or just the heads. The sea serpent rushed towards the hydra. Now he would find out. The enraged hydra rushed to attack. The heads hit and went under the water. The hero deftly dodged. He tore off 2 more heads. The hydra swayed and grew 4 more. The snake watched intently. Kim thought that at first glance, its regenerative abilities had no limit, but it seemed that it was limited in the material for this. Every time a head grows, the body mass decreases in direct proportion. He wanted to check how much more it could grow. A huge snake opened its mouth and rushed at the serpent. It wrapped itself around its neck and jumped over the monster with its mouth wide open. The hero again took the form of a man, slid along the snake's body, then grabbed its mouth. His hand transformed into the front limbs of a praying mantis. The brunette swung and hit the hydra. The hero's eyes were wild. The blow pierced all the heads at once. Kim landed on the surface of the water. Severed parts fell from above. New heads grew in place of the wounds, and now more than a dozen snakes rushed towards the hero. The guy transformed his hands and looked up. He was furiously tearing apart the hydra's body. One of the heads swallowed him, but he got out from inside. The hero grinned and wondered how much longer it would last. The snake opened its mouth and fell to the surface of the lake. The hero stood in front of it. Starting from 30 heads, the body had lost too much mass and could no longer hold itself upright. And after the 42nd head had grown, it was no longer able to regenerate. The guy looked towards the elf and the student who was strangling the werewolf. The blonde smiled and said that everything was over here too. Luxin came up and bowed his head. The guy said that he was indebted to the hero and would definitely repay his favor. The prince noted that, as expected, The Royal Knight was on a completely different level. Kim looked at him and said that there was no need to worry, because they were simply pursuing the same goal. The knight was here on a personal mission. The blonde looked at his companion and said that he should not worry about his intention to thank him. The elf would personally repay this debt. Luxon extended his hand and raised the Hydra's heads with magic. The hero watched. The prince took the trophy, turned around and said goodbye to Kim. The paladin approached the teacher and noted that it was the first time she had seen an elf bow his head so often. The guy replied that it was only the second time. The girl smiled and said that elves would never bow their heads unless it was a baptism in the church of the goddess. She added that it would be good if the others were at least half as good as Luxon. The paladin turned to the hero and said that, first of all, he was a comrade who fought shoulder to shoulder with them. The girl would like him to become king. Kim replied that Edward had said the same thing, although he noted that this would not happen. The brunette looked away. There were corpses of monsters lying on the water. The blonde smiled happily. The teacher noted that she was getting closer to the fighting ability of a saint. Fjorkr thanked the mentor. Elven kingdoms, elf bearers. Luxon rode through the crowd on horseback. Behind him in the water were parts of a hydra. The crowd cheered. The boys smiled and thought that they finally liked his achievements. The earth shook. A boy with a staff stood in front of him. A blue lizard lay in front of him. The elf turned around in bewilderment and asked why everyone had gathered here. Everyone around exclaimed that Prince Rhesus had slain the dragon. Luxon turned around, clenched his teeth, and cursed. Night. The protagonist sat on a tree and ate the flesh of a hydra while reading papers. A blonde walked below. She looked up and told the teacher that she had collected all the parts of the monster. The boy was studying information about the appearances of the object, namely in a mountain fortress in the lands of the Marquis of Boscover. Kim threw the student a bag and asked her to put everything in it. He swallowed a piece and transformed his hand into the body of a hydra. The brunette said that they would go to the mountains after the girl finished. The head of the hydra was and was not a head. There were eyes, a nose, a mouth and other sense organs, but no brain. And the skeleton of the neck was very simple, more like the joints of the bones of the hand. The brain itself was located directly in the body, which is why it could grow its head so quickly. However, the fact that instead of one severed head, two grew back was incomprehensible to the hero. This creature requires deeper study. In any case, he received one ability from eating the hydra. Mountain fortress in the possession of the Marquis of Boscover. The men on the wall noticed 3 fireballs in the sky. They flew right over their heads. The guard turned around in fear. Something exploded behind him. The man looked in that direction in shock. Against the background of the explosion, the silhouette of a man with a tail appeared. He came closer. The warriors backed away and asked who he was. The hero walked towards them. His body was covered in dragon scales, and instead of hands, he had fire-breathing heads. He growled. The men looked at him in fear. They exclaimed that he was a monster and ran away. Kim stretched out his hand, opening the dragon's mouth. The brunette said that they couldn't hide anyway. The warriors tried to run away from the flames. They were sweating and staring in fear. One of them muttered that it was heavenly punishment. He turned pale and said that it was retribution, and a messenger sent for them by the goddess had come to them. The second frowned and objected that if it were the goddess's punishment, she would not have sent such a monster. They ran on. The guard said that in a little while they would be at the second mountain fortress, and would be able to unite with the guys from there. The second mountain fortress. The man ran up and noticed a hole in the wall. The guard with an eye patch came closer in surprise. Corpses were scattered throughout the fortress. One of the warriors was being strangled. The blonde turned around with a predatory expression and noticed the guests. The men backed away. The girl was walking towards them. One of the guards took out his sword and stabbed his ally in the leg. He turned around in shock. He grabbed his wound and sank to the ground. The second one was running away quickly. The old man's hood flew off. The man glanced back in fear and mentally asked his fallen comrade to be bait and hold out as long as possible. The fugitive ran into the main character. Kim looked down at him predatorily. The old man opened his eyes wide. The fortress was burning. The paladin was holding the hand of one of the guards, who was engulfed in flames. A hero stood leaning against a tree. The guy frowned. The blonde happily ran up to him and said that all the mountain bandits in this area had been destroyed, and now the residents could live in peace. The brunette praised her for her good work. The student beamed. The guy looked at the charred hand of the corpse that the girl had left. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that she was being overly cruel. For her, this was a period when it was difficult for her to decide whether she was a human or a monster. He had gone through this too. But his period of inner beast raging did not last long. The brunette noted that he never showed up. Fjorkrid smiled and replied that if he was talking about the bandits, then there were no more of them. These were the last ones. The man closed his eyes and explained that his main goal here was not to exterminate the mountain bandits. He thought that his goal would be achieved if all the food in the area disappeared. The student looked at him in surprise and asked if the bandits were really food for a monster that fed on groups of people. She looked at him in shock. The hero crossed his arms and said that there was only one monster that took people for food. Recently, a manticore had been seen appearing in the area. The blonde looked at the mentor with concern and asked if such a measure would have any effect, because if the monster targeted the village, innocent people would suffer. The knight looked at her and replied that they would then have information from eyewitnesses. Nothing would change if they caught the manticore a little later. The student turned to the hero and asked, what if the monster ate even the witnesses or did not return to the village, which it had already attacked once? The brunette looked at her and wanted to answer what he would do in that case. An old man's head with glowing eyes appeared behind him. He asked if they were really going to burn the entire area to the ground in that case. The companions looked in that direction, dumbfounded. A monster with the old man's head loomed over them. It had clawed lions' paws, a mane and a scorpion's tail. He suggested that they stop, because they had already burned enough. His eyes flashed. There is only one page about him in the Monster Encyclopedia. If you encounter a manticore, you must definitely run. This is the only way to survive. The head of a man, the body of a lion, and the tail of a scorpion. Presumably, the goddess created him based on a description from an earthly myth, just like the dragon in the Hydra, and the prototype for him was a monster from Persian myths. This creature's favorite delicacy is fresh human flesh, and the Boscover domain is simply teeming with mountain bandits. There is no better place for a monster to arrange feasts. The blonde abruptly grabbed her sword. Everyone froze. The hero felt something strange. He looked at the monster and thought that he planned to devour it as soon as he met it. But seeing it now, the guy does not feel any particular hostility. The manticore looked at them and said that he had originally intended to make those who had destroyed his hunting ground suffer, but they did not make him want to kill. The brunette narrowed his eyes and noted the same thing. Something seemed to be holding back his aggression from within. The girl was sweating. The eyes of all three were shining. It was a kind of kinship. The monster took a step back and said that they also had more important things to do. He stepped into the shadows and suggested that they meet here at the same time tomorrow. His eyes sparkled in the darkness. He would be waiting for them. The masked spy bowed and apologized, since they were supposed to do this. The hero waved his hand and replied that he had done it of his own free will. The interlocutors stood opposite each other. The man said that it would be impolite not to thank the knight for his excellent work in the operation to clear the 72 Boscover fortresses. Kim walked down the street. He met with the apprentice. The blonde happily came out to meet him. The guy said that he made her wait. The partners resolutely moved forward. The 6th Mountain Fortress Boscover. A man was sitting on the ashes. He noted that they had arrived. The companions approached him from behind. The blonde looked at him in confusion and asked if she should call him Mr. Manticore. The man stood up, turned around, and answered that it was him. The girl recoiled in shock. She asked the mentor how this was possible. The hero looked at him in shock and asked what this face meant. The manticore turned around and said that his surprise was expected. The monster had the face of Kim. The brunette looked at him in surprise and asked if he had copied it. The interlocutor moved a chair and offered to sit down before a long conversation. The hero sat down and asked him to tell her. The man began his story by saying that at the beginning of this world, there was a goddess. When she created this world, she drew most of her information from earthly creatures. This included all the animals, plants, people, and other races from literary sources, monsters from fantasy, as well as real monsters. The Manticore's eyes flashed and said that the hero should know exactly what kind of monsters he was talking about. The guy looked at his interlocutor carefully and replied that he was talking about him. The man spread his arms and introduced himself formally. He was Manticore, another name for Pet Shop Duplicate B03. 0B, one of the prototypes created by the goddess. The hero remembered his earthly nickname in surprise. The monster looked at him with a smile and declared that the creature that was the embodiment of such a monster as the protagonist in this world was him. Before testing the ability to change the body, the goddess set a goal to combine the bodies of two different animals. Thus, the griffin was created. However, the goddess then reached a dead end. All the creatures created after him were failures. Like the griffin, they had the abilities of mixed animals and could reproduce, but it was impossible to instill in them your key ability to reincarnate through eating. In the end, among an endless series of failures, Manticore was created. It can change its body from human to cat, but its head only from human to humanoid primate. It is impossible for him to completely get rid of his tail or to change it to look like another animal. Despite these limitations, the monster can successfully recreate what he has eaten with his body. The blonde looked at him in shock and said that, of course, Manticore is a very strong monster, but she has never heard of him having such an ability. The interlocutor looked at her and replied that he was a little special. The monster smiled and said that the Manticores they knew were his descendants, but they had not managed to inherit his abilities. Manticore asked if the hero had the same thing. The brunette looked at him carefully and said that he had a son, but he had only inherited human genes, and he had not inherited this ability. The student looked at her mentor in surprise. She approached him and asked if he had ever been married. Kim did not turn to her and noted that this was an old story. The girl was surprised that he also had a child. All three looked at each other. Manticore asked if they were interested in anything else. The brunette replied that the time periods did not match. The hero crossed his arms and said that he was born 30 years ago and had only spent 2 years in this world. The interlocutor smiled and said that he had lived on this earth for thousands of years. But this world was the creation of the goddess, and the world they were talking about was not just a continent. The monster's eyes reflected the cosmos. He said that this was the entire universe, including even time and space, and human standards do not work on transcendental creatures. The man frowned and asked how he knew about all this then. Manticore smiled and replied that all the creatures that the goddess personally created, the creations of the first age, knew the reason for their creation. It was just that he was the only one who survived. Kim looked at him and asked how often he had the chance to meet his fellow tribesmen. The monster answered affirmatively and explained that the creatures he could call his tribesmen existed both before and after his creation. However, their current location was unknown to him. He did not even know if they were alive or not. Manticore touched his chin and told him about a winged tribesman who could change his body into a reptile, amphibian, and mammal. But he entered the dungeon, saying that he would become stronger, and the man never met him again. The brunette narrowed his eyes. He remembered the snake, the frog, and the bat, and realized that that feeling of disgust was a kindred antipathy. The hero looked at his interlocutor and wanted to ask a question at the end. Manticore said that he could ask as many questions as he wanted. The brunette bared his teeth and asked how many of his brothers he had managed to devour. The scorpion's tail suddenly rushed towards the hero. He repelled the attack with the help of armor. The monster bowed his head and his eyes flashed. His lips stretched into a predatory smile and his pupils rolled. He asked how the hero knew about it. Kim shielded the student with his body and ordered her to stay away. The blonde jumped back. The brunette looked closely at the enemy and replied that his intuition told him, even if he had his ability, it was not perfect. He realized that it would be unnatural to live to his age on ordinary food. The man's hands began to transform. Kim said that it was still difficult to step over the limit of your ability unless you enjoyed a special dish. He jumped back and found himself behind Manticore. The hero struck, and the monster slid along the ground. The monster stopped and asked what happened. The knight grinned and said that as soon as he saw him, he thought the enemy would be tasty. The opponent smiled. He stood up and told the hero that he wanted to achieve completion. And this passionate desire had not faded for a second in all the thousands of years he had lived. His body began to increase in size. The monster said that he was sorry to part with his brothers, but the happiness of approaching the ideal made him forget all his sorrows. He took the form of a lion, and poison dripped from the tail of a scorpion. The brunette grinned and asked how his brothers tasted. Manticore's eyes sparkled and answered that they were the best. The copy of the hero smiled and noted that, it seemed to him, the man would be the most delicious of all the brothers that he had ever tasted. Kim looked at the enemy and began to change his body. The joy of the meeting, the sadness of the tragedy, anger at himself for not being able to overcome his instincts, all washed over him. The hero's body acquired the features of a dragon with a long tail. He rushed to attack and smiled. All these feelings become meaningless in front of the appetite that was playing up. They landed with their backs to each other. The brunette was chewing, but his side was bitten off. Manticore was chewing the hero's flesh with a smile. They smiled and froze. Kim turned around and said that now he understood why he couldn't hold back. The enemy turned around and said that even if you put together all the brothers he had eaten, they would not compare to even one piece of the hero's flesh. The monster's face expressed pleasure. He muttered that, as expected from the original, he felt satisfaction and was evolving. And this was the best feeling. One of his paws changed its appearance. Thanks to Kim, the enemy once again broke through the limit of his ability. The protagonist looked at the enemy predatorily. His wound had healed. He said that the opponent was already exhausted and should humble himself and let himself be eaten. Manticore glared and retorted that his opponent was already sated and was about to fall asleep. He suddenly lunged at the man. The blonde watched the battle. She was sweating and did not understand at all why her brothers were fighting. Besides, the goal of their battle was not survival, but food. The girl thought that Manticore was a cruel monster that devoured people, and it would be right to destroy him. But he was the ancestor of the monsters of this world, and the teacher was his progenitor. Fjorkred frowned and thought that she should report to the church state if the teacher was not from this world. The paladin's insignificant thoughts soon disappeared at the sight of the battle between the two. An infinitely cruel and vile battle. Barbarism that paladins did not allow themselves to strive for. However, for Fjorkred, this was a milestone she wanted to reach someday. A battle that seemed to have come from the pages of an ancient legend. Under the influence of this spectacle, her inner self-awareness as a monster began to grow. At the same time, the reason and patience that restrained this impulse increased proportionally. The spectacle that met her eyes was attractive, but she still had an unfulfilled duty as a paladin. She was no longer a human, but still a cleric. Manticore chewed the flesh. He swallowed and looked at the hero. The monster said that this taste was not like his brother. The monster noted that the man had once eaten a very tasty delicacy. A fog appeared in front of Kim. Several fish flew out of it. The hero covered himself with his tail, and they bit into him. The brunette remembered those who had these abilities. He threw them off himself, and noted that after tasting his flesh, the enemy began to rapidly evolve. It was dangerous to drag out the duel. New fish flew towards him. The knight inhaled and exhaled dragon fire. Manticore broke through to the hero. The man managed to dodge in time and jumped above the ground. His eyes flashed and noticed that the opponent had not yet completely absorbed their abilities. The hero quickly approached the enemy and opened his mouth. Kim decided to go the classic way. The monster crouched in anticipation of an attack. He stuck his tail forward. The brunette swung his paw and thought that he would first get rid of the annoying tail. The man sharply cut the enemy's limb and landed on the ground. The hero rushed to attack. Manticore bent down and grinned. The brunette's eyes widened. His chest was pierced by the end of the tail. The enemy made another swing and cut the air. The man jumped back. His horns broke off. He stopped and pulled the tip out of his body. The wound began to heal. The knight looked at his opponent and noted that he used the ability he received from him. The monster grinned and said that the ability that allows you to control severed body parts is very interesting. The hero restored the horns on his head and thought that this was expected from a creature with a couple thousand years of experience behind him. In practical use of abilities, the man is no match for him. Kim bit the scorpion's tail. Manticore approached him and said that he wanted it back. The brunette dodged the enemy's paw and grabbed him by the neck. He narrowed his eyes. The monster laughed as the knight's paw squeezed. Another part grew onto the tail. The monster knocked the hero's paw off. The rivals opened their mouths and prepared to attack. Explosion. The ground between them was charred. The hero narrowed his eyes and checked if it worked. The rival smiled and said that for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was one step away from death. He added that the original was strong. Manticore quickly rushed to attack. The monster swung and approached the hero. The man covered himself with his hands, but even the dragon's scales could not withstand. Kim jumped back and thought it would be better to retreat for a while. Right in front of him, the tail hit the ground. The monster bared its teeth and asked to the brunette that he could increase his tail to such a size. The knight lay on the ground. His eyes were wide open. He remembered that this was a dinosaur's ability. The enemy came closer and noted that he had a strong desire to live, but it was time to die. Manticore licked his lips and said that he would eat his corpse without leaving a single piece. He swung his tail to hit the hero in the chest. The monster froze in surprise. Kim bared his teeth and asked if he had really lost his strength. The poison slowly began to take effect. The opponent was breathing heavily and said that the hero was a cowardly bastard because he used poison from another world. The brunette narrowed his eyes and remembered that at the moment of the bite, he poured fugu fish poison into the enemy with all his heart. The man thought that the opponent would not be able to resist earthly poison, which is not even considered a skill. Kim jumped up and said that the word cowardly is more appropriate for a fight between people. He cut the air with his claws. Manticore lost parts of his body and head. The enemy smiled and agreed with the hero's words. The brunette turned around and asked if he had any last words. The monster grinned and said he didn't think he'd have to make a last will. He was always the one listening to them. He didn't want to leave a good word for the bastard who would eat him. Manticore smiled and said that he, as Pet Shop Duplicate Fee 30B, had met his last brother, who was called Pet Shop Duplicate Fee 97B. His number was close to 1, which is why the word final was added to it. That was almost 50 years ago. The enemy said he wouldn't be surprised if other versions started working. His eye flashed. Manticore said that the hero wasn't the only one. Blood splattered. Kim was eating flesh. He turned around and noticed that it was too quiet. Usually the student would have started making noise by now. There was no one in the chair. The man took the letter. The brunette looked at the sheet and began to read. At that moment, a spy ran up to him. The guy in the mask looked worried. He exclaimed that the adventurers had rebelled. The kingdom of Grand Canteen. The protagonist sat in a chair. Manticore was a cheap copy in almost every way, but he was partially superior to Kim in some ways. Over the course of several thousand years of life, the monster had eaten many more species of creatures than the hero and could freely use their memories and personalities. In other words, he was able to think and act exactly like the person he was turning into. A trick where you replace your brain with someone else's, but still retain your current personality. The ability to revert from someone else's personality to your own, with certainty. Over these several thousand years, Manticore had learned to use his abilities to the maximum. The hero looked at his hand and thought that by absorbing the enemy, he had gained the same ability and trick, although all the wisdom accumulated over thousands of years had, of course, disappeared. The man closed his eyes and remembered the paladin's letter. Edward looked at the brunette and clarified that he could now put on a completely different personality. The knight answered in the affirmative. The king shook his head and said that it seemed to him that the interlocutor could already be considered quite a monster, but he was not stopping there. They sat opposite each other. The hero said that he was told that the adventurers had rebelled. Kim looked at his interlocutor ominously and asked what needed to be burned first. The king frowned and warned that they would kill them, but it was not time yet. The man nodded. Edward noted that it would be much more profitable to deal with the adventurers after they killed the lords he did not like and turned the people against themselves. Kim agreed. The blonde grinned and added that nevertheless, It was impossible to delay too much, and it was better to suppress the rebellion with lightning speed. He had a good idea when he heard about the hero's new ability. The man added that the reward would be worthy. Adventurers Guild, Santo de Marga. The man leaned on his sword and exclaimed that the financial support for adventurers would be cut by 90% starting this year. He said that this could not be forgiven, and proposed taking the nobles hostage and demanding that the prince cancel the budget project. The adventurer called on his colleagues to return their rights. A bandaged man with yellow eyes stood in the crowd. He had vertical pupils. He clenched his fists and thought that they would personally go to the royal palace. His gaze became furious. For him, this was a chance to take revenge. A few months ago, the port city of Stuckbit, a mixed-blooded youth, half human, half demon, who dreamed of becoming a demon general, Medin. He had to endure a tragedy when a dragon attacked. The boy was scorched by flames and turned into embers. However, the anger from losing his only family member caused the ability hidden within him to spill out. It was about awakening the master of reincarnation. Maiden remembered a fellow troll with whom he worked at the port, and using the ability of the master of transformation, he used troll regeneration. This was followed by rapid growth, muscle strengthening, and increased vitality. However, due to the peculiarity of trolls, weak to fire, he was unable to regenerate completely, and his entire skin turned into one continuous burn, which he would never get rid of. After this incident, the young man learned that the prince returned to the lands of people riding a red dragon. This meant that this dragon was Warrior's comrade. The eyes of the bandaged guy were shining. He thought that he would kill the Stuckbit dragon at all costs. The young man looked at the speaker. The man said that reinforcements from the Santo de Marga branch had been sent to them. A red lizard came onto the stage. He threw his spear over his shoulder and introduced himself as Bermico Rossodante, a B-rank adventurer. The bearded man looked at the audience and asked them not to be surprised by his colleague's appearance, because he belonged to a rare dragon race among the lizardmen. Medin looked furiously from the crowd. Memories of the past flashed in his eyes. The youth screamed and suddenly attacked Bermico. The lizardmen looked at the adventurer in confusion. The boy's eyes darkened. He woke up lying on a bed. The head of the Santo de Marga branch named Miguel Orfariso was standing next to him. The man asked what kind of sudden attack it was right in the middle of his speech. He looked at the youth with displeasure, and was indignant that he always covered for the boy in front of the guild, and he repaid him with such a thing. The bearded man turned around and said that as punishment, he was depriving Medin of bonuses for this month. The head said that they would perform next week and left the youth alone with Bermico. The lizardmen looked at the youth and apologized for knocking him out. He came closer and extended his hand to introduce himself. The young man did not shake his hand, but said his name. The interlocutor awkwardly removed his paw and clarified that he was the same Medin that rumors had reached him about. The guy stood up and walked past. He asked Bermico to follow him. The guy looked at him predatorily and said that since they were now on the same team, it was worth taking a look at his abilities. Medin mentally cursed the dragon race. The battle continued. The dragon raised his hand up and began to spin the stick, created a whole whirlwind. The enemy looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then he tried to attack. He was hit, but the dragon was already behind. He jumped off the ground and flew straight towards the monster. Headed towards him from above, aimed his spear, flew with incredible speed, stuck the spear straight into his head. The monster was able to defeat him. He pulled out his spear, blood dripping from it. Then he threw it over his shoulder. First did as he did in his homeland. Turned around and asked what grade the specimen had. Then he looked at it and said that it was passing. Thought that it was strong. Bermico approached it and said that he was very surprised. Just think, a marble basilisk. He licked his lips, wondering what the bastard tasted like. Medin looked at it and asked if it was going to eat it. Thought that it was going to throw him problems, puzzling the lizard with hunting a lizard. But it seemed that he didn't give a damn. The lizard laid down its arms and said that by defeating a strong one, we have the enemy's strength, taking his blood and flesh. After that, with one movement of his hand, he cut off its paw. He took it, said that such is the tradition of the Rutmash warriors. They went into some bar. Medin watched him for several days. The lizard showed himself to be a model good guy. He came up to him from behind, takes on cases that everyone else refused, and treats everyone with respect. I looked at him and thought that he really was a great guy and didn't deserve suspicion. Looked at him, only because of his external resemblance to the dragon. Although, no, there is another annoying thing. The lizard approached the man and said that there was an iron golem, and he tells him, reincarnated into iron, and shouted, "God, a tin can of war." The man began to laugh loudly. He would say too, "So funny." Maiden was irritated by this. His sense of humor, indescribable. Watched how they could not stop laughing. In what place? This is funny. A feature of a psycho. Stood and thought that Maiden was a man who harbors a strong hatred for the red dragon. Imagine the guy. It would be correct to call him the same red dragon he speaks of. Remembered the terrible events. Does not remember everyone he killed. So does not know whose death exactly caused his anger. Imagine the guy's face, which means that the object of his hatred is right before his eyes. Funny. He went forward and thought that however he felt that he was different from an ordinary person, it was better to watch him a little longer, until he could say for sure whether he was his brother or not. He approached him and looked. The man looked up and said that a young man had arrived. He had heard that these two worked well together, although, as he remembered, they had fought not long ago. He held out a chest and asked to take care of a new assignment. The deadline was until tonight. Everything had to be settled without noise. Here was a route around the guards. At night, the guys moved forward. They made their way through the palace, behind Lord Demarga. They approached someone's bed with a flashlight. They put their hand on the man's shoulder, said that it was time to fulfill their duty. The Lord tried to say something but did not have time. His neck was broken. Then they quickly left from there. They approached the bar, said that it was somehow too easy. They went inside and called the head. A mug flew in front of them, flew straight into the wall. The man stood up and said that he had shown how to quietly sort out the matter. That's what they had done. Like they came closer and asked again. They looked at him and asked what had happened. The man said that, as he had already said, 11 branches across the country had simultaneously taken action. He frowned and added that, however, not even half had dealt with it as quietly as they had. And the rest. A guy ran in and shouted that things were bad. The count was dead. People from another branch had beaten him to death. The old man looked away and said, "Damn, they're nuts. What should we do now about the murder of an aristocrat?" Then he put his hand on the flask and thought if they had kidnapped him, there would still be a chance to get out of it. It would be possible to talk to the culprit of the kidnapping and sort everything out. But murder was beyond the pale. He put his hand on the table and thought that you can't negotiate with a dead man. He looked to the side and saw a bag on the guy's shoulder. He ran up and shouted that they should try to come to an agreement. They can't let the Baron slip away without a scratch. The guy agreed. The man hit the table with his fist. He looked at them and asked how it all turned out like this. A few days before, the royal palace, the prince was sitting and saying that according to information, the rebels were targeting 11 lords. He wanted to use this chance and intelligence to change the management. He smiled and added that the only valuable asset among the lords was Baron Demarga. He was doing an excellent job, and he didn't have the guts of a tank. The downside was that he didn't listen well. The guy listened attentively as the blonde said that he needed to be properly intimidated, but not killed. Then he smiled and said that the rest of the lords, he looked at him with wild eyes, you can kill every single one of them. The old man walked forward and said that it was time to move on. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Naden was standing behind him and asked why they weren't taking him with them. He frowned and said that now the most important link in the negotiations was the Baron. If they took him away, the negotiations wouldn't even be able to begin. The guys watched and listened, that the two of them were their most powerful force. They had to guard him. Then the door slammed shut. The young man turned around and said that if he met the prince, he would be able to let this bastard go. He had to meet him. The dragon looked at him and asked about the prince. Did he really want to see that very man? He thought about it and said that, of course, he was a hero of the Demon War. Everyone wanted to meet him once, but he was unlikely to be present at the first stage of the negotiations. But if they were successful, he might show up here. And the young man grabbed his pendant and thought that it was true. There was no need to rush. He would wait for the moment when the next negotiations would take place. He looked ahead and thought that these negotiations would take place in the kingdom, and the dragon watched him with burning eyes. The door was closed. Suddenly a man walked in there. He shouted that they could get drunk today. The guys looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then everyone around started walking and having fun. The leader sat down at the table and said that the messenger from the royal palace turned out to be surprisingly accommodating. At first, they looked so menacing that he thought they would be torn to pieces. It seemed to him that at the next negotiations they would accept their conditions. The Den listened to this and thought that everything was going much better than he expected. With such a mood he could take him to the next negotiations. Then he would be able to meet the prince face to face. They put a glass on the table and asked why he was frowning. The dragon sat down next to him and said that they had not had a drink for a long time. Why not have fun? You can wet your throat. The guy raised his hand and said that he would refuse. He does not drink. The dragon looked at the glass and said that he knew that this would happen. So he brought water. Then he raised his hand and told him to be more cheerful. Medden drank and thought that he was only 17. He does not know the taste of alcohol. Then he was surprised. He climbed into his mouth. He pulled out his finger and saw something strange. What is it? If you remember their mission, they found the Lord. Broke his neck. The man sat on the bed. Dirty adventurers. How dare they lock the aristocrats? He'll come out of here and bring his soldiers. They'll wring their necks. He soaped himself and looked ahead. A man came into the room. Asked the man who he was. Did he come to look at the monkey in the zoo? He smiled and said that he had a message for him. The Lord got angry. What message? It's funny. Pathetic tourists. Do they really think they'll get away with it? The man replied that Count Salumbre was dead. He was so surprised and asked again. The young man came closer and said that he should also be careful. The adventurers were very belligerent. The man called him a psycho. The brunette looked at him and said with a smile that if this man dies, they won't let them live. But that doesn't mean that if they die, he will live. Leaving, he asked to spare his life if possible. The Lord got scared and said that they really had all gone crazy. To kill an aristocrat, strange drops also appeared on his glass. The guy walked forward and thought that it was difficult to scare someone you saw for the first time. But it was a completely different matter when he personally got into the cranial nerves. He remembered how he looked at him. It took a long time to breed the parasite eggs in their reservoir, but now the preparation was complete. A few days later, the fortress, the prince's soldiers, the dragon, looked at them and said that the second stage of negotiations had been going on for quite a long time. If only they could have a good conversation. He lowered his head and added that the guy had red eyes. Was everything okay? Then he said that it was unnecessary to fight off soldiers coming to save the Baron for several days. Medden replied that there was no need to worry about him. His scales had stopped shining. Vermicle lowered his head and said that it was not a problem. Such fatigue was nothing compared to the birth of a first child. The young man was surprised. A first child? Does he have children? The dragon turned and said that of course. Is it surprising that the warriors of the Root Marsh allow their children to leave their father's house as soon as they learn to walk? The young man looked at him, imagined his family and thought, is it really possible to leave it to come here? After that, the dragon looked ahead and said that, frankly speaking, for lizards, dragons are a race. He stopped and was distracted by a scream. The young man also paid attention to it. A man was running towards them, shouting that I am a damned bastard. He looked up and asked to open the gate, and someone came out of the tents. A man in armor followed him. Everyone prepared for battle. The guys did not understand what was happening. The negotiations were not going smoothly at all. The knights raised their balls. They began to create seals. Everything was on fire. They called a fireball. The guys stood at the top. Everything was blazing. They decided to take the bastards by force. They looked at the burning walls. The knights were unable to destroy the fortress wall with fire alone. But everything was soaked in flammable liquid beforehand. There was a powerful explosion. The guy was lying in the rubble. They were trying to bring him to his senses. Vermilka was sitting next to him and was glad that he had come to. She looked at him. The fortress wall was destroyed. Chaos in the city. The other adventurers had gone crazy and were now running around as if. I remembered their wild eyes. as if they were possessed by something. Blood was dripping from his spear. He tried to stop them with his own strength, but it was impossible alone. He threw the weapon over his shoulder and said that they needed to go find the head of the guild. He was the only one who could at least slightly die this chaos, and he needed to leave. It was dangerous to stay here, and he seemed to have some business. Good luck in the fight. They then sat down and watched him go. He remembered the seals. They had only briefly damaged the fortress wall. This was the power of the one he was going to take revenge on. They were on different levels. Even before he met the dragon, already, his hands were shaking. The man was sitting in the corner, shaking with fear. Impossible. No. If you think about it. Something was wrong from the start. Why did he even go? But such recklessness, from the very beginning. The dragon entered and addressed him. He came up and shouted what this man was doing. Now they needed his power more than ever, but he continued to shake and said that it was strange. Because he knew that this plan was doomed to failure. Because he wanted his branch not to be drawn into the House of Rebellion. But why then did he? To kidnap an aristocrat and use him to negotiate with the kingdom. Approve of an obviously stupid undertaking. He remembered the kidnapping. His eyes widened, and he thought why. He heard the answer. Because he was the best fit. He suddenly turned around and asked who was there. But it was the protagonist's voice in his head. He smiled and turned to the man, saying that he was greatly overacting compared to Julio, but at least the most far-sighted of all the remaining guild leaders. Miguel was scared and asked who this man was, and the dragon stood behind and did not understand what was happening. The leader was discussing who was on his half. Had he really gone crazy? The brunette smiled and said that if he was taken out of action, the branch would fall apart on its own. So he chose him. The man answered in fear. Was this really another personality inside him? The guy answered that no. This is his other personality, maybe he doesn't remember. But he was recently eaten and absorbed. He began to said that in this way. The man began to dissolve and screamed. Then he stood up. Burmiko looked at all this and said that the guildmates outside had gone crazy. But suddenly the head of the head turned into a huge snake. He headed straight for the dragon and stretched out his mouth. He slammed it, but at the last moment Midden saved his comrade. He looked at him, asked in surprise what he was doing there. The young man answered, "Does he really want to die? Why did he stand like a toucan?" Everything outside the window was in smoke. The guys got out, breaking the wall. They ran, discussed that the guy was ordered to leave. Why did he come back? The young man ran and said that they were a team. They would have to get out together. The dragon thanked him in response. Then he looked at him and said that he thought that he hated him. But he went and saved him. He shouted that he had an idea, later to create their own guild together. But before he could finish, someone's thorns pierced him. Midden turned around and was horrified. The dragon began to scream. He was pierced by many branches. It was the hand of the brunette, who was standing to the side. He came closer and said that the ability to cross the legs of an octopus and the claws of a praying mantis, compared to the first attempt, turned out very well. He smiled and added, "Where was he going? Didn't he have business with him?" Midden. The guy turned and asked what kind of bastard this man was. Who was he? Then it dawned on him that it was the stock-fit dragon. The guy stood up and started shouting that it was him. The brunette smiled and replied that it was. Midden was furious. After that, the young man bared his hand and rushed straight towards the enemy, shouting loudly. He held his sword and thought that the strength of the ogre's hand was obtained with the help of the ability of the Master of Transformation and the aura of the legendary adventurer Julio. He remembered his sister. This is revenge for his sister. He remembered his comrade. Revenge for his comrade. He looked at Kim's face, was getting closer, but suddenly he was pierced. His blow together, in which he put everything, did not happen. The brunette tore him into small pieces. There was blood everywhere. The guy smiled and thought that there were three main things that he got by eating the clone. The first was an improvement in his abilities. The compatibility of all his skills increased. He remembered the man's face. The second was the reproduction of someone else's personality and memory. He used this ability on the head of the guild. Most likely comes from the experience accumulated by the Manticore over the long years. He looked at his hand. The third was seamlessness. Different parts of the body no longer look unnatural when connected to each other. This ability comes from an innate physical feature. He ate and thought that he just ate a fellow. Well, he had already undergone such colossal changes. Then what would happen if he stroked another one? He sat and looked ahead. His curiosity pushed him to eat the supposed fellow. But he miscalculated. He looked at the medallion. Meaden was not his fellow. The guy lowered his eyes and said that he was a master of reincarnation, which means he basically just copies other people's special skills. You can't call him a fellow. The young man remembered Fjorkrid's face while thinking about his relatives. He reached into his jacket pocket. She took out a piece of paper. He also had a letter that she had left before leaving. The chariot was driving through the forest. The letter said, "Teacher, soon there will be strong unrest in the kingdom. You, as a knight of the kingdom, will naturally be drawn into it. But I am a paladin of the church state, and I am forbidden to interfere in the affairs of a foreign country. So here we will have to part for a while. I believe that the goddess will someday collide our destinies again. With respect, your student." The prince read the letter and asked what it was. An ordinary farewell letter, he already thought. He received a love letter. The brunette moved closer and said that the content was yes. But the problem was in the time of its writing. She delivered the letter long before he learned of the rebellion, and he was one of the first to be informed about it. The blonde looked at him and did not understand. Then he tensed up. It turns out that the church state has means of transmitting information in real time. The young man continued to look at the paper. Is that really it? And now this letter sounds like proof. He raised his head and said that this is divine punishment. He imagined a goddess, when the ruling class of society goes against the duty to govern the people and lead the country to prosperity. The goddess takes away power from its representatives and sends them a punishment proportionate to the severity of the sin. Then he asked if his comrade remembered this. He looked at him and said that it seemed like something like that happened. The prince frowned and said that they knew that the goddess was not like that at all. She was just a system constructing this world. She would never believe that she personally interferes in the affairs of people. The brunette thought about it. Agreed. Edward squeezed the sheet of paper. So divine punishment is not the work of the goddess, but of the church state. Only they have the power, resources, and skill suitable for this. The guy covered his eyes with his hand. Just suppress the power of Julio's influence, now also the church state. Kim looked at him and thought that, if they had such power, then the enemy is not weak, but a clash with the church state is inevitable. He looked at the prince. Because this guy, imagine the altar. He must send him to the ground with the help of the sacrificial altar in the dungeon of the main temple. Sat opposite him and asked if they could resist them. The prince replied that he would tell the truth. It would be tedious. The brunette folded his hands and thought. He raised his head and said, as he already said, now he has the ability to reproduce the memories of other creatures. His eyes lit up. All the knowledge received from the goddess is stored in his head. Do they understand what this means? The blonde was scared and said that of course they understand. After that, the guy smiled. The chariot continued to move. You can be calm until he breaks his promise. He does not even think about it. Edward looked up and said that he also had no intention of betraying anyone. He knew perfectly well what would happen if he was betrayed. Suddenly the cart stopped. Besides, he also did not waste time. The door opened. The blonde asked to let him introduce something. They were standing in front of a huge building. Welcome to the Royal Mechanical Research Center. The blonde, looking at the building, said that all this time they had been studying various technologies of the Demon Kingdom. The protagonist pointed his finger and said that then this place must be of great value, which cannot be said looking at the ugly defense. He pointed at the people. The knight in golden armor said that this was a secret institution of the Grand Canteen Kingdom, and in order to enter, you need to get permission personally from His Highness the Prince. The man indignantly asked, isn't the reason they are not allowed in because of the development of new technologies? The knight with a long beard indignantly exclaimed that then they should even more so let them in as masters of mechanics. Edward clenched his teeth, irritated by the bearded dwarves. He walked forward. The men perked up when he asked if this was the lady of the Everman Republic by any chance. The guy smiled sweetly and asked what they were doing here. Looking at them, Kim remembered that this was supposedly the country of the dwarves. He thought about the fact that one of the necessary conditions for his return was the head of the dwarven king. Remembering the brain in his head, he thought that with the memories of his brother from this world, it had become much easier. The man stepped forward and said that this guard did not understand words at all, and then asked if he would let them in. Edward, with a smile on his face, said that the guard was just doing their job. He asked why they didn't go down before getting permission. Reaching for the button on the back of his head, the dwarf noted that humans paid too much attention to these manners of theirs. The armor began to open. A short old man climbed out of the tall armor. He looked at the others and ordered them to go down. His comrades stepped onto the ground. They all stood together. Kim looked at them, thinking about how they were using this mechanism as a carriage, and the technology of this world was also high quality. Edward said with a smile that he would show them the way and then turned to the guards. The man crossed his arms and said that, as expected, a deal could be made with a human princess. He and the others were tied up. As they were led away by the guards, he shouted that the prince had deceived them. The blonde asked how he had deceived them, because didn't they tell the guards that they wanted to inspect a research facility? He smiled wickedly and said that the prison definitely counted as one of them. Walking behind him, the brunette asked who they were. Edward said that they were guests of honor who were filled with curiosity. He frowned and said that they had apparently come to learn about the power engines that did not require the intervention of magic, which were used by demons. Kim asked if he was talking about steam engines. The prince replied that he was, and that their science was based on power engines that worked only from magic stones. Touching the gate, he said that since no one else was in the way, they could go in. They entered the production facility. The guy looked away and said that they were almost ready to be used in practice. Edward pointed to the head and said that it could not be otherwise, because behind all this was a person with knowledge from the earth, and although this was not his specialty, he had still been given something. Remembering the white cube, the protagonist realized that he was talking about the goddess. The blonde stopped. With a gloomy smile on his face, he said that he had not brought him here for this. They went down in the elevator. With his back to his comrade, Edward asked how many people in the world he thought worshipped the Church of the Goddess. The protagonist shook a little when he said that he thought almost everyone did. The elevator door opened, and the prince said that if they went to war with the church-state, everyone at court who believed in the goddess would become traitors and defect to their side. Looking ahead, the brunette asked if that was why he made them. He saw many chained people with their brains exposed, and his comrade confirmed. The people's eyes were empty, and drool was flowing from their mouths. The blonde noted that, to be more precise, he did not make them. He smirked and said that this was the creation of that crazy grandfather, the former king. Introducing the snail, Edward asked if his friend knew what Leucochloridium paradoxica was. Kim asked if he was talking about that parasitic worm that lives mainly in snails. He noted that he takes control of their body to make the victim easy prey for predators and thus move into it. Looking at the gloomy face of the former man, the blonde began to say that in this world, the Muse event is a version of such a parasite for primates, and initially they parasitized monkeys, but the old man transformed them, giving them the ability to parasitize humans. The protagonist looked at the brain. He remembered the man and thought that it was almost the same as the parasite he ate. Then, imagining an entity with tentacles, Kim thought that perhaps that guy was their species. The prince smiled slyly and said that this zombification technology completely eliminated the possibility of betrayal, and the old man literally threw a red carpet in front of him. He touched the brain with his finger and asked if it would be stupid if he did not use it. He added that there were still some disadvantages. The zombified man trembled and wheezed. The blonde said that he planned to refine them, continuing his research. Looking at the rows of people, he said that this time he also received a lot of experimental material, because all the adventurers who participated in the mutiny were ordered to be captured alive. Edward said with a grim smile that a person can change thanks to a strong leader and the elite he chose. The next day, the ropes fell. The dwarf wrote off his fists in anger. Looking at them, the prince said that this was generally not allowed, but since they were his dear guests, he would give them a special tour of the outer territory of the center. He frowned and told them not to go inside under any circumstances, even by mistake. The men exchanged glances, listening to his words, that otherwise they would only have to detain them again. The dwarf grabbed Edward and began to apologize loudly. His comrades ran forward. The dwarf shouted with a possessed look that he was dressed to keep them as long as he wanted, but they could not control their curiosity. He opened the gate. His eyes widened in shock. The man looked at the production, saying that it was simply fantastic. The prince approached him from behind with a gloomy face. The dwarf turned around and exclaimed that they were to blame, after which he asked to listen. He fell to his knees and began to say that he could lock him up as long as he wanted and do whatever he wanted, but let him participate in the research. The man squinted and said that this was the very new energy that did not consume magic stones, which they had been looking for so long. The guy crossed his arms and listened to the plea. The dwarf froze when he told him that their seriousness left him no choice, and he included them in the discussion of relevant technologies at the negotiations next month. He began to shake his hand and thank him. The prince smiled, thinking that they, possessed by the steam engine, would never know what was underneath. An empty eye was visible in the darkness. Edward thought that this would be the case until their king lost his head. The former domain of the demons, the search party of the kingdom of Grand Canteen. The man stood with a pickaxe. Something caught his eye. Among the stones he saw a lever and asked what it was doing in such a place. He pulled it. The top of the tower slowly began to appear from under the ground. A large passage opened in the ground. The workers looked into it. Mechanisms appeared from the passage. Demons were hiding nearby in the forest. One of them glanced back. The blonde was sitting on the couch and saying that he was going to unite the disparate human countries first. Tim looked at him and asked again, and then asked if there was any reason to take on such a difficult task. The guy put his hand on the map and said that he didn't know something. He said that there were currently 5 races coexisting on the Elmwood continent. Looking at the continent on the map, the prince said that they were elves, beastmen, lizardmen, dwarves, and humans. Introducing each of them, he said that initially, all the nations united to resist the demon frame. He added that, now that the demon king was dead, there was nothing else that united them. The blonde ran his fingers over the map, saying that soon everyone would begin to build up power, vying for power, and the problem was that all the other races were represented by a single country, while humans were spread across many different ones. He looked at his comrade and said that in order to send him to Earth, they would need to cut off the heads of the leaders of the other races. Edward frowned and said that despite the fact that they had already built up a decent amount of power, it was still not enough to start a war. Putting his hand on the map, he said that first of all it was necessary to occupy the demon's domain, taking possession of that very huge territory, in order to then create a united human country. The guy looked up and said that then one by one the heads of all the leaders would be taken. He covered his face with his hand and said with a smile not to worry, because this world would soon be his, because everything was going as he had expected, and there were no mistakes in his plans, unless ancient combat mechanisms suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The brunette opposite him crossed his arms and said that it was a great idea, and then asked if he was sure that there would be no problems. The friend asked with what. The main character smiled and noted that usually, when a cruel villain aiming for world domination voices his plans out loud, important news immediately arrives that ruins his plans. The prince burst into loud laughter and asked if he had really reread the novels. Wiping away the tears that had appeared, he said that he had already said that he had received knowledge from the goddess that would be useful in the future. The blonde man darkened and said that there would be no mistakes in his plan, and that he should leave unnecessary worries. A man shouted into the office and shouted that their affairs were bad. Edward looked at him and asked what had happened. The guy in the mask and hood began to say that the search party had discovered ancient ruins in the demon's domain that were completely preserved and posed a great threat. The prince froze with a puzzled face. Tim closed his eyes and said that here were completely preserved ruins of an ancient civilization. The blonde man jumped up and exclaimed that they needed to send the crown of their assassins to conquer the ruins, because no one could take them away. The guy raised his hand and nervously said that the remnants of the defeated demons had entered the ruins first. Edward clenched his fist and said that it would be easy to deal with the remnants, since their tasks would not be enough to use the ruins anyway. The guy raised his hand and said that it looked like their leader was an archaeologist. The prince darkened with horror, listening to the words that they had already restored the ruins, and many more demons were pouring out of there than had originally entered. The brunette closed his eyes and noted that his words about nothing had lost their power. The mug broke under a loud cry, asking what should he do then. The blonde stood near the abandoned mug. He frowned. Looking at his comrade, he muttered that he had a favor to ask of him. Kim sighed heavily. Edward smiled nervously and said that it was easy for him, and then asked if he would do it. The protagonist looked at his stupid face, wondering if he should eat him. The prince clenched his fist, mentally cursing the goddess for her words being wrong. He mentally asked why she didn't warn him about such a dangerous factor. It was noted that the prince received knowledge from the goddess that would be needed in the future. So the opposite was also true. The list does not include knowledge that will not be useful. An administrator cube hovered above the mansion, muttering that it was not his fault. It was said that it was not that the ancient ruins were completely useless to the prince, but if he had not initially claimed to master the demon's domain, they would not have been discovered at all, and frankly speaking, saving a drowning person is the work of the drowning person himself. The former castle of the Demon King, the place where the ancient ruins were discovered, there were many monsters inside. They looked at the knight's squads, declaring that this land belonged to the demon race. The knight said with a frightened look that there were so many of them, and it was unclear where this army came from. The demon swung his mace at him. His eyes were burning with anger while he was making deaths. The monsters were in the water. The man looked at the giant flask and said that cloning in such a short time was simply incredible. The leader of the Stuckbits Blades, Byron, looked at him. He smiled and said that this was the hope of the race, because no one could even think that an ancient weapon was hidden under the Demon King's castle. Looking at the giant flasks, he said that with a huge clone factory, they would be able to endlessly strengthen the thinned army of demons. The old man smiled slyly and told the Stuckbits Blades to prepare for the second war with the demon race. The bookworms widened from the sound. The demon in the doorway called out loudly to him. He asked if they had really discovered new ruins. The wounded demon stepped forward, saying that this was not so. He held onto the doorway and said that there was a dragon. Byron froze when he heard that it was a Stuckbit dragon. The demon race ran forward. Purple steam engulfed them. The protagonist with snake arms was belching flames. 3 balls flew out of his mouth. Everything around him began to explode. Kim frowned. Seeing a large mechanism ahead, he asked what it was. Looking at the structure, he asked if it was an aircraft carrier. The dragon's arm began to transform. It became human. Kim was standing on the ground. A guy in a mask approached him. He handed him a receiver and said that it would directly connect him to Edward. The brunette left him. The assassin disappeared, wishing him luck in the fight. The knight walked forward, thinking that it was worth a walk. He was heading towards the entrance of an unidentified aircraft carrier. He stood at the edge. Looking down, the guy noted that it looked simply gigantic. A demon was walking towards him. The man pointed at him and told Byron that it was him. The demon with a frightened face screamed that it was he who cursed the dragon and killed all their soldiers. The old man's eyes were shining red. He smiled grimly and asked if he was the same Stuckbit dragon. They began to quickly move him from his place. Kim lifted the demon with his domain tail. He looked with a stern look, saying that he thought he would have to wander for a long time, but this time he was lucky. His skin began to change when he said that the guide himself came out to meet him. The protagonist walked away from the corpses. Licking his lips, he mentally noted that it was high time to check his memory. The guy turned to the side, saying that we need to go here. Seeing the flasks in the lab, Kim wondered if this was a cloning system. He thought that this was not dressed up as the technology of this world. The brunette grabbed the curtain. He moved it aside. Ahead was an office with a reservoir and computers. The knight was welding a modern room. Looking up, he said that it definitely looked more like Earth technology than a doubling ruin. He turned his attention to the monitor. The working screen was in English. Kim looked down, realizing that he had to fill in the login and password. He entered the standard password on Army computers. Access was denied. The brunette darkened, remembering how he once ate a guy on Earth who bragged that he was a hacker. He said that he did not think that he would use it in the world. A few hours later, he was still barely standing at the computer. The guy took out his hand, saying that everything was ready. The protagonist began to read the greeting for Wilson Phillips. Looking at the monitors, he mentally noted that it turned out to be difficult even with the brains of a professional hacker, which means that this thing is definitely from Earth and also came from 50 years in the future. He read the information that this aircraft carrier was created in 2072. The knight pressed the buttons, thinking that given the presence of such military equipment, not everything was in order on Earth even 50 years later. And anyway, it was not the kind of knowledge that the prince would need in the future, which meant that it would not be useful to him when he returned to Earth. His eyes glowed red, and the protagonist thought that he would destroy it. He continued pressing the buttons. The system voice noted that the self-destruct command was confirmed, and the self-destruction process of the U.S. Cold Skive would start in 15 minutes. Kim looked with surprised eyes when the system asked all crew members to leave the ship, and then sharply beeped. He asked, "Was it really broken?" Taking his hand aside, the guy noted that in Korea there was one effective way to fix a faulty device. Then he hit the structure. The room lit up with red light. The knight's eyes widened when he heard the alarm that a cellular reaction of the Legion's first-class reaction had been detected, and all processes were currently suspended, and the liquidation of the reaction recording zone was launched, and all control rights were transferred to the main AI. The protagonist became nervous when he heard the regret of good luck. A moment later, an explosion was heard. Kim was lying on the ground. Starting to rise, he asked what just happened. There was a small crater around him. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that it did not look like the self-destruction algorithm had been launched, because the self-destruction of such a giant would not be limited to one small explosion. He shifted his gaze. His attention was attracted. The botnet stuck his hand into the back. From it, he took out a communication device. Holding it in his hands, he listened to the prince's question about the ruins and figured out he and everything. The blonde from the receiver compared why he was silent and what was the matter. The lips of the protagonist stretched into a smile. Edward listened with a shimmer on his face as his friend said he had two pieces of bad news, one worse than the other, and then asked which one to start with. The guy buried his face in his hand. Looking at the receiver, Kim heard him ask to start with just the bad one. Frowning, he said that the destruction of the ruins had failed miserably. The prince frowned when he heard that the ruins were not a building, but a ship designed to travel on land. While sweat was pouring down his face, he asked what happened to him. Gritting his teeth, the knight began to say that he had only blown up the living quarters, and after that, he looked at the large mark on the ground, adding that he had escaped. Kim noted with a gloomy look that he had escaped by sea. The blonde's face distorted with shock, and he loudly asked for it to be repeated. Gritting his teeth tightly, he asked if there was any more bad news. Holding the device in his hands, the protagonist explained that the ruins were not a building, but a ship. And what's more, it was an aircraft carrier that was built on Earth in 2072, and it had cloning equipment on board. He added that it apparently belonged to the American Army. The prince's mouth dropped open in shock, and he clarified. A smile lit up his face as he exclaimed that it was simply wonderful. His friend asked him what he was talking about. With a wide smile on his face, Edward explained that the ancient ruins were dangerous precisely because they did not know their origin. With a dissatisfied look, the brunette listened to his words about how now that they had established exactly what it was, all that remained was to breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes widened when his comrade said that most likely it was the Uskolchev, and he was more than sure, since we were talking about cloning. Kim asked him where such knowledge came from. The blonde man sat on a chair and said that because the Overdread project was a White Veil affair, and he was listed as a member of the headquarters. Judging by the man, he sat in front of the holographic screens, while it was being said that the Overdread project was a typical conspiracy theory that spread across the internet like a ridiculous rumor. It was noted that the essence of the project was to mobilize all technical specialists and create weapons that go beyond the limits of what is possible, and so that the strongest power, America, could rule the whole world. The man smiled slyly. The conspiracy theory sounded extremely delusional, and there was almost no one who believed in it. The communication device began to sparkle, while the blonde said that in truth, it quietly exploded. An assassin appeared behind the object and said that, apparently, his service life had expired. Narrowing his eyes, he said that he had prepared a place nearby for the regrouping of their troops, and a hologram projection was installed there. Kim, without turning to him, asked where he had disappeared to, since he had only just appeared. The guy replied that it all just looked the same. Grand contained troops, the former possessions of the demonic race. Knights guarded the tent. Inside was a projection of Edward. The brunette crossed his arms and asked to tell him about the Overdread project. The blonde man frowned and said that part of the absurd Overdread project was true. He touched his chin and noted that, however, the landing craft with capsules on board was only in the drawing stage, and it must have been possible to implement them into reality with the technology of 50 years in the future. Continuing to cross his arms, he said that in that case, this ship Kolchev should be very familiar to him. The prince replied that he had only seen its original drawings, and was not sure that he knew about its current structure. Recalling the fighters, he said that, however, according to the plans, the Kolchev should be equipped with its own resource extraction station. That is, to maintain autonomous operation and carry out self-repair in a sleepy state, as well as have the ability to create a clone army and have its own aircraft assembly line. The guy frowned, saying that, in other words, if this bastard finds an iron ore vein at the bottom of the sea, they will have a hard time. Gritting his teeth, the brunette said that he understood, and then asked if the Legion's cellular reaction had told him anything. The prince darkened and trembled. He looked with wide eyes. In March 2012, a man in a suit walked down the hallway. It was noted that a police officer from Georgia missed the double life of one man. On the outside, he seemed a little cold, but quite an exemplary family man. But behind this mask hid the boss of a famous criminal group. The brunette stood in the alley, hiding in the shadows. He took off his glasses. It was said that he was capable of high-class artificial transformation, which completely changed the contours of his face and even the structure of the skeleton. The shirt on his shoulders began to stretch. It was because of this ability that no one could guess that two such different personalities were one person. With a trembling hand, the man held the phone in his hands. He was hiding around the corner, because he filmed how he used this ability. The White Veil gave him the name Doppelganger, and later, a large-scale operation was organized to find him. People with guns surrounded the house. They opened fire, leaving holes in the walls. Inside lay the bloody body of a woman and her eldest son, while a baby was crying nearby. It was said that the White Veil managed to capture the second son of Doppelganger, and although the wife and other son died, it did not matter, since they were not carriers of the abilities. It was noted that the second son was found to have unusual cells, and since they allowed the owner to have a variety of faces, they were called Legion, and these were miracle cells that, with certain stimulation, could transform into anything. The man screamed in pain. At that time, the White Veil was developing a plan to create super soldiers, and the Legion cells greatly helped in this advancement. In the darkness stood the grim silhouette of a man. The White Veil's next goal was to capture the original carrier of the Legion. The warriors pointed their machine guns at him. The crying man turned around. He had transformed into a werewolf. The prince's hologram looked at his friend and told him that this is why the Legion cells were his own cells. Kim said that the White Veil had failed to capture him, and that it must be the cells of his second son. The blonde tensed up and said that was true, and then noted that his son was fine, and had been identified by the commander of the ground forces, and other than monthly medical checkups, he lived a free life. The guy froze. He crossed his arms and said that it was clear to him. The blonde asked if he was fine. Looking at him, the knight replied that he had killed everyone who had participated in that operation, and then asked if he himself had said that he lived a free life. With confidence in his eyes, he added that besides, he had inherited the genes, but not the ability, and he was his son, not his tribesman. Edward stood in front of him, and thought that this was not the reaction he expected. However, even for this monster, family played an important role, and for him, it was the last link that allowed him to remain human. Frowning, the The guy mentally noted that it was after he lost his family that everything human disappeared in him. Standing in the center of the circle, he began to say that now they needed to calm down this ship from the future. But the question was how to find it in the seas of a huge continent. The brunette asked if he had a way. Edward shook his head and answered that no, because in this world there were no satellites or radars. While beads of sweat were running down his face, he said that suddenly he would find. Kim sighed heavily. Heading towards the exit of the tent, he said that he just wanted to test something and would contact him when he found it. The prince froze in place, muttering that he needed to prove his usefulness as soon as possible. His eyes widened as he said that otherwise, the monster could devour him at any moment. A dragon flew over the port city of Stuckbit. It hung over a stone pier. Then the protagonist would land on it. He extended his hand toward the sea. The skin around his shoulder began to darken. The severed limb flew down. It began to sink under the water. The hand began to split into creatures. Small fish swam forward. The guy looked at the regenerating hand, saying that a tuna with the muscles of a mountain, the bone marrow of a troll, and the scales of a dragon would be more accurately called a chimera than a fish. Both of his hands began to darken below the shoulder. It fell into the seawater. Then chimeras began to appear in the water. Looking at them with a dark look, Kim ordered them to grow, devouring everything in their path, and to immediately report when they found a huge accumulation of metal. The eyes of the chimera tuna glowed red. The brunette was sitting on the pier and fishing, because a couple of days after he released the scouts, he was unable to cope with boredom. He was sitting quietly with a fishing rod, sighing with a smile. The knight mentally noted that he was already thinking of joking that he was getting stronger by catching fish. Suddenly, an assassin appeared behind him, saying that he had come. Looking to the side, he asked how the catch was. Seeing the heads of the fish, the guy asked how he cooked it in such a place. He covered his nose and asked not to say that he ate this fish raw. Kim looked at him and asked why he had come. The assassin noticed the rod while he was saying that. In fact, his eyes widened. He began to examine the rod from different sides, asking if this was the legendary Sea Conqueror 2000, created 15 years ago by a one-of-a-kind fishing tackle workshop. He began to chat about the rod. The brunette closed his eyes, listening to this. He remembered how he simply picked her up on the street, and wondered if this is what a male human who is fanatically passionate about his hobby looks like. The protagonist handed him a fishing rod, telling him to take it. The guy was beaming with joy, while the knight asked if the prince was looking for him. Looking with an enthusiastic look, he muttered that the prince had a question, and he needed to go to a temporary camp. Dragon wings appeared on Kim's back. He fluttered into the sky, and the assassin exclaimed that he would not return her back. The water surface sparkled in the sun. The float sank into it. The guy's eyes lit up with happiness. He said that this fishing rod was simply the best. The brunette, opening the tent, asked what happened. Edward, in the form of a hologram, frowned and said that he would get straight to the point. Looking askance, he said that the strongest feeling he had towards him was fear, but at the same time he trusted him as an ally and felt friendship as a person from the same world as him, so he would never lie. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked to get to the point. The blonde coughed into his fist and said that he would ask a few questions. He began to say that recently, due to strange fish monsters, the catch had decreased across the continent. Imagining fish with sharp fangs, he asked if the terrible creatures that could tear any nets and even swallow hooks were his doing. The knight's face darkened as he began to think about the fact that he had ordered his separated limbs to find a ship, and this was already the result of their own decisions. And in that case, he crossed his arms and declared that it wasn't him. The blonde frowned when his friend told him that it was not his fault, because the creatures he had given birth to simply acted at their own discretion. He thought with shock in his eyes that this was what the ideal was about. The prince sighed and suggested moving on to the next question. He noted that 2 days ago, fishmen began to appear in the seas of the Alvapolam kingdom. Introducing the humanoid amphibians, he said that this was not the familiar race of demon fish people, and the problem was in their bizarre appearance, and that because of them, the Alvapolam kingdom was in a state of emergency. The brunette replied with displeasure that he did nothing but fish. His comrade said that in that case, They must be an army of clones created by the Us-Kolchev. He asked if it was possible that their goal was to limit the movements of their ground forces before. How would he make carrier-based aircraft? Kim looked at him and said that in that case, he would send the fish to those parts, because he had created them specifically for the ship. Looking back, Edward thanked him and said that he had one last question. He crossed his arms over his chest and began to say that the royal assassin assigned to him suddenly filed a request for paid leave, saying that he had gotten his hands on the Sea Conqueror 2000. Frowning, the blonde asked if he had given it to him. The guy also crossed his arms, thinking that they were the same. He headed for the exit of the tent, saying that he knew nothing. The prince ordered him not to lie and to return. Also approaching the exit, he shouted after his friend that he should have given it to him first. The protagonist scratched his ear with his finger, while Edward shouted that he was working like hell to send him back to Earth. At the same time, the USS Kolchev, the main AI, after disconnecting from the central control of the USS Kolchev, began to think independently and develop rapidly. Part of the ship was destroyed, and although this caused huge damage to the power source and led to the loss of a large array of data showing demons and fish, it was noted that the last recorded data on the demon race did not disappear anywhere. In addition, deep-sea fish living in the seas. After the unification of demons and fish, humanoid chimeras or clones of fishmen appeared. A man with frightened eyes spoke of a monster. He shot the monster with a pistol. It did not even move. After he killed the man, it was noted that these clones easily defeated the kingdom of Alva-Polam, which had the strongest naval force on the continent. Fishmen attacked people. They killed with their hands, gnawed at bodies with their teeth. There were pools of blood everywhere. A man stepped on one of them. The guy led the blonde by the hand. She clenched her teeth and asked him to wait, because Pietro was still. The brown-haired man glanced at her and said he didn't know who it was, and they didn't have time. A monster appeared behind them. The guy pointed his gun and told the girl to run. Its barrel was aimed straight at her mouth. The brown-haired man pressed the trigger. The gun didn't fire. He closed his eyes and thought that this was the end for him. A gust of wind hit his face. The guy began to open his eyes. In front of him, he saw a huge red dragon. The protagonist looked away from him and asked if he was from the 3rd Fillet Naval Forces of the Alva-Polam Kingdom, the capital of the Alva-Polam Kingdom, the city of Alcapelle. A carriage was parked near the palace. The prince and his knights were walking forward. Approaching the man, he noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ahead of him was the king of the kingdom named Lion Alva-Polam, who swore. The guy put his hand on his chest and said that he hadn't seen his nephew for so long, and instead of greeting him, he cursed, and his feelings were hurt. The man noted that he was lying smoothly. He gritted his teeth and wondered if he had really flown his conspiracies again, and that's why he offered to see him, and then mentally asked how his angelic sister could have such a freak. Remembering the gun, he asked what this time, and had he really come again to steam up his toys that become useless when wet, or did he want to impose that ship that devours coal? Closing his eyes, the king said that he himself knew that they didn't have any extra funds now, since Pietov's military port had been attacked by monsters. The guy waved his hand and said that this was exactly what he wanted to talk about, and then added that he thought he could help. Haakon frowned and asked how. He noted that by the time his reinforcements got there, the entire royal fleet would already be destroyed, and his 2 vaunted spatial mages would only be able to send a small portion of the soldiers. The prince smiled and asked if just a couple of people would be enough to deal with this problem. The king grinned and asked if he was going to send a dragon as well. Edward grinned and said that he had already sent one. A huge shadow appeared above them. The blonde understood the cliched look. He saw a red dragon in the sky. After a while, the prince sat with bags under his eyes. While sweat was pouring down his face, he said that he had not slept for a minute while he was thinking about what to do today. Kamo, looking at his comrade behind him, asked why he had never seen him sleep, but he was always alert. Kim stood behind the back of the sofa and said that he had slept. His friend asked him when that was. The brunette closed his eyes and told him to consider it like dolphins. The blonde turned to him and asked if he was sleeping, switching off the right and left hemispheres alternately, thinking about the 2 brains in his body. The guy mentally noted that he was resting, alternating the main brain and the accessory. Edward drew his eyebrows together, thinking that he was just a monster. He said that today he would have to spend the whole day in a formal setting, and then asked if he could handle it. The protagonist looked down and asked if he wanted to know if he would lose his temper from being his subordinate all day. The prince closed his eyes and asked if his ultimate goal was to stand on top of all life. He noted that returning to Earth was just one of the stages. He clenched his knee and began to say that if it seemed like he was working for me, then the goal of domination. Kim gritted his teeth and said that this was a meaningless question. Transforming his hand into a dragon's, he said that the top was determined by such simple things as strength or ability. He put his hand on the back of the sofa and noted that, of course, the worship of other creatures also does not put on the top. It was noted that the top is a creature that can easily get used to any changes in the environment that it encounters. A transparent silhouette of a man surrounded by various creatures was visible. It was said that be it a sea without a single glimmer of light, the extreme pole without a hint of warmth, or a real desert devoid of moisture, it can survive for a long time even in outer space. It was noted that only then can it be called the top. But Burnett looked at his friend and said that adapting to the environment of human society is more than the basics. The king came to them, to whom Edward said that he planned to hold an international meeting after dinner. The blonde asked again with a puzzled face. His mouth opened in surprise when his nephew added that most of the influential human countries agreed to participate, so they should also prepare. The man indignantly asked why he told him about this only now. The guy, looking at him, asked if he had said in advance would he have thought about asking for help at the meeting. Lion confirmed. The prince smiled and said that it would have complicated everything, because they should ask other countries not for help, but for an alliance. Showing a knight and a magician, it was noted that the caution and desire of each inhabitant of the Elwood continent to protect themselves is much stronger than on Earth, because local technology does not allow achieving the same level of security as there. They showed an explosion, saying that given the risk, the rulers of countries almost never gather in one place. Therefore, continental meetings are organized by the Church of the Goddess. It was also noted that the meeting itself is carried out using a holographic projector, which is equipped with temples in each country. The main temple of Alquivapel. When everyone gathered in a circle, Lion suggested starting the discussion. The hologram of the man touched his chin, asking permission to start first. He said that at the moment, the kingdom of Grand Quinton monopolized all the profits from the demonic lands. Edward frowned and said that there was a more urgent matter on the agenda. The hologram of the man asked him what was so urgent. The guy, standing in a circle, began to say that since last week, the volume of catches had greatly decreased, and this affected not certain areas, but all the seas in the continent as a whole. Introducing the monsters, he said that at about the same time, half companies of a mysterious type began to appear in the kingdom of Alvapolum. He said that they should already know this, since they had received a request for support from the kingdom. The king pursed his lips and noted that in the end, none of them responded. The hologram of the man waved his hand and said that they knew about it, and then asked if the reduction in catch was not a temporary phenomenon. The other man smiled into his fist and noted that besides, if the Alvapolum fleet had been defeated by the stupid forces, the number of corpses would have increased if reinforcements had been sent quickly. Beads of sweat were running down the blonde's face as he asked if it was not their duty to help their neighbors to the best of their ability. Looking at him, the other king asked if that same duty was limited to matters related to the Demon King. Remembering the girl, Edward answered that it was, and what had happened now had a deep connection with him. Everyone inside the temple perked up, and they began to ask him what he was talking about. The man waved his hand and asked if he had grounds for this or witnesses. The guy grinned and answered that of course. He turned to Kim, who was standing behind him. The brunette tore himself away from the wall. He stepped into the magic circle, placing his hand on his chest. The protagonist began to say that he was here as a renowned mentor of the Sacred Sword Order, swearing before the goddess that he would only speak the truth. A light appeared behind him. The guy was surrounded by small glowing spears. It was the pouring of truth. It was said that this was one of the miracles bestowed by such a transcendental consciousness as the goddess, and the one who uttered the vow of truth would be surrounded by spears woven from light. It was noted that these spears serve as a guarantee from the goddess that the words of the speaker are true. After all, if the one who gave the vow of truth were to lie, his life would be cut short by heavenly punishment. While the spears were pointed at his back, the protagonist thought that since the spears were of divine origin, his skilled neutralizer would not work on them. However, he just needed to not give a reason to attack. The guy began to say that he could not tell all the details, but the words said by the arrival were the pure truth. The brunette closed his eyes and began to say that the reason for the decrease in catch was the bizarre fish, and he saw them up close and could tell that they were definitely related to the Demon King. With his eyes closed, he said that just like the mysterious fishmen who attacked the kingdom, it was obvious that the very existence of these creatures was against God's will. Edward looked at the golden spear, listening to his friends say that he also managed to infiltrate the fishman's base, where he saw with his own eyes what they were. The spear trembled slightly when Kim said that there was a possibility that they had the same origin as the Demon King. All the spears behind the knight were in place. They began to disappear. A sly smile appeared on his face. The guy moments ago, he stood and said that the reason for the decrease in catch was the bizarre fish, and he saw them up close and could tell that they were related to the Demon King. At that moment, he thought that it was obvious, because he was the one who created them, who took part in the destruction of the Demon King. The knight, with his eyes closed, said that the mysterious fishmen who attacked the kingdom also completely contradicted God's will. He thought that the prototype of the fishmen was the deep sea of their myths about Cthulhu, and the goddess said that the time had not yet come for them, so there could be no mistake here either. The brunette continued to keep his eyes closed, and said that he also managed to infiltrate the fishman's base, where he saw with his own eyes what they were like, and there was a possibility that they had the same origin as the Demon King. He mentally noted that the source of the fishmen was the Us-Koldshiv, and the ship, like the Demon King, came from Earth, and they were connected by a single origin. As the spears slowly disappeared, he thought that overall, it sounded like the Demon King had created monsters to attack humanity before his death. One of the kings frowned and said that it seemed like my death was inevitable, and in that case, the leader of the alliance. Edward clenched his fist and said that he thought the Alvapulam kingdom was more suitable for this role, since they had taken the brunt of the attack, but their fleet was still intact, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that they were playing a key role in this whole situation. The men in the circle began to agree, saying that it made sense. Lion calmly said that he accepted the proposal, and began to think that the goal of gaining support had been achieved. But, looking at his nephew's smile, he tried to understand what he was planning. The blonde smiled contentedly, thinking that everything was going exactly according to plan, and thanks to this, he would be able to lay the foundation for the creation of a united army of people. Showing the events of the past, it was said that instead of searching for an ore vein, the Us-Koldshiv chose to attack the kingdom of Alvapulam. Showing the ore, it was said that all because he decided that taking the smelted ore was much more effective than searching for a vein in the sea. It was said that, moreover, the creatures that tried to resist him, as it turned out, did not pose any problem for the soldiers, and creatures weaker than clone soldiers could simply be destroyed. However, a huge reptile capable of flight appeared in the sky and destroyed the clone army. It was noted that in order to contain this creature, the Us-Koldshiv decided to launch mass production of combat aircraft. 6 months later, the protagonist was sitting on the edge of the wall. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, they opened wide. Chimera Tunas found the Us-Koldshiv. A ship was sailing along the territorial waters of the kingdom of Alvapulam. Edward approached the Grand Admiral and said that the time had come. The man with the pipe in his teeth replied that he understood. Frowning, he thought that they would finally be able to attack the main military camp of the fishmen and fish monsters. After the order, 2 steamships left ahead of the ship. Looking at them and remembering the gun, the admiral thought about the fact that the united army received various kinds of support from the kingdoms, starting with steamships and gunpowder firearms. He clenched his fist, thinking about it, mentally noting that and ending with the monster. While the prince stood behind him, the man thought about it. That without new technologies and the help of the protagonist, the Alvapulam kingdom would have already been defeated. He glanced back sideways, wondering if it was possible to implement all these innovations. The political officer of the year thought that the prince was a suspicious person. They were told from another ship that their steamships had returned. He, dropping the pipe, exclaimed that this could not be. A red flag was flying on the steamship. The admiral shouted an emergency. Fighters flew overhead. There was a loud explosion. The planes attacked a giant tentacle monster. What was happening was reflected on the ball. The man who held it said that this was the last recording received. The people on the deck froze in silence. A frightened sailor exclaimed that they must retreat immediately. The admiral ordered him not to talk nonsense. He frowned and said that this could be their chance. Dragon wings fluttered. When the main character sat on the bow of the ship, he was asked why he had transformed so abruptly. Kim took off abruptly. The man, looking indignant, asked him how to understand this. He looked at the prince and asked if he was aware of the current situation, and would he really allow the brunette to act as he pleased when they must not make a single mistake. The blonde looked at him and replied that he knew both the origin of the octopus monster and the current situation. With a nervous smile, he said that was why he sent Kim, and then thought that he had no choice but to simply trust the umbrella to the monster. He had been looking at the ball earlier. Looking at his friend, the blonde asked if it was really a part of him. The protagonist, looking back, said that it was. But there was a problem. The prince, without turning around, asked if a certain part had decided to return. The guy answered that it was the opposite. Introducing the octopus, he said that it had gone mad and was not going to obey him. Kim, looking at his friend, said that at this rate, their plan would fail, and if the Uskolchev lurked at the bottom, this thing would choose the fleet as its new machine. The blonde stood in front of him and said that he had planned to weaken it so much that the Unification Army could deal with it. The brunette turned around and said that he would solve everything in return. He flew through the sky, thinking that he had lost contact since he had collected certain parts of it in one place, and that did not mean that the connection was irretrievably severed. The dragon frowned. He saw a battle below. Fighters were attacking the octopus. One of them was flying through the sky. He fired at the monster. Its tentacle was torn. A second later, it healed. The protagonist, his eyes flashing, asked if they were really on par, and then noted that they needed to hurry. He flew down. The octopus stirred when the aircraft carrier noted that it had detected the Legion 1 cell carrier. Kim flew in front of the fighter. There was an explosion. The guy flew out of it with dragon wings. Then he landed on the aircraft carrier. At the same time, the system began to note that confirmed and unidentified creature made an unauthorized landing, but there are not enough aircraft to respond. The brunette told him to calm down with a stern look because he had come to make a deal. Round devices flew towards him, ordering him to leave the ship. Thinking about his comrade, the protagonist said that he had come on behalf of Eddie Montoya, a member of the White Veil. The device began to search for this name in the database and noted that this was an agent of the White Veil, Propane during the pursuit of original Pet Shop Legion. Pointing a gun at the guest, the device said that, following a special charter, it began communicating and gave 180 seconds. The brunette pointed back and suggested that they deal with that octopus together and then talk. While he was standing on the deck, the flying device agreed and registered him as a temporary ally, and then directed the ship's resources to exterminate the conditional sea monster. The guy asked to remove the planes because they were in the way. He immediately jumped up. The protagonist flew towards the monster. The octopus looked at him in surprise. Then, it stretched its tentacles. Kim quickly dodged them and chopped them up along the way. Confidence was in his gaze. He was slicing the tentacles with his hand. A bright light appeared from his mouth. The protagonist emitted a stream of flame. He looked at the hole in the huge tentacle. The guy flew through it. The remains of the flesh began to move. Chimeras reached out to the brunette. He began to hit them with his tail. The protagonist clenched his fists. Looking down, he asked if this was all the resistance. Seeing the octopus below, Kim said that apparently all his strength went to the aircraft carrier, and he would probably make it more docile before letting it slip. His hand began to transform. His hands turned into two mouths in which there was a charge. The brunette also opened his mouth. 3 blows were aimed at the octopus's eye. A huge explosion was heard. Pieces of the monster fell into the sea. The guy saw a dark spot in the water. Then a piece of octopus floated up. The protagonist flew up to it and ordered him to answer how he managed to free himself from control. A big eye looked at him, answering that he would be better off asking his conscience. The wounded octopus asked if he really started acting like a man as soon as he took a high position. He told him to look at himself. The guy listened with a puzzled look to him, saying that he had lost his leadership. The monster said that reaching the top of all living things was their common goal, but he himself had created it. Remembering how he threw his hand into the sea when he was sick, the octopus said that he had behaved like a real idiot, just like a man, launching an entire colony together with an individual. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he was right, and he regretted it. The monster perked up and asked if he really thought that a couple of words would be residual. He exclaimed that this alone would not erase all the nonsense that he had done now and before. Kim pursed his lips and mentally noted that until recently he had perceived him as a tool that had gotten out of control, but that was wrong. His gaze darkened when he thought that this was an enemy that needed to be killed. Seeing how he blushed, the monster laughed and said that he saw that his face had blossomed. Looking at him, he said that killing and devouring everything that stood in his way was his true nature. The guy shot fire at him while the monster muttered that even having pulled on the skin of a man, the monster still. When the dragon's mouth from the brunette's hand stopped, he asked if this conversation could no longer be considered introspection. Flying back, he said that thanks to him, he regained his equality. After a while, an inspection was taking place on the aircraft carrier. The system scanned Edward, saying that the person was identified as Edward Grandcontine and Eddie Montoya, and later noted that the right to control the ship was thus transferred to Agent Eddie Montoya, the only currently confirmed U.S. citizen. The guy looked up at the flying device and asked if everything was really decided this way. He smiled slyly and said that this way he would take everything he needed. The ship sailed on the sea. The prince stood on the deck and said that thanks to this case they came out on top, having received more than they expected. He told Kim behind his back that other races refused to interfere in the war, due to the fact that humans swore allegiance to the demon lands, and in the end, victory was achieved by human efforts alone, which united them and added confidence. Recalling the tanks and chained people at the plant, the blonde began to say that they also managed to quietly get their hands on the cloning devices and auxiliary technological equipment that were on board the U.S. Cold Shift, and now they have a virtually inexhaustible material for those purposes. Looking at his comrade, he said that they were even over-fulfilling the plan. Edward turned around and asked if he had found the reason for the madness of his separated part. He said that if the problem was solved, they could have used them as a naval combat force. Looking at him, the sick man replied that he would no longer make them. The blonde stood with his back to him and asked why. Because it was a pity to lose such combat power. He said that if it was a matter of price, then he would pay in full. Kim closed his eyes. Introducing his chalky wife and child, he replied that he himself knew perfectly well that after one special incident, the atrocities of the pet shop began to rapidly gain momentum. Edward looked at him nervously and said that he was responsible. So he knows. He asked what was wrong. The protagonist, remembering himself as a werewolf, said that the price for crossing the line was extremely high. The prince tensely clenched his teeth and asked if his forgiveness was really on the same level as that incident. Kim answered negatively. The guy sighed with relief. He covered himself later when his friend said to aim higher. The brunette with an empty look thought about the fact that then he gave up the essence of a man, but in return, he had the essence of a monster. But now he only has the essence of a monster. The blonde rubbed his chin and said that his coronation would take place next week, and he wanted to tell him the general plan of action. Throwing a gloomy glance back, he thought that it was better not to raise this topic again. While they were standing on the deck, the prince thought that he did not want to die too early. The main square of the kingdom of Grand Canteen. The inhabitants watched as Edward rode his horse. There stood a girl with purple hair, a former bard, and now a reporter named Paulina Greensmith. Remembering the man, she thought that whenever she met him, she always got into trouble. So she changed her job, and now she would definitely not have to cross paths with him. The prince was walking up the stairs. The pastor held a crown, and said that this crown of the kingdom of Grand Canteen had found its rightful owner. Placing it on the blonde crown, he said the new king of Grand Canteen was born now. The knight stepped forward. He raised his sword high. Still holding it, he loudly commanded to rejoice at the birth of the new king. Paulina perked up when she saw him. Her eyes darkened when she realized that it was the same man. The girl ran away, thinking that otherwise something would definitely happen. An explosion was heard behind her. She turned around in shock. There was a story about a mysterious explosion that thundered during the coronation. Everything around was buried in ruins. It was said that this explosion took the lives of many aristocrats and high-ranking officials, and King Edward was also injured and fell into a coma. The pile of stones moved. It was noted that due to the emergency, the conduct of state affairs of the kingdom was entrusted to. Kim crawled out from under the rebel. Everything was entrusted to him. Looking at his photo, the man wrote down that he miraculously managed to survive that disaster and became a hero who reunited the shaken kingdom. Reporter Paulina wrote down the data on a sheet. 3 months later, a man in a cloak walked under the cover of night. He approached the guards. The elf put out his hand, ordering them to stop. 3 magic seals illuminated the guests, and the guards said that a diplomat of the kingdom of Elpirus, Mrs. Elimia, lived here. He asked for what business. The man grabbed his hood. The brunette removed it from his head. The elf's 10-step, puzzled. The main character's sex head to one of them. The second looked at him in fear. A dragon's hand reached out to him. Blood splashed to the side. Kip moved on. He entered the embassy of the elven kingdom Elpirus, in the capital of the kingdom of Grand Canteen, Santa Almarouge. The embassy exploded. The guy hung over the blunt. It was a diplomat of the kingdom of Elpirus and a secret agent, Elimia, one of a pair of twins of the royal family. It was said that the girl lives on the territory of Grand Canteen, and at first glance plays the role of a diplomat. But behind this decent mission lies active espionage. The elf frowned, remembering the explosion that she arranged for the coronation to eliminate the main problem for their kingdom, Prince Edward. Touching the floor with her hand, she received that the assassination attempt ultimately failed, but she is sure that she did not leave any evidence leading to her. Looking at the uninvited guest, Elimia asked how he found out. Looking at her with dumbfounded eyes, the protagonist asked if she was really the instigator all along. He said that he wasn't sure when he targeted them. They just happened to be a convenient target. Standing in the room across from the girl, the guy quoted that if he had someone more suitable than the elves, he would have eliminated them first. He noted that this is what he said. The blonde frowned and asked if the king had really woken up from oblivion. Looking down at her, Kim said that he had been using his double from the beginning and had never fallen into a coma. The elf asked again with a dumbfounded face. The brunette began to transform his hand, saying that this conversation had dragged on. Elimia's face darkened, thinking that she should tell the kingdom about this. A seal began to appear under her hand. The protagonist directed a stream of flame at it. The seal under the rest of her hand began to disappear. Kim watched with wild eyes, mentally noting that it was time to take the first head. Edward stood in front of the townspeople, who chanted that he had woken up from his sleep. The blonde with bandaged eyes and a bandage on his arm said loudly that the vial was suppressed, however. This time only one of the outposts had to be set on fire, and in order to completely eliminate the threat to humanity, he would punish the remaining elves. Standing in front of the people at the palace, he said that he would do this for the sake of a peaceful and safe society. When the king turned to him, Kim said that he was lying well for someone who had not fallen a hair from his head. The blonde smirked and said that he was deceiving an entire nation, so the production must be of the highest level. Removing the bandage from his face, he said that he had collected the buildup of military power of the state and a pretext for war, adding that all preparations were complete. The hologram of the elf slammed his staff on the floor, indignantly asking Edward what sides are doing. It was the current king of Elpirus named Rhesus Elpirus. He is one of a pair of twins of the Lucian royal family and the brother of the late Elimia Elpirus. The elf glared at the blonde, screaming that he had set fire to and closed the embassies, as well as murdered and captured their diplomats, and on top of that, baseless accusations. He asked how he was going to take responsibility. The boy began to scratch his ear, noting that he knew how to ask for crap. Rhesus gritted his teeth and asked him to repeat himself. Edward took his finger out of his ear and said that he was tired of being called king. He asked if he hadn't heard that if a kingdom becomes an empire, then the king becomes emperor. He frowned and asked if he thought he hadn't heard of their cheap tricks. The elf grinned and said that he was crazy. He asked what happened to the ambassador of the kingdom. The blonde smiled wickedly and replied that he wanted to take care of the corpse, but it was in a very sorry state. Rhesus froze in horror when they told him that they were sorry that they could not show it. He clutched his staff tightly, saying that they would repay in full. The king waved his hand and asked if he was really going to pay for all the time they had enjoyed the human kingdoms. He said that it was good that he had volunteered to pay the tax, but even he would be ashamed to take the lives of his sister and brother at once. The elf angrily shouted that this was war. Rhesus, his eyes burning with anger, said that he was declaring war on the king. The boy felt extreme anger and extreme composure. He looked at his army, mentally noting that he did not think that the day would come when these feelings would merge. He exclaimed that insignificant people dared to dishonor their brothers. Grinning, he shouted that nothing would stop them until he had the head of the emperor of the filthy, insignificant race in his hands. The white-haired man waved his staff. His eyes froze purple as he began to use time magic. The prediction of the future began. People stood on the defensive wall. A crowd of elves ran towards them. Edward looked with a frightened face. Briseus smiled madly. The future, called and shown by magic, is absolute and will not change under any circumstances. The elf stood with a smile. The subjects began to raise their coppice when he shouted that victory in this war was already in their hands. The king signed his face with his fist, saying that soon the boring head itself will come here. Kim, opposite him, asked where such confidence came from. He sat on the sofa, answering that they killed his younger sister. And for your elf from the royal family land, this is a special creature. Introducing the boy and the girl, he said that in order to preserve the purity of the blood heritage, they would commit incest, and the white-haired snail they had was not only the king's younger sister, but also his wife. The protagonist closed his eyes and called it an abomination. The blonde scratched his chin and asked, "How about the screws killing all the long-eared ones, in a noble test of the new ability before the real battle unfolds?" Introducing the huge creature, the guy said that they were not waiting for a war, but a natural disaster. The elf with the army sat on a horse, cursing his lips. He noted tall that another half an hour, and they would be at the main headquarters of Santa Upmarouge. Looking at the road, the guy thought that they somehow did not strive to protect their capital, but only scattered. He darkened, thinking that they were planning to concentrate their fighting force in the capital itself to fight back. While riding his horse, he shouted that everyone should be ready, because this was one of the evil plans of the people. The white-haired man frowned. It was noted that his assumptions were half right, but also half wrong. When the elves reached the tiers of the capital, Rhesus began to call the ruler of the people. He clutched the reins, exclaiming that if he did not show himself now, he would turn this place into a flaming sea. A shadow covered him. The white-haired man frowned. Suddenly his face distorted with horror. On the table lay rectangular sweets. One of them was pierced with a skewer. Edward chewed a cookie, asking if he could use something like magic. Kim, opposite him, answered positively. Looking at the blonde, he said that he had accumulated magical knowledge from those he ate. The king replied that he had never been told to use it. The brunette transformed his hand into a dragon's and said that there was no need. While pricking a treat with his nail, he began to say that magic has a casting time, and there is a danger that everything will go wrong in the process. And at the same time, the abilities of absorbed creatures do not have these limitations. They are much more convenient to use. The guy picked up the cookie and asked what the need for magic was when there were abilities with high compatibility. Edward grimaced with displeasure and said that there was a certain romance in this, because it was not every day that he got into a world like fantasy games. The main character introduced the character and said that in games, magic was a pity for the initial stage. He said that the strongest were one-handed warriors and stealth archers, who would give love to sorcerers a run for their money. A three-headed dragon with a humanoid body appeared above the elves. Rassius looked at him in fear. The smooth hero hit the army. He looked at the elves. There were already corpses under his paws. Kim commented on the three heads by turning his arms into hydra heads, then into dragon heads, and replacing the functions of his arms with wings and a recently acquired wyvern. There was a mace at the tip of his tail. The guy thought that instead of the usual one, he used the tail of an ancient dinosaur. The elf warriors asked in fear what kind of monster was this. The heavy tail rose. Kim began to attack the army. Rassius, with shock in his eyes, began to ask what was happening. An elf ran up to him and began to ask, "Is this a dragon, a hydra, or a wyvern?" He exclaimed that something unidentified attacked them. Light began to appear in the dragon's mouth. The white-haired man perked up. He waved his staff, shouting at the others to return the protection from fire. All the warriors created orange seals. The protagonists shot from his mouth. The beams went to the warriors. The knight opened his mouth in shock, wondering how he passed the protection through the fire. His face began to melt. The dragon squinted and said that it was acid, a caustic liquid extracted from acid slime, and had nothing to do with fire, so their shields were useless. Forming magic in his mouth, he said that this time it was definitely flame, and they should cover themselves properly. The protagonists launched a fire attack. The elf, with horror in his eyes, began to say that it was impossible. He looked at the warriors, remembering this picture. He had already seen this in the prophecy. The king looked at the walls of the tower, thinking about the expression on his face from the future. The blonde was clenching his teeth, saying that the brunette had become an even bigger monster. Rassius realized that this fear was not caused by the elves. He smiled and began to laugh, saying that even seeing the future, turning into this. The guy began to laugh madly. He tightly clutched his staff and said that his carelessness was to blame for everything and that he got a logical ending. He jumped off his horse. The elf jumped above the dragon. He created many magical seals. The protagonists looked up at him. Then he began to swing his tail. Seals curved around the elf. He put out his staff and began to activate time slowdown. A massive tail appeared in front of him. The white-haired man answered with an eye and said that it was time dilation magic cast 7 times. The tail approached him, while he was saying that with this level of time stopping, he couldn't move. He was struck into the ground. The wounded elf coughed up blood, asking why it wasn't working. Kim looked at him and said that his skills wouldn't work on him. A knight ran up to the king and exclaimed that the Empire had won. He smiled widely and began to say that it was simply unbelievable, and with Kim, the Empire could rule the entire world. The blond man replied that it was impossible. He stood with a tense face, saying that he didn't obey him, and all actions were dictated by the treaty, and if it was suddenly broken. The guy frowned and said that the claws of this monster would be aimed at them. He looked at the bright explosions ahead. Luxian Lucitus Elpyrus was sitting at a large table. It was noted that his whole life consisted of a series of endless losses. He closed his eyes, and his whole life consisted of comparisons with his younger siblings. He remembered himself at the corpse of the monster, because then he destroyed the Hydra, and that was his greatest achievement. However, then his brother slew the dragon. The white-haired man sat with a chest of hot drink. It was said that, nevertheless, destroying the Hydra was also a good feat, and in the end he came to terms with reality. The elf put the mug on the table. It was said that his current plateau was the senior political advisor, and he gives political advice. Luxian walked to the exit, and his post was only for show, since the younger brother could see the future. He closed his eyes, noting the melancholy. The guy clenched his fist, and thought that it was worth leaving thoughts about the throne. As his soul became lighter, elves ran to him and loudly called. The white-haired man perked up and asked what happened. The man closed his eyes and said that the king had died in battle with the humans. Luxian's eyes widened, and he asked again. His face darkened as he listened to how not only his brother but also the 2,000 elite soldiers who had gone with him had died. The elf began to remember the man, thinking that the kingdom did not have such fighting power. The man came out to him. saying that the rabbit had passed away too early, and he had not left a child to inherit the throne. He carried a crown on a pillow, and said that at the moment he was the only living high elf who had the purest blood. The white-haired man looked at the crown in confusion. He frowned and clenched his teeth. Edward was sitting in his office. Kim burst in. The blonde gave him a frightened look and asked why he seemed to be becoming more and more like a monster each time. When he sat down opposite him, he added that news had come that the elves were capitulating. The king showed the document and said that there was one condition in the capitulation treaty. The brunette took the document and read that the Lord Protector of Grand Canteen must be present when the treaty was signed. The king asked if he would go there with him. They found themselves in the kingdom of the elves. The trio were sitting at the table in the reception room. Luxien abruptly put down his glass of wine. He put his hand on his chest and said that after that incident he admitted his weakness, and a mountain literally fell from his shoulders. He looked at the main character and said that he had withdrawn from the fight for the throne and was trying to find something that he could do himself, regardless of his origin. Putting his hand next to the crown, the elf said that in the end this blood led him to the throne. The blonde looked at his interlocutor, wondering what was wrong with this long-eared drunkard. He pulled the glass to his lips, thinking that he had wondered why he had asked to call this monster, but it turned out that he was just going through puberty. He said that he understood, because he also had to stand in the shadow of his extraordinary brother. Luxien sat across from him, noting that he understood everything then. The king replied that he wanted to do something with his own strength, but the surroundings were not conducive to it. The boy closed his eyes, realizing this. Kim stared into his glass of wine. The elf's eyes widened when the blonde asked if this blood had ultimately led to him now having the power to change the country. Edward smiled and said that it meant that he could reform the established system, starting from the right of blood into true merit. The white-haired placed his hand on the table and said that such a rapid change in the way of life could cause more excitement. The blonde smirked and asked who was the most outstanding mage in the kingdom now that Rhasis was gone. The boy froze. He perked up when he was told that resistance could be suppressed with one's own strength. He clenched his fist. His fist flashed with blue light. The gloomy Edward opposite him thought that the king of the country did not smoke such sweet speeches. But at that moment, when he sipped the wine, everything was already decided. He remembered how he added the evening neurocontrol. Remembering Luxien's face, he thought that the key word was own strength. The white-haired began to smile bloodthirstily and say that he could do it himself. The next day, he sat on the throne and told the ministers that yesterday there were negotiations with the kingdom of Grand Canteen. The guy frowned and said that as a result, he came to the conclusion that if the war continued, their pitiful, inevitable loss and the elf race itself could be in danger. The ministers perked up when he said about surrender. Standing in front of the ruler, they said that this was simply unthinkable and asked why they should admit defeat. Luxien clenched his teeth in irritation, while she exclaimed that they should be held responsible for the murder of the royal family members. He thought that everything happened as expected. He waved his hand and asked for silence. Someone noted that the king of Rhasis would not even think about capitulation. The veins on the elf's face bulged as he listened, which was not to be expected from a spare member of the royal family and a non-entity who gave with his own strength not even capable of. Distorted with anger, Luxien asked in a dark voice, which of them just let out a vile mockery. Everyone moved aside, leaving one man. He shook himself in shock and began to say that everything was wrong. Steam began to enter from his body. The man's skin began to dry out, and he screamed loudly. When he collapsed to the ground, the others exclaimed that all the moisture from his body evaporated. The ruler smiled bloodthirstily, mentally noting that with his own strength he would change the kingdom. At this moment, the future tyrant walking natural disaster Luxien was born. A bag fell on the table. Kim threw the head in front of his king. Looking at it, the blonde said that with this, they had fulfilled 1/4 of the plan. Looking down, the brunette asked who they would target next. The blonde rubbed his chin and said that he was thinking about the dwarves, but his comrade asked him what was wrong. Edward looked at him and said that they had to get the head of not just anyone, but the ruler of the country. And besides, the Everman Republic was considered a friendly country, and haste was undesirable here. so they should prepare. Sitting in the office, the guy asked how long it would take. He was told that about 6 months. The protagonist looked at the king and said that it was much faster than he had expected, and then asked if he would need him during this time. Edward answered that no, only in case of force majeure. Kim turned away and said that in that case, he would take a vacation. The blonde decided to ask him where, thinking that he had thought of something again. The guy gritted his teeth and stopped. He said that he would go to the Endless Forest, where he first appeared in this world. The Endless Forest, as the name says, is a huge forest located on the continent of Elmwood. Showing monsters, it was said that in the Endless Forest, 3 parts are conventionally distinguished: the outer, middle, and deep thicket. And the further you go deep, the more dangerous monsters you can meet. The main character in the form of a Lively noted that he decided to return to the origins and dug through the memory of the dragon, storing memories of life in the forest. And then the truth was revealed to him. Kim thought about himself in different guises, and mentally noted that the abilities he had used so far would be completely useless in the depths of this forest, and the monsters from the outer part, which he absorbed at the beginning of the journey, are like an appetizer all of the inhabitants of the thicket. Looking at the high cliffs, he noted that even the red dragon was only in the middle of the food chain of the thicket, so the one he ate had made a nest in the outer part of the forest. Bunny ears appeared. A bug-eyed rabbit was sitting on the grass. The guy tried to jump on it. The rabbit started. It immediately jumped. Watching it run away, the brunette muttered that it was fast. He thought about how in this place, the most important thing to survive was not destructive physical abilities, but stealth, camouflage, evasion, and running speed. A week later, the rabbit was chewing on the grass. The semi-invisible protagonist tried to grab him. As blood gushed out, he mentally noted that after practicing for 7 days, he had finally honed the skills he needed. While the animal's corpse was lying on the ground, Kim thought that magic power was an integral part of the living creatures of the Elmwood continent. Therefore, in the interests of stealth, he should avoid the occurrence of magic residents, and therefore use the abilities of only earthly animals. The guy held the rabbit, thinking that the cuttlefish substances synthesized by the chemical plant of the dungeon core caused the invisibility effect, and he perfectly mastered the march of 2-legged and 4-legged creatures. Leaving, he began to eat it, thinking that with this he mastered all the basic survival skills, and now he can go deeper. The brunette walked through the forest. He looked to the side, wondering if this is where the deep zone begins. Not noticing something from above, he said that it is not much different from the middle polo. The protagonist abruptly shifted his gaze. He jumped away from the slime. The slime began to move. She cut the kitty's body in half. Both of them fell to the ground. The guy's eyes widened. He looked at the slime nearby. The torsos, legs, and slime lay in a circle. The legs began to rise and landed on the ground. The slime hit them. He cut them at the knees. 2 legs fell to the floor, starting to grow new ones. The protagonist wondered if he could determine the enemy's location by the vibration of the ground. He thought it was just like a Batajutsu master. Remembering how the monster cut the legs, Kim took a closer look and thought that it meant he was a slashing slime, which becomes flat like a blade and lunges at high speed, thereby increasing its cutting ability to the limit. The guy hit the ground. The slime cut its arm from the shoulder. When the limb fell to the ground, he thought that he intentionally created a vibration and would provoke its attack. The brunette looked at the monster. He licked his lips, thinking that when it got closer, he would eat it. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily. After a while, he walked through the forest, thinking that the slashing slime was definitely strong, so much so that it could be called the best in stabbing and slashing, but he could not use them. Looking at the slime hand, Kim mentally noted that the forms it took were not genetically fixed, and he could not reproduce them based only on what he saw, and he could not adopt the abilities of a slime that did not have intelligence and memory. He came to the outer part of the Endless Forest, a swamp. It was a tree inhabited by lizardmen who worshipped the dragon in the past. A woman's foot stepped on the ground, saying that there was complete chaos here. The blonde in armor looked around and asked what happened here. Paladin Fiorcrid frowned, asking where did the numerous tribes of lizardmen go. Standing on the swamp with her friend, she said that judging by the lack of corpses, there was a high probability that they had simply moved somewhere. The blonde with a tense face said that nothing could be done, and although this was not the most pleasant task, all that remained was to question the local inhabitants. The dark-haired girl, a candidate for the saints of the Church of the Goddess named Anna, asked about the local inhabitants. As they walked on, Fiorcrid said that as far as she knew, there was an orc village in the vicinity, so they needed to walk. The hero frowned, who would have known that he would be struck down with one blow even at the approaches to the thicket. He walked forward, thinking that he had been too careless. He needed to double-check the skills of the creatures from the middle of the forest. The brunette attacked the monster with a slime. The wyvern fell to the ground, and its body was covered in deep wounds. The man looked with displeasure at his hand, turned into slime. He muttered that, as expected, it was hard to control. Kim tried to copy the cutting move, but the form was unstable. The knight looked at the wounds on the lizard's body and noted that the power was significantly inferior to the original. The man approached the victim and thought that if there was a slicing slime here, it would have cut off these parts perfectly. He remembered that at the very beginning, when he could not catch the dragon, he was forced to resort to a rather tedious method of hunting. The hero stepped on the wyvern's chest. It screamed for such a monster to come near it. The brunette looked down at her ominously and smiled. He had definitely become stronger. The former lands of the Onyx Orc clan. The two girls looked at the ruins. Fiorcrid noted that the situation here was not much different. She turned around in surprise and said that she thought that all orcs were barbarians, but it seemed that this was not entirely true. The companions approached the graves decorated with flowers. Paladin noticed that they were instilled with a culture of mourning for the dead. She bent down to check the freshness of the flowers. At that moment, an orc with a shovel approached them and asked who they were. The blonde turned around abruptly. In front of them stood an orc in a vest and with a pierced nose. It was Wanderer Brart, an orc of Onyx. He asked what they were doing here. The girl shielded her companion with her body and answered that they came from the church state. The interlocutor looked at her and asked why the church was here. Fiorcrid ignored the question and asked if he knew what had happened here. He gritted his teeth and said that a monster had appeared in this place, lured them into a trap, and forced them to fight a dragon. In that battle, almost all of his troops had died, and the village had turned into ashes. The blonde looked at the interlocutor tensely, and assumed that the same thing had happened to nearby Lizardmen village. Brart frowned and said that everyone had been devoured by this monster. He didn't know the details, but he suspected that this was only the beginning of its activity. All three stood near the graves. The paladin folded her hands and said a prayer. The orc looked at the girls, apologized for being late with the greeting, and gave his name. Brart said that the wanderings in the Onyx clan had long been entrusted to the most famous warrior. His duty was to wander through the endless forest and identify anomalies or dangers. It all started when the orc discovered a broken iron carriage during a patrol. The interlocutor noted that the strange thing was that it was impossible to harness horses to it, and inside he found people with torn throats. It seemed that someone killed them after the collision. The orc was wearing a military vest, the armor he found on the bodies. He added that someone had kicked the carriage door in from the inside. After this discovery, many inexplicable things happened in the forest. All the trolls and lizardmen disappeared overnight without a trace. Then Wanderer Brart was alarmed, but when he returned to the village, it had already been destroyed. The paladin looked at him carefully and asked how he knew what had happened if he was not in the village during this incident. The orc took the knife. Magic circles appeared around it. The interlocutor extended his hand to the girl and told her to take it if she wanted to know. Fiorcrid looked at it tensely and took it. The place where they shook hands glowed. The blonde's eyes glowed. She saw a flame in the silhouette of a man holding a blade. He cut a baby dragon within and tossed the weapon to the orc leader. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. The girl narrowed her eyes and muttered that it must be time magic, and was surprised that someone other than the Elven King Rhys Hughes could use it. Brart squeezed the dagger and explained that it was just spiritual magic and a low-level psychometry skill. They allow you to read the memories of objects. The partners looked at him carefully. The blonde concluded that the interlocutor found the criminal with this magic. He sat down and said that the iron carriage, the lizardmen village, and the dagger all stored memories of the same creature. The orc narrowed his eyes and muttered that the bastard left the endless forest many years ago, but recently reappeared here. A yellow ball glowed in his hand, and he used spiritual resonance. The tip of the dagger turned. The interlocutor pointed in the direction where the criminal appeared. The hero was walking along the path. The endless forest looks like an ordinary forest, but in the deep forest it is not so at all. A devilish sight, striking the imagination. Here, glaciers and an active volcano coexist in balance. They became the basis of this bizarre ecosystem. All living things here evolve, struggling for life in extremely harsh conditions. The first place to go is a mountain, lonely, towering above the glacier. At the top, covered in eternal snow, lives the only species of dragons that was able to adapt to life in the thicket of the endless forest. We are talking about the ice dragon. Memories of a dragon attack on a port city. Beastmen were running away. Everything was on fire and a winged lizard was flying in the sky. The candidate for saint shuddered after she was addressed. She walked behind the orc and the paladin through the forest in the direction where the dagger led. The blonde turned to her and asked if everything was okay, or if something was bothering her. The brunette looked a little nervous, but replied that everything was fine. She was just thinking for a while. Wanderer Bart walked ahead with a dagger. He looked at his companions and asked them to get ready, because it was unknown when this monster would appear. The half-demon closed her eyes and touched her head. The girl frowned and tried to understand what kind of memories were surfacing from time to time. Since the last time she was here, it seemed to have gotten even worse. The brunette felt like she had forgotten something important. The thicket of the endless forest, the glacier zone. The protagonist stood behind a tree. A monster resembling a deer was running away from several ice dragons. No matter how fantastic this world was, living creatures essentially moved according to the laws of physics. The brunette hid and thought about what principle the cold spew worked on. If everything here had a reasonable explanation. A blue light appeared in the dragon's mouth. At first, the man thought that the monster could release liquid nitrogen. The dragon spewed icy breath, and the victim completely froze. Kim watched carefully. The guy transformed his finger into a slime and exposed it to the dragon's attack. It froze, and the hero carefully watched as a piece of ice broke off. The knight disappointedly thought that it was just water. The ice dragon's breath itself does not freeze. Everything freezes due to the low temperature of the place, after it falls under the stream of water. The hero watched the dragons carry away their prey. This attack can only work in the snowy mountains. The result of observing the ice dragons is that they have definitely evolved, successfully adapted to the harsh environment. But evolving does not mean becoming stronger. The man tracked the monsters and found their cave in the mountains. On the contrary, having an easy way to get food reduced their physical abilities, because there was no need to hunt. They spend most of their time sleeping to minimize energy expenditure. Although one cannot count on strong physical abilities, this walking antifreeze was able to adapt to life in absolute cold. Kim smiled predatorily. His appetite awakened. He transformed his body into a dragon. 2 ice lizards flew to the entrance of the cave and looked inside. Inside, they found the corpse of their relative, which was being eaten by a red dragon. The ice monster screamed and asked what he was doing. The hero looked at him, blood flowing from his mouth. He said that he was going to turn into an ice dragon like him and ambush him, but he returned early. The monster attacked the intruder and said that the hero was a fool for daring to enter their nest. Light appeared. A blue whip appeared from the depths of the cave and struck the dragon on the neck. He fell on his back, and there was a deep cut on him. Kim stepped forward. One of his arms turned into slime. The result of the ice dragon's assimilation is the study of the composition of the components of living antifreeze and the effective percentage ratio of the mixed substances. The brunette developed horns and spikes on his body. 2 more winged lizards landed in front of him. The man suddenly jumped on them and pierced their necks. 2 bodies fell behind him. The hero rose to his feet and thought that from today on the ecosystem of the glacier zone and the thicket of the endless forest will change. The brunette looked towards the erupting volcano. The paladin and the candidate for sainthood were sitting on the ground. The blonde inquired about the physical condition of her companion. The girl replied that so far everything was fine. Fjorkrud looked at her carefully, scanning. No hyperventilation, no anoxia, no symptoms of impotence. Conclusion: truth. They looked at each other, and the silhouette of an orc appeared next to them. The blonde asked to speak immediately if her partner was in trouble. The paladin turned around. Wanderer Bart approached them with a dagger in his hand and suggested that they move on. The trio moved deeper into the forest. The blade in the orc's hand glowed and vibrated. He stopped and raised his fist in warning. Bart looked at the fiery trail on the ground and said that the enemy was close. And these traces were definitely not a natural ignition. The paladin came closer and looked at the footprints. The girl asked if these were the footprints of that monster. The orc sweated and replied that, judging by the reaction of the blade, they were. The companions followed the tracks further. The heat reached them. Everyone sweated and squinted. Near the volcano stood a man with a burning head. This was the main character. Endless forest, volcano zone. The creatures living in the volcano zone have no names. Due to the fact that the surface of the earth is hot and the landscape is constantly changing, there is no person who could get closer and observe them. This applies to everyone except one monster. The hero walked forward. His clothes were charred, but his body remained unharmed. He squinted and thought that for the first time in a long time, the salamander scales came in handy. He was lucky to meet her. These creatures have long been considered extinct. What does he have as a result? The chemical plant of the dungeon core produces the components necessary for the synthesis of fuel. The water pocket of the ice dragon allows it to store them in huge quantities. The blood vessels of the giant dinosaur distribute fuel throughout the body, and the sweat glands of the lizardmen secrete it onto the surface of the skin. And finally, the body temperature of the lava creatures, which ignites the fuel at the slightest contact. And he is a monster who combined all of this. His body was covered in fiery scales, and his hair was on fire. The hero turned to the three and noted that this was an unexpected surprise. The paladin looked at the teacher in surprise. The orc stepped forward and exclaimed that this monster destroyed his tribe. The man looked at him carefully and said that he was Wanderer Bart. They stood opposite each other. The orc was surprised that the hero knew him. Kim's fangs appeared, and her face changed. He grinned and answered that there was really someone among the orcs who did not know him. Bart looked at the elder's face in shock. Then he rushed forward, screaming at how dare he use the image of his leader. The orc swung his blade and struck the man in the chest. The brunette looked at the weapon in surprise. The opponent frowned and said that he had been training for many years in anticipation of the moment of revenge. He squeezed the hilt of the dagger, swung, and, screaming, delivered a series of blows. The hero did not dodge. Purple smoke emanated from his hand. The man narrowed his eyes. The orc struck the brunette in the chest. The paladin watched the battle. She was stunned and did not understand what was happening here. The blonde was tense. She needed help, but she did not know who she should support. Wanderer Bart, who was justly taking revenge on the monster that exterminated his race, or the Royal Lord Protector, the knight and her mentor. The girl clenched her teeth and noticed the purple smoke. Fjord quickly jumped back and grabbed the candidate for sainthood. She threw her companion over her shoulder and started to run. The paladin said that they needed to get as far away from here as possible. The brunette looked at her interlocutor and asked why. The hero's apprentice frowned and replied that it was a deadly poison. Smoke spread around. The orc was breathing heavily, and veins appeared on his face. He frowned and muttered that his opponent was a coward. Wanderer Bart squeezed the blade in his hands and said that he had to deliver at least the last blow. The orc jabbed the weapon into the man's chest, but could not even scratch it. He shook and could not believe that this was possible, that there was not even a wound left. His eyes rolled back, and Bart collapsed to the ground in front of the hero. The man looked at him indifferently. The paladin ran through the forest, carrying her companion. The brunette frowned and asked her to let go, because Wanderer Bart was still there. Fjord frowned and argued that she had to protect her at all costs. the Saint candidate began to sweat and suggested that they join forces. The blonde interrupted her and exclaimed that they were already too late. She quickly ran on. The outcome of a battle is not determined by a simple comparison of strength. When a martial priest joins the order, they are told to remember this above all else. The paladin frowned and said that she did not want to watch the Saint candidate commit suicide, because the value of her life was simply immeasurable. The brunette frowned and said that, while the man's life force was certainly enormous, his mana was very small, and his aura was non-existent. She supposed that was the price to pay for gaining the ability to generate such heat. The priestess suggested that they at least take the orc and run together. Fjord regretted her teeth and muttered that perhaps this was a rational judgment based on common sense. A shadow flashed over them. The paladin declared that the teacher was not a person who could be judged by common sense. Something fell in front of them. It was the charred body of an orc with a broken blade. The girl looked at it in horror and began to sweat. A flaming silhouette walked behind her. The blonde turned around nervously. She did not know how the man would behave if he thought that they were Mr. Brart's minions. The girls were in danger. The hero came closer and said that he had not seen the student for a long time. He bared his teeth and offered to have a leisurely conversation. The man thought that she should be glad that he now called her his student too. Kim smiled ominously. They stood opposite each other. The priestess narrowed her eyes and abruptly freed herself. The blonde shuddered in surprise. The brunette jumped to the ground in front of her partner. She frowned and clenched her fist. The girl asked why he killed the orc. The paladin walked up to her, lowered her hand and smiled. She laughed nervously and told the teacher that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He and the priestess exchanged glances. The brunette asked if the paladin was familiar with this monster. Fjorkrud promised to explain everything later and asked not to make a sound. The hero looked at the girl and said that he hadn't met his brothers for a long time. The man touched his chin and muttered that there was one similar guy. But, as it turned out, he was not the same. The student smiled nervously and asked what the one he met after Montecore was like. The girl thought that they needed to buy time and contact the church state. The brunette answered that he could transform, and his name was Medin. The candidate for sainthood shuddered and grabbed her head. The blonde looked at her in surprise and asked what was wrong. The girl muttered a name. She opened her eyes and said one word: brother. Possible Saint Anna recalled her forgotten memories. 3 years ago, the port city of Stockpit, after a dragon attack, a girl was lying on the rocks. She got up and looked around. Medin's younger sister, a half-breed from the union of an elf and a demon, Myrn, left homeless and having lost her arm, she wandered everywhere in search of her brother. Eventually, she heard rumors of a young man in bandages. So she learned that Maiden had gone to the human world and went to the human world after him. However, the girl, in whose body elven blood flowed and mana circulated, could not escape the interest of the church. The order gave her a new arm and subjected her to memory transformation. With age, even the color of her skin changed, and so the candidate for Saint Anna was born. Paladin Fjorkred was entrusted with protecting her during the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. The biochip implanted in her head assessed her behavior in real time, and the data it collected gave grounds to reconsider her rank and position. Anna, who had undergone 3 years of holy training, and the monster's apprentice, the paladin Fjorkred. So the two went on a pilgrimage to the Endless Forest. The girl opened her eye and asked what happened to Medin. The hero narrowed his eyes and replied that he had killed him. Horror distorted the brunette's face. She became furious and assumed a fighting stance. Whirlwinds swirled around her. The priestess grimaced and declared that she would not leave him alone. However, at that moment, the blonde hit her in the neck. The girl fell to the ground. The man smiled and noted that now control of powers was easy. But before it was definitely more difficult for her. The blonde chuckled, remembering the past, and said that it was because she had been training diligently all this time. The paladin picked up her companion and smiled. The girl said that she was currently on a mission and suggested postponing their joyful reunion until another time. The paladin giggled nervously and thought about how she had failed to contact the church state through the communicator due to the high density of magic in the Endless Forest. The man stepped forward. The blonde shuddered and exclaimed that she had never intended to be hostile to him. They had only come here to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. She tried to come up with an excuse. The brunette looked at her and said that she had mistaken the place. He extended his hand to the side, then turned and walked forward. Kim said that it was impossible to establish communication until you leave the thicket, and asked her to follow him. The paladin watched him in surprise, while the hero took human form. Fiocred exhaled and was glad that the fate of dying right here had passed them by. One of the sacred places of the Church of the Goddess in the Endless Forest is the settlement of the Lizardmen. Even in the early years of the church state, the name of the Holy Knight of the Lizardmen thundered, because he comes from Longtail Fall from heaven, the outskirts of the territory of the Lizardmen. The hero stood and looked around. The blonde looked tensely ahead and said that the Lizardmen of the Endless Forest are closed and aggressive, but since these are also sacred lands of the church, there are previously installed objects in the vicinity. The girl closed her eyes and muttered that there must be a connection here. She turned to Houston. Suddenly, her eyes flickered and glowed green. The brunette glanced at her. An alien voice came from the girl. He said that this was their first meeting, and his identification number was PP100003. Management of the Holy Knights and supervision of the sector in one person, the leader of Houston. The paladin looked at the hero and said that it was a great honor for her to meet a knight among knights. The man looked at the interlocutor and asked to get closer to the point. The system asked what brought him to this place. They stood opposite each other. The hero said that Houston was somehow asking the wrong question about what the man wanted from them. Kim said that he was hot on the heels of a knight of the church state and a candidate for sainthood. But during the destruction of the sacred land, he also committed genocide. The girl looked at the interlocutor and asked why he assumed that he could demand anything from them. The brunette replied that, let's say, he would allow these two to return safely from the Endless Forest. The loss of a candidate for sainthood and a paladin is a huge loss. Besides, Fiocred is an unusually valuable individual. The blonde frowned and replied that she was capitulating. Houston asked what he wanted. Kim chuckled and said that they just needed to pretend that there was nothing in this forest. The system agreed and hoped that he would keep his promise. The hero turned around, waved his hand, and said that he was going in that direction. He left the girls behind him and left. Myron, lying on the girl's shoulder, looked at him with hatred. The man went on. He removed all the interference. Now he can focus on the goal, while the Emperor lays the foundation to get the head of the next king. Kim transformed his body. His tail was stepped on. The hero looked back and saw two giant monsters above him. The brunette looked at them with excitement and smiled. Time for a pleasant meal. These events ended the second season. Half a year after the feast in the Endless Forest, the country of the dwarves, the kingdom of Everman. The crowd in the square looked at the speaker. The dwarf looked forward resolutely and thanked the citizens for electing him. From now on, the kingdom would follow in the footsteps of the People's Republic. Someone stood by the window and watched the speech on the street. He noted that a sad fate had befallen the dwarven kingdom with its rich heritage. It was the king of the dwarves, Pitcool Granite. He looked down with displeasure and muttered, "What kind of president was this? Elected by vote." The man frowned and muttered that a nonentity with no legitimacy could not rule the kingdom. Clearly, someone was using dirty tricks behind his back. The citizens in the crowd had furious looks. Otherwise, the people would not be acting like crazy. The king threw back his cloak and declared that he would personally intervene and save the kingdom from the threat looming over it. He frowned and exclaimed that he was going to visit a friendly country, the kingdom of Grand Canteen. No one answered him in the corridor. The man clenched his fists and lowered his head. He muttered that power, passed from generation to generation for hundreds of years, was destroyed in just half a year. The door opened. The king happily leaned forward and said that there were still those who revere him. The hero entered the room, and his hand was transformed. The man's eyes sparkled and said that he had found a second head. Pitcool looked at him in confusion and asked who he was. The hero stepped towards him. The king's head fell to the floor. The office of the Emperor of the Kingdom of Grand Canteen. A blond man was sitting at the table. Kim entered the room. He was holding a bloody bag in his hand. The man looked at the blond man and asked if this play on words would really work. The interlocutor smiled and replied that he had already received official confirmation from the goddess. She said that the king and the president were completely different concepts. The brunette looked at him and added that the brainwashing technique had clearly progressed. The aristocrat touched his chin and replied that it was close to completion. Edward said that, by the way, the hero had already received a second head, and the research results were encouraging. But a problem had arisen. Kim looked questioningly at the interlocutor. The blonde frowned and asked if he had ever heard of Port Estill. It was one of the countries that had protested the dictatorship of the Kingdom of Grand Cantine, and the only one that had managed to acquire air defense. The reason for this was its geographical location. It was ideal for transporting ammunition in wartime and trade items in peacetime. However, there was a shameful moment in Port Estill's history when it was conquered by the kingdom. Therefore, now that the latter had weakened due to the sea invasion, a huge rebel army began to rage in Port Estill. The emperor closed his eyes and said that the kingdom was already unstable, and if Port Estill rebelled, the number of problems would skyrocket. The blonde looked at his interlocutor and reminded him that he had brought him a second head on a platter while he was on vacation and asked for help. Kim calmly looked at Edward and said that there were two solutions, temporary and permanent. The man smiled and asked if the hero could really calm them down forever. The brunette was silent. The aristocrat asked what the catch was. The knight's eyes sparkled and said that there would no longer be a place called Port Estill on the continent, and that it would most likely take decades for civilization to emerge on this land again. The blonde clapped his hands and suggested settling on a temporary solution. A few days later, Port Estill, Naval Officer Kendra Ambacher, the girl in glasses, closed her eyes and thought about the Lord Protector of Grand Cantine arriving for an inspection today. She hoped that the day would pass without incident. The main character landed on the ground in front of her. He folded his wings and straightened up. The girl looked at him in surprise and noted that the rumors were not lying. The man really was a master of disguise. The officer leaned forward and hurried to introduce herself and greet him. Suddenly, a man shouted, "Long live the Free Republic of Port Estill!" Kim looked at the man in the hood. He spread his arms. Dynamite was tied to him. The man shouted for them all to go to hell. The hero calmly flapped his wing and put out the fire on the fuses. The criminal looked at the dynamite in surprise. He took out and lit a match and said that the fire could be relit. The brunette grabbed his hand and squeezed it. The intruder fell to the ground screaming. Two people came up to the hero from behind and apologized for being late. They asked if everything was okay. The hero turned around and ordered that the guy be dragged to the interrogation room. Kim was sitting at a table with dynamite on it. The tied-up intruder was sitting opposite him. The brunette crossed his arms and asked where he got the dynamite and if the rebel army supported him. The man spat and said he wasn't going to say anything. The hero stood up and said he didn't care. The criminal looked at him in confusion. He asked what he was going to do. His eyes widened in horror. A scream was heard. The spy in the mask was leaning against the door. Kendra came up to him and introduced herself. She looked at the man and said that Mr. Kim had requested an assistant from the Navy. The interlocutor opened the door and said that he was just a messenger. The girl entered the interrogation room and put her hand to her head, then loudly greeted the hero. The man stood near the table. Opposite him lay a stool. The officer approached him and asked where the terrorist was. The veins on the hero's face gradually disappeared. He asked if she was familiar with the name Scarlet Weathervane. She shuddered in surprise and answered in the affirmative. It was an inn on the shopping street. The brunette turned around and asked to be taken there. The hero squinted and thought that there was a certain person behind this Port Estill uprising. But he had only eaten small fry. His memories were not enough to find out for sure. The man exhaled while the girl nervously walked to the exit. Kim thought that he was always behind schedule, and he still needed to get 2 whole heads. The knight followed Kendra and decided to put Edward on edge once he was done with the matter. A man in a blue hood was walking down the street. He stopped and smiled. An inn in the Port Estill Army Deployment Zone, Scarlet Weathervane. The girl pushed the door and announced that they had arrived. They went inside. The innkeeper smiled and greeted her. The man assumed that she had been very busy lately. The officer smiled and replied that the rebels had been going wild. Something moved suddenly next to her. Blood splashed on her. The hero had pierced a man with his transformed hand. The officer asked, dumbfounded, why he had done that to him. The customers ran out of the inn screaming. The owner looked at the man in fear and asked what he was doing. The brunette glared menacingly and said that he knew everything. He demanded to know where they were hiding the supplies. The innkeeper flinched and pointed a pistol at the hero. The man fired. Kendra looked ahead in alarm and screamed. The owner grinned and suggested that the hero open his skull to find out. Kim caught the bullet in his teeth and bared his teeth. He grabbed the villain by the face and slammed him into the wall. The plaster fell. There was A behind the wall. The hero and his companion looked in that direction. The spy approached the man and noted that if he had trusted him with the matter, he would have found it without unnecessary noise. Kim said that it would be faster that way. Kendra watched them in shock. She could not believe that there was a secret passage in a modest tavern. The three of them went down the steps. The girl shuddered and touched the box. It had a navy mark on it. It was their army supplies. There was a lot of dynamite in the boxes. The officer was indignant. Could there really be a traitor in the army? She clenched her fist and could not believe that they could do such a thing while their soldiers were dying at the hands of the rebels. The hero headed for the exit and asked to entrust the investigation to him. He went upstairs and approached the prostrate innkeeper. The man's face was covered in drool. The villain opened his eyes and saw a snake's mouth above him. Kim was sitting on the floor chewing. The brunette opened his eyes and said, "John found her." A man in a blue cloak was walking through the streets of the city. He entered an abandoned building. There were men sitting at the table. They said that their comrade Shuffler from the Scarlet Weathervane had been defeated. All they had to do was switch to Plan B. The man with an eye patch looked at his interlocutors and said that this might be difficult, since the one who attacked the inn was Lord Protector Grancontin. The guy in the green cloak got nervous and asked why such a famous person was there. A man in a blue hood came down to them and apologized for interrupting the meeting. It was the half-man, half-monkey. John found her. He shook the potion in his hand and said he could barely get it out. His allies looked at him happily and asked if this was what he was talking about. John showed a bag of bottles and said that this was their springboard for the transition to a new era. Everyone turned to him and rejoiced that with this they would be able to stand up to the damned Lord Protector. The innkeeper leaned against the wall and muttered that this was wonderful news. Shuffler was breathing heavily. The villains asked how he survived. The ape-man glanced at him. The innkeeper said that he was lucky. He barely escaped with his life. He asked the founder if this was the ancient thing he thought it was. He smiled and answered in the affirmative. The man added that this magical elixir would help them step into a new life. Shuffler smiled and said that the evidence and the criminals were gathered in one place. Purple smoke began to come from his body. The people present looked at him in confusion. The ape-man sighed and asked what it was. His eyes turned red and widened. The villains coughed. John sank to the floor. The hero looked at them with a grin and said that it was tear gas based on lilac gas. A day later, the execution site of Portistil. The criminals were tied up on the platform. Kendra stood next to him with a spear. A crowd had gathered in the square. The girl frowned and exclaimed that the rebels claimed to be acting for the liberation of Portistil. But in the end, their leader turned out to be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a secret instigator. And this Grey Cardinal is none other than the Foreign Universal Association, working in the interests of the allied Beastman state. The ape-man was covered in wounds. She jabbed him with the back end of her weapon and called him a representative of the association hiding among the rebels. The criminals trembled behind her. Kendra said that along with him, they also arrested high-ranking officials from the Navy who had conspired with the rebels. The men looked at her in fear and asked for forgiveness. The girl showed a bottle of potion. She exclaimed that this vial contained the liquid they were going to distribute, and this was proof of their criminal intent. The officer uncorked the bottle and turned to face the villain. The man asked her to wait. The girl poured the liquid into his mouth. The criminal swallowed and coughed. He looked at her with displeasure and asked what she had given him to drink. Kendra frowned and replied that this was the secret weapon of the bastards he had helped. Now he would feel on his own skin what he had gotten himself into. Veins appeared on the man's body, and then fur began to appear. He grimaced and asked what was happening to him. His eyes turned red. The man growled. The criminal turned into a werewolf and broke the rope. He stood in front of the crowd. Saliva was flowing from his mouth and his eyes were glowing red. Everyone was shouting that he was a demon. Kendra poured the vial of liquid into the villain's mouth. At that moment, he was reborn as a ferocious werewolf. It was a flask with a red magical liquid, which was a mixture of dog blood from a beastman. It was a huge werewolf and a tiger man. People who drank the magical liquid turned into a wolfman demon, and as a result of this incident, information was revealed that beastmen and demons were somehow related to each other. John was wounded and beaten all over, and moreover, when it became known that the spy of the allied power of Beastman John was related to the demon race, and it was revealed that the allied power was led by the beast demon race. It was a port city, past which a river flowed. The royal assassin lowered his head and said that these were the results of Kim's research. The mercenary stood opposite Edward, who began to reason that the beastmen and beast demons were very similar, and it was difficult to distinguish from each other. But no one could have thought that they would use this to seize power in the allied power. The king presented the slain demon with a dejected expression and said that if they had delayed eliminating the demon king, the allied beastman nation might have joined the war against them. Edward then looked ahead and suggested that they had already laid hands on Portastile, which was equivalent to them attempting to kill them. The king grinned maliciously, realizing that he had not thought that such a wonderful opportunity to start a war would come up. And for someone who simply devoured everything in his path, this monster had done him a great favor. Edward placed his hand on the table as he stood up, and said that he wished to name the allied Beastman Nation and the Furland Universal Association as the Demon King's minions. He looked at the assassin with a grim expression and ordered him to declare war. The huge ships were moored on the dry shore. The protagonist stood next to Edward and asked him what it was. The new king stated that he had come up with a very interesting thing. The blonde looked at Kim mockingly and told him that they wanted to launch these armadillos on land. The protagonist did not understand how this was possible, and thought that the king was delirious. Edward looked at the brunette with a displeased look, who asked if it would not be easier to use the hull of white sharks on land. The blonde was slightly puzzled, and explained that sharks could not move outside of water. Edward raised an eyebrow with a puzzled look when he was asked if the armadillos could move outside of water. Edward gave himself a mocking smile and flicked his forehead, realizing that he had not told the most important part of the plan. He smiled maliciously and said that the strongest water mage in the world would act as their ally in this war. The main character stared at him, understanding who she was talking about. It was the king of the Elf Kingdom, Elpyrus's Lucian Elpyrus. He said that their kingdom would be taking part in the Furland War as an ally of the Grand Continent. His subject gaped in disbelief, saying that despite the circumstances, it was too sudden. Lucian scratched his ear with a cool expression when he was told that their kingdom had not yet recovered from the previous war. He blew on his little finger when he was told that in his opinion, it was better to focus on the domestic economy for now, but he ordered everyone to shut up. He sat on his throne in front of his subjects, and noted that they did not understand that the decision was not discussed, and young nobles like them should be preparing for war now, not wagging their tongues. These nobles immediately drooped when they saw the magical glowing hand of their king, who informed them that if they had any objections, they could voice them right now. Lucian grinned maliciously, raising his hand with an aura, and noted that he was already prepared to lose a couple of loyal subjects anyway. The elves stood with dejected looks when one of them was surrounded by an aura. These nobles immediately fell to their knees in front of the king, immediately declaring that they had no statements. He looked ahead with a malicious magical look and ordered everyone to quickly prepare for war. The Elven Kingdom entered the Furland War by force. They were transported to the great naval power, the Kingdom of Alphaplume, in the 5th military port where the ships were standing. It was an allied army led by the Grand Canteen, where the commander-in-chief was Kim. Then the commander-in-chief from the Kingdom of Alphaplume was a Grand Admiral Asnimal, and the 3rd commander-in-chief from the elves was Lucian. All three of them stood on the deck of the ship. Edward stood next to his uncle, looking at the ships. He looked back at his disgruntled uncle and thanked him for helping in this war. The king of Alphaplume Lion Alpha Plume, presented the Fishman monsters with an angry look, and knew that he would never have agreed to this if it weren't for the debt for helping with the invasion of those monsters, because the power of the Grand Continent was already too great to refuse. Lion frowned and asked, by the way, how was Edward going to attack the allied Beastman state from here? The king presented a map of how they moved by sea. He explained that if they went by sea, he replied that there were ports closer than 5, and did not understand why from here. The blonde looked intently at his uncle, and said that they would not have to use the waterway because they were directly attacking the capital. He imagined from the map how he would go straight to the capital without the waterway. Edward looked at his uncle, who assumed that they decided to break through the mountains, and wondered why they needed all these battleships. Edward smiled maliciously, and replied that they would cross the mountains on them. Lion crossed his arms and looked away, as a blue light lit up in front of him, thinking that Edward had gone crazy. Suddenly, huge blue tentacles stretched out of the water. Lucian stood on the deck and controlled the magic circles. His cloak and hair fluttered from the flow of a large wave. The water currents began to reach for the ships. These ships soared into the air with the help of water power. The admiral twisted his face in sweat, surprised at this. Huge streams of water carried the ships through the air. Lion looked up in shock, not understanding how the battleships moved with the help of water magic. These huge ships were floating in the air with the help of water. These ships were racing across the water surface, through the air above the forest. The admiral was smoking his pipe, and trying to figure out if everything would be okay. The mercenary behind him noticed the admiral, and asked what was bothering him. The mercenary came closer, as the old man smoked his pipe, recognizing the guy. The assassin looked at the other ship, and noted the majestic view. The old man squeezed his eyes shut, and said that if this was the strongest ally that could be found, he still wasn't sure that the fate of an entire army could be trusted to one person. The mercenary looked back at Lucian, explaining that the admiral could be right, because one mistake and the entire fleet could collapse, so the plan was quite risky. Black silhouettes stood on the deck, and the mercenary replied that there was nothing to worry about, because even if it happened that the fleet was destroyed, he would not have to bear responsibility for it. The admiral looked around with displeasure, trying to understand what they meant. The royal assassin grinned maliciously under his mask. The old man looked at the assassin from the edge of the ship, who said that there was no need to answer to anyone for the lives of those who were now below them. They were transferred to the inner deck, a compartment for soldiers, and there were infected soldiers sitting there. They sat with their arms folded in a row. The soldiers were infected with parasites and hypnotized. They were as if chained and hypnotized right in the brain. The mercenary stood next to the protagonist on the edge of the ship, which entrusted the command to the assassin. Kim looked back, spreading his wings, and said that he was talking about those who were under them, because it was easier for him to act alone. The assassin reached out his hand to the main character with spread wings, who was about to leave for reconnaissance. Kim immediately rushed into the sky, when they tried to understand why it was impossible to entrust this matter to the scouts, because he was just a messenger, and he did not want to command. The mercenary looked up with displeasure, clenching his fists. He stared at the top and realized that his plan to safely survive until retirement was collapsing before his eyes, and all because of Kim. The protagonist in the body of an eagle soared above the forest. The eagle's gaze caught on something. He saw a foxman walking on business. Kim swept past like a powerful stream of wind and snatched the paper. He was sitting on a tree and carefully reading the notes. He stared at the letter, which was a message about declaring war on the Grand Continent. The brunette looked at the notes and realized that the messenger was most likely not heading to Sharpfang, and tried to figure out where exactly, thinking that this town was the capital of the great Beastman power. The main character suddenly began to deviate to the side. This foxman cut the tree. The tree fell, and a powerful stream of waves swept through. The main character hovered above the foxman, who was trying to announce the monster in front of him. The brown-haired man squinted at the man and tried to figure out who he was, not realizing the importance of this message. Kim immediately cut off this guy's head with his hand. He looked at the letter as the boy fell to the ground without a head, because he realized that something was wrong here and wanted to check it out himself. He rushed into the sky again, while the corpse lay on the ground. Kim hovered over the capital of the great beastman state, Sharpfang, noticing that it was a village. The brunette looked at the city in confusion, and it was a surprise to him, because he thought that no one could know about it because of the closed policy of the beastman country. His black silhouette hovered in the sky above the statue, and he noticed that there was even a temple here, so that the church state would not have any doubts. He stared at the small houses and realized that their capital was a fake, and they were deceived. The ships continued to sail through the air. The mercenary sat on the deck and did not understand how he ended up here. He closed his eyes tightly and imagined himself as an old fisherman, as his dream was to retire peacefully and devote the rest of his days to fishing. He remembered holding the glowing fishing rod in his hands from the protagonist, and he was sincerely grateful for the gift of the rod, the conqueror of the seas 2000. But he was confused that the tasks assigned to him were becoming more and more. Suddenly, Kim landed on their deck, while he assumed that he would have to work until death. The mercenary looked at the protagonist in surprise, as he was faster than the mercenary expected. The admiral came up behind Kim and asked how things were with the enemy. Kim bared his teeth through his bangs in displeasure and said that this city was a decoy, and their real capital was located elsewhere. The old man frowned in confusion and did not understand how this could be, because the cathedral of the great beastman power was located in Sharpfang, because it was a city that worshipped the goddess and could not be a trick. The brunette imagined a fierce werewolf and wondered if the demons were at the head of the power. The admiral began to get angry, and the mercenary noted that this certainly made sense. The assassin looked ahead and said that the demonic race worshipped the goddess as the creator of all things, but nothing more. If they were dealing with demons, then the cathedral meant nothing to them, and they were ready to abandon it at any time. The three of them were standing on the deck when the admiral said that they would have to change their plans. Kim became slightly angry, looking at the admiral, and thought that he would have to abandon the operation, but the old man was against it. He clutched his smoldering pipe tightly, and said that if, looking at the warships, they were frightened and raised a white flag, then they would have to end it with peace. He immediately dropped his pipe. Then he crushed it with his foot. The admiral bared his teeth furiously and was angry, because there was no talk of any peace. The mercenary and Kalia saw how the admiral began to radiate a demonic appearance, and did not understand how they dared to use their faith for their own purposes and mock the goddess. He wanted to rip open the damned beast's belly and throw their intestines into the sea, and then gnaw their bones and throw them to the wild animals. A little later, in the city of Sharpfang, where the guards stood on the bridge, the bear looked ahead and suspected something. He looked at the sky and saw the black silhouettes of the ships. He pressed his palms together as he also saw a shining star and asked God to send him more money and less work. He opened one eye as he saw light. The bear saw a fireball flying towards him. He was completely dumbfounded, as a fiery stream was heading towards him. The ships were sailing over the exploding and burning city. The ship was cutting through the air with its nose. The admiral grinned bloodthirstily, looking at what was happening, and did not understand how they dared to joke with their religion. The old man began to scream furiously that he would raze everything here to the ground, except for the cathedral. Cannons on the side of the ship were shooting a fiery stream. Soldiers on the lower deck were collecting cannonballs for shots. Lucian at this time controlled the magic circles, looking at the angry admiral. The elf king immediately closed his eyes, realizing that this was a noisy man. 2 hours later, the admiral was looking at the statue. He began to pray in front of it and said that it was unavoidable, and he repented for the chaos he had caused in the goddess's city and wished for forgiveness for his sins. He then reached for his cap from the ground. He immediately put it on his head. He peered out from under his cap and said that this was the first time he had seen a goddess statue in the beastman's imagination. It was a statue of a girl with wings, and the old man had heard that each race had their own vision of the goddess's appearance, but this one was as if molded in someone's likeness. The admiral looked at the stone statue and wondered if there was among the beastmen who was worthy of being immortalized in stone. He noticed that even if there was one, she somehow did not look like a beastman. The main character approached from behind and did not understand what the statue was doing there, and the admiral realized that it was a familiar person. Kim stared at the statue, and noted that he had not seen this face for a long time. The Admiral stared at the main character, realizing that he knew this face, and thought that someone from the Beastman's state had something to do with it. The Admiral closed his eyes and touched his chin, trying to justify himself that it was not necessarily a Beastman, because the statue did not look like any of them, and it could be someone from the church state. Suddenly, he was stunned, and his eyes widened, realizing that Kim was familiar with someone close to the church, and it could be likely that someone from the Demon King extermination squad. The Admiral looked back at the main character and thought that it was the past saint, but Kim said that it was the Demon King. It was a white-haired girl with horns on her head. The old man looked at Kim in shock, trying to comprehend what he had just heard. The Admiral's eyes widened in sweat, realizing that Kim had just mentioned the Demon King. He immediately became angry and began to hysterically scream. He frantically held his face, realizing that he would have to rip out his tongue, which had prayed in honor of the Demon King. His white boots stood on the ground. Drops of blood began to fall near the boots. The main character hit the Admiral in the face, who wanted to rip everything out. The old man plopped down on the ground. Kim held his hand in front of him and understood that if he left the Admiral like this, he would end his life. So he suggested that he sleep. A lizard in a cloak, who was the priest of this temple, approached them from behind. Kim carefully looked at the lizard and tried to find out from him the events, because the church state allowed such a statue of the goddess to be erected. The priest began to justify himself. The lizard lowered his head and closed his eyes, noting that the church state had ordered a different statue to be erected, but the elders of the beast race had arbitrarily made changes to its appearance. Until now, the priest had thought that the statue had only been changed according to the preferences of the beast race, so he had never thought that it was the Demon King. The Admiral lay on the ground with a frown when Kim deduced that the church state did not condone the erection of a statue in honor of the Demon King. The lizard frowned with sweat and looked forward, and swore by his faith that this was the case, and therefore wanted to report this to the church state right away. The brunette saw the lizard begin to walk away. Then he carefully looked back. He looked at the lying Admiral and proved to him that the priest swore by his faith that the church state had nothing to do with it. The old man began to get up from the ground. He frowned darkly and stated that it did not change the fact that he had prayed to the statue of the Demon King and had broken the commandment not to worship a false god. The brunette sighed in displeasure and did not understand what kind of religious fanatic the old man was. The priest immediately began to run with the bad news, while the Admiral hid his head and prayed. The lizard introduced his priest with a magic table and announced that the high priest had started a holy war. The Admiral's face was in shadow when he asked again about the holy war. The lizard looked at the back of the Admiral, who asked again. The lizard said that the high priest could not forgive the Beastman's state that had embarked on the path of heresy. The Admiral, with a bloodthirsty look and a fiery aura, declared that this was his chance to atone for his sin before the goddess. A few days after the start of the Holy War, when the ships were standing in the port, two girls were walking towards a huge ship. It was the Paladin Fiacred and the For Sainthood, Anna Fall from Heaven. The blonde looked at the huge ship and did not think that the Grand Continent had the technology to create such huge ships. Anna looked at the blonde with displeasure and asked if she had not been informed in advance, because there was nothing surprising about this. Fiacred scratched her head in embarrassment, noting that seeing it in person was a little different, and it seemed that they should reevaluate the capabilities of this kingdom. Anna, closing her eyes, told her to do as she wished. The brunette looked to the side and imagined the protagonist and other people, realizing that the Paladin and the church state could be in cahoots, and no one could be trusted. Fiacred noticed the protagonist crossing his arms. Her eyes widened, realizing that the teacher was standing there. She imagined Anna's furious appearance, realizing that there could be a war if they clashed. The blonde looked back at the brunette with concern and said that she should control herself. The brunette replied that she was sent by the church state to help in the Holy War. Fiacred's eyes widened in amazement, realizing that Anna might not remember anything. The brunette stared through his bangs. The main character looked at the girls and realized that these two were reinforcements from the church state. Anna closed her eyes, and Kim realized that she was a living weapon, no worse than a brave man, an artificially created church. Then he turned his attention to the surprised blonde and realized that she was as much of a monster as he was. The brunette looked at the girls with a demonic gaze and realized that before this war was over, he would have to get rid of one of them. Anna looked ahead with displeasure and asked the guy if she could find out about the military situation. Suddenly, a man in a cloak approached them from the side and said he would tell them about it himself. It was a hooded mercenary who explained that all this time they had been looking for the true capital of the great beastman power, and in the end, they managed to figure out several possible options. The four of them stood opposite each other when Assassin said that they planned to split their forces and attack several cities at the same time, so they wanted to send the girls to the city that was most likely the capital. The two girls stood next to each other and tried to figure out where this city was. Assassin clutched a piece of paper in his hand and said that these were the coordinates and the essence of the strategy, where the industrial city of the Beastmen was. It was a gloomy sky with thick clouds in the land of Round Ear. It was a town in the mountainous area, being the great Beastman power nation Furland Universal, the industrial city of Round Ear. Screams came from the building that the unthinkable had happened, and Sharpfang had fallen in just a day. The Beastmen sat at the table and figured out what was going on. The lion with the mane said that this was not all, and the church had declared a holy war on them. The hippopotamus explained that it was all because of the statue of the Demon King, because he had hoped that someone would think of dismantling it. The lion angrily shouted at the hippopotamus and noted that this should have been stopped from the beginning, and in general, who thought of sticking the face of the Demon King on the statue? The hippopotamus said that if the lion wanted to know, then it was his predecessor's idea, because no one would have known anyway. The lion angrily bared his teeth when the hyena said that now was not the time to look for the guilty. He peered out from under his wide collar and asked his comrades if they really didn't understand that this whole situation meant that someone who knew the Demon King by sight was taking part in the war. The goat with horns screamed, in which case it was the Emperor of the Grand Canteen, or Kim himself. He remembered the huge explosions above Kim's hovering silhouette through his bangs. It was the nightmare of the entire demon race that plunged and burned the plane to the ground. Realizing that this monster was coming again, dark clouds were visible through the window, and they realized that it was not the time to sit around, because they needed to prepare countermeasures. At this time, the main character and the mercenary were spying from behind the bushes. They stared ahead, and Kim said that he was glad that this time the job would be easy. The assassin assumed that he meant conquering an entire city. Kim looked ahead with a glowing eye and said that he meant that no one should be left alive. The brunette looked at Kim with sweat and knew that it was worth guessing, because he studied their plan. The two guys looked at each other, and the brunette replied that he was drawing attention to himself, while the church team searched the city, while assassins should take care of the preparations mentioned by the Emperor. The two girls looked back at the silhouettes of the guys who wanted to start the plan. The main character suddenly tore off from the ground, leaving a cloud of dust. He soared into the sky in a black silhouette. Then his black silhouette turned into a dragon. This fierce dragon flew at the city guards. The beastmen were shocked by such a huge dragon. Fire began to seep out of Kim's mouth. A sharp spear immediately flew at him. This spear cut his face. The dragon looked back at the archer, who was aiming at his eye. The huge dragon waved his tail at the flying arrows. The archer in fish armor was horrified, his mouth open. The dragon stared at him, at the tower. His eyes and appearance immediately became furious when he wanted to have fun. Firelight leaked from his mouth when he wanted to use the dragon's breath. His whole face was covered in a fiery stream. Anna at this time knocked out the archer and stood at the crossbow. The main character, through a cloud of smoke, looked at her and did not understand what she was doing. Anna immediately became angry and noted that she had not forgotten anything, since he was her brother's sworn enemy. The dragon grabbed the spear in his mouth. He immediately tore it out, spitting out blood. He looked at Anna angrily and noticed that her actions did not fit into their plan at all, and tried to understand how she would explain it. The brunette angrily held the crossbow, sharpening the spear. She looked at him intently and wished him revenge. Anna immediately fired a shot from the crossbow. This spear flew past the wing, making a hole there. The dragon looked away angrily when another spear flew. He realized that with such super regeneration, such a scratch was not scary for him. He immediately received a shot in the mouth and knocked his head over. This magical spear pierced his muzzle. Anna stretched out her hand and used her explosion magic. A powerful explosion occurred near the dragon's mouth. The brunette watched the dragon, which was hovering in a cloud of dust. She looked at him angrily, clenching her fists, and noted that because of such a worthless person, her older brother suffered. She stood on the tower near the crossbow, and understood that revenge had finally been accomplished, and now her brother could sleep peacefully. A huge dragon hovered in the sky without a head. A new head began to form in this place. Suddenly, two heads stretched out from the neck. Anna was about to leave, but she immediately drooped when the main character stopped her. She looked back angrily and did not understand how he survived, because she had cut off his head. The fierce dragon with two heads looked at her and said that this magic arrow would not hinder him in any way, although it was quite an interesting ability. He looked at her bloodthirstily with a red gaze and wanted to examine all her skills. The blonde was hiding from behind a corner. When the beastman noticed the enemy invasion, she looked out and realized that the teacher had drawn attention to himself, and they had weakened their defenses at the borders. She was hiding behind a house, and did not understand where her friend, the candidate for sainthood, had gone, because according to the plan, they were supposed to unite at about this place. She saw a powerful explosion near the dragon in the sky. She looked at the two-headed dragon, and did not understand what was happening to it. Anna was flying at the main character with a fist at that time. The blonde looked at the sky in shock, and did not understand why these two were fighting. The brunette flew straight into the huge open mouth of the monster. She glowed with a green aura and wanted to use the spirit enhancement. She immediately pierced through his head and hit his wing. Then the girl tightly squeezed the dragon's wing. Anna abruptly tore it off. She was on the dragon's back, tearing out its wings. The guards with spears watched the duel and did not understand why these two were fighting each other. The beastman looked up angrily and did not understand first of all who was the enemy and who was the ally. The wolf looked away in bewilderment. Black silhouettes watched as the girl dealt with the dragon. She used the splitting skill or body with glowing fist at the main character. Then a powerful explosion occurred, raising a cloud of dust. Anna glowed bloodthirstily with an aura, flying to attack. She immediately teleported with the help of her magic circle, flying in space. She flew at the dragon with a fist. Anna received a blow from the tail and flew to the side, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. The wounded girl lay in the ruins and called the dragon a monster. She bared her teeth angrily and realized that the only thing left was that the church had forbidden the use of this skill until officially becoming a saint. But this time, there was nothing to be done. She immediately extended her hand, glowing blue. It was lying in ruins and blue magical fists appeared. The girl knelt down on one knee. It was a unique weapon of the saint under the guise of ruthlessness when they were magical blue fists. She saw a black silhouette through a cloud of dust, when Kim realized that this was all because of that master of reincarnation, because she was avenging him, and now she showed him something very interesting. The main character looked through the smoke and said that it would be fair if he showed her something. The girl ran at him with her glowing fists and shouted that he would not have such a chance because he would die first. She flew forward with fists of ruthlessness. Suddenly, Anna's eyes widened. She saw the red-haired saint girl block her punch. Anna stared ahead, realizing that her technique was blocked with one hand. Anna thought that Kim suddenly took the form of a woman, using a psychological attack and thus allegedly trying to undermine her fighting spirit. The saint held her punch and noted that she was unfamiliar with this face. The girl immediately clenched her fist, saying that it was not for the sake of the spirit. She immediately aimed her fist. From such a punch, it flew across the ground, leaving a large mark. It also broke through the wall and a cloud of dust spread throughout the space. The main character in the form of a saint stood cold-blooded and said that it was for physical strength. The red-haired girl in the form of Kim stared ahead. Then a black silhouette appeared from the roof. The blonde looked at what was happening in shock and recognized this face. She remembered the moment of the red-haired girl with a shallow look and realized that this was the past saint. The protagonist stood in the form of a red-haired girl in a cloud of dust. He stared ahead. Fjorkrid saw how the main character defeated Anna. She noticed that her teacher turned into Saint Angela, and did not understand whether the masters of reincarnation were capable of such a thing. The blonde began to rise up and remembered that the teacher said that their transformation was just an external fiction to divert attention. She remembered how the protagonist greedily ate a piece of meat. She watched from behind as the brunette ate a griffin. She realized that this was the teacher's true power, and the ability to transform his body into whoever he would eat. She imagined the saint in a white effect, and realized that if Kim was able to transform into the saint, then he ate her. The blonde's eyes widened, and she was stunned. Fjorkrid darkened and turned into a hand reaching out to Anna because she realized that if she ate the saint, she could become one herself. Kim, in the form of a red-haired girl, looked down and realized that the girl was still alive because she had a body enhanced by the technology of the church state. And this was amazing. The protagonist immediately swung his mutated fist and wanted to put an end to this. Suddenly, the blonde stamped her foot and ordered him to stop. The girl stretched her hand out to the protagonist, telling him not to come close, despite the fact that he was her teacher and she was a paladin. She still could not stand aside. Kim, in the form of Angela, grinned maliciously, suggesting that Fjorkrid had her eye on his food. The red-haired girl stared at the blonde, who began to make excuses. He saw the blonde grow horns and drool, because he understood that her denial could not convince anyone when she looked like this. Kim saw how Fjorkrid convulsively reached for her face, trying to make excuses. The brunette half with the red-haired girl stared ahead and said that although she realized her essence, she resisted this impulse as if she was afraid. Fjorkrid squeezed her eyes tightly shut, trying to say that she was not like the teacher, although she was half a monster but still a paladin. The main character smirked slightly. He immediately turned away from her and said that for now it was like this. He demonically looked back and said that he would now retreat and allowed her to do as she wanted. Anna lay wounded on the ground. Kim immediately soared into the sky in front of the blonde, adding that in any case, in such a state, Anna would not be able to interfere with his plans for some time. The blonde looked ahead with a tense expression, and realized that she had to report the incident first. She immediately extended her hand and showed a magic circle and said that she had an emergency, and the candidate for sainthood was seriously injured. Black silhouettes were watching the blonde from the house when she said that they were coming back immediately. These black silhouettes of beastmen were peeping through the window. The four guys were shocked, standing by the window, and did not understand what was happening there. At this time, Assassin appeared behind them while the beastmen were shocked. The mercenary held his sharp knife and understood that in front of him were the heads of the association and the leader of the state, attaching value to these heads that deserved to be cut off. These black silhouettes looked back through the windows, and screams began. Blood splashed throughout the office. The king stood on the stairs in front of the citizens. He shouted that they had won the war against the enemy's combined forces, and all the demons who were at the top of the government had been executed. The blond man spread his arms and shouted that from now on, the allied beast nation, freed from the enemy's oppression, would embark on the path of revival. He added that those who contributed to the liberation war would definitely be rewarded. All the people rejoiced, raising their hands because they had won. The mercenary bowed his head to Edward and praised him for such a performance. Edward looked at the mercenary with awe and congratulated him, calling him Jochen Sicario. Edward reached out to the mercenary and said that Kim had told him everything about his merits, and that he was the one leading the army in this war. Edward looked at the mercenary with glee, pulling him towards himself, and said that from now on he was no longer a royal assassin, because he knew too much to be a simple messenger. Edward held the mercenary's downcast face with his hand. Jochen listened with a dumbfounded expression and sweating brow about how he was now a brigadier general of the ground forces of the great empire, the Grand Canteen. The blonde followed away while Jochen was at a loss, and added that he was looking forward to his success in his new field. The main character came up from the side and put his hand on his shoulder, praising Jochen. He also followed away while the mercenary stood there with a dumbfounded expression. He imagined himself fishing in old age with a dumbfounded expression, thinking about his plans for retirement. Anna at this time was chained up, like a test subject. They wanted to conduct an experiment on her and start an audio recording of the unique number RR9001. The girl slightly closed her eyes when they said that there was an unforeseen situation during the production of The Saint. She opened her eyes slightly and heard that the estimated threat level was XXX. There was a high probability of leaking top-secret information, and therefore it was decided to combine production lines A and B in order to complete the process as quickly as possible. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the ceiling while they said that from now on the approval of the highest ranks for this procedure was initiated. She saw a doctor in glasses in front of her who was trying to address the candidate Saint. She saw the doctor start to look around and said that he had received a report on what had happened to her, and added about the circumstances, so he had one suggestion. He leaned against her with a malicious glee and asked if she had wished to become a monster. The protagonist was sitting in the palace at the time. He imagined a frost dragon and understood that dragons and other monsters of the endless forest, when he ate them, he could combine their parts better and gain enormous powers. His hand in armor was holding onto his sword when he had been using his ability like that all this time. But this approach had outlived itself and hit a ceiling. He imagined underwater monsters in the form of squid, octopuses and others, realizing that he could no longer become stronger unless he ate something truly transcendental. Because of this, he had already begun to think about using the deferred wishes to the goddess, which he had been saving all this time. He imagined the white threads that formed the silhouette of the saint, because he had found the thread, and this happened when he turned into a saint. He imagined the hand of the human and the dragon reunited. If you compare a saint and an orc, the orc's base level of physical strength was much higher, but the saint's enhanced body was stronger because it used its strength more efficiently. Then the human's hand tried to crush the monster's hand. This hand in the shadow and the monster's hand stretched out into space. He was curious about what would happen if the body of the saint was implanted into a dragon. His hand immediately began to mutate and grow, because he definitely wanted to try to make it happen. The soldier at the door saw the blood splashes of the brunette, who was about to ask him something. Kim in the blood splashes looked to the side and asked the soldier again. Jochen held a piece of paper and stared ahead, trying to figure out if Kim was okay. The new foreman sat down on the chair when the brunette told him not to worry about it, because he had never seen him in uniform before. The mercenary replied that he was told to wear a uniform that matched his current status. The guy handed over a piece of paper with notes or asked to look at it. The main character held this newspaper and said that he did not really care about any incidents. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw a photo of a blonde in the newspaper, where it was reported that the paladin was dead. In this newspaper, there was a photo of the main character and Fjorkrid, because she was the only student of the Lord Protector. It was the best publishing house in the entire Grand Canteen, Daily Elmwood, over which there was clear weather. Polina was sitting in front of the cedar. Polina will be a reporter. Took an explanation from the girl writing everything down in a notebook, asking her if she was on the ship at that time. Kendra stared ahead and said that she was in charge of the drinking water supply department on their ship during the war with the Fairland Universal Association, and before that, she was authorized to be the Lord Protector's guide to Port Estill. The girl reporter wrote down the information with a lively look and realized that she had an exclusive story. Having changed her job as a street musician to a journalist, Polina gained a reputation as a trustworthy reporter. Suddenly, a man in a cape entered their room when Polina said that the drinking water supply department was a relatively rare position and wanted to know more about this position. The two girls looked back at the man who entered. The brown-haired man looked ahead sullenly when he was asked about who he was, because they were conducting an interview. The girls looked at the man, who said that he was looking for a reporter, Polina. The guy, being infected with parasites, immediately tensed up and wanted to implement his plan. The girls' mouths dropped open in horror. It was the main character in the guise of another person, and they recognized him. The brunette stared ahead and recalled the newspaper, explaining that he wanted to ask her something regarding the death of the paladin. Fjorkrud said that she had better cooperate with him. Kendra sat on a chair, shaking, while the reporter stood by the wall. Polina was completely stunned in the sweat of her brow and panicked, not understanding why she got into trouble again. The main character was sorting through the notes on the table and caught on to the news that the official report of the church state where the only student of the Lord Protector was, and it was written that Fjorkrud died. The reporter stood behind and watched the brunette with panic. You understand that it was better not to anger him. She sullenly looked at his back when he asked her about whether the girl checked the information that the church state really announced the death. The girl replied that she had checked, but it wasn't that simple, and death reports also came in when a paladin went missing. The brunette stared at the records and realized that the girl couldn't be dead. He remembered the smiling blonde in her bloody hand, realizing that the church state couldn't get rid of such an outstanding fighter. A pile of reports lay on the table and Kim realized that the church was probably up to something. Edward was sitting at the table reading the reports. Hearing such a sudden death report, he frowned at the report and realized that it really did raise suspicion. Then he quickly closed his eyes. The blonde plopped down on the table with a pile of stacks of reports and shouted his apologies, as he was very busy right now and couldn't help. The blonde convulsively and sweatily grimaced, noting that there was more than one or even two problems caused by the war, and all of them demanded his attention, and he did not understand how he could deal with this now. A pile of reports lay on the table, and the king said that in any case, these were internal affairs of the church state, and finding out what had happened would be very difficult, and suggested that they first observe. The protagonist stamped his foot. Kim looked at Edward with a demonic and bloodthirsty gaze, and said that if he was so busy, then this beginning would drag on too long. The brunette immediately turned away from the king, and said that he would deal with this himself, especially since he had something to experiment with. The ship in the church was sailing on the sea. This wooden bow of the ship cut through the sea. The main character in the form of a dragon crossed his arms. His image against the background of an angry dragon stared ahead, because he was sailing to the country of the Lizardmen, Rootmash Union. White clouds floated in the clear sky. The guy knew that if he flew in the sky, he would arrive much faster, but it would be like hanging a banner that the Lord Protector has arrived on the grand continent itself. Even if this option was long, there was no other choice but to sail on the sea. While the protagonist crossed his arms, pirates appeared behind him. At that moment, he thought that it was a waste of time, but sometimes it was nice to feel like a carefree passenger. The dragon closed his eyes, while the passengers shouted about pirates. A pirate with a sword and a bandage on his head began to laugh maliciously, and ordered them to give him everything they had. A fireball immediately flew at the pirates. Their ship immediately exploded. All the people with bulging eyes watched what was happening. Then they looked to the side. They saw that this fireball flew out of Kim's mouth. The pirate's hat and the remains of the ship floated in the sea, because people were shocked that the Lizardmen were capable of such a thing. They were transported to Rootmash Union Harbor, smooth shore. Kim, in the form of a dragon, sullenly looked at the black silhouettes. He began to look around in different directions, trying to understand what kind of place it was. He saw a huge lizard carrying a bag. Then other people in the form of lizards walked nearby, and he realized that this place was a paradise for these creatures. An angry crocodile with a small lizard walked past. The protagonist stood and thought near these monsters, and thought that all the lizard men of the endless forest looked similar, and here all the species were incredibly different. He stood and thought, while the huge lizard with a bag passed by, and wanted to collect information first. This huge lizard with a bag blocked the protagonist, and he realized that until now the leader of the lizardmen had never shown himself in public. When the lizard with the bag passed, Kim was already gone, and he realized that he had little information and tried to figure out where to start. He stood on the hill of the chapel and looked around into space, because he wanted to start with what I have best. A week later, in the office of the head of the Smooth Coast, the leader of the lizards was angry, clutching a letter. He slammed it on the table and did not understand what was happening at all. The huge lizard angrily shouted at the secretary and said that this monster destroyed 5 villages in a week, and why did not they know about it before? The lizard in glasses slightly drooped and said that everyone described the appearance of the monster differently, so they do not know the true essence, but they still figured out its next target. He showed a map with a strategic target and said that he was moving towards the swampy mine. From the building, screams were heard throughout the street for them to immediately issue an evacuation order and send only the most experienced adventurers there. Sometime later, the Rootmesh swampy mine experienced fighters of various categories were heading there. The archer looked back and told everyone to be on guard, because this villain does not leave a piece of flesh from his victims. Suddenly, a shark grabbed this archer when he tried to warn everyone. It was the shark that dragged the archer underwater. All the fighters immediately became wary, not understanding where the shark came from in the swamp. The lizard mage struck with his staff and raised a stone pillar in a magic circle. This magic circle appeared above the swamp in the fin. This stone pillar came out from under the water and stretched upward. They saw how the bloodthirsty shark grabbed a tree with its tongue. The main character in the form of a shark screamed furiously. The bloodthirsty shark grabbed a tree with its tongue. The lizards watched what was happening in horror, seeing the monster. The fighter immediately swung his spear, seeing the silhouette of a shark, because he assumed that this shark could hardly move freely in the air. He immediately swung his spear. The veins near the shark's eye tensed. Mutations also began to occur near his fin. Suddenly, this shark grew fins and wings on all sides. The flying shark dodged the spear that flew past. The fighters looked at what was happening in bewilderment and did not understand how the shark could fly and dodge. The shark's nose was flying straight into the swamp, and the fighters tried to stop it. The mage lizard angrily pulled out his staff and was going to use a stone shield. A magic circle and bubbles appeared in the water. The shark noticed that a stone wall had appeared in the water. The main character decided to break through this stone wall. They noticed that the shark was stuck in the stone wall. The red-haired fighter immediately swung his staff, realizing that the monster was caught. The lizard with the sword immediately ran forward. While the fighters were running, the shark soared behind them. They closed their eyes with a displeased look, realizing that they had missed the monster while it was flying in the air. The two-headed shark fiercely grabbed the fighters' heads. The other fighters on the shore watched what was happening and did not understand what was happening. A two-headed bloodthirsty shark flew out of the water at them. Blood splashed and screams were heard. Half of the shark's body was stuck in the ground. The main character reached for this piece. He pulled out the shark's head and looked at it carefully. Then he began to eat it. The dried head of the shark lay on the table. The leader of the lizardmen looked at this head and did not understand what it was. The main character in the form of a lizardman frowned and said that it was found in a swampy mine, and apparently this monster that had been raging lately. They stood opposite each other in front of the shark's head, and Kim explained that, as unfortunate as it was, there were corpses of adventurers lying next to this carcass. The lizard chief closed his eyes and folded his hands as a sign of gratitude for helping to save the adventurer's honor. The lizard chief stated that thanks to this guy, they now knew that they had fought bravely to the last and spared no lives to save them from this misfortune. The lizard chief looked ahead and stated that the guys coming and telling them about this was also commendable, and noted that if it was his power, what he could do in return. The black dragon noticed a map on the wall. It was a map with red markers. He asked to take this map, and the lizard chief did not refuse him. The black dragon stood on the chapel under the clouds and realized that he had already attacked several villages and swallowed a whole bunch of lizardmen. He released fire from his mouth onto his finger. Then, using the burns on his finger, he began to draw numbers on the map. He realized that he could not get some information about their leader, but nevertheless, he managed to find something strange. On the map, it was marked with a red circle. The protagonist noted that this was the distribution pattern of the lizardmen species, and in all the villages he visited, there was an almost equal ratio of small, large, and medium-sized individuals. The protagonist, in the form of a lizard, closed his eyes. He noted that, in simple terms, there were artificially established trends in their distribution, but that was all. The protagonist sat cross-legged. He thought that he could not find information about the root cause, no matter how many heads he searched. Suddenly Kim widened his eyes, thinking that if we talk about this, then but he comes. Kim imagined the image of a red lizard, noting that this is the same red lizard men. The protagonist recalled the image of a red lizard. He noted that he remembered how he introduced himself as a descendant of the dragon race, but until now, he had not seen anyone like him in this country. The red lizard's eyes were sparkling. Kim noted that perhaps this dragon race was somehow connected to the king of the lizardmen. White clouds were floating in the sky. Kim noted that it was worth checking. The door to the office opened. The green lizard looked ahead with displeasure and asked who was barging in without knocking. The protagonist, in the form of a lizard, stood in front of the mayor. The mayor asked what business he had. The protagonist stared at the green lizard, asking if he knew about the dragon race. Cold sweat began to flow down the lizard's face. The mayor lowered his gaze, saying that he did not know and had a lot of things to do, asking him to leave. The protagonist looked angrily at the mayor, noting that usually when asked about something unfamiliar, they ask what it is in response. The mayor closed his eyes when a red aura emanated from the protagonist's hand. The lizard asked what it was, and that it was the first time he had heard of it. Kim noted that he already understood perfectly well that he was not going to tell. The protagonist grabbed the lizard by the head. He looked at him menacingly, saying that he would have to climb into his head himself. The mayor was standing near the house. He changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed. The lizard closed his eyes, saying that it was no big deal to have a headache, adding that first there was the attack of a shark monster, and now a traveler who was looking for a dragon race. The mayor was lying on the bed. He said that he would need to ask him in the report how to settle the matter with that guy, and that was enough. The veins on the lizard's face began to swell. The lizard asked what he had just said. A black silhouette of a lizard was visible from the window. The mayor did not understand who was there and why his body was changing. A black silhouette of a man was visible from the window. The protagonist climbed out of the mayor's body, noting that the mayor was talking about him. The brunette narrowed his gaze, saying that this was probably the one he was looking for, and that he should see him. The protagonist, in the guise of the mayor, stood near the sewer. He opened the grate and went inside. Kim walked on water in the sewer. He looked at the table, noting that there was a transmitter built in, and that the mayor was transmitting reports with it. The protagonist flashed his gaze, noting that the vision of an ordinary lizard man could not see anything else, but he had a dragon's eye. The protagonist stood behind him, looking into the distance. He asked how long he would hide, or was he so sure that out of the two of them, only he could see him? A huge black figure with glowing eyes appeared from the darkness. The protagonist stood in front of the huge black silhouette, telling it to come out. A huge leg appeared from the darkness. The protagonist watched as the dragon came out from behind the wall. The dragon grinned in displeasure, thinking that the wall was magic to divert attention. The dragon squinted at the protagonist, telling him to know his place. The protagonist stood in front of the dragon. The dragon said that it would tolerate his rash statement only because he was faithfully fulfilling the role of guard assigned to him. The protagonist, in the guise of the mayor, glared at the dragon. He wondered what they were saying about him again, and that meant the mayor was receiving orders through an intermediary. The dragon looked at the lizard, who began to transform. The protagonist took the form of a red lizardman. The dragon squinted at the protagonist, asking who he was. The protagonist squinted at the dragon. The dragon said that he did not belong to the dragon race, asking why his body had the features of a dragon. The protagonist pulled his hand back, saying because he ate. Kim swung his paw, saying that he had eaten many like him. The protagonist stopped abruptly, wondering what the noise was. He looked away, wondering what was coming from the transmitter. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as the ground shook. The dragon bowed to the stranger, addressing the master. The protagonist watched the scene closely. The dragon said that the territory was invaded by a stranger with dragon features. The master asked that a dragon crossbreed had appeared, and that day had already arrived. A bright glow emanated from the transmitter. The master said that there was no need for a fight, and that he should take him to him as a guest. The dragon said that he obeyed him. The dragon looked at the protagonist, telling him to follow him, as the master was waiting for him. Kim followed the dragon, descending the stairs. Kim looked ahead, thinking that the master he mentioned could be the same him, the leader of the lizardmen, whom he had been looking for so long. The guys stopped near the huge doors. The dragon pulled the lever. The doors began to open. The protagonist looked through the crack. A huge space with green grass appeared in front of him. Kim looked up, wondering what the sun was. Kim looked at the sun in confusion, asking if this wasn't a dungeon and why it was visible from there. An unknown person stood in front of the protagonist, saying that it was just an artificial sun. The guy stood among the green grass. He said that the sun was 18 meters in diameter and weighed 43.4 tons, noting that it was the smallest and lightest cold fusion device in the world. The guy looked back with a slight smile. He said that maintaining a dungeon of such size was possible due to the presence of that power source there, welcoming him to his kingdom, calling him an envoy of the church. The guy turned to the protagonist, saying that he was an ancient dragon, the first dragon created by the goddess. The protagonist stared at the guy. He thought that this was the one, him, and apparently he mistook him for a guest from the church. The ancient dragon turned away from the protagonist. Kim said that he had a question. The ancient dragon said that he was sure that his close friend's tribesman was interested in many things. I suggest leaving the questions for later, asking what feelings this place evokes in him. The protagonist imagined the image of a manticore. He thought that a close friend of the first dragon himself was someone as ancient. Wondering that it was a manticore, the protagonist sowed his gaze, thinking that the one he meant had a common nature with the manticore and was connected with the church, adding that this guy mistook him for a paladin of Feocred. The protagonist looked at the ancient dragon. The guy said that he was deeply connected with the church state, and the appearance of Longtail fall from heaven, a legendary paladin of the church, was one of the gestures of good pain rendered to his church. The ancient dragon turned his gaze to the protagonist, saying that he was not surprised at all. He stared at the protagonist. The ancient dragon said that the church must have learned much more than he thought, and judging by the fact that they sent a creature with such a high level of defense like him, their development is going by leaps and bounds. The dragon closed his eyes, asking what only he was worried about, adding that then he would allow him to ask one question while they were walking to their destination. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, asking what he knew about the arrival of the original pet store in that world. The guys stood opposite each other. The ancient dragon said that of course he knew about it, asking if that was not why he came to him. The ancient dragon added that all lizard men of the dragon race are born with a piece of his essence. The protagonist in the form of a red lizard approached the ancient dragon. The ancient dragon said that due to the resonance of these particles, all the experiences of the dragon race individuals are transmitted to him. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. The ancient dragon said that one of the representatives of the race sent by him to the surface came into conflict with him. Blood gushed from the ancient dragon's shoulder. The guy looked at his shoulder. The dragon's arm began to mutate. He swung it at the protagonist. The ancient dragon attacked with its paw. Kim tore off his arm, jumping back from the blow. Kim held the ancient dragon's arm in his teeth. The guy looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking what this meant. The red lizard looked at the ancient dragon, asking that he still did not understand what was happening. The ancient dragon looked at the red lizard in fury. He asked that this was treason, and that they had already forgotten how much good he had done for the church. The red lizard sparkled with his eyes, saying that he did not think the first dragon was so stupid. The protagonist's head began to mutate. Kim's arm began to turn. The protagonist took on his human form, asking that he did not say that he came from the church. The ancient dragon looked at Kim in shock. The ancient dragon recalled the appearance of the red lizard man, noting that he remembered everything that Burmiko had seen. The ancient dragon recalled seeing the face of the protagonist. The brunette stuck out his tongue. The ancient dragon wondered about the original pet store. Interference appeared on the face of the protagonist. The brunette rushed to attack the ancient dragon. The guy widened his eyes, saying that it was his hand. The protagonist attacked the dragon. The guy flew to the side. A black silhouette was visible from behind the bushes. His appearance began to change. The dragon said that he would never leave him alive. The ancient dragon took on his appearance, opening his mouth. He noted that he would kill him, no matter what it cost him. The girl stood on the ground, felt a shaking. She widened her eyes, asking what an earthquake was. The ancient dragon opened his mouth wide, saying that he would kill him, no matter what it cost him. Magic golden circles began to appear on the pillars. They hit the protagonist with pillars of light. The protagonist's image was visible among the clouds of smoke. He turned into a dragon, protecting himself with his wings from the explosion. The protagonist turned his attention to the pillars, noting that these steels were attacking him, and he was in his territory, so the situation was not in his favor. The protagonist looked up, thinking that in this case, the protagonist flew into the air. A magical blue circle appeared above the ancient dragon's head. He asked, "Kim, what was he thinking of running away from?" Golden magic circles began to appear above the steels. They attacked the protagonist with pillars of energy. Kim soared into the air. He thought that thanks to this new form, supplemented by the features of the saint's body structure, his speed increased in direct proportion to his strength. The ancient dragon opened its mouth wide, saying that everything there was his kingdom, asking that he really thought he could escape from there. The protagonist flew straight towards the sun. The ancient dragon said that there was a barrier around him that he couldn't get through unless he took it down himself. The dragon looked up in shock, saying that it couldn't be. The ancient dragon remembered how he told him about the sun. The protagonist approached the sun. He grinned bloodthirstily, saying that everything there was powered by one single power source, and he would destroy it. The ancient dragon looked up in fear, asking Kim to stop, asking if he understood what he was about to do. The protagonist crashed into the sun. The sun began to emit clouds of smoke and the light went out. From the clouds of smoke the sun appeared. It began to fall to the ground. The ancient dragon rushed towards the sun. He soared into the air to catch the sphere. The dragon opened his mouth. He pulled his paw towards it. The dragon's paw trembled. The protagonist grabbed the dragon by the tail. The ancient dragon turned his gaze, calling the protagonist a scumbag. The sphere fell rapidly, and the protagonist pierced it. There was a bright flash in the distance. A bright light illuminated the dragon. The ancient dragon opened its mouth wide. There was clear weather above the city, smooth shore. Anna was standing on the ground. She lowered her gaze, noting that she was told to find the mayor of the city first. The girl felt a shaking, asking what an earthquake it was. A huge bright pillar appeared from under the ground. Anna watched in shock. A huge bright pillar was visible from afar. Two silhouettes of a dragon appeared from a huge hole. The ancient dragon bared its fangs. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. He frowned, thinking that the heat from the explosion was so high that it even damaged the dragon's scales. But thanks to the super regeneration skill, which is based on the revival gene, he is able to survive this. The ancient dragon stared at his opponent, telling him to just look at his face. The ancient dragon looked at the protagonist furiously when he said that anything was better than being one-armed. The ancient dragon swung his paw. He attacked the protagonist. The protagonist blocked the blow with his paws. Kim narrowed his eyes. Anna thought about that power. She raised her head, watching the dragons fight. She bared her teeth, asking what kind of dogfight was this. The protagonist grabbed the dragon by the neck. He began to squeeze it, asking that he had never fought anyone, noting that he was ridiculously weak. The ancient dragon looked at the protagonist's hand in fear. He said that he used up all his mana defending himself from the explosion, noting that he lost, asking to end it there. The protagonist flashed his bloodthirsty gaze, asking why he should stop, noting that he had no reason to. The black silhouettes of dragons were visible in the sky. The ancient dragon asked if he could imagine how much knowledge he had collected over hundreds of years of life, noting that this ancient wisdom was known only to him, ancient secrets, and could he imagine how priceless they were. The ancient dragon looked at the protagonist furiously, asking that this great body should become just his snack. The protagonist glared at the dragon, telling him not to worry, since he was researching his vaunted knowledge. The ancient dragon recalled the image of the manticore, asking if he, like his friend, could copy memories. The dragon narrowed his gaze. A purple magic circle appeared above his head. The dragon's horn began to crumble. The ancient dragon said that he would rather die than pass on his knowledge to him. Blood gushed from the dragon's head. The protagonist grinned in displeasure. The ancient dragon fell to the ground without a head. The head lay on the protagonist's shoulders. Kim turned his gaze to the side, thinking that although the goal was achieved, it turned out to be annoying. Blood was flowing down the ancient dragon's head. Kim noted that he had nevertheless collected all the necessary heads. The dragon's head was lying on the floor. The protagonist and Edward were standing near the head. The Emperor looked at the head with displeasure, asking that maybe it was worth preparing a larger shelf. The Emperor stepped into a pool of blood, asking Kim if he thought it was too big. Edward looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Kim asked if it was his fault. Edward said that both were true, and so be it. The guys looked at the ancient dragon's head. The Emperor noted that all the heads were collected, and it was time to clash in battle with the church. The protagonist looked at the Emperor in bewilderment. Edward noted that he could have thought so, but unfortunately they still had one more thing to do. The Emperor looked back at Kim and said that he was getting married. Edward was looking in the mirror. A week before Emperor Edward's wedding, the protagonist was watching the Emperor. The blonde said that, as a person with experience in married life, he asked what he thought. Kim said that he shouldn't get married. The brunette narrowed his eyes. The blonde asked why family life was so bad. The brunette said that everything never went according to plan. The protagonist flashed his red gaze. The protagonist recalled the dead girl with an enraged look. He said, for example, he was living an ordinary happy married life, when suddenly special forces jumped out of nowhere and killed his wife, and the children were kidnapped, and they were not allowed to see them again. The Emperor looked at the protagonist in fear. Kim said that if he didn't care, then let him get married. Edward looked at the brunette in confusion, saying that he would ask just in case if he was joking. The protagonist smirked slightly, noting that he was joking, of course, asking who the chosen one was. The blonde closed his eyes, imagining the black silhouette of the girl. He said that she was a pretty princess from a neighboring country, and pleasant to talk to, adding that she was from a royal family whose lineage had a rich heritage. An alliance with them would help strengthen his power a little. The protagonist sat on the couch, looking at the blonde. Edward said that during the ceremony, he planned to use a double in his place. Kim asked what he wanted him to do. Edward smiled widely, noting that he, as usual, was quick-witted. The Emperor added that, to be honest, the strengthening of power he mentioned was all trivial. The real reason for holding the wedding was to distract attention. The Emperor smiled slyly, noting that it was in order to create an opportunity to deal a crushing blow to the church. A blond man in a suit stood in the hall. On the day of the wedding, the Emperor looked at the gathered crowd. An assassin stood among the crowd. The Emperor spread his arms out to the sides. He thanked the distinguished guests who had come from different countries to his wedding, adding that someone had once said that every person is the main hero of his own life. The Emperor smiled madly, saying that he would get straight to the point, noting that it was all bullshit. The people looked at the blond man in bewilderment. The man asked him if he had misheard it. The blond man widened his eyes. He said that he knew what everyone there was thinking, and that they were mistaken, and that they played an important role in humanity, adding that they thought like parasites, trying by hook or by crook to assert their positions. The crowd looked at the Emperor in bewilderment. Edward said that sometimes one obsessive thought visited his head. A man stood in the crowd. Edward said that looking at how they, trash that could easily be replaced by others, behaved like kings. The man swung his knife. The Emperor said that he was thinking how he couldn't wait to get rid of them all. The man with hypnotized eyes stood with a knife. Edward said that's why he decided to put his thoughts into action. The brown-haired man looked at the blond man furiously as the man slit his throat. The brown-haired man asked what kind of disrespect this was, noting that even an emperor couldn't say that. The man fell to the ground, his head gone. People ran away in panic. A fighter attacked people. Bloody corpses lay on the floor. The man looked at what was happening in horror, asking what this all meant. The cardinal of the Santo Almaraz branch. The cardinal looked at the emperor furiously, asking what he was doing, and if he wasn't afraid that the heavens would punish him. The cardinal clicked his teeth. His eyes began to shine with a blue light. The man thought he was a crazy madman. Columns of light appeared from the man's eyes. He thought that he would show him the power of the secret weapon of the Church of Heavenly Punishment. The blue sight was shining on the emperor's chest. The sun was shining above the building. At the same time, the great temple of Santo Almaraz. The guard closed his eyes, opening his mouth wide, saying that everyone had left for the emperor's wedding and now it was deadly boring. A black silhouette appeared in front of the guards. The guard looked at the black silhouette. The guards looked ahead in bewilderment. The man asked what it was. The guard replied that it looked like a dog. The man noted that it was not. A black monster appeared in front of them. The guard shouted that it was a monster. The guy looked at the monster in fear, asking why it was in the very center of the city. The guard told the newcomer to remain calm. The monster attacked the guard, who said that they had enough strength to deal with it. The newcomer looked at the body cut in half. The monster grabbed the newcomer's neck with its tail. The monster threw the guy aside. Blood gushed out from behind the wall. The monster opened its mouth, then it swallowed the prey. The protagonist in the form of a monster sparkled with his eyes, thinking that he still felt hungry. The protagonist remembered himself in the body of a dragon. He noted that his abilities have a limitation, and he can only reproduce and use those parts that he ate. The protagonist imagined a dragon's arm. He noted that, for example, he ate a whole dragon. Kim imagined how the arm was torn off. He noted that if he lost the dragon's arm, he would no longer be able to recreate the corresponding part, and would be able to use it again only after he re-ate the dragon's arm. The protagonist remembered the image of the monster. He noted that this problem did not cause him any trouble thanks to the super regeneration of trolls, and even having lost a dragon's arm. As long as there are enough bones and flesh in his internal storage, he can easily grow the lost limb from them. The protagonist recalled the huge explosion, noting that he had lost too much spare bone and flesh in the previous battle. The protagonist recalled the ancient dragon, noting that it was all because of it. The guards ran towards the monster, asking what the noise was about. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd. The guards did not understand how he got there. Kim shone his red eyes, saying that he would use the chance to replenish his supplies. The protagonist pounced on the guard. Blood gushed into the air. The severed arm flew into the air. The protagonist grabbed the severed arm. The protagonist walked forward, noting that it was enough to fill his stomach a little. Kim stood near the doors, noting that it was time to move on directly to the target. The protagonist took a step into the building. A slashing blow flew through the air. The protagonist's paw flew into the air. A black silhouette of a fighter stood in front of him. The paw fell to the floor. A fighter stood in front of the protagonist. The protagonist looked at his severed paw. The girl held his sword out in front of him, telling him to back off, as this place wasn't meant for any monsters. The protagonist bared his fangs. He wondered why the paladin was posted as a guard, noting that something important was probably hidden there. The protagonist swung his paw. He lunged at the paladin. The girl dodged the attack. She stepped on the protagonist's paw with her foot. Kim was holding her hair in his teeth when she pierced his mouth with her sword. Kim swung his paw at her. He hit the girl. The paladin parried the blow with his sword. The paw was driven into the girl's body. A severed paw was sticking out of the paladin's stomach. She looked at it in bewilderment, asking how the Maul's severed paw was. The protagonist pressed his paw onto the weapon. He attacked the paladin. The protagonist devoured his prey. A magic circle appeared on his back. The protagonist broke through the ceiling and went down. He walked down the corridor, thinking that he knew that they would hide everything important in the basement. Kim suddenly rushed down the corridor, noting that he smelled flesh. Kim ran tirelessly down the corridor. Suddenly, walls appeared around him. Water began to pour out of the holes. Water began to flood the room where the protagonist was. The water rose rapidly. The protagonist thought that if they were trying to interfere, then he was on the right track. The protagonist found himself completely underwater. Scientists were standing near computers, an underground laboratory of the cathedral. The brown-haired man was looking at the screen. Another scientist approached them from behind. The guy said that the problem was fixed. and there was no more effective way to kill a mammal that breathed with lungs. The scientist looked at what was happening nervously. He ordered that he could now exhale, asking how that monster had gotten into the very center of the city. Noting that he had also aimed at the cathedral, asking if anyone understood what was going on. A wall exploded in front of the scientist and water poured out. The scientists were washed away by a strong stream of water. The man did not understand what was happening. A black silhouette of a monster appeared in front of him. The scientist asked how he had managed to survive. He widened his eyes, saying that it could not be. The protagonist had turned into an aquatic monster. The scientist wondered what kind of instant metamorphosis it was that had given him gills and fins. The scientist's face twisted in bewilderment. He told the workers to immediately activate heavenly punishment. The sight was aimed straight at the protagonist's head. Kim asked what they had there. The protagonist attacked the scientist. He pinned him to the ground, telling him to stop being dramatic since it hadn't even bitten him yet. The scientist didn't understand what was going on. Noting that the monster was talking, the protagonist bit the scientist, telling him to shut up. The man yelled for them to quickly use the heavenly punishment. The brown-haired man nervously pressed the keys. The system announced that a request for heavenly punishment had been received from a Level 1 researcher, and that tracking of the coordinates had been completed. The system announced that the target had been set, and the safety device had been deactivated. The scientist pressed the button when the system announced for him to press the button to confirm the launch. A flash of light shone in the sky. A huge pillar of fire appeared from the floor. The pillar of energy illuminated the protagonist. Kim narrowed his eyes. He noted that this was a device that released a pillar of fire of an incredibly high degree at the specified coordinates. Wondering if this was the true essence of heavenly punishment, the scientist looked at the scorched floor, where only the tail of the monster was visible. The scientist nervously looked away. The system announced that a request for heavenly punishment had been received from His Eminence the Cardinal. The brown-haired man turned to the computer as liquid rose from the scorched floor. The brown-haired man did not understand what was happening on this day. The brown-haired man dumbfoundedly pressed the keys. The system announced that the tracking of the coordinates was complete and the target was set. The system announced that the safety device was deactivated. The main character appeared behind the scientist in the form of a monster. The scientist reached for the button when the monster attacked him. The system said to press the button to confirm the launch. The cardinal aimed at the emperor. He bared his teeth and did not understand why they were hesitating. The cardinal nervously looked at Edward. He thought that it was taking too long and did not understand why. The cardinal continued to aim at the emperor, wondering why the request was not approved after all the carnage he had committed. The old man didn't understand why the heavenly punishment wasn't activated. The cardinal raised his head when the emperor called out to him. Edward looked at the cardinal with a crazy look. He said that he had gone quiet, asking that there were problems, noting that if not, he would like to continue the ceremony, asking if he was okay with it. The old man smiled nervously, saying that he was okay with it. Edward smiled widely, squeezing his eyes shut. He told the protagonist that he should have seen the cardinal's face, noting that it was a separate art form. The boys sat opposite each other. Edward said that in the end, he couldn't say a word about either the purge at the ceremony or the unidentified monster that had infiltrated the cathedral. Edward moved his hand to the side. The blonde said that it was understandable, adding that he couldn't explain why he hadn't suffered heavenly punishment after all that carnage. And of course they had no clues that he was a monster. The blonde looked at the protagonist with curiosity, asking how he liked heavenly punishment, noting that he was just wondering what kind of system it was. The protagonist looked at the emperor with a serious look. He noted that it was some kind of high-tech scientific device. The brunette tilted his head to the side, remembering the powerful blow. He said that if he had used dragon skin, it would have been noticeable, so he did without it. But if he had been a dragon, he wouldn't have suffered any damage at all. The emperor crossed his legs. He noted that it was a scientific device after all, and that's why no trace of magic was found during the investigation. The protagonist imagined the brains in his head. He said that according to the researcher's memories, the first high priest was a man from another world, and that the technology must have originated from there. The brunette looked at the blonde with a serious look. He said that there was a small misfire during the plan's implementation, noting that it was a mere trifle, but still worth mentioning. The emperor looked at the brunette in bewilderment, asking what he meant. The cardinal shouted to Lord Protector Kim of the Grand Canteen Kingdom. The emperor looked behind him. Black silhouettes stood in front of the castle. The cardinal stood near the castle with the paladins. He told the protagonist that he must appear before the Holy Inquisition. The protagonist stood with his back, looking at the people, the hall of the Holy Inquisition. The protagonist stood in the courtroom, noting that it was worth expecting that this would happen. The protagonist recalled the blonde's words. He recalled how a magic circle appeared on his back. A cross was visible on the protagonist's back. Kim thought that they would find out about it, and by that she meant the tracking magic that was cast on the paladin who killed him. The protagonist recalled how he met the paladin. The brunette noted that he tried not to leave any clues for them, but when he encountered the paladin, he had no other choice. The old man slammed his hand on the table. He looked at the protagonist furiously, turning to him. He looked at Kim with a menacing gaze. The cardinal said that all people were equal before the goddess, and no matter what the reason was, by killing the paladin, he insulted her. The old man narrowed his gaze. He said that his earthly title would not change the goddess's verdict. The emperor looked at the cardinal. The old man said that even if he was the emperor's escort, Edward smirked slightly, thinking that he was very angry after he scared him at the wedding. Edward crossed his arms over his chest, telling the cardinal that he had said a little earlier that all people were equal before the goddess. The old man looked nervously at the emperor, saying that he was right. Edward touched his chin with his hand. Black silhouettes of people were visible behind the protagonist. The emperor asked what in that case, whether these words were applicable to a person who came from a world not created by a goddess. The cardinal looked at the emperor in shock. People watched what was happening in bewilderment, asking about a world not created by a goddess. People in the hall widened their eyes, not understanding what this meant. The cardinal narrowed his gaze, thinking that he could go crazy. He looked at the emperor in bewilderment, thinking that this could not be and that he had just said it, wondering what the emperor knew. The emperor smiled maliciously, thinking that this was a secret of the church state. Edward presented a floating cube with 2 worlds in his hands. He noted that such talk was a serious threat to the church, and that the creation from another world was just street rumors, adding that under the sky created by the goddess, the existence of other worlds was denied. Edward introduced the priest. He noted that if a rumor spread that this was not so, if everyone learned the truth, including the origin of the first high priest, then mass unrest would break out on the entire Elmwood continent united by a single religion, the Church of the Goddess. The blonde introduced the cathedral. He noted that the priests and followers would announce that they were going in search of the origins of the faith, and organizations would appear that doubted the foundations of the church. The sword pierced the cross. The emperor noted that they would declare that the heavenly punishment carried out by the goddess could be a force from another world, and in essence, this would be the pure truth. The cardinal slammed his fist on the table, asking what kind of heresy he was talking about. The cardinal's face twisted in bewilderment. The old man asked about another world and what evidence he had, noting that he had said such nonsense right in front of the Holy Inquisition. The cardinal's eyes widened. He said that it was an unfounded accusation. Passers-by looked up at the sky where the leaflets were falling from. Later, the court session was hastily closed due to the cardinal's insanity. The man held a newspaper in his hand, which said that the chairman of the court was confused, and the cardinal was taken by surprise by the emperor's words, asking if another world really existed. The passerby looked at the newspaper in bewilderment, wondering about another world. Soon, the Daily Elmwood newspaper spread the theory of another world's existence, and the goddess's influence began to crumble. As speak normally, of course, you will pass out. Oh, I almost had tears in my eyes. The human dummies stood one after another. The faction of adherents of the existence of another world, consisting mainly of ordinary believers and ordinary priests. The priests stood at the head of the paladins. The faction of opponents of the theory of the existence of another world, which mainly united the top of power. The man goggled his eyes, and it is unclear how, but the conflict was on the basis of faith. People rushed with torches to the cathedral, accompanied by violent protests. The faction of adherents of the existence of another world crossed the line and escalated into a civil war with the participation of armed forces. The cathedral was blazing in flames. The emperor held a newspaper with an image of a burning cathedral in his hands. He noted that everything that was happening was exactly according to plan. Edward grinned maliciously, saying that the falsification of the media and the zombification of parasites had borne fruit. The emperor tore up the newspaper. He flashed his frightening gaze, saying that this would destroy the church from the inside. The bright sun was shining above the cathedral. Church, state, cathedral. People gathered around the table. The man asked how to deal with this, noting that most of the followers had defected to the faction that acknowledged the existence of another world. The brown-haired man clenched his hand into a fist. He said that although several aristocratic families sponsoring the church remained with them, their heads suddenly disappeared under unclear circumstances. The priest looked ahead in confusion. The brown-haired man said that this could not be regarded as an accident. The current high priest of the Church of the Goddess. The priest looked at the assembled people, saying that he was sure that this was the work of the Grand Canteen Empire. And if this continued, they would be in great danger. But there was still a way. The brunette looked at the stallion, asking that he had a plan, noting that then it was necessary to quickly put it into action before it was too late, asking what exactly he was proposing. The priest frowned, saying that they would kill the emperor. The cardinal looked at the priest in shock. A leg appeared in the hall. Paladins entered the hall. The priest said that they would use their main fighting force. There were guards near the gate. A few days later, Grand Canteen. The guard noticed a black silhouette in the distance. The guard held out his spear. The fighter told her to stop, asking who she was. The paladin hid her face under her hood. The guard told her to show her face and confirm her identity. The girl raised her hand. She swung her hand, cutting off heads. The paladins attacked the guards on the wall, who did not understand what was happening. The paladins rushed forward. They ran along the ground. The guard grabbed the paladin by the leg. She looked at her hand in bewilderment. The paladin opened her mouth, asking that he was alive even after his head was cut off. The fighter grabbed the paladin as the others ran forward. Anna looked behind her in bewilderment. The guard held a dead paladin in his hand. The fighter put his head back on as the paladins pounced on him, asking who he was. The fighter killed the paladins. Anna watched in bewilderment. She stood with her back turned, looking at her dead comrades. Anna widened her eyes. The fighter began to address the protagonist, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist looked at the paladin with a crazy look, asking that she had really become even stronger during this time and, apparently, she had eaten something very good. The paladin clenched his fist, asking the Lord Protector if he could please keep quiet. The girl bared her teeth, saying that rather, he was Midden's sworn enemy. The protagonist looked at the girl, saying that he did not understand what she was talking about. Anna looked at the protagonist furiously. She told him not to say that he didn't remember anything, since she heard him say that he killed him. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that he didn't mean that. The girl looked at the brunette furiously. Kim said that he was asking why she was shouldering someone else's hatred, calling her the Holy Paladin Fjorkrid. The girl looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking what he meant by that, noting that she was Saint Anna. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying that she wanted to believe in it. The girl frowned. Her hair began to change color. Fjorkrid began to turn into her true form. She smirked slightly. Fjorkrid looked at Kim with a crazy smile, asking how he guessed. The protagonist looked at the girl, saying that the saint is the strongest asymmetrical force of the church in this war. The brunette imagined the image of Anna. He said that such power would not fall into the hands of a pubescent girl obsessed with personal revenge. The blonde stood with her back turned, looking at the protagonist. Kim said that, although she could copy her appearance, her ability was not enough to fully reproduce a person's personality. Fjorkrid flashed her red gaze, saying that she would give him advice. As his former student and kinsman, he should surrender. The protagonist flashed his furious gaze, saying how overconfident she was, asking what she thought she could defeat him after merging. Fjorkrid looked at the brunette with a serious look. She said that this was not the case at all, and she was just bait part of a diversionary maneuver. The blonde opened her mouth, noting that the paladins must have already arrived at the imperial palace. She smiled madly, asking if they would be able to protect the emperor without him. A light was filtering into the throne room. Black silhouettes descended around. The paladins drew their blades. They said that everything was the will of the goddess. The paladins pierced the black silhouette of a man. Blood began to flow across the floor. The protagonist put his hand to his side, saying that they did not know the emperor well. The blonde stared at her former teacher. The brunette noted that he might not be particularly skilled, but his long life had another explanation. The protagonist pointed towards Fjorkrud with a bloodthirsty look. He said that if their goal was his head, they should send it there. The paladins pierced the man. The girl widened her eyes. An unknown man with a crown sat on the throne. The paladin asked that this was not the emperor. A black silhouette appeared behind the paladin, asking that they had invaded his domain. Edward teleported to the throne room, noting that he did not know whether they were brave or stupid. A magic circle shone under Edward's foot. The emperor used a laser trap. Small lights appeared under the paladin's feet. She said it was a trap. Laser beams attacked the fighters when they shouted to retreat. Edward smiled bloodthirstily, asking what they decided, that he was nothing and was hanging around with Kim. Fjorkrud widened her eyes when the paladins told the saint that the plan had failed. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying that she turned pale, asking if everything was okay. The protagonist smiled maliciously, noting that, apparently, he was right, asking what she would do now. Fjorkrud frowned. She moved her hand to the side, gritting her teeth. The blonde pushed off the ground. She clenched her hand into a fist, jerking towards the protagonist. The blonde ran past the protagonist. Kim watched the girl, asking what is the 36th stratagem. The emperor stood in a hall with the corpses of the paladins. The next day the newspaper showed a throne and dead paladins. It said that there had been a sudden attack by the church on the emperor of Grand Cantine, and it had become known that the faction that denied the existence of another world, the opposing faction for existence, was behind it. The man looked at the newspaper in bewilderment, saying that one could go crazy asking what was happening in the world. The attack by the church, which had taken place under the cover of night, was already made public in the morning and became a huge shock to the people of the empire. The priest stood at the head of the paladins. The shock of the fact that the church was the instigator of the attack soon gave way to anger. The emperor stood at the head of the people, and when it was said that by targeting the emperor, the church intended to break the faction for the existence of another world, protected by the imperial palace, people with torches attacked the priest. The indignation of the people grew into open rage. The priest looked at the attacking people with horror. Although the pretext was false, it did its job. The cathedral was ablaze with orange fire. Because of what happened, the church that denied the existence of another world lost its followers and could no longer secure their faith. People bared their teeth angrily. Further events developed exactly according to the emperor's plan, and the clergy could not commit murder at the will of the goddess, and therefore they acted arbitrarily. And this suggests that the faction that denies the existence of another world, that is, the church, are heretics. Black silhouettes of people were visible near the building, and the kingdom of Grand Cantine declared war on the heretics. People looked angrily ahead. The emperor smiled madly. The priest looked in bewilderment ahead, asking how to understand this. The priest looked at the boys, asking that the assassination had failed, noting that not only had they lost the paladins, they had also given the damned emperor a reason to start a war. The man adjusted his glasses. The priest said how much money had been invested in the creation of the saint, asking what the outcome was. The man said that they have no excuse. The head of the paladin production department and the saint. The priest looked at the boys furiously. He said that it was worth at least killing that snake of his loyal henchman, asking that she eventually ran away with her tail between her legs. Fjorkrud looked at the priest with a serious look. The head of the department said that if they had lost the saint, they would have no way to resist at all. The priest looked angrily at the boys, saying that no matter what, as long as that scoundrel is alive. Fjorkrud knocked her into the pole with her blow. She looked at the priest furiously, asking what, instead of chatting, Wouldn't it be better to start preparing for war? The priest looked at the paladin in bewilderment. The screen showed a map of the border between the church and the Grand Continent. On the border between them, a fierce battle was going on. Soldiers were stabbing each other. A mage was casting a fire spell. A knight pointed his sword in front of him. But someone's swing cut off his head. At that moment, he wanted to say that he would punish the church that betrayed the will of the goddess. A girl in armor stood behind him. The other soldiers were confused. Opposite them stood an army of night girls. "The paladins are here," one of them shouted. The men began to run in the opposite direction, accompanied by cries of retreat. The girl looked at them in surprise. Suddenly, they tucked their tails between their legs. Was this part of their plan? Ashes flew across the scorched earth. Someone's foot stepped on it. Many others followed. A large army of soldiers without helmets and with strange looks were moving forward. White clouds floated above the white walls in the center of the church state. Thanks to the army of cloned soldiers, the battle on the border was won by the Grand Continental. The church was forced to retreat to the center of its lands, where it erected a last line of defense, fencing itself with a protective barrier. The man walked barefoot with a large backpack on his back. He remembered how he was a prisoner dressed in a prison uniform. Robbery, violence, murder, theft. How was his head still on his shoulders? This is a serious bid for the death penalty. The blonde opposite put his feet on the table, asking, maybe it was all about royal blood. In any case, now he is more suitable than anyone else for the upcoming task. Edward crumpled the paper in his hand, telling him to listen carefully. The crumpled paper fell in front of the man. If he were not a member of the royal family, he would have been executed long ago. But if he copes with the task, all charges will be dropped. The brunette looked at his feet and cursed. The heavy backpack fell to the ground. He thought about the fact that he had to do what he was told. He would rot in prison for the rest of his life anyway. He had nothing to lose. The top of the backpack opened. Several pairs of glowing eyes looked out from there. When the man returned to the palace, he would tear everyone who had snitched on him to pieces. A large number of rats and birds rushed away from him in the direction of the walls. He lowered his eyes and thought, was he doing everything right? But what was the point of releasing all these creatures? A bullet flew under his foot, from which he picked it up. Behind him, on the mountain, there were two people. A guy in a green uniform and a gun in his hands looked at him with displeasure. He asked why he stopped. The man went on, only looking back at him. He cursed, wondering how the man knew who he was. His body began to engulf in flames. He only had time to think how he would take revenge on him for this. His face was burning in the fire. The man screamed in pain. The burnt body fell to his knees. Two people on the hill watched what was happening. Edward looked through his binoculars in surprise. He hadn't expected them to install something so deadly. From a great height, he could see a courtyard behind white walls. The last line of the church state. Rats were gnawing at the smoldering pipes. As experiments had shown, it posed no threat to small creatures. But as soon as creatures of human mass crossed the barrier, they would spontaneously combust and burn in terrible agony. The blonde closed his eyes and frowned, thinking about how they would get through this. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He imagined Kim. Come to think of it, he had a friend who could change her body as she pleased. The tent city stood against the backdrop of high mountains. A little later, the camp of the Grand Container Kingdom. Someone asked about the radius of the barrier. The hand holding the pen drew a circle on the map, something like this. Edward and Kim were sitting at the table opposite each other. The blonde said that they threw both animals and prisoners, as a result of which they managed to draw a circle of this size. The blonde looked at the interlocutor, holding a pen in his hand. For reference, a sparrow calmly flew through the barrier both there and back, but an ostrich spontaneously combusted, although both are birds. Kim put his hand to his chin. The interlocutor continued, saying that even among dogs, small breeds survived, and large ones died. Similar results were shown by the experiment on monsters. The brunette looked at his friend. He continued that when conclusion suggests itself, large individuals die. Small ones survive. Kim asked if there was any belonging to a species. Edward looked into the eyes and replied that he did not want to rush to conclusions. but they assumed that the condition is only body weight. During the experiments, this is exactly the trend observed. 2 soldiers guarded the entrance to their tent. Humanoid life forms, such as people, dwarves, or beastmen, all burned, regardless of how much they weighed. The blonde folded his fingers. He asked what he thought, remembering how the interlocutor becomes a bird or a 3-headed dragon. His ability to transform into inhuman forms, changing his body weight accordingly. In general, he is the only creature that can change his biological species and body weight. Edward stood behind his friend and put his hands on his shoulders with a manic look, asking if he would agree. This is not only for his own good. He returned to his place at the table. The plan is as follows. Kim will take the form of a small animal, capable of bypassing the barrier conditions, after which he will make his way to them and explore the interior. The blonde looked at his comrade plaintively. He knew that he had already asked too much of him, but still thought that the plan was good. The hero closed his eyes and shook his head, having said that he was against it. Edward was confused, asking why. Kim imagined himself in the form of a mouse. If he reduced his brain too much, then his intellectual abilities would also decline. He also imagined himself burning in the barrier, and if for some reason the protection worked, he could burn out before he even started the reincarnation. There was a map and a pen on the table. This plan was too risky for the guy. The blonde replied that he had no other. Kim got up from the table, suggesting to go the opposite way. He had just recently gotten something big. Edward was a little nervous, asking if he had acquired some special ability. The hero turned away and closed his eyes, answering that it was in the literal sense. He headed towards the exit of their tent. His friend saw it too. The blonde looked after Kim as he walked out onto the street. Did he see it too? He remembered the large body in his own blood. Really? Kim in armor stood in front of the wind, fluttering his cloak. His eyes glowed red, then emitted a blue glow. Edward came out of the tent. A large shadow fell on him. He wanted to ask where he was going. The shadow of the reincarnated Kim covered the entire tent. He became a huge green dragon. The hero stood with his wings spread. Edward opened his mouth in surprise. Crazy. Kim rushed into the sky, spreading the tents in different directions. He rose high above the church city. The dragon rushed down. White clouds surrounded him. Kim began to take an air into his lungs and exhaled a powerful stream of fire. 2 golden flaps cut off his wings. There was someone on his back. The wings were cut off and he began to lose balance. The dragon began to fall, screaming. Fjorkrid looked at him with a crazy look and smiled, offering the teacher to start their war. The barrel of the gun was aimed at the dragon. A little earlier, 2 people stood at the control panel. One asked if this would really work. The second closed his eyes. No matter how you look at it, this is real madness. The interlocutor folded his arms across his chest, answering that sometimes there comes a time when even in your right mind you have to do crazy things. Inside the word, there was a man. This was the idea of the most holy. The man clenched his fist, asking his partner what their duty was. The other looked at him strangely, thinking that they were just doing what they were told. He pressed the button, saying that he was launching a projectile. The gun barrel began to glow brightly and fired a shot, releasing a stream of bright light. Fjorkrid flew holding a weapon in her hands. She was heading straight for the dragon's face and made 2 flaps, leaving bright yellow marks. With this, she cut off the dragon's wings. Then she began to approach his back, where she was able to catch on, sticking her blades into it. The dragon began to fall bleeding. Fjorkrid tried to stay on his back. Kim fell to the floor and began to slide down it, simultaneously burning. If he burns and fails to break through the barrier head-on, and remembered about regeneration, the dragon was able to break through the barrier, but falling, he ran into the highest spire of the church. The blonde, clinging to the beast's body, was descending. Her weapon in her hand began to slowly disappear. Fjorkrid managed to land successfully on the ground. Drops of dragon blood fell on her shoulder. Kim, in the guise of a dragon, was struck in the chest. 2 people turned their attention to him. Acid blood fell on their clothes. They decided that the monster had died. A loud scream was heard. The entire city was enveloped in purple fog. People screamed that it was acid poison. The dragon's body began to glow. His eyes began to glow again. Kim saw the knights of the girls beneath him, defending themselves with magical barriers. The paladins were here too. He was vulnerable now and at great risk if they attacked. New tissue began to appear from the wound. First of all, the most urgent, lung regeneration. If it can, it will belch out fiery breath. There was a huge explosion. Bright flames engulfed everything around. It covered entire blocks. It will trigger a chain explosion. The walls of the houses were destroyed, and the city was engulfed in flames. The scientist was on all fours. He was surprised how the thick inner wall of the engine room melted in the blink of an eye. The monster was barely breathing. The man put his finger to his temple. He tried to contact the saint and find out if she was okay, but there was no answer. He was on the floor trying to come to his senses. It looks like the communication device is malfunctioning. In that case, the saint is also defeated. The main building was partially destroyed and engulfed in flames. The cathedral is where all the church equipment is collected. At the moment, the state cannot be restored. The scientist was terrified. In other words, the church is finished. He cursed, thinking that there is no point in killing the monster now. A loud sound was heard. The man felt some movement behind him. He turned around in confusion. Could it be? The fire was hiding some large silhouette. But a little later, the dragon's head appeared. The scientist turned around and raised his head. He had been reading reports, but he didn't think it was that serious. A bright circle with writing appeared under his hand, from which he took out a gun. The man closed his eyes and put the gun to his head, thinking that it was better than dying from a monster. The gun was at his temple. His finger pressed harder and harder on the trigger. Suddenly, a voice came from the communication device. PP-100,001 was on the line, demanding an answer from headquarters. Hearing this, he opened his eyes. He put his fingers to his head, asking the saint if she was safe. Fjorkrud stood in the middle of the ruins, answering that she saw him and she had a plan. The scientist looked at the fire around him. In the negotiations, he heard that the evacuation of the currently confirmed survivors was successful, and the question was what the situation was. He crawled further along the floor. The saint also managed to survive. A smile appeared on his face. The church is not finished yet. He frowned and leaned on his knee. It will take a long time, but they will be able to rise from their knees. He said that he is currently in the engine room. Fjorkrud listened to him attentively. Having answered, she is glad that he survived, and she has a request. The man rose from his knees and listened attentively. After that, he raised his head. Having answered that he understood everything, he approached the control panel and began to change something, changing the radius of the burning barrier. Sweat appeared on his face. The current coordinates. Kim in the form of a dragon stood in the middle of the ruins. His wounds were almost healed. There was still a red mark on his chest. He had used up a lot of the prepared flesh. He will have to replenish it again when he is done with the matter. Someone's foot firmly stepped on the ground. The dragon frowned. The blonde looked into his eyes. They stood opposite each other. The dragon asked why she was blocking the way. She replied that she was a saint. Fjorkrud frowned and added that she was a saint of the Church of the Goddess. These words angered Kim. He was not asking about this. The dragon remembered how the girl left earlier. He asked if she had forgotten how she had run away from him earlier. Was it because she realized that she could not win? Fjorkrud looked at him resolutely. She definitely could not defeat him alone. A metallic sheen appeared on her skin. Fjorkrud's body was covered in metal. Despite the devastation around her, he was still the head of the Church of the Goddess. Kim looked at him in surprise, asking, "Is this the slime of a metal slime?" A bright glow appeared around him. It approached him and blinded him. Kim remembered how he fell and got burned. "This is a barrier." The dragon opened his eyes wide, asking if they changed the coordinates. Pointing at the girl, he noticed that she would suffer too. Fjorkrud thought that the damage would definitely be colossal, but she just needed to break out of the barrier before she was burned to the ground. Fjorkrud rushed to attack the teacher before she thought that even in this body, she would not last long. She plunged her bright energy weapon into his paw. Kim lowered his head and looked at her, asking if she decided to delay him, and how she moved inside the barrier. Their gazes crossed. "Is it the slime of the metal slime?" She already knew how to compensate for the damage from the barrier. The barrier began to destroy the dragon's body. He decided that he could also use a metal slime, but the material is negligible to cover the entire body with slime. His tail began to cover with a metallic sheen, and Kim decided that if he first shrank, he would not have time to regenerate. Fjorkrud watched what was happening. Since they are tribesmen, she knows that regeneration is not omnipotent. The girl held her weapon in his paw and wanted to tell him that this place would become his grave, but the dragon's metal tail knocked her off her feet. This blow of great force threw her back. Fjorkrud crashed into something, raising a column of smoke. The barrier began to disappear, and the dragon realized that he was aiming in the right direction. The girl tried to come to her senses after hitting the control panel. Kim said that he thought about traces of a person's presence, and a scientist was hiding there. The man asked if the saint was okay. Fjorkrud looked badly hurt after that. Cursing, she noted that the barrier device was destroyed and told the scientist to leave. The dragon was approaching them. He approached Fjorkrud lying on the control panel, saying, "It looks like this is the end." The girl watched as Kim changed shape against the background of fire. He continued, saying that her magical powers were at their limit, and she removed the metal slime coating. She held up well, but even though she was a tribeswoman, this was too much. The hero practically became a human, saying that she had nothing left. The blonde smiled, saying that he was right. She put her fingers on the barrier device, adding that both she and he had nothing left. Kim opened his eyes wide. Electric discharges were coming from the blonde's hands. Burning barrier. Recharging. The hero stood naked in human form. Barrier. A blue wall began to descend above his head. He needed to turn into a dragon again. The barrier wall separated them. The hero took a step back and realized that he was running out of time. The girl looked at him, also holding her hand on the control panel. The barrier device is activated by electricity. If she restores the damaged parts with a metal slime and runs the current, she will be able to reactivate it for a while. Fjorkrud smiled, saying what she said. An ominous smile appeared on her face. This place will become a grave for the teacher. Kim began to burn in the barrier. It's really dangerous. He reacted too late and fell to his knees. The regeneration did not have time. He was surrounded by a bright blue barrier. No more burning, endless cold and emptiness. His hand and fingers began to disappear. He no longer felt his legs and arms. His gaze looked into the void. His vision could not focus. They became large from fear. Is this death? His pupils rolled back. Fjorkrud came closer. She put her hands behind her back, saying that the teacher lost. Burning in the barrier, he replied that it was a fascinating experience. His head began to burn. The goddess's time has come. Let him give her the reward for destroying the Demon King. Suddenly a bright glow appeared, surprising the girl. What did he say? Goddess. An explosion of the barrier device was heard behind her. Fjorkrud looked confused. Her eyes became larger. She looked at the black spot on the floor where Kim stood. What is it? Outgrowths appeared from it. Later, a large red eye opened. The hero stood in the middle of the void, saying that he had not been here for a long time. A white cube fell in front of him. The cube had faces with different emotions on it. Smiling, it said that it was fulfilling the reward protocol for eliminating the Demon King. What wish did Kim have? The hero thought, remembering the conversation with the Manticore. A goddess, a being not subject to time. In such a case it might be possible to take advantage of it. He looked at the cube in front of him, saying that he wanted the very thing. A reward that would be useful in the current circumstances, which would help him return. His gaze became manic when he added that he wanted to receive it at the moment of time, immediately after eliminating the Demon King. The cube looked at the hero with a smile, saying that it was possible to fulfill. The white cube began to glow and directed a dark beam at the guy's chest, giving the target a reward. At that moment, the red eye looked at Fjorkrud and stretched its tentacles towards her. The spot began to increase in size. The scientist looked out from behind the shelter, trying to understand what was happening. Something dark was spreading under his feet. It began to capture the man, and spreading over his body, rising higher, he turned to the saint. The spot was pulling him into itself. He was still pulling his hand, but soon there was nothing left of him. Fjorkrud stood in the middle of this spot, asking if this was the teacher, and if he had done this. Suddenly, many of the same red eyes looked at her. The blonde got scared, saying that you can go crazy like that. Something dark began to rise up her legs. The spot only repeated the word Tekali. Tentacles began to rise from the spot. They formed into something resembling a person. A pair of red eyes appeared on him. Kim's head and body appeared from the dark substance. The saint watched what was happening, thinking about what kind of creature he had eaten. Fjorkrid looked in horror at something in front of her, wondering if this creature was alive. Such a creature exists in this world. Kim grabbed his head with a dark hand. The rewritten past poured into his head in an instant. He remembered how he stood in front of the cube. That day, he received a monster whose nature was based on the earthly myths of Cthulhu. A dark paw with many dragon eyes grabbed another monster. Later, Kim looked like a demon with the same dark hands. Shoggoth. Kim looked at his body with a smile. This alien ability is so familiar to him, as if he really had it for a long time. The hero looked up at Fjorkrid, asking if she had anything else to say. She looked at him in confusion, asking how he managed to restrain himself in such a situation. The hero peeled his lips, asking again if she meant appetite. When you often experience the same thing, you develop immunity to it. The girl bowed her head, saying that if she had not suppressed her true nature, would it have changed the outcome? The hero raised his hand to his face, saying that maybe she would be where he was now. Fjorkrid laughed nervously as something with many eyes rose up her arm. Rather than live like a monster, it was better to die like a saint. Almost consumed, she asked him not to touch the people of the church state. He replied that it was not in his power. Fjorkrid looked pitifully and folded her hands in prayer, still asking him. Something opened a mouth with sharp teeth. The guy said that he would raise this issue. 2 red moons rose above the damaged church. For many years, the church carefully guarded the path to a world with 1 moon, called Earth. The existence of this world, as well as the door to it, were hidden from the people. An image of 4 heroes appeared on the screen, because the key to this door was the heads of the 4 races united in humanity. A silhouette held a body in his hand standing on the mountain of others. Someone ready to trample other races, just to open the gate to another world. A man in a white robe walked towards the throne. Would the madman lay waste to the sacred lands opened by the first high priest? The church was engulfed in flames. Would the continent created by the goddess be consumed by fire? A dark foot with many eyes stepped, interrupting the story. Kim raised his head. He stood against the backdrop of a large white church. He didn't care what would happen to this world. He walked towards the hatch on the floor. He opened it and began to descend the stairs. His body was almost completely covered in eyes. There were several eyes on his face. He looked ahead, wondering what was going on here. Kim descended into the basement with a red circle in the center, the altar mentioned by the goddess. There were shoots growing from his body. It was time for him to return to Earth. A foot in a white boot stepped onto the stairs. Edward walked down, wondering if it was here. Behind him, a guy in a green uniform was carrying huge bags. The blonde looked ahead in surprise. Kim stood with his back to him in human form. He asked if he was already waiting for them. The hero turned around, saying that he was late. His comrades approached him. The blonde replied that he was in a hurry. Edward turned to his subordinate, saying that it was now up to him. The guy with the huge bags passed by the hero. Kim turned to his friend, who said that a victory ceremony would soon take place, but the guy refused. Looking his friend in the eyes, he added that it would be better for him if it happened as soon as possible. Edward folded his arms across his chest, noting that he was right. He smiled at the hero, saying that considering how much they would have to clean up after that, it would be better if he disappeared. The subordinate was packing a huge bag when the blonde suggested declaring the hero died a heroic death in the battle against the church. Both looked at each other silently. Edward scratched his head in confusion, saying that he did not know what else to add. Near the columns, braziers were burning brightly. Kim advised him to speak his mind. The blonde remembered their meeting when the hero became a huge wolf, and said that now he was very excited, as if he was finally getting rid of a monster that had arbitrarily settled in his house. But then he remembered their meetings in the form of a man in the forest and on the ship. At the same time, another part felt strong regret. He remembered how he put his hands on his shoulders and laughed awkwardly, not understanding what it was. Kim's hand lay on his shoulder. The hero looked into the blonde's eyes. Part of his face took the form of a dark monster. He smiled and said that this was just a delusion. Edward was scared to see this. He fell to his knees and vomited. The hero stood over his tearful friend. He said that a person is so arranged that he gets used to everything, unconsciously distorts his own perception, and concentrates only on positive moments, trying not to notice everything else. Kim looked at him with a wide smile. He also mistakenly took a wild animal for a friend, guided by the fact that it seemed not to attack. Edward turned his eyes to his interlocutor in fear. He added that this was just a superficial judgment. The blonde opened his eyes wide. It is worth the hero to change his appearance a little, and he will forget about his obsession. Kim looked scary and asked if he looked like a friend. Edward turned and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, saying that he was still the same damn monster. The guy in the green uniform came up and said that everything was ready. A bright glow appeared behind him when he said that he did not see any changes. The bags on the altars glowed brightly. They were enveloped in fire and evaporated. The altars abruptly sank under the floor. A green glow appeared in front of the skull on the wall. Then it began to turn into a portal. The three looked at what was happening. The assistant asked if this was a passage. Kim replied that the mechanism was activated as it should. The hero turned towards the passage, saying that he was going. Edward lay on the floor and shouted at him to get lost and never come back. The hero just waved at him, saying that he had done well, and he walked into the portal. Coming out the other side, he found himself on the ground. He took a deep breath of the smoky air. One moon illuminated the ruined city of Paris. No doubt he was breathing in earth air. The hero looked around. There were only ruins around. He remembered that he had disappeared in Central Africa. The steel tower was badly damaged. Judging by the Eiffel Tower, this is France. But why was he here? The hero walked along the worn-out ground. Although, if we assume that Central Africa is connected with the endless forest, then it is not surprising that with the change of the starting point he was thrown into another region. The moon was covered by thick, dark clouds. What is important now is something else. What happened at all? The earth turned into ruins in just a couple of years. Something was quickly approaching ahead. It was a car with bright headlights. Kim licked his lips when he saw it. People of Earth. Very convenient. He needed information, and he knew a great way to get it. He spread his arms wide, telling them to come to him. The car raised a thick cloud of dust behind it, and suddenly it exploded. The hero looked at the burning car in surprise. The silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky above him. Smoke came out of its mouth. A dragon. It would land on top of the tower. The hero wondered if this was Earth. The dragon sitting on the top smelled it. The memories took him back to his childhood. The smell of a vile swindler. He frowned, saying that the hero had killed his mother and wounded him. He let out a loud cry, saying that there had not been a second when he had not remembered the hero, and demanded that he show himself now. The hero's cloak fluttered from the dragon's breath. Kim noted that this was the official language of Elmer, and he suddenly remembered a mother guarding her child. These memories of the very first red dragon he had eaten, the dragon guarding the entrance to their cave. So this is the baby that was with her. Kim looked at the dragon, wondering how he managed to get to Earth. The skin on his face began to turn dark. It was certainly curious. But what was more important was that he, as an alien, also had special abilities. A pair of eyes appeared on his face, and drool began to flow from his mouth. His rapidly growing appetite was proof of that. For a while, even on Earth, he wouldn't have to worry about tasty food. The hero had turned into a dragon, much larger than the red dragon, with many eyes all over his body. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback.